More than 100 years ago, humans have mastered space teleportation technology, and the space teleportation channel was opened. But to everyone's surprise, at the other end of the spatial teleportation channel, it's a completely different new world. There is nothing but endless fear and carnage. And mankind has always been proud of technology and hot weapons. The device is completely ineffective here. And because the spatial teleportation channel cannot be closed, the first humans to teleport to the past became the bottom of the food chain, can only survive under the position of all kinds of strange beasts. But because of an accident, start with the first person who nibbles on the alien beast. The human body has undergone genetic evolution, so the humans began to hunt the beasts like crazy. Take their beast souls. It has evolved over more than 100 years. Fuse the beast's soul with your own body. Humans have finally mastered the secrets of genes. But human beings only have to evolve to be able to be in this weak flesh, survive the new world of strong food, and even advance to God. This new world is called the sanctuary of God by mankind. And the man who ran with a huge banner was called Han Sen. It's an evolutionary, although it has only been a month since I was transported here. But he successfully became everyone's chase. Kill the object. As for the reason for being hunted down by these people, it is precisely because they form a group to fight monsters. The dropped beast soul was taken by himself. But in this new world of the jungle, survival and evolution are the only laws. For example, now once they catch up, Han Sen would definitely die without a corpse. It's as simple as that. But if you can live, who wants to die? It's too unwilling. Just a month ago, Han Sen had just reached the age requirement of 18 years old. It was immediately teleported in, but he didn't come here because he liked it. There are few like him. If you don't go to college, you come in here as cannon fodder. Because my father died suddenly. The mother was too sick to work, and my sister needs to spend money on studying. Only Han Sen, who graduated from high school, wanted to make money. Entering the sanctuary of the gods is already the best option. But since coming in here, the left eyelid was jumping all the time. Is this a harbinger of prosperity? Han Sen covered his eyes, staggered around the corner. Suddenly, around the corner, I saw a monster several meters long. Blocked the way. No wonder my left eyelid kept jumping. I was going to meet a monster. Dead monsters make you arrogant. Ran into the city to eat me once. The voice did not fall. Han Sen had already pulled out his dagger and stabbed it. The most embarrassing thing is, the part of his weight is the monster's buttocks. It attracted the attention of everyone present for a moment. Soon a white mist began to rise around the monster. In the blink of an eye, purify the body into a graceful beauty. Han Sen's face turned blue. A woman's ass is human. It immediately caused a lot of discussion among passers-by. The good guy actually stabbed Qin Xian's ass with guts. What the beginning? Doesn't this kid know about soul transformation? Qin Xian, the most powerful and powerful woman in the steel-clad shelter. Quite a few people forced laughter. This person even dared to poke Qin Xian's ass. It's an ass maniac. This beauty. The woman was stabbed in the ass by a strange man. A large number of strong men were quickly gathered. Surround him. A brawny man suddenly kicked him in the back. Han Sen immediately lost his balance and fell to his knees. Qin Xian let out cruel words on the spot, and everyone listened. From now on, who will dare to be with him or help? He is my Qin immortal's enemy. As soon as this remark came out, Han Sen's heart couldn't help but tremble. And these strong men with screwed faces, gnashing teeth. He even wondered if he was dreaming about what I had done. That's not true. I actually stabbed it. Qin Xian's ass can be. But I've only just arrived. And so it went on for almost a month. Somewhere by the water of a mountain stream, a man is crouching in a corner. Make a weird noise. It turned out that it was Han Sen who wanted to evolve. And the black beetle is being hunted in large numbers. I saw him pick up the dagger. Slice open the flesh of the black beetle on the spot. The system immediately shows that the black beetle has been successfully hunted. Using flesh gives you a random 0 to 10 gene. But unlucky him. It has eaten more than 30 black beetles in a row. The genes didn't increase at all, in addition to its own ordinary gene value. All other genes have 0 values. If it continues like this, I don't know what year or month it will take to complete the first purification. Obtain the mist first order. Flesh and blood. The effect on the purification of the flesh is almost 0. It's been almost a month since I've been here, but he still hasn't been able to complete a physical purification. Actually, before, he'd thought of hunting slightly more powerful creatures. But even if you meet the weakest primitive, bronze-tooth creature, I can't kill him myself. In the end, he even asked for half his life. I recuperated for half a month, before returning to the sanctuary of sanity. If you can find a few people, go hunt primitives together. Creatures aren't as miserable as they are now. I shouldn't have poked the strings. Now no one dares to bow down to him. Just when he regretted it, he couldn't do it in time. Suddenly, I noticed a golden light flashing not far away. Hansen took a closer look. How could it be a golden black beetle? Even the system doesn't have any information about him. That's when it happened. Hansen suddenly became nervous. This golden black beetle actually crawled in his direction. Hansen did not hesitate to take the lead in launching a rush attack. He quickly filled the dagger with thunder and lightning. The first pierced the golden black beetle. A prompt pops up immediately. Obtained by hunting the divine blood flying beetle. Divine blood beast soul. Hansen thought he had seen it wrong. Divine blood and creatures. The soul of a beast with extreme blood. How can it be? In this new world, according to characteristics and rarity, alien beasts are basically divided into 4 levels. Ordinary. Primitive variation. Divine blood, of course, is the most difficult to obtain in a timely manner. And the whole steel armor. Not many people have shelters. It's a lot of money. He immediately checked the beast soul information. This is not the type of armor that I have always dreamed of. Beast souls. I didn't expect the wish to come true so quickly. That's when it happened. The beast soul suddenly turned into a golden light and shot straight into the sky. Soon, a beast spirit in the shape of a beetle appeared in front of his eyes. It then dissolves quickly like a liquid. It continued to extend towards Hansen's body. It didn't take long. Hansen's body was already in a mess, wrapped in a golden liquid, with the golden liquid slowly fading. Hansen's armor was also gradually revealed. At this point, he felt his body become lighter, and it's full of power. It is worthy of the armor of divine blood and soul granting, compared to the armor that is transformed by the common primordial level beast souls. Gorgeous, I don't know how many times. Seen someone dress primitive before. The ugly armor of the beast soul. Are envious. I didn't expect it now. Hansen came to a huge rock. I want to test my current strength. I saw him punch at random. Can easily smash the giant eye to pieces. I can't imagine myself being isolated by everyone. There will also be a day to turn over. A man wants to vomit with a knife, but the soup is still cooking. No way. I really don't dare to waste these precious materials. Ate the blood of the black beetle before. The meat went up 7 points. The god gene drank the soup boiled from these shells. Maybe it will be longer, but this one from what was pulled out of the body of the divine blood-black beetle. What is it exactly? Hansen stared at this brilliant crystal. Looks very quirky. It doesn't look like the black beetle at all. Part of the body. At this time, the green spirit beast in the cage on the side was eyeing it. That's when it happened. The crystal suddenly brushed from Hansen's hand. It was taken away at once. But by the time he turned around, it was too late. A green spirit animal in a cage. Quickly roll up the crystals with your tongue. Swallow it without saying a word. Finally, don't forget to lick your lips. Hansen immediately went crazy with your sister. I actually swallowed it, spit it out for Lao Tzu. But the spirit beast remained motionless. It was as quiet as death. That's when it happened. The size of the green spirit beast began to expand. The body constantly exudes a green and faint aura. Suddenly, Han Sen was also frightened. The body of this green spirit beast is visible to the naked eye. The speed is breaking through the cage. In the blink of an eye, he was already rushing towards Han Sen. Han Sen retreated in small steps, while pulling out the dagger at his waist. Soon a sharp blade of lightning flashed, straight into the body of the green spirit beast. Han Sen looked at the green spirit beast that had fallen in the blood. He still had palpitations. At this time, the system sends a prompt that the hunt is successful. Hunt primitive-grade green spirit beasts. Han Sen was suddenly shocked. The level of the primordial level green spirit beast should be lower. Could it be that the crystal made him evolve? He fights his opponents. Finally understood. Why are there god blood level black beetles? It's all because I swallowed this crystal. He couldn't wait to pull out the crystals again, so other creatures can pass through. Crystals evolved to the god's blood level. Han Sen couldn't help but kiss it. That's the case. It won't be long before I'll be reborn. The screen turns. There was a quarrel at Han Sen's house. The share that should be given to the eldest brother will be given to you. But I want to monopolize the old house. No way. Han Sen's father died. These white brothers came to fight for the inheritance. The house is originally the inheritance of my parents. We all have a share in the children. Why do you have it to yourself? The second uncle said that you have lived for more than 20 years. It's already taken advantage of a huge advantage. It's time for a share of the legacy. The uncle also agreed, and the second brother was right. The second aunt thinks that the old house is worth more than 3 million. Either each family will give 1 million to leave the old house. Either sell the old house and divide the money. Han Sen's mother simply didn't have any money for them. If you sell your old house, you will be homeless. But the second uncle still refused to back down. Came up with a whole bunch of reasons. Finally, I'll give you a month. Either give money or sell the house. Otherwise, see you in court. It's been a long time coming. Han Sen hurried back home. This group of Yuan scum once owed tens of millions of bad debts. It was all made up by my father. The New Universe Group wants to annex our family's company. If it weren't for his father, he came forward to fall out with sinew for everyone. How could he die in vain? Faced with a mother who constantly cries and blames herself. Han Sen said he had asked lawyer Zhang Shu, I will definitely keep my father's old house. This group of Yuan scum dared to bully my mother and sister. I'm definitely not going to make them feel better. In the steel-clad sanctuary of the stars and the Battle of Loga. Teleport out to battle. The sound of the radio kept coming. Yate Group. President Zhao Yalong completed the third evolution. Promoted to the sanctuary space of the fourth god. Gain a demigod mist. Genius Boy Longo. Mutating genes with white dots. Promoted to the second god's sanctuary space. 1 Yuan Hemingway. Hunted demigods and godblood creatures yesterday. Star of the Seas. Expert predictions. It will be in 10 years. The first quadrupole evolver appears. Advance to the sanctuary of the fifth god. Han Sen fell in a deep thought after listening to the radio. Evolutionary. The Beyonder demigod now has that crystal. Maybe I can get that far. Although he has the god gene. But I want to reach 100 god genes in a short period of time. Still unrealistic. But increased origin and mutated genes to 100 points. There is still hope. The screen turns. Han Sen came to Luofeng Valley in the steel armor shelter. At this time, he was crouching in the grass and waiting for his prey. If it wasn't for the divine crab and the false warp lord, it wouldn't have been. It will definitely sell for 1 or 2 million. Just use that crystal to grow some more creatures. You can definitely earn money to redeem your house in 1 month. That's when it happened. He sensed what seemed to be movement ahead. Not far away, a wind mantis is hidden. Fortunately, I had a good eyesight and discovered it first. This wind mantis. The color of the skin is too high to resemble that of grass. In general, it is really difficult to spot the wind mantis. Primordial Disease Han, Sun, didn't say a word, took out the pen and rushed straight up. Surprisingly, the wind mantis was faster than him. It flew right above his head early. This makes the rate. Han's Sun, who launched the attack first, was stunned on the rock wall on the spot. He was even defenseless. Withstand the fatal blow of the wind mantis head-on. Han's Sun, who suffered a big loss, immediately took 10 steps back. I'm careless. This praying mantis's attack power and speed are so strong. He stroked the armor incredulously, survived unscathed under such an attack. The Divine Blood Collection Beast Soul armor is really powerful. Han's Sun immediately launched a counterattack. He pulled out a dagger that was filled with thunder and lightning and jumped up. I saw a golden light passing quickly. The wind mantis was directly cut into 2 sections by the horizontal demon. How a nail in hand. I have it all over the world. The hunt successfully hunted the Yuan Shi and the wind mantis. Maybe the movement is too much. Immediately, a large group of wind mantis attacked. But no matter how they attack, Han's Sun remained unmoved. With this beast soul armor, only I kill, but no one can kill me. It seems that even if you encounter mutant creatures, it's time to try a fight. It didn't take long. Han's Sun has. After successfully killing all of these wind mantises, soon there was a louder movement in the grass. And this time, wind mantis in the grass all over. It seems that they all came out of the Qing dynasty. Han's Sun gripped the dagger tightly. Confidently go straight ahead. Looks like you want to be wiped out. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the Lofthorn Valley, a man's voice was heard. This rich second-generation Su Xiaoqiao. I'm complaining about how I got the steel randomly. A shelter for this kind of ghost. Place, though. Once he thought of being able to devote himself to Sister Qin Xian's command. I'm also a little excited. The man was rewarded for his beautiful sister. Alone in the former Cyber Wind Valley in search of mutant creatures. But along the way, not even a single wind mantis was found. He even doubted. There have been large-scale sweeps by large forces. Soon he was shocked by the scene in front of him. Densely packed corpses of gale wind mantises. It was stacked into a small hill. Above the pile of corpses stood a man. Isn't it just him? How can it be? I'm definitely dreaming. At this time, Han Sing turned around and shouted, "Do you want it?" 1,000 left arm. The main thing is that he kills too much in one step. I can't finish it. Su Xiaoqiao confirmed again. It is 1,000 left-handed arms won. Are you sure? He took out 50,000 yuan. Buy all the wind mantises. Use the extra money as a deposit. If there are still good things in the future, I'm willing to pay a premium for it. Han Sing never imagined that he would run into a local tyrant. Tell me your name and room number. I'll go find you. My name is Su Xiaoqiao. The room number is 1046. What do you call it? Han Sing turned and walked away from the gold coin. Gold coins of gold. Coins of gold coins. That's all I recognize. Su Xiaoqiao became a little fan brother in seconds, in order not to call the idol directly. So he shouted loudly for Brother Bai. I'm waiting for you. You must come. The screen turns. Han Sing came to the gathering place of the Tooth Beasts again. And these copper-toothed beasts didn't say a word. Pounced directly. I saw only a few sword lights and sword shadows later. The first few copper-toothed beasts to charge were instantly cut in half. Their flesh was sliced into pieces in the air and sprinkled. Drop off companions. As the system keeps popping up prompts of successful hunting, Han Sing almost killed the bronze tooth beast again. This time, one must be captured alive and cultivated with crystals. A toothed beast died in the corner. Actually burst out the primordial beast soul. Han Sing finally obtained the beast soul again. The beast soul of the tooth beast is a sought-after item. I saw him slowly raise his palm. The beast's soul and the corpse immediately flew over. In the blink of an eye, this primordial and child-toothed beast soul instantly turned into a spear. Hansen couldn't wait to wave it on the spot. Feel free to play with the rocks in front of you and shatter them. Soon, Hansen carried a toothed beast back to the shelter. At this time, a group of people were hurrying ahead. And this group of people is the people of the Son of God. And this man in white, it is the suitor of the love fairy, bully of the shelter. He glanced at Hansen. The trash talk is not falling. Whip out on the spot. Pump directly on Hansen's shoulder. Who is so bold? How dare you sell, you primitive-level creatures? Hansen hurriedly covered his wounds. Grandma's guy is sick. The bully pointed at Hansen and scolded. If only let me know who would dare to sell you something. I promise he'll die ugly with you. After saying these words, and immediately he drove out of the city with his men and horses. At this time, a follower passed by. Count yourself in luck, and you have something to do today. Otherwise, I really want to fix you. Hansen stared at the departed bastards. It is necessary to use the spirit as soon as possible to quickly improve the strength. Sooner or later, I will avenge these revenges. This copper-toothed beast was observed for 3 days. The fur has a bit of a bronze sheen, though, but it's still a long way from mutating the copper tooth. It looks like a statue made of bronze. The mutation is considered successful. It's a waste of time to wait. Eat some of the increased mutation genes first. Let's hunt some creatures for money. That's when it happened. Suddenly, there were the footsteps of several people outside the door. Hansen peeked curiously through the crack in the door. A man is debating whether or not to pick up the slack. It turns out that there are 3 major forces gathered on Sunset Slope, besieging god-blood creatures. The screen turns. A figure quickly swept past the top of the hill on the slope of the setting sun. Soon Hansen was out of breath, rushed to the top of a nearby hill to observe. It shouldn't be too late to see what happens. At this point, it is not far away. Several men and horses are participating in the encirclement operation. There are not only those who have been stabbed by Hansen. Qin Xian sighed, and this one was at the door of the shelter. Beat Hansen's bully on the side. Several sanctuary forces rushed up at the same time. But this half-man, half-ox bloody slaughterer, to swing the great axe, can sweep away all the crowds around you. He even began to rampage through the crowd. Seeing the battle scene below was terrible. The cold forest on the top of the mountain can't help but dry rocks. This god's blood and creature are so strong. At this time, the bloody slaughterer had already rushed in front of the bully. Raise the great axe and prepare to put it down. Thankfully, he jumped away in time at the last moment. Otherwise, it will be split in 2 on the spot by the giant axe. But his mount was not so lucky. The giant axe slashed down. The scene was a blur of flesh and blood. The bully immediately appeared lightly and went to your uncle's. My mutant beast soul mount. I'm going to kill you today. At this time, the bloody slaughterers were wreaking havoc. Quite a few people were trampled to death on the spot. They started in blood. A cold arrow is shot from the back of the bloody slaughterer. But the result was to provoke him to go berserk. Many of them were even chopped into stumps all over the ground. This god's blood and creatures I killed. The god's blood-black armor-red pen. It's a muddy difference. It didn't take long. This one is bloody. The slayer is about to break through the encirclement. He was seen galloping towards the breach. The bully hurriedly stretched out his palm. It's as if it's something to grab. Soon, a cloud of green light quickly burrowed into his palm, directly transformed into a handful of divine blood and poisonous leopards. The great achievement of 600 million longevity souls. This kind of divine blood and beast soul. Throughout the steel armor shelter, no more than 10 were suffocated. Mingxian even suspected that it was a one-off. The bully decisively pulled the Grand Duke into a horse. The string of the sword is immediately on the string. A sword of energy condensed appeared. Soon, the green light was emitted with lightning speed. At this time, the bloody slaughterer also noticed it. A cold arrow is coming from behind. Due to the speed of the sword, it is too fast. He didn't even have time to dodge before he was shot through the heart. The bully said coldly, "My son of God's mount, you dare to kill too. I will not let you live. Avoid opportunities." This made everyone present instantly dumbfounded. That's when it happened. A pillar of golden light quickly fell from midair. It struck at the head of the bloody deer slaughterer. The system will soon pop up a hunting prompt. Crab hunters and bloody deer slaughterers. Obtain the divine blood beast soul. A sudden figure quickly skimmed through the crowd. It turned out that Hansen secretly made up the last knife and snatched the beast soul of the god-level bloody slaughterer. After succeeding, it was lightning fast. Quickly flee the scene. Su Xiaoqiao took off his glasses and recognized him. Brother Bai is Brother Bai. The bully stared incredulously at the distant figure. And at this time, Han Sun was carrying a god-blood-level giant axe. Complacent, God Tianzi is still angry with you. The bully clenched his fists and let out a jesty curse. Everybody chased me. Actually dared to rob Lao Tzu's monster. The black armor horse catches up with Lao Tzu. He was soon black armor as strong as an ox. The horse appeared at his feet. In the blink of an eye, all the people of the Son of God chased after him. At this time, Hansen was too heavy due to the giant axe. Escape from oneself. The speed has also been greatly reduced. It didn't take long for him to be followed by the people of the Son of God. It seems that he will soon be hunted down. The bullies kept shouting loudly in the back. "Don't stop me from dying." Han Sun was really unwilling. Obviously, he already has 8 god genes. I can't even carry this giant axe. It's hard to even walk. Soon, Han Sun, who was out of breath, couldn't run. He closed his eyes in despair. In my heart, I am very sorry for my mother. Xiaoyin, I'm sorry. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his head, which made Han Sun stunned. So you're going to stop? Are you really going to stop? This familiar sound? It keeps echoing in my mind. It turned out to be his father's voice. Are you sure you want to stop? Komori. Han Sun recalled his father's teachings as a child. It's just a game here. You should now go over and kill that NPC. Then move up 2 levels in a row. But Han Sun was, because of timidity, rejected his father's request. It's too dangerous to think it's too hasty. But my father said that danger was ever present. You can't cower because you're afraid of danger. Then, he easily purified the great Bao Ramaki. Essentially, it's an adventure for all creatures. As soon as the words fell, smoke grenades also landed at the same time, and emitted clouds of smoke. At this time, the father was armed with a large sword. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, he rushed up. After all the way through the level, he finally came to the hillside. Give fatal advice if you don't dare to take risks. How will you survive in the shelter in the future? To evolve is to do whatever it takes. Everything in Komori's world. It's like this moment in the game. The end of the road is embattled, and at this moment. Do you have a way to get stronger in an instant? Hansen hesitated for a long time, still reluctant to answer this question. I know you're a kind child. Reluctance to think of that step. But you have to do it. Father said with a smile, though it's just a game. But the real world is often more brutal than games. A lot of times, all you can rely on is yourself. Let Daddy do it for you. Then he grabbed the sword in Han Sen's hand. This man actually ruthlessly thrust the sword into his chest. Then Han Sen received a system prompt for the upgrade. If you want to survive, you have to be strong. At this moment, do you have a way to get stronger in an instant? If you want to survive, you have to be strong. At this moment, do you have a way to get stronger in an instant? Han Sen suddenly became ill. I kept repeating this passage of my father in my mind. It turns out that I have another way. If you succeed, you don't necessarily have to escape. And by this time, the bully had already jumped in. I saw him shouting grandmas. Give me death and then swing the long sword and put it down, cornered Han's son. Intend to turn the tables in an extremely risky way. He was running, while shouting the crumbs and the bloody deer, Slayer Beast Soul. Fusion transformation. In the blink of an eye, a burst of energy gushed out and shot straight into the sky, suddenly transformed into the form of a bloody deer slaughterer. At this point, the bully looked horrified. I couldn't even believe what was happening in front of me. Then the energy fell rapidly from the sky, directly into Han Sen's body. Soon he succeeded in slaughtering the blood. The beast soul and the black beetle beast soul merge, instantly transformed into a half-human, half-horse creature. He couldn't help but laugh. It's really an endless road. Now with his god-fast frost fusion, he has transformed into a beast soul. Who can stop me? And there was constant chatter from the rear. Fusing the soul of the two beasts is a life of 9 deaths. Such a dangerous thing. I actually did it while running. This is an absolute lunatic. The bully still doesn't give up. Order. Chase me quickly. At this time, the strong man next to Qing Shuani said, there are 9 twists and 18 bends in the mountain. Feel free to take a turn. The Son of God is impossible for anyone to find on this point. This guy didn't just snatch the golden axe, and after killing the blood creatures, actually got a god blood level soul. And a couple of men were laughing. The Son of God lost a lot this time. Used a disposable divine blood beast soul sword. I didn't catch anything. Not to mention the golden axe. The divine blood beast soul alone is developed. Money can't buy it. Someone asked who that guy was. There is such a number 1 person in the steel armor shelter. Someone insisted that he heard someone shouting brother by just now. I don't know if I'm calling him. Brother Bai's name is really good. The screen turns. Somewhere in the forest, there is a corner. Han's son was burying the golden giant axe. To their current capabilities, the fusion transformation can only last for 7 or 8 minutes. Fortunately, the god of Maiden fought hard. Otherwise, you will die. Now this giant axe can't resemble a beast soul. Income void. The main offense is the Son of God. But after all, it is a joint operation of the 3 companies. That means all of them are offended. The beast soul is the foundation of life. Can't buy it. This golden giant axe can easily be sold for 2 million. But the question is who would dare to buy it. Soon it was evening. At the entrance to the steel-clad shelter, 2 males. Z is discussing how to kill this Baij. At this time, Hansen slowly walked towards the entrance. Everything that should be buried has already been buried. Could it be that you can still see my beast soul? When he walked to the entrance, sure enough, he was stopped by the people of the Son of God. But they didn't know Bai Ge. What are you wasting your time doing on that piece of waste? Could that waste be gold? Then the man casually pushed him away. Get out of the way, don't get in the way here. At this time, the corners of Han Sen's mouth rose slightly. I didn't expect it to be so easy to get into town. A man had just entered the city. I found that everyone was talking about themselves. The Son of God was angry and vomited blood by Brother Bai, you know? Because of that one-time divine blood sword. This Brother Bai is amazing. God and God were so angry that they smashed the house. Han's son began to snicker. What is this Su Xiaoqiao's name? It's not good to call Brother Bai. It's all turned into Brother Bai now. Meanwhile, Qin Xian was interrogating Su Xiaoqiao. If it weren't for me stopping the Son of God, you've been served by them for a long time. So tell me quickly, who the hell is the gold coin? Sister Xian, I only had a one-sided relationship with him in Falling Wind Valley. Bought some wind mantis from him. I also asked my brothers to help me move back. If you're unlucky, you can ask Xiao Lu about them. I'm not trying to settle accounts with you right now. You help me contact the gold coins. I'm willing to pay a high price for the crab in his hand. Beast Soul and Divine Blood Treasure Horse. And only you and I know about it. Naturally, the city has a lot to offer. After Su Xiaoqiao heard that there was a heavy reward, his cheeks flushed slightly and he agreed. The screen turns. Deep in a mountain range, Han Sen was hunting primordial and green spirit beasts. The Son of God actually offered a sky-high reward to catch me. I want to sell myself for money. Han Sen glanced at the system information. It was found that the mutant gene was still not added at all. At this time, in the Blackwater pool, a crocodile's head slowly poked out of the water. But because he was discovered by Han Sen and dived back into the pool again, at this time, there was a strange movement in the grass not far away. Han Sen immediately became alert. What a sound this is. Soon, a dark shadow came towards him from the woods. The man was scarred, shirts and shoes, but there was not the slightest flustering in his steps. But the garment was torn like this. Could it be that he was attacked? Han Sen kindly reminded, "There's an iron-toothed crocodile in the waterhole on my friend's side. It's best not to go there." The man asked what this place was. "In which direction the Glory Shelter lies?" Han Sen responded, "This is the Steel Armor Shelter, the Turkslay Mountains to the north. I don't know where you call the Refuge of Glory." The man was a little frustrated with the Steel Armor Shelter. "It turns out that I have come so far. To other shelters?" Then he said in a commanding tone, "Take me to the Glory Sanctuary." Han Sen's face instantly darkened. This man has such a big breath. "Command me." He turned and pointed in one direction. "You go south from here. As long as you don't walk too slowly, you can get to the shelter before dark. I want to accompany you if I still want to hunt." But surprisingly, suddenly, a heavy punch came at Han Sen's back. He was defenseless, crashed into the boulder. Han Sen covered the bleeding half of his face. "What are you doing?" The man said lightly and stubbornly, "You just need to obey me. Don't talk so much nonsense. Take me to the shelter." Han Sen suspected that this guy had a mental problem. His hands immediately glowed with gold. Immediately after that, a bronze crescent spear was summoned out of thin air. "Do you have the attitude of asking people to help?" Han Sen, who was already furious, stabbed him on the spot. I saw the corners of the man's mouth rise slightly. The palm of the hand was wrapped in a cloud of energy. Three-dimensional education of the three-stage basic marksmanship. What rubbish! Even if my soul is completely destroyed, you are no match. The man actually slashed at the spear with his bare hands. Soon the head of the gun was split off on the spot and fell to the ground. Han Sen's eyes suddenly burst into something. The bronze crescent spear was actually cut off with his bare hands. This is hypernuclear genomics. That's right, I'm using it to inspire. Unleash the potential in your genes. Possession with nuclear. Fusion of supernuclear genetics with similar explosive power. This is something that can only be learned at a higher school. Count you as a little insightful. Men again give the choice of garbage. Give you one last chance to die or lead the way. But Han Sen just didn't follow. One bite at a time. Your family didn't teach you. Is it polite to go out? As soon as the words fell, the man plunged directly into Han Sen's chest. And Han Sen's divine crumbs and armor appeared instantly. Han Sen quickly fought back, but the man easily walked around his side and took advantage of the situation to sneak attack Han Sen's calf. Han Sen was suddenly shocked. My armor was actually scratched, proof that the person's number of supernuclear genes has been more than average. The man was surprised and delighted, able to resist the number of my ice muscles and jade bones. Could it be a god-level beast soul armor? God help me. Xuelong Yin quickly handed over the divine blood beast soul armor. You don't deserve it. As soon as the words fell, Han Sen had already rushed in front of him quickly, although he took advantage of his distraction to sneak up on a wave. But it was still easily blocked. Xuelong Yin grabbed Han Sen's leg. He was pressed to the ground and wreaked havoc. Han Sen could only lie on the ground and wail continuously. Garbage is always garbage. Even if you have a divine blood beast soul, it's still garbage. Han Sen, who was lying on the ground, was still unconvinced. I saw him suddenly stand up on the ground. Armor of the head, instantly smashed through the nose of the snow dragon goose. Shui Longyan suddenly bled profusely. I couldn't slow down for a while. At this time, Han Sen's face was struggling. I have to abolish you today. Take advantage of this opportunity. Han Sen immediately used the bloody slaughterer beast soul to transform. Shui Longyan couldn't even believe the scene in front of her. At this time, Han Sen's whole body, wrapped in the beast spirit of the bloody deer slayer. Seeing his beast soul menacing, Blood Dragon Yin subconsciously blocked it with his hand. But unexpectedly, he was punched hard by Han Sen, brought down on the spot, then the lightning-fast whole shadow, constantly hitting the body of the snow dragon chain. He couldn't move. I can only vomit blood constantly. The screen turns. Han Sen sat on the ground weakly and muttered to himself. I killed someone? Become a bloody deer slayer. It is also protected by the armor of divine blood. He can still hurt me, if he has a beast soul in his body. I guess I'm the one who died. Han Sen slowly crawled over. This guy's super and genetic skills are so powerful. What the hell is going on? He began to search back and forth over Shui Longyan's body. Such tattered clothes. I don't know if there's something good hidden. Soon in his pocket, found a stone-like thing. Han Sen recognized. This purple crystal is the memory chip. This man, staring at a valuable memory chip. Han Sen curiously placed it on the instrument, but the scene in front of him surprised him. I didn't expect it to be recorded in the memory chip. It turned out to be a detailed explanation of the ice muscle jade bone technique. The key is, this ice muscle jade bone technique actually brought a beautiful woman to a live demonstration. Han Sen's face was red, and his ears were red with self-absorption. Originally, I wanted to save up to buy a copy. That's a lot of savings. Soon after 3 days, Han Sen's diligent practice of the ice muscle jade bone technique. Much progress seems to have been made. After practicing for a few days, my body has a cold feeling. It's like the skin has become delicate. The body temperature was also 2 degrees lower than normal. I guess it's a feature of this move. Whatever. Anyway, this memory chip can't be kept. It feels like sooner or later it's going to be a disaster. That's when it happened. A man named Zhang Danfeng called. Han Sen had just answered the phone. The madman asked him to come out and gather together. It is also claimed that Han Hao and Xueshi are both there. Han Sen was suddenly stunned when he heard the name Han Hao. Then I asked for the location, but the madman told him to come out first. The car has also driven halfway. It's coming soon. Han Sen was thoughtful. Now the Son of God is searching everywhere for gold coins. No one knows. The gold coin is me. Go out and have fun. There shouldn't be any illness. Han Sen had already gotten into the car. Han Hao, sitting in the back, is bragging about how good Bai Gu is. Han Hao, if you knew that Bai Gu was your cousin, I guess all the embarrassing cancers have been committed. I won't boast so much in front of a beautiful woman. But Han Hao actually teleported to the steel armor shelter as well. Originally, things at home were difficult enough. It doesn't matter if my aunt looks down on me. It's not uncommon for me to see relatives with them. Then his son came. What a hassle. He turned to the madman and asked, "You haven't said where we're going." The madman has arrived. It's right in front. Soon the 4 of them came to the Starlight 5 dojo. Han Sen looked around. So many people cheered for this Tang Jinliu. That's too popular, isn't it? The madman insisted that he was the son of God. Last year, the 5th place in the space of the first God's sanctuary. The name Bai Gu entered the monument. The number 1 string in our steel armor shelter. None of them made it to the ranking of the God Cup. At this time, it was at the scene of the game. Suddenly, a very striking purple light appeared. This is Tang Jinliu's beast soul, divine blood-raging beast. If I had such a blood beast soul, it's worth it for a lifetime. And the buddy next door disdainfully said that this is nothing. Not as good as Baiji's bloody captive. That's what makes it tough. The madman was not impressed. I don't know if the guy named Baigu is strong or not. However, his divine blood beast soul was snatched up. Not heroic. How can it be compared with Tang Jinlu? Han Sen felt that what the madman said was reasonable. After all, I was lucky enough to pick up a bargain that time. But it would have been silly to give up at that time. Whether to grab or not to rob. The Son of God in heaven has long been an enemy. Seemingly. I can't tell the madman that I'm brother by for the time being, so as not to cause unpleasantness. The bronze-toothed beast passed half a month. Sure enough, it evolved into a mutated copper-toothed beast, although I would love to eat it to add a little mutant gene. But what is needed more now is money. It's also time to go find that Su Xiaoqiao. Brother Bai has a lot of 2 million cash here. The jerky of these mutated copper fangs. It's all mine. Take it. I won't fool you. Brother Li, you also know that I am doing things for Qin Xian. He asked me to bring you a message. He wanted to buy it. You got the divine blood beast soul and the golden giant that day. The price is negotiable. But Han Sen didn't answer him positively. If you want to buy it, let him pay a good price. If I'm satisfied, I'll naturally consider it. With that, he turned and left. The screen turns. Han Sen came to a cave. He was carrying a bold march slowly. Good harvest. There is a god of black beetle armor protection. The poisonous gold scorpion here can't hurt me at all. I almost killed them all. That's when it happened. Not far away, a woman was leaning against a rock. Make a weak call. Is it a gold coin? Han Sen couldn't help but play the same place. Isn't this the piano ring that was once stabbed by myself? Steel armor shelter. How could the most powerful woman be here? Han Sen immediately turned his head and left. Qin Xian shouted at him to stop the gold coin. I got out of here. Han Sen was confused for a moment. Why do you want me to carry you? Qin Xian touched his ankle. Why are you so surprised? Don't you see my foot hurt? Han Sen almost forgot that he was wearing armor. He certainly didn't recognize it. Don't panic at all. And he was wounded. Maybe you can take the opportunity to extort him a little advantage. Your feet look like they've been broken by a poisonous gold scorpion. It's so strong. How can you get hit? At this time, Qin Xian conjured a dagger in his hand. That one was a scorpion. Take advantage of my long Xinjiang's ingredients that are about to burn out and sneak attack me. Then he let out harsh words. Don't think that if I get hurt, you will have a chance. This dagger. The first is the transformation of the god blood level beast soul, one-hearted butterfly. Can your armor resist it? Han Sen immediately explained that you had misunderstood. I don't mean anything else. Didn't you just tell me to carry you out? In fact, Han Sen was panicked in his heart. This woman can read minds. Qin Xian made a condition. Just get him out safely. Will be a sum of money by him. Han Sen was really in dire need of money right now. You mentioned the mutant poisonous golden scorpion just now. Killed. Killed right behind. What's wrong? At this time, Qin Xian noticed this hemp bag. I didn't expect it to be full of corpses of venom scorpions. And he was not hurt in the slightest. Seeing this, Han Sen talked about the conditions, and it was okay to take you out. But I want a mutant beast soul as a reward. And also, the mutant venom scorpion you just killed. It's mine too. Soon, Han Sen carried Qin Xian on his back. On the way to the door of the shelter, Qin Xian said secretly in his heart, this man, in order to put the mutant poison essence, the corpse of the scorpion was taken away, actually ate the poisonous scorpion that couldn't be loaded on the spot. This man simply can't afford to lose. And the venom scorpion doesn't seem to be able to hurt his armor. Could it be that it is also the soul of the beast written by God? This man takes the beauty, security escort to the door of the shelter, and reached out to ask for the mutant beast soul. Qin Xian casually threw out a mutant beast soul. That divine blood beast soul and divine blood treasure giant axe of yours. In the end, it is not for sale. Han Sen caught the mutant beast soul and said, the soul of the divine blood beast is not sold. But Bao Juan's words, a mutant beast soul plus 2 million. Ma Qin bargained decisively. Baojun cannot be taken out of the shelter. Use of hell is limited. The fixed price is 6 million. That's my limit. Han Sen readily agreed to make a deal. You have the money ready. I will ask Su Xiaoqiao to tell you the time of the transaction. Place. The circle secretly said in his heart that he was really a man who was greedy for money. The screen turns. Han Sen carried the marijuana and walked in the direction of home. But he met his cousin Han Hao on the street. Han Hao didn't say hello. He even twisted his head back on the spot. Seeing this, Han Sen immediately pretended not to know. But when he walked into the alley, Han Hao hurriedly chased after him and called him to stop. Han Sen looked back impatiently and asked what was wrong. Han Hao had a reproachful tone. I heard that you provoked Qin Xian and the Son of God. There are some things I have to say clearly. Han Sen glanced at him. What do you want to say? In the future, you are not allowed to say that I am your cousin in front of outsiders. Don't say you know me. I'm just getting started. I don't want to let you affect my future. Han Sen didn't take it seriously at all. I don't say. In the sanctuary world, we are strangers. And he knew very well in his heart. Even if there are no such things, you don't think of me as a brother, do you? It's okay to look down on me. We are not the same people at all. Han Sen returned to the room. Keep an eye on the fruits of these days' hard work. With this money, life will get better and better in the future. Let's take Mom and Yun Yun to enjoy it first. The next day, Han Sheng took his mother and sister with him. Come to a place where it is quite expensive to spend. Yun Yun, haven't you always wanted to eat sapphire ice cream? Today my brother has a treat. Give your little gluttonous cat enough to eat. It's so good, my brother loves me the most. My mother was a little worried. Sapphire ice cream is too expensive. Komori, even if you make money. We should also save some flowers. Mom, don't worry. I didn't just make money. Variant genes were also obtained. I will be stronger in the future. Earn more money for you and Yun Yun to live a good life. But because there are too many people on the first floor, Han Sen planned to take them to the second floor first. But before they could get up a few flights of stairs, was stopped in his way. Excuse me, you can't go up. A waiter raised his hand and pointed to the small wooden sign. The second floor is dedicated to celebrities and nobles. The mother saw this, patted Han Sen's shoulder, and said it didn't matter. We'll just wait a while. Komori, go buy ice cream for Yun Yun. But Han Sen was still unwilling. Celebrities and nobles left-handed. 2 honorable titles of the Interstellar Alliance. That's nothing. I swear I'll have it all soon. Never let this little wooden sign stand in my way again. The man was the same as usual. The same train you were on. But suddenly, there was an emergency brake. Catch all passengers off guard. They're all out of balance. Han Sen is even more due to inertia. Fell directly into the arms of a beautiful woman. Han Sen was even stunned for several seconds. Before he came back to his senses, he was attacked by a beautiful woman on the spot, so that he can't find the northwest. Han Sen covered the injured half of his face. Keep apologizing, I didn't mean to. At this time, Qin Xian's cheeks were slightly red. He recognized. This man is the same scoundrel who took advantage of him last time. Han Sen asked Qin Xian in surprise. How are you here? It's really dead. I thought you were just ignorant. I didn't expect you to be such a disgusting person in the first place. Meanwhile, the surrounding passengers began to talk. He was seen attacking. Some people think that this man took the opportunity to eat beautiful tofu. Han Sen hurriedly explained that it was all a misunderstanding. Just now the train brakes suddenly. A lot of people like me are unsteady on their feet and fall. Everything is just a coincidence. The strings are of course unlucky. I have done such a nasty thing without a trace of remorse. At first glance, he is a repeat offender. Soon the train has also arrived at the transfer station without any problems. In the end, Qin Xian let out cruel words before getting out of the car. I won't let you go easily. Aren't you going to the shelter? I'm waiting for you. He had just stepped out of the door. It was lined up by two neat crews. Calling Dao Qin's station master good, Han Sen was suddenly shocked. He was actually the station master. So he was the commander of the teleportation garrison. That him, won't you be able to keep track of my whereabouts at any time in the future? Your identity as a gold coin cannot be revealed. Legitimate. Han Sen was thinking about how to hide from Qin Xian. Suddenly, there was a shout behind him. A strong man is beckoning to you. What are you doing there? Brother has good things to take care of you. It looks like you're going to do something big. I don't mix in small roles like this. But the strong man is unyielding. Grab him. If you are called, you will come. How can there be so much nonsense? Your benefits are indispensable. The screen turns. A large group of people. It's heading straight for a certain direction in the mountains and forests. It turns out that these people are all sons of God. It took a lot of money to convene. Even points. There are a lot of mutated creatures for them to eat. Han Sen always felt that there were 7 tricks. He had been following the brigade for several days. Although there are also mutant creatures along the way. But this is for the Son of God and Luo Tianyang. It doesn't matter at all. So many people were called. What the hell are they trying to do? Soon they came to a huge crater. Because I don't know what's going on inside. The Son of God did not dare to rush in. So Luo Tianyang planned to find a few cannon fodder. You go and explore the way first. In a hurry, he pushed Han Sen. You also go and behave well. Don't let us down. Han Sen immediately realized. This kind of hole in the deep mountains and old forests is extremely dangerous. He wanted us to go in and risk ourselves. A large group of strong men were holding torches. Cautiously walked deeper into the cavern. Because the cave is too deep. They had to slow down their progress. There is even a suspicion that something will pop out of nowhere. Seeing this, Luo Tianyang immediately waved his whip to drive them away. Rub what? Like a. No more hurry. Do you want the rest of the money? Soon they had no way out. In front of us is an underground river. Luo Tianyang seemed to have been prepared. I saw him throw it away. Out of a few inflatable boats that will automatically get bigger too. The river goes to the cave across the river. The airships seem to have been prepared. He said to go to the cave opposite. What exactly is there? In the blink of an eye. These strong men hired by the Son of God at the expense of the Son of Heaven. All got on board. And Han Sen also began to sense that something was wrong. Wonder why they don't get on the ship. Isn't it going to the other side of the river? That's when it happened. Some kind of creature at the bottom of the river. It seems to be slowly coming to the surface. At this time, Han Sen also noticed something unusual. In the blink of an eye, a black jade ball of the divine snow gathering jumped from the bottom of the river. Stir up the waves. Directly overturned the surrounding inflatable boats. Quite a few strong men who act as cannon fodder. It was not by the power teeth of the black jade ball on the spot. I only know when I see the broken corpses of my companions. Immediately frightened, they desperately fled the scene. That's when it happened. Suddenly, several sword chi flashed. The brawny man who was the first to flee ashore was actually beheaded off on the spot by the Son of God. You shitty people won't run away after taking the money. Whoever dares to please Lao Tzu will cut him now. So the strong men did not dare to take a step back. Since there is no way out, I just fight for money. It's all stupid. I don't even want my life for money. The Son of God and the Son of Heaven watch the play on the shore. It's clear that everyone is going to die. They return to the middle of the river again. I plan to take advantage of the loss of the ink jade ball. Hurry across the river. But Han Sen had already seen through the conspiracy of the Son of God. They wanted to fill the creature's belly with human life. Drains his stamina. Then you can safely cross the river yourself. It's a shame. I must not die here. Meanwhile, reasonably, a dark shadow is rapidly approaching. This time, it was Han Sen's ship that the black jade ball attacked. Moreover, a few bad strong men have become his rations. Han Sen, on the other hand, jumped into the river. Take advantage of the chaos of the scene. Hansen summoned the Black Beetle to grant soul armor, quickly dived to the bottom of the river, and swam all the way to the other side, and several strong men dragged their exhausted bodies, fled back to shore. There was originally a team of 30 or 40 people. In the end, there were only 7 suns left. The Black Jade Ball is full. It shouldn't be too risky to cross the river now. The Son of God saw that he had succeeded in his scheme. It was finally decided to cross the river. After they crossed the river smoothly, continue to the end of the cave. It turned out to be 2 eggs in the middle of the pool. It is the true purpose of the Son of God. Haha, there are still 2 eggs for the blood creatures. This time my God genes can be increased again. The Son of God is quite cautious. He immediately ordered 2 substitutes. Go over and get the eggs back. These 2 men actually dared to steal 2 giant eggs. Can be a second. A huge bath bulb suddenly emerged from the water. I saw him open his bloody mouth, let out an angry wail. The Son of God saw that the dome was about to arrive. Finally, I couldn't help but rush forward. Luo Tianyang immediately issued an order. Everyone followed the Son of God. At this time, the Son of God quickly fled after snatching the giant egg. But Luo Tianyang rushed forward. I saw him grab the 2 men. Then he actually saw the 2 of them towards the bath bomb. Threw it over. By the time they reacted, it was too late. The Son of God even began to snicker, ha ha ha. The flesh and genes of the God's blood creatures are mine. When the Son of God ran to a corner, a sudden arm caught him off guard. The Son of God took this heavy blow head on. The 2 giant eggs were also thrown into the air. I didn't expect Hansen snatched the treasure from the hands of the Son of God again. He took advantage of the Son of God to cover his wounds in a daze. Immediately fled the scene. The Son of God came back to his senses and angrily congratulated the gold coin. It's you again? At this time, Hansen was complacent, and I had just come ashore. I didn't expect to pick up a cheap one again. So lucky. But unexpectedly, by the river, another Black Jade Ball has been waiting for a long time. Hansen was stunned for a moment. Why is there another one? Meanwhile, behind him came the curse of the Son of God. See how I kill you this time. Hansen seemed to have a countermeasure. He took the initiative to throw a giant egg to him to catch it. 1 for each person. How about we work together to deal with the big snake first? But the Son of God gritted his teeth. The ghost is one with you. Today I will also take the eggs, and men will be killed. That's when it happened. The giant egg in the hand of the Son of God began to crack, and the branches and leaves flowed out. Luo Tianyang immediately sensed that something was wrong, and the bath bomb in front of me saw that the egg was broken. Immediately went berserk. Open your mouth and prepare to pounce. At this moment, the Son of God knew that he had been calculated again. Give me the gold coins. The screen turns. Hansen was holding his bulging belly. I robbed the Son of God twice. The God blood level creature is probably very aggrieved. Ate the eggs of the bath bomb. My God gene has increased to 13. Another step on the road to becoming stronger. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a familiar voice was heard. You can really hide. Didn't come out for half a month. Do you think I'm going to let you go? The screen turns. The 2 entered the gladiators and changed into fighting uniforms. The strings are constantly fiddling with 1 finger. I won't trouble you again after winning against me. You're almost 100 nerves, and not only experience and training in the army. There are also countless high-level beast souls. How could I possibly beat you? We don't need beast souls. If only you could catch me with 50 moves. The battle between us was written off. Hansen readily agreed, and I won't attack. I don't believe that I can't even stop you with 50 moves. This beauty actually wants to go head-to-head with a man. He put on a posture and said, "You strike first." But that's not the end of the story. The opponent slammed a punch straight into his face. Cover it deeply. The nose was stunned for a few seconds. And you don't talk about martial arts. Han's son hurriedly apologized, sorry. Haven't you started yet? I'll go. Now I am full of thoughts. Hurry up and leave here. Shot too fast. Qin Xian did not continue to alternate. Once again, the contempt was announced, but the voice did not fall. Han's son threw a straight punch into his face again. Seeing this, Han's son hurriedly explained, you said at first, I thought, but I secretly rejoiced in my heart. There are too few chances to hit him. I can't stop. Qin Xian finally couldn't bear it anymore. Crazy on the spot. I'm going to kill you. He punched directly. Han's son's snot and saliva flowed together. Then it was like going berserk. Crazy combos at Han's son. Han's son spat out a mouthful of old blood. I can only keep begging for mercy. After Qin Xian's unilateral abuse, Han's son dragged the face of a locomotive. Get out of the fighting style. As a result, I really couldn't even catch his 50 moves. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is abused vegetables. Qin Xian washed his body after abusing the vegetables. I always feel like I'm fighting that guy today. It's kind of weird, although he took advantage of my lack of sneak attack. But it hit me twice. Is it really just because of the sneak attack? Qin Xian suddenly became interested in Han's son. I'm going to study today's fight footage. His fist and kick kung fu is really poor. It can be said that it is very routine and does not know how to be flexible. But his power is explosive, and the move is very decisive. This feeling is like a killer. Give your best at the moment of your shot. Cover up the killing with an ordinary appearance. It's hard to guard against, but he's a small character. How can it be a killer? This quality of a saint. Is it talent or nurture? But it doesn't matter what it is. This man's character is too bad. Despicable and obscene. I will never let him go. The next day, Han's son decisively came to the god of war martial arts hall. My fists and kicks here. Soft and hard kung fu are divided into beginner, intermediate, and high. Even the number of supernuclear genes can be taught. But Han's son had already made up his mind. He pointed to the high-level martial arts and evil spirits. That's what I'm going to learn. The boss is not stunned. Haunted by demons is not an ordinary high-level martial art. Are you up to par with your physical fitness? Han's son directly took out his card. You don't have to worry about that. 1 million swipe card. Since practicing ice machine martial arts, I'm much more physically fit than before. And Dad said it. Evil spirits haunt women and have a special smile. Qin Xian, you wait for me. The screen turns. Han's son was looking at the projection room with a red face and red ears. This is actually a living teaching video of the boss. Grabbing, touching, and hugging. What a shame. It's the first time Han's son has been so disappointed in his father, Dad. I didn't expect you to be such a dad. If I used these tricks on Qin Xian, he must have thought I was a nasty critic. But the money was spent. Even then, you have to learn. Ginhuan. You better not mess with me. Otherwise, I'll use you as a sparring partner. This bronze-toothed beast finally succeeded in evolving into a mutant bronze tooth. It seems that it was crystals that allowed him to evolve. Go ahead and let him evolve into a godblood bronze tooth beast. Han's son came to the field. Speaking of which, the son of God doesn't seem to be looking for gold coins lately. Is it to give up? Then he couldn't wait to summon Sung Qin, Xian's mutant beast soul, in exchange. Soon one was not yet in the palm of his hand. The big little black cat appeared in front of him. Han's son was not stunned. That's too small, isn't it? Is this a pet type beast soul? There are two common beast souls, combat type and mount type. Will this pet type beast soul have combat effectiveness? Han's son pointed to the triangular spirit beast in the distance. Mutate the three-eyed cat to kill the creature. At this time, a triangular spirit beast was grazing. Something was wrong. Seeing a kitten that wasn't alive or dead dare to pounce. It was accompanied by a scream from the three-eyed cat. Poor him was thrown off the spot. He rolled on the ground for a while. Han's son suddenly sweated. It's the first time I've seen such a weak mutant beast soul. Was almost killed in seconds. Han's son picked him up. I must have been tricked by Qin Xian. This little thing is powerless. It's very good at selling cuteness and showing weakness. Pet-type beast souls. I guess it's for ornamental use. Looks like I'm going to have to hunt on my own. Han Sen sprinted towards the triangular spirit beast. Today's dinner has been confirmed to be yours. After a few days in the wild, Han Sen was grilling meat. He handed a piece of meat to the kitten. Look at your greedy look. Eat it. Han Sen thinks this little kitten is very strange. Obviously, the soul doesn't need to eat. Injury or hunger can recall the void cultivation. But he eats more deliciously than I do. After these days of hunting, Han Sen's original genes have been completed. Although the cat didn't help. But it also brought a lot of fun. By the way, I also helped him name Meow June. That's when it happened. A cry for help was heard not far away. A man in the mountains is running away. Brother in front, help me. But Han Sen not only didn't go to save him. Instead, they ran away. It turned out that the man had provoked a large group of fierce beasts. Brother, don't run. I'll give you the money. You can have as much as you want. Han Sen ran to himself. If you have money, you have to spend your life. Those beasts can trample us into mud. Han Sen came to a mountain wall, climbed the cliff along the vines. The man followed closely behind his brother. Pull me up. Pull me up. The man was with the help of Han Sen. I finally took it off smoothly. Han Sen casually asked a friend, "What the hell have you done to hurt nature? Attract so many beasts to hunt you down." The man handed over the cigarette and didn't mention it. I've been on the road for too long. The beast soul on his body is also sold. I'm starving. When he ate a cub, he ate a young beast. Han Sen recognized this cigarette. This kind of smoke in the Black Forest is very expensive. It seems that this person's identity is not ordinary. Brother Sen, my name is Lin Beifeng. Anyway, how far away this place is from our glory shelter? If you ask about the Steel Armor shelter, after walking for 10 days, you will arrive at the glory sanctuary. I do not know. The man was immediately shocked. No way. I went to another shelter. 2 men were violently assaulted by a large group. Yun Beast is trapped on the cliff wall. Brother Sun, do you have water and food on you? I'm so hungry right now. Han Sen pulled out water and meat. 10,000 for a glass of water. 10,000 pieces of jerky. Lin Beifeng was stunned on the spot. You are too expensive. Shouldn't we get along? You pay for the food. Isn't that a good way to get along? Lin Beifeng plans to give me more credit first. Wait until I get back to the shelter. I'll pay you back 4 times the price. Soon the 2 spent days on the cliff face. But below a large group of fierce permissions. But the beast would not go away, because there is not much water and jerky left. So Han Sen began to look for another way out. Han Sen was the first to climb up the vine. I'm physically stronger than you. Let's explore the way first. Lin Beifeng is hard, Brother Dawson, be careful. You must not leave me behind. Han Sen climbed up along the mantine. I didn't expect the first actual battle haunted by evil spirits. It's actually rock climbing. This crooked feeling is quite exciting. But the scene in front of him shocked him. Here it is. There is a giant about the size of his own. Eggs are so big. How old does it have to be a creature to be born? Han Sen didn't say a word. Pierced the eggshell directly with his nose and hand. Then there is a taste of the branches and leaves that attract the dome. A big guy hiding on such a cliff. Maybe it's a god blood creature. Soon a prompt pops up to hunt the divine bloodstorm divine bird. Use flesh. Gain a little bit of the divine blood gene. Han Sen immediately laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Sure enough, yes. Take advantage of the fact that the storm divine bird has not returned. Drink all of these eggs quickly. At this time, it is on the cliff of Lin Beifeng's side. This horde of fierce beasts. In the end, the pursuit was abandoned. Lin Beifeng breathed a sigh of relief and finally left. In the future, even if you are hungry, you will not dare to provoke this group of masters. Meanwhile, Han Sen also crawled back. Lin Beifeng called Brother Dawson. How did it take so long to go up? I thought you were in danger. He stared at Han Sen's 6-month-old belly. How did you get pregnant after you went out for a while? Han Sen handed over a glass of juice and went over to say something. I found a godblood creature on it. The egg of the storm bird. Leaves you a glass of custard. Lin Beifeng suddenly drooled. It was really fake. And this kind of good thing, Lin Beifeng couldn't wait to drink it all. The system pops up a prompt to hunt the divine bloodstorm divine bird. Well, I didn't lie to you. It's a pity that I didn't get the god gene. Lin Beifeng clasped his arms with both hands. You're such a nice guy. I will repay you twice as much when I go back. Whether it's money or something else. If you need help, just ask. Han Sen was suddenly embarrassed. My reputation at the shelter is not very good. In the future, you should try to keep your distance from me. What do you think of me, Lin Beifeng? You saved me, and you are so righteous. How can I not be angry? If someone dares to be disrespectful to you, I'm going to make him look good. Looked at Lin Beifeng with a serious face. Han Sen's perfunctory, hard way. Let's go back first. Han Sen secretly said in his heart that this kid was straightforward enough. It's a friend worth making deeply. The bullet of the storm bird gave me 5 god genes. Now there are a total of 18 god genes. That's when it happened. Qin Xian appeared in front of him again. Han Sen forced a smile and greeted Station Master Qin. What a coincidence. But my heart was panicked. One batch is finished. I'm going to be entangled by this woman again. Come with me. Qin Xian didn't say a word of nonsense. Just turn around and leave. Han Sen, who had practiced divine skills, of course followed. Just go. I'm afraid you won't make it. The screen turns. The two came to the gladiator again, and changed into a fighting suit. I'm haunted by demons, and I'm perfect. It shouldn't be as bad as last time to deal with him. Take advantage of Han Sen's distraction. Qin Xian actually took the lead in attacking. Han Sen reacted in a timely manner, Station Master Qin. Why don't you shout to start? Qin Xian learned from you. Don't you like to take advantage of people's unpreparedness? Qin Xian turned around. Then he flew and kicked it. This man is characterized by sneak attacks and explosiveness. Just don't give him a chance. He will have no chance of winning. But Han Sen not only didn't dodge. Instead, he rushed over. I saw him hugging Qin Xian's thighs tightly with both hands. Qin Xian, who was touched by the sensitive area, instantly blushed. Han Sen took advantage of the situation and pressed his thigh to the ground. Qin Xian threw himself on the ground fiercely, and with a loud bang. I don't know if the steam bun has been crushed. Station Master Qin, is this considered that I won? Han Sen secretly rejoiced. It's wonderful to be haunted by evil spirits and deal with women. Dad didn't lie to me. Qin Xian was immediately annoyed and embarrassed, a shameless guy. You're not going to win me for the rest of your life. As soon as the words fell, Han Sen's back suddenly. A powerful energy emerged. Then it turned into a head, a flood beast with teeth and claws. When he saw that the situation was not good, he immediately fled. Qin Xian, you foul. We said we don't need to give souls. The soul priest doesn't seem to have mercy. If it weren't for Han Sen's timely dodge, the end is definitely the same as the wall behind you. Crush on the spot. Han Sen was also the first time. Feels such an overwhelming oppression. Meanwhile, Qin Xian's anger seemed to have subsided a lot. The soul dissipates with it. He stared at the woman in front of him. I can't help but feel a sense of loss or no. The degree of body purification and fighting skills. The experience is much worse than him. I thought I was getting stronger. The result is an absolute strength. It's a weak chicken at all. At this time, the strings also pinched and sweated. This guy can actually lock me up. The beast soul that made me explode in a fit of rage. It shows that he is stronger than last time. Have you been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? Caused me to have such a big ball. See how I fix you. In the next few days, Qin Xian had been looking for Han Sen to fight. He thought Han Sen was deliberately letting go. Be serious for me. You should be more than that. Hansen secretly said that he was fighting with me all day long. Looks like I'm really. I also took advantage of this opportunity. Practice your skills. Anyway, there are such powerful beauties for free sparring. It's a rare opportunity. The man had just come out of a gladiator. Was called Brother Sun. I'm past adulthood. You can now enter the sanctuary world. Hansen couldn't help but sigh. I didn't expect time to pass so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Shueshi, you're going to grow here too. That's when it happened. A car suddenly appeared in midair. It's slowly descending. Soon a man walked out of the little sister. I said it a long time ago. Just use the transmitter at home. Come to a place like a teleporter. It is inevitable that you will be entangled by some boring people. Shueshi hurriedly stepped forward to explain that Brother 4, don't get me wrong. He was my friend Hansen when I was a kid. At this time, Hansen stretched out his hand and greeted him in a friendly manner. But the fourth brother disdainfully said that people like you, not qualified to be a friend of the little sister. Don't pester him again. Otherwise, I'm not kind to you. After saying that, he was about to turn around and leave. At this time, Hansen responded with a sentence of, is it talking about me? The fourth brother suddenly looked back and looked at you. You were very unconvinced, right? Then I'll give you some color. The voice did not fall. The fourth brother has already raised his leg and is about to kick out. Hansen had already seen through his moves. Close hand-to-hand combat. Plagued by evil spirits, it is an ancestor. Even Qin Xian suffered. What are you? Hansen quickly dodged and left only an afterimage in its place. And he had already strode up from his side. Hansen easily lifted the collar of the fourth brother. He couldn't even react. Was thrown over the shoulder by Hansen on the spot. Slammed into the ground. Sudden pain. Made the fourth brother scream on the spot. Shueshi's face suddenly turned pale. Brother Sun, stop. Hansen didn't continue to pester. Your fourth brother is so strong. I can't fall it. It's just a gift to him for a man-to-man meeting. It's just a face-to-face salute. Hansen turned around and left, and it wasn't too early. I'll go back first. Shueshi will have time to eat together next time. At this time, the fourth brother smiled quite gloomily. Hansen is interesting. Hansen, right. Fourth brother, don't embarrass Brother Sun. He didn't mean to. How could I be embarrassed by him? Such a great gift to me. I'm going to give you a gift in return. The little sister invited him over to the house for dinner in a few days. The screen turns. Hansen was browsing the forum. I haven't had a chance to hunt strange beasts in the mountains lately. I can't make any money. Hurry up and find some business on the forum first. This is not the official website of the Alliance, though. But here the information of recruiting and trading. That's a lot. There are quite a few people who follow Iron. Hansen suddenly saw a familiar name. It was Lin Xiao's post. I actually registered with my real name. He wanted to buy the flesh and blood of beast souls and mutated creatures. And the bid is quite high. But these things are scarce now. It's not that easy to get your hands on. And another post inside. Someone recruits bodyguards at a high price. Ask for as long. It can deal with 10 primordial creatures alone. It's that simple. Sign up now. Although it is troublesome to protect these rookies to go hunting. However, 10,000 contracts a day. There are more than 150,000 in half a month. The second bronze crescent spear was destroyed by the snow dragon goose. Next, hurry up and find another weapon to take advantage of. This is an alloy bow from the Black Samurai series, and the alloy sword of the Sharp series. This bow and arrow combo is extremely lethal. The price on the market is 7 million. The iron has been hanging for a while. Nobody buys it. This bow is the Doomsday Soul of the Black Samurai series. The maximum range is 800 meters. It is easy to penetrate steel armor within 300 meters. But the difficulty is difficult. The forces must meet the standards of the Alliance. Only those who are above 7.0 can pull away. And I have the help of the Ice Muscle Jade Bone number. The strength barely reached 8.0. The use of bows and arrows was once practiced. But I only have 1 million left. Will the other party agree to sell it to me? I didn't see a reply for a long time. It's not online, or it's too little money. But 1 million want to buy this kind of good thing. It's a bit outrageous indeed. That's when it happened. Suddenly, the computer made a beeping sound. Hansen immediately became excited, didn't he? I actually agreed. And it was directly sent to the trading website. My luck can be said to be the king of kings. Soon on the next day, and he received it. The Spirit of Doom sent by the courier company. Hansen couldn't wait to try to draw the bow. It's a wonderful feel. Next time, I will rob the divine blood creature of the Son of God. You don't have to risk your money. 3 days later, Hansen came to the place where he applied for a bodyguard. Bought 20 Thunderbolt alloy swords, and 20 Flying alloy swords, plus the original 6 Pinnacle Series alloy swords. It should be enough for the time being. Unexpectedly, so many people came to apply for the position of bodyguard. Hansen was still naive, thought that the other party had recruited only one of him. This is a young master pointing at Hansen and saying filial piety. Isn't this a maniac? It's quite decent to carry a bow and arrows on your back. At this time, other applicants also heckled. You're not here to apply to protect them. Young masters. I think it's almost as good as the young master to protect you. Hansen replied helplessly. If you don't think I'm worthy to protect you, I can go now. But young Master Ayuan has to do it. You stay and be my bodyguard. Immediately caused other applicants to obstruct it. Are you sure, young master? If it's really in danger. He was the first to run. But Ayuan still insisted on handing over the contract. I'll choose him. Choose yourselves, and then choose others. A strong man deliberately bumped into him and teased. You're in luck. Don't let down young Master Yuan's kindness. Hansen said lightly, my luck has always been very good. The screen turns. A few big men protected several young masters. Let's go to the wild jungle. A bodyguard pointed into the distance and shouted, look, there are primitive creatures over there. At this moment, a dark shadow appeared, skimmed quickly through the dense forest not far away. And these crooked melons have long been in order to express themselves. They all rushed forward. And Hansen, it is unhurried from. Hyundai pulled out an arrow, but he didn't pull the sword to the fullest, or just shoot an arrow out of his hand, since he didn't shoot the alien creatures. There were also a lot of laughing voices around. Hansen continued to draw his sword. The willfulness of the Doomsday Soul is really not to be said. But I'm going to have to push a little bit harder. This is a bodyguard quipped. You can't shoot under 20 people. I'm embarrassed to be young Master Yuan's bodyguard. Hansen politely replied that I was practicing. The bodyguard said disdainfully, I'm still practicing at your level. It's a shame. Tang Hao also hurriedly cleared up the relationship and remembered. Don't say you know me. Several novice young masters faced 3 primitives. Dark-spotted beast. But resolutely did not let the bodyguard take action. But surprisingly, they act as newbies. Kill primitive-level creatures easily. This made Hansen couldn't help but admire. In fact, the qualifications of these young masters are very good. You need someone to protect you at first. It's just a lack of real combat experience. After a few days of exercise, I have also made a lot of progress. Now deal with primitives and creatures. It's already at ease. After all, it came out of an aristocratic school. The starting point is much higher than my integrated education. But it's there. When young Master Qing was cheering for himself happily. A dark-spotted beast that is not yet dead. Then open your eyes. Taking advantage of young Master Qing's defenselessness. Pounced head-on. However, these few bodyguards, it didn't even have time to react in any way. That's when it happened. A cheap historian shot out quickly with the sound of air currents. This is primitive. And the head of the black-spotted beast was shot through by Jian Shi on the spot, even though the spotted beast is dead. But young Master Ching still had lingering palpitations, and the rest of the bodyguards are constantly tossing and turning corpses to vent their anger. It didn't take long for the black-spotted beast to be riddled with holes. The flesh was blurred, and the bodyguard learned that young Master Ching was fine, only to breathe a sigh of relief. Then he changed his style, pointing the finger at Han Sen's ass madness. "What kind of sword do you shoot? I almost hurt young Master Ching just now." Han Hao even congratulated a few words. Soon behind them, young Master Yuan. He cursed. "Me bodyguards to see this." Immediately stepped forward to scold Han Sen for not hearing it. "Young Master Yuan, a fart maniac, told you to get out." But young Master Yuan, angrily grabbed the bodyguard by the collar. "I'm telling you to get out. The money you take must keep us safe." But just now, when Ah Ching was in danger, what have you all done? One by one, they didn't react at all. And now, for the only one who has stepped forward, bad words against each other. What a face. "Don't let me see you in the future." But the man was still cheeky and said, "Young Master, you can let us roll. However, according to the contract, you are in breach of contract. The rest of the money must be paid to us." Young Master Yuan, who has always been wealthy. "I don't care about any breach of contract." I saw him pull out a large plate of banknotes, throw it towards the sky. Useless stuff. Men are unwilling. "If you say cruel things to Han Sen, you'll see." Han Sen replied lightly, "It's okay not to leave." At this time, young Master Ching, who had just almost died, I walked over and thanked him. His signature on the contract is called Han Sen, and he uses the Doomsday Soul from the Black Warrior series. The strength must be at least up to the League standard. 7.0 can be pulled away. Young Master Ching suddenly embarrassed 7.0. Is he so powerful? I'm talking about the least. He just drew his bow and shot arrows in one go. And it's extremely accurate. I should have 8.0 in power by eyesight. Brother Sun, let's make friends. You may need to be troubled later. Even the young master was polite. You'll choose to hire me at first. Presumably. I must have recognized this Doomsday Soul at that time. Such a rich, discerning, and reasonable lord. It's hard to find. A man was just trying to get into town, but you were blocked by a few strong men, and you came back. But maniac, you made Lao Tzu make so much less money. Lao Tzu is very unhappy. As soon as the words fell, Lu Feng had the courage to take out a dagger in front of everyone, rushed towards Han Sen. Han Hao secretly said, "Han Sen, you fool. I can't help you with the trouble you've caused." But unexpectedly, Han Sen in front of him seemed to have disappeared. Lu Feng's power blows. It could only hit the afterimage. Han Sen, who has lost his trace, suddenly grabbed Lu Feng's wrist and easily crushed it to the ground. By the way, he also seized his dagger. Han Hao suddenly embarrassed. His speed just now was suddenly so fast. I felt like I was dazzled. This scene also frightened everyone present. The fart maniac actually put it. Poor Lu Feng. Impossible. Lu Feng's physical fitness has reached 6.7. Lu Feng was annoyed and angry on the spot. What are you still doing in a daze? Hack this bastard to death. As soon as the words fell, Han Sen pushed him harder. The arm is folded in the opposite direction. Soon the bones made a clicking sound. The pain made Lu Feng's face hideous, and he kept screaming. Han Sen said coldly, "You have too many dirty words." Meanwhile, the rest of the brawny men picked up the guys. A swarm rushed forward, but Han Sen was quite calm. Block all attacks with just one hand. It didn't take long. All the weapons in their hands were destroyed. Everyone was shocked. What just happened? A rare alloy knife from the steel cutting series. Lu Feng, the second goods, actually used such a good thing. The price of this knife is not low. 1 or 2 million or more. It just so happens that I am also missing a short pen that I can use. Han Hao stared at him in disbelief. Is this guy really the Han Sen I know? It's not like he can't beat even a primitive creature. Isn't it just a day to kill black beetles? He's a lot worse than me. But why now? Han Sun said coldly, Lu Feng. This good knife is simply overkill on you. Then he put the pen into its scabbard. Righteously say that this good knife belongs to me. Han Sun walked slowly towards the shelter. And these strong men who have suffered losses. I didn't dare to stop it anymore. But at this moment, Luo Tianyang blocked Han Sen's way. But maniac, you're not a little daring. Now even my subordinates are moved. Brother Rogo bit off my arm as a bastard. And snatched my knife. You have to avenge me. But what Lu Feng got in exchange was a curse. Useless stuff. Shame on me. Luo Tianyang began to swing his long whip. But maniac, today I want you to know how you died. Han Sun did not show weakness either. Struggled to block Luo Tianyang's long whip. It's so powerful. It is said that his physical fitness has reached 9.6. It seems to be true. Luo Tianyang began to look pale. You can stop my whip. When did this waste become so strong? No, this person must not stay. It will definitely be a disaster in the future. This man who was once called a waste by the whole city, finally hardened once, seeing that he dared to aim his bow and arrow at himself. Luo Tianyang was stunned on the spot. He actually dared to be tough with Luo Tianyang. Everyone was shocked, and the fart maniac was dying. This is the henchman of the son of heaven of Brother Luo. Han Sun said secretly in his heart, although maintained the bow drawing posture for a long time. It's a big drain on me, but I must not show weakness at such times. As long as Luo Tianyang dares to act rashly. I killed him with one shot. But at this moment, the most powerful woman in this steel-armored shelter, he brought a large group of people with him. Han Sun, put down your sword. Then the style of painting changed. Luo Tianyang. You put the whip away too. Of course Luo Tianyang refused. Sister Qin, this ass maniac used to be disrespectful to you. Dare to do it with me today. I must get rid of him. As soon as the words fell, Qin Xian casually threw out a cluster of purple energy. Hit Luo Tianyang's whip-wielding arm with precision. Luo Tianyang lost his balance. Fell off the horse on the spot. Qin Xian glanced at him with his peripheral vision. I'll discipline my people. No one else needs to interfere. After speaking, he walked through Han Sen's eyes in a dashing manner, and leave a sentence in a daze. After leaving, Han Sun was speechless for the first time, and Luo Tianyang can't afford to provoke Qin Xian. He could only watch Han Sun enter the city. It immediately caused a lot of discussion. Qin Xian said that the fart maniac was his man. It turns out that he is so good. It seems to be a unified love. It's disgusting. I'm not going to stop there. Absolutely will not draw. As soon as the face turned, Qin Xian invited Han Sun to join the shrine group. Was rejected by a mouthful. But Qin Xian said that you offended Luo Tianyang today. Do you think he'll let you go without me covering you? Besides, you can use the spirit of doom. Prove that you have a certain level. Han Sun said disdainfully to Miss Qin, thank you for your kindness. I solved my own affairs on my own. In the entire steel-armored shelter, only I have God in the way. Follow me. It will be good for you to get into a military school in the future. Han Sun turned around suddenly, who said that I was going to be admitted to the military school. I haven't been able to pass the test in real time yet. Qin Xian said yes. This standard is difficult for the average person, but it's nothing at all for you. Han Sun was stunned on the spot. He seems to have something to say. What do you mean by that? You seem like a rookie, though, but it's actually very powerful. It doesn't matter how you get stronger. For me, it's all about recruiting useful people. Han Sun mentioned it in passing. Then I did that to you before. Don't you get angry. Qin Xian's face immediately changed drastically, and he was not allowed to mention that incident again. If you don't go to military school, there is no noble title. Wait until you reach the age of military service. Can only be an ordinary soldier as cannon fodder. Han Sun disagreed. How do you know that I can't get the title of nobility? He said secretly in his heart, as long as I continue to practice martial arts. And through crystals, higher levels of genes are obtained. The title of nobility is just around the corner. Xingxian angrily lifted his collar. I said you can't get it. You won't be able to get it. Do you want to give it a try? Han Sun became cowardly in a second. I understood. I joined Shrine Valley. But in my heart, it is clear that it is very hateful. This woman has the power of the military. If you really want to fix me, I guess it's going to be hard to get through. The man was taking his sister with him, on the way to school. But not far away, I accidentally saw his shamelessness. As second uncle, the child he was holding, and the woman beside him. Who could it be? Looks like I've stumbled into something interesting. Soon, several people awkwardly bumped into each other. The second uncle learned that Han Sun was here to send Yin Yin to school. Shamelessly said, Shenghua's tuition fees are in the millions. It seems that the big brother has dominated the company for so many years. I did swallow a lot of money. Then he pointed at Han Sun and said cruel words. I'll tell you. The money was all the money of the Han family. It must be taken out and divided. Otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Han Sun fainted coldly. Second uncle, will you look at the contract? The contract is clearly written. Spent that 2 million. Any of you. I can't take a penny from my house anymore. The second uncle was annoyed and angry. You are cheating. I'll go find your mom when I get back. Han Sun said that you dare to trespass on private residences. I have the right to shoot you outright. As soon as this remark came out, I remember that the second uncle fought on the spot. He even threw his fist at Han Sun regardless of his face. But unexpectedly, Han Sun easily took his punch with just one hand. This was followed by an over-the-shoulder fall. The second uncle was smashed to the ground by him on the spot. Han Sun stared at his second uncle deadly. If you want to die, just come to my house and try it. At this time, the woman was holding the scared and crying child. Ran out in a panic. Don't be afraid, son. I'll take you to school first. I'm going to call the police and arrest this person. Han Sun ignored the woman. Instead, he pulled out the memory chip. That woman was pretty just now. The little boy is also very cute. What do you think if the second aunt sees him? Second uncle, aren't you all recording because you're stunned? I saw him raise his trembling hand. Trying to snatch the chip, bastard. Delete it for me. Han Sun grabbed his wrist hard instead. The second uncle screamed in pain on the spot. Han Sun's filial piety is a family. Everything is good to discuss. As long as the second uncle gives me 2 million. I can also delete it. But the sweaty second uncle still had a hard mouth. You're trying to choke his wrist like that. Han Sun pushed harder. At this time, in the anvil. The second uncle on the board also had to agree to his request. Han Sun finally warned his second uncle. I'll delete the video. But when to delete it depends on my mood. Also, don't go to my house to find trouble in the future. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences. Han Sun, you untrustworthy bastard. He stared at his deformed wrist, which was about to be choked. When did this kid become so wicked? It's a different person than before. At this time, Han Sun was annoyed, was delayed by the second uncle. Yun Yun was almost late, but I didn't scare him just now. Later, when I talked to me, my voice became quieter. In the future, let's be less animals in front of Yun Yun. He's still young. Han Sun unconsciously walked to the physical fitness testing center. I happened to practice Doomsday Soul a few times. I don't know if the strength has increased. Let's go in and test it out. A man named Zhao Basan, and 16.67 seconds to complete the fitness test. Although this result is quite good, but I didn't play well in the final stage. You should be able to get it at all. Keep working hard to become the captain of a starship. Ollie gave him a look up at the warning sign. How could anyone use it? I also deliberately chose a time when there were fewer people to test. It was just me. He came to the surveillance screen. I'm going to see who knows how to get stitches like that. Zhao Basan was not stunned. This person. I actually want to use the B-Soul to break through the robot armor. But even that didn't work. As an unevolved, if you can cross 60 meters, you will be considered a pass. 70 meters is considered good. 80 meters is excellent. 90 meters is considered advanced. Finish through 100 meters is super. My test result just now was 76 meters. And this person has the blessing of collecting souls. At most, it's just over 80 meters. But that's not the end of the story. This one, the mystery man in the case of using soul fusion, actually smashed all the robots in one go. The scene in front of him deeply shocked Xiao Basan. The test rating is actually 3S level. The time was 7.88 seconds. No, it takes so little time to clear the customs at once. It's too violent. What kind of sacredness is this fierce man? However, in the blink of an eye, he had just lost his mind. This mysterious man has disappeared without a trace. Soon, a post on the internet suddenly went viral. Streets. Everyone knows this violent god of 7 seconds and 88 seconds. There are even many people who think that person is Brother Bai. The screen turns. At the villa by the sea. The news soon followed. Tang Jinlu was wiping his sweat and walked over. What's wrong, Ling Feng? I'm just finished. I'm going to take a shower. Ling Feng opens the results panel. Tang Jinliu was stupid on the spot. I rely on it. 7 seconds, 883S rating. Who is this guy? The photographer did not see his true face. His genes are other than those of God. Almost close to full duty. And he also cultivated a good super and genetic technique. The soul granting used is also God level. Tang Jinliu immediately had a big head after hearing this. Don't just say it's useless. I just want to know who he is. I finally got through those perverts. Enter the second God's patron. If this guy dares to stop me from participating, this year's top 10 divine sun battles, I'll just kill him. Ling Feng didn't think it could have such a level. The identity background is certainly not ordinary. It has something to do with the military. Do you really anyone else? Didn't I vent my anger? Don't take it seriously. But I'm still really curious about his identity. This strength, enough to affect the situation in the entire shelter. Soon, at the teleportation battle 2 days later, Han's son hurried back. I've only been away for a few days. Qin Xian was like shouting souls. Told me to come back immediately. I'm a big man, and I have no trouble in front of him. You go to Yang Manli right now to report. Officially join the Shrine Group. I'm going to talk to Xingyu Group about cooperation now. You better get it done before I get back. Han's son said secretly. The Son of God is the son of the Xingyu Group. And my dad's death was also related to this company. But what kind of business does Qin Xian have with them? At this time, Qin Xian suddenly turned around. You should understand by now. I have good intentions for letting you join the Shrine Group. I'm covered. He doesn't dare to touch you easily. The screen turns. Han's son, according to Qin Xian's instructions, came to Yang Manli's office. I didn't expect the leader of the Shrine Group. It's a sexy beauty with a hot body. Are you Hansen? You're 10 seconds behind the time you said you wanted. Han's son immediately explained that Station Master Qin had come to me to lecture me just now. So before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Manli. So you mean that Qin Xian harmed you for being late? I was late and wanted to dump the pot on others. Such people deserve to be disciplined. Then he handed over a contract. Hurry up and fill this out. Hansen secretly said in his heart, what was the situation with this woman? I don't know each other. Why does it feel so hostile to me? Yang Manli suddenly teased him. What are the strengths of people like you? Qin Xian actually admitted you exceptionally. Hansen stared at the pair of hurricanes. I couldn't help but choke up. It wasn't this team leader. I can't fill out the form properly because of you. I just finished filling out the form. Qin Xian launched a communication to ask for Nayli. Now come to my office. Bring Han's son with you. Soon 3 people were watching a segment. Videos of training that exploded throughout the shelter. Manly look. The video caused a big stir online. Han's son was stunned on the spot. Isn't this my image at the test center? Whoever is idle hurts the egg. I was actually paid to record me. I guess it's not going to be exposed. They recognize. This person is the son of heaven who stole God in the first place. The gold coins of the creatures written by God. Unfortunately, no one knows his true face. Qin Xian passed this video. It is more certain that the gold coin has the divine crab and beast soul armor. And he also cultivated some kind of high-level super genes. Technique. And now the most important thing is the place in the image. It is Lo Ka Hin's physical fitness testing center. Find a way to find him. This person will be very useful to us. But Luo Jessen. There are no special celebrities and big tycoons at all. It's hard to imagine. What force can cultivate such a character? If we can get the Golden Emperor to join us. Hunt the blood creatures in the future. There is no need to cooperate with the Son of God and Brother Quan. Hansen finally understood. Last time, Qin Immortal was from Luo Tianyang's hands. It's also to recruit talents. It's really a thirst for talent. Hansen said casually. I heard that this gold coin has always been a loner. It's not so easy to be pulled in. But Qin Xian had already prepared, and there was no need to worry. If it really doesn't work, there is still Monli's beauty plan. Young Monli can also see through. I don't mind. I'm afraid he's not a man enough. Hear that? Hansen suddenly made up this tempting picture in his mind. It's really sweaty. Are these two women so open-minded? This man came to the shrine group on the first day. Just a short route. He subconsciously said hello to Su Xiaoqiao. But Su Xiaoqiao didn't know him without armor at all. Han Sun was not stunned, because, before, he used the identity of gold coins to contact him. Fortunately, it came back in time. Everybody knows. At the beginning of the Sunset Slope, it was you who took the lead in shouting Brother by first. Su Xiaoqiao laughed at me. Am I so famous? But if it weren't for me, how can Brother Bai be so popular now? After some conversation, the two were very angry. Su Xiaoqiao also secretly told Han Sun that he was here. Be careful. Yang Na made the woman a sadist. Perverted very. Hansen also has a deep understanding that I have met him. Sort of indeed. But that's not the end of the story. A sudden curse came from behind him. Let the two of them shrink their necks sharply. At this time, young Monli was staring at them with anger. The two of them suddenly turned blue. They glanced at each other. It's over. Young Monli decided to rectify the two of them. 7.0 power per person, 1,000 pieces. When to finish the practice and when to go. If I'm lazy, I'll see how I clean up. Oh heavens. Isn't that killing me? My strength has just reached 7.0. Team leader Yang, we know it's not okay to be wrong. Hansen comforted and said goodbye to being so depressed. No one else is there anyway. We just practice as we please. But Su Xiaoqiao was extremely excited. Brother, you're so naive. He'll send someone to keep an eye on you. If a person crosses the line, it doesn't count. 1,000 pieces are indispensable. Han Sun said helplessly, then practice. Anyway, there is no time set. Then he said with a serious face that he remembered it. It's good for men to last a little longer. The power of Hansen's 9.1 pulls the power of 7.0 is not a matter at all. But Su Xiaoqiao has to suffer a little. But if you can stick to it, it will also improve a lot. At this time, several team members pass by. After teasing it, you can practice your sword well. Tomorrow we're going to hunt the blood creatures early in the morning. This kind of good thing is not as angry as you. Zhu Xiaoqiao asked a divine blood creature. I don't know, but the man said that he had found it by the Son of God. Call the men of our steel-clad regiment to help. Hansen glanced at the Son of Heaven. Could it be that Qin Xian met with the psychological group before? That's what it's about. At this time, Deputy Team Leader Lu appeared. Interrupted their conversation. What are you doing with so much nonsense? Keep practicing. Seeing this, Su Xiaoqiao immediately handed over the banknote, and Deputy Team Leader Lu did. Can you help me talk to Team Leader Yang? Take me tomorrow too. But he pushed it away and gave me this set. What place are you in our shrine group? Then the style of painting changed. Don't think that you came in with the face of Station Master Qin. You can just mess around. The shrine group does not raise waste. All 1,000 pieces requested by Team Leader Yang must be shot. Otherwise, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Han Sun made a joke. Looks like we can't be lazy. The shrine group is really strict. But Su Xiaoqiao immediately scolded and said strict fart. Usually Lu Hongtao doesn't take less money from me. What a pack today. He looked at Brother Han Sun. I think the surname Lu is targeting you. The surname Lu is interesting to Deputy Team Leader Yang. Usually it's just a licking dog. He probably knows that Deputy Team Leader Yang is dissatisfied with you. That's why I deliberately made things difficult. Han Sun said with annoyance. It's all gonna hit me on the head. I'm so wronged. This man who was once spurned by the whole city. Archery is being practiced. I saw him loosen the mustard neatly. See how you hit the center of the target with incredible precision. Su Xiaoqiao was suddenly embarrassed, and I went. At a distance of 150 meters, the red star is in the center. The practice of Hansen's Secret Road 7.0. It's a lot lighter than the Spirit of Doom. Continuous archery is not a problem. It's also easier to grasp the essentials. Soon the sword handle was filled with dense swordsmen, and it's all near the center. This scene deeply shocked Su Xiaoqiao. 40 consecutive shots are so high. Brother, you can't hide it. And the scorekeeper next to me couldn't help but be surprised. This is the speed of being single for 30 years. Is he really a maniac? The eyes are not flowering. In a blink of an eye, it has attracted a large number of onlookers. He seems to have drawn the bow with his right hand all the time. Never changed hands. The strength doesn't seem to have weakened either. Not even a drop of sweat flowed from his head. But Lu Hongtao disagreed. What's the big deal? This kind of person can't become the climate after all. Han Sun glanced at Su Xiaoqiao. Don't be lazy. Hurry up and practice. Press for time. Su Xiaoqiao was deeply impressed by his buddy. If you can really let the two of us go to tomorrow's hunt. After killing, you will be my Su Xiaoqiao's idol. Han Sun smiled evilly, believing that I could. At the current rate, it can be done at midnight at most. In any case, the godblood creatures can't be missed. At this time, Yang Monli was watching him in the observation room. Han Sun scolded as if he really had some ability. It seems that Qin Xian has chosen the right person. But, can you be a group again? It's up to you to make it. After a long time, the whole exercise, the swordsmanship of the field, is full of dense sword history. Su Xiaoqiao knelt on his knees. We were really before dawn. Shot all 2,000 arrows. But my hands feel like they're going to be scrapped. Han Sun asked him to hurry up and rub some medicine. Don't delay tomorrow's business. We don't know yet. I'm going to hunt some god creature tomorrow. What should I do to prepare? But Su Xiaoqiao had already inquired during the day. There is no such thing as information that money can't buy. Liang Donley's female assistant told me. Tomorrow's target is a flying godblood creature. Flying godblood creatures. That's not a small challenge. There are very few people who know how to shoot arrows. That's why I asked our shrine team for help. Han Sun fell into deep thought. Flying godblood creatures are hard to lock onto. Ordinary alloy swords can't deal with it at all. You'll have to find a sword that contains Z-Steel. It's night. Han Sun began to search for Z-Steel. This new type of metal. On India and Resilience. All of them are far more than ordinary steel. Just add 0% of the ground steel to the alloy. The performance of the weapon will be significantly improved. But I don't think I can afford it with the money I have left. Doomsday Soul has 0.4% steel content. Wages barely reach 0.5%. If you see it, it must be at least higher than these two values. This arrow can be affordable. Contact the seller as soon as possible. A man wears shuttle in the alleys of the red light district. Many beautiful women waved at him. But Han Sun only dared to bow his head and walk through the whole process. It's so mysterious on the phone. I didn't expect it to be this kind of place. Soon a man was found around a corner. Motioned for him to pass. The man asked snuckily, "Are you going to buy a sword?" Then he handed over an arrow. "I forged this by hand. You can try it first. If you are satisfied, you will give money." Hansen took out his pen and had good skills. "But I don't know if I can withstand this knife." But the man laughed. "Chopping steel series of knives. Whatever." Hansen spared no effort to directly aim at the sword finger and slash it. Surprisingly, this steel chopping knife actually broke a small piece on the spot. And this sword did not leave the slightest scratch. This sword has a steel content of at least 0.7%. Sure enough, it's a good thing. I asked for this sword. It is made from the bearings of stellar warships. The Z steel content is 1.2%. I'm not going to misrepresent it. And my craft, not those machines. The things that are made can be compared. Hansen handed over the banknotes, and I was a little skeptical at first. It seems that I am too careful. The man glanced at Hansen. "Look for me next time you need it." The next day at the gate of the steel-clad shelter, a large number of people gathered. Luo Tianyang stared ahead and said, "Son of Heaven, you see that guy is here too. He actually dared to follow Qin Xian over. You're going to die there this time. Just shake hands with the leaders of the two sides." And after a polite exchange of words, Luo Tianyang still couldn't help but come over and tease. "When did the shrine group mix in this kind of crumbs?" Please glared at him first. "Luo Tianyang, I think you don't have a good memory. I've already said he's my man." The Son of God immediately acted as a servant of the elderly. "Preach that this is what it does. Don't embarrass Qin Xian." The screen turns. The two teams finally came to the edge of a cliff. Qin Xian said that I would take people to the bottom of the mountain, cast out the god-blood creature. Everyone is doing things according to the plan. In order to show his sincerity, the Son of God gave good gifts in public. These 100 groom swords with a Z-rigid content of 1%. You can give it to your subordinates. Then he pointed at Han Sung and said, "But it had to be someone other than him." Yang Monli stood up. "Why can't she give it to Han Sun? He is also a member of my shrine group." "So what? The Xian Busy Sword was provided by me free of charge. I should have the right to dictate who will use it." Yang Monli stopped talking nonsense. "This operation is led by you. Then do as you say." It seems that the Son of God is determined to target Han Sun. They don't even give me face. It's disgusting that this guy is pretending to be a force. I really want to slap him to death. Soon all the elite team members, all prioritized for the best locations, and Han Sun and Su Xiaoqiao, but was placed in the place with the worst view. "Brother Sun, why aren't you angry? I want to go up and beat Luo Tianyang. Want to get their approval. You have to speak with strength. Otherwise, it's a joke. As long as we kill the god-blood creatures. If you're lucky, you'll definitely get the divine blood beast soul. Look at how the Son of God weeps." On the other side of this cliff are all the people of the Son of God. Once the god-blood creature flies out, they will definitely shoot with a wave of starlight swords. Let's take this ordinary alloy sword. It didn't hurt at all. This god's blood and creature are delicate and exquisite. It's being hunted by humans. Yang Monli pointed to the sky. Everyone listened to the order to shoot Z and Ling Long. But surprisingly, and not just his neck, even his wings, neither of them can be damaged by bows and arrows. This starlight sword doesn't seem to do him any harm. His feathers and rhombic armor felt harder than steel. Hansen pulled out the sword he had bought for 300,000 yuan, unless he was shot in the eye. Otherwise, at most, the starlight sword can only play the role of sunlight. But this sword has a maximum content of 1.2%. Once you ejaculate, it's gone. It has to be shot into the soul. Su Xiaoqiao suddenly woke up to Yang Palace. That's right. That's why the Son of God arranged so many people to ambush. I want to distract Purple Rain Ling Long. And then he was right here. The Son of God summoned a soul-receiving bow and arrow. Taking advantage of the purple rain, she was overwhelmed. Unleash a cold arrow that pierces his wings in an instant, and splash a lot of snowflakes. Pain. Let Ziyu Linglong let out a heart-rending wail. Shung. Han Sun decisively let go of the soul of doom. Now is not the time. Ziyu Linglong's defense was not broken. Wait. Meanwhile, Yang Monli also summoned a beast soul bow and arrow. God, I won't let you pick up the cheap. He shot several pieces with incredible precision, and there was an explosion at the wings of the purple rain. Explosions after explosions. His wings quickly fell to pieces. The Son of God shouted loudly that his wings were wounded. Can't fly far. Give me a blink of an eye. They all summoned their mounts and chased after them. And Han Sun and Su Xiaoqiao could only rely on their legs to hurry. They don't have a recycled beast soul bow and arrow. There are no beast soul mounts that can be ridden either. That's when it happened. Qin Xian rushed back in time. He shouted Han Sen's name as if to indicate something. It's Qin Xian. Did he catch up from under the cliff so quickly? At this time, Qin Xian stretched out his palm. While shouting, "Give it to me," Han Sun immediately paused. Without hesitation, he pounced. This sense of trust seems to be innate. Qin Xian lived up to his expectations and held his hand tightly. Then he took advantage of the situation and pulled him onto the mount. But Su Xiaoqiao was left behind. It would be useless to let him shout desperately. Han Sen hugged Qin Xuanai's slender waist. His face began to flush rapidly. This waist is really thin enough. It's his thin soul armor that is too much to feed. Don't touch your hands. I'll take you. It's because Manly said your archery skills are good. It worked for us. Hear that? Han Sen seemed to be thrown a plate of cold water head on. Of course I do. The chief of the criminal war is on the side of the Son of God at this time, because the peak is too steep. The crowd had to stop their progress. Soon, Qin Xian and Han Sen finally caught up with the team. How's Manly doing now? The Son of God looked back, almost pissed off the bastard. Actually sat on Qin Immortal's beast soul Mount Yang. Manly reported the situation. The god-blood creature flew to the top of the mountain. Even with the beast soul sword, you won't necessarily be able to kill him. What to do now? Somehow must be found to go up and kill him, or drive him down. Otherwise, wait until his body is completely healed. Our odds will be smaller. This man, in order to hunt the god-blood level child Linglong, I'm going to encourage these people to be cannon fodder. But whoever climbs the mountain, when the meat is divided, divide an extra portion. It was profitable for the crowd to hear it. Talking about it, it sounds like a good thing. You can eat a little more flesh and blood of god-blood creatures. You can increase the number of god-blood genes. And Han Sen on the side had already seen through everything. Sure enough, it's the same as the time when the desert desires. We'll only risk other people's lives. Qin Xian agreed with this plan and hurried up. If you want to get more meat, come up with me now. But the Son of God blindly manipulated Qin Xian. You don't have to go up. Just command below. Qin Xian decisively refused. There was nothing to command. I don't like to wait. The Son of God saw this. Immediately pushed Han Sun. Why don't you hurry up and protect Qin Xian? But he had other intentions in his heart. I'll let you go and never go back. What is this family planning? At this time, Han Sun was silently following behind Qin Xian, climbed towards the top of the mountain. Soon, the first people to climb up were unsurprisingly became Ziyu's delicate rations. His terrifying bite was simply outrageous. Many people were bitten into several small pieces on the spot. A touch of the hand, limb separation. The strings are strong and the command is immediately given. Everyone hurried to find obstacles to hide. Prepare to shoot purple rain Linglong, but hide behind the rocks. There are still quite a few of them. Purple Rain's delicate tail along with the rocks. Smash! Han Sun on the other hand, hid in a distant place and waited for the opportunity. Ziyu Linglong's injury was not light. Now so many people shoot in bursts. He should soon be unable to hold on. The next one can be used in a chicken bowl. That's when it happened. The Son of God leapt up from behind him, and at the same time, he also summoned the beast spirit. Han Sen couldn't even react. It was the beast. The divine Son of Heaven incarnated by the soul hit him directly in the back. I said I'd let you go and never go back. Han Sen stumbled and fell off the cliff. Fortunately, I grabbed the rope at the last moment, but the body is out of balance. Still hit the rock wall on the side hard. Thankfully, now my fitness has improved. Otherwise, even the bones will be shattered. The Son of God is a despicable villain. I didn't need to keep such a powerful soul grant before. Do you want to kill me? Han Sen climbed to the top of the mountain again with difficulty. I want to live well. Meanwhile, a beast incarnated by two beast souls. This boss and Ling Long are besieged. Xing Xian used the beast soul to transform into a golden lion. My bloody scribbler, though strong. But in this kind of terrain, it simply can't be used. Han Sen decided to wait a little longer. The time has not yet come. The golden lion was the first to pounce, crazy to bite Ziyu Linglong's flesh and blood. Chimpanzees, on the other hand, are holding up their fists. Hit Ziyu Linglong's head. The blood flowed on the spot. The pain made Ziyu Linglong have to kill the two beasts. Quickly shake off some distance. Qin first immediately lifted the beast soul transformation. He's at the end of his rope. Give him the final blow. The Son of God has also faded, and there is no problem with the transformation of the beast soul. Born immediately became my sword ghost. Say it all the time, that's fast. Both will serve at the same time. Inserted into Ziyu Linglong's chest. Ziyu Linglong became even more manic. He again knocked the two back dozens of meters away. And Qin Xian was also ruthless this time, smashed into the nearby rocks. This dying purple rain is exquisite. Prepare to fly to the opposite cliff. Han Sen immediately chased after him. If you fly to the other side, no one has a chance to kill him. It's in. Han Sen was about to pull out this splash that he bought for 300,000 yuan. The Son of Heaven, the God of, took the lead. The first to shoot out the history of the Beast Soul Sword. The beast still wants to run. It's my sword. Soon, this Beast Soul Sword historian carried the sound of air currents. Quickly shot at Ziyu Linglong, who was taking off. Han Sen pinched the right moment. Now is the time. He immediately shot the highest inside branch. A sword with a content of up to 1.2%. Maybe it's because of the doomsday spirit. He shot his sword faster than the Son of God. Sword history in the blink of an eye. Already, straight into Ziyu Linglong's neck. Ziyu Linglong fell to the ground on the spot and lost signs of life. A pop-up message appears indicating that the hunt has been successful. Han Sen's eyes suddenly straightened. It seems that I saw something terrible. Everyone was shocked. Did you get stolen by a butt maniac? The butt maniac kills Purple Rain Linglong. Impossible. The Son of God couldn't believe the scene in front of him. How could it be his sword immortal shot? At this time, the strings covered their injured arms and slowly stood up. Han Sen's divine whip grabbed Han Sen's collar on the spot and roared angrily, "Have you gotten the divine blood beast soul?" But Han Sen said with an innocent face, "I want to get the beast soul too. It's a pity that the luck is too bad. I didn't get anything." The screen turns. Inside the circle office, Han Sen told me the truth. "Have you ever obtained a purple feather exquisite beast? Soul beast souls belong to the hunters. It's a well-established rule. If you get it, just make a price." At this time, Han Sen covered his bloated face and said stiffly, "But I really didn't get it. Would I not want to earn money if I had money? I was in a hurry to shoot that sword. Otherwise, Ziyu Linglong flew away. Isn't everyone's efforts in vain?" I was deeply in my heart. Maybe he's telling the truth. Soul granting is not so easy to obtain. He pointed at Han's son and reminded him, "Don't run around lately. Otherwise, he will be killed by the Son of God. Don't blame me for not reminding you." Hansen said filial piety, "I know the station master Qin." But he was already very grateful to the bastard in his heart. "You play me right. Lao Tzu abolished your assistant today. Son of God, if you dare to touch my people again, I will be unkind to you." If it weren't for Qin Xian stopping him today, it's really a lot of bad luck. The screen turns. Hansen taking a bath. The mouth was chattering with divine blood and purple rain. Flying beast soul. Soon a cloud of purple energy appeared in his hand. "This is the beast soul of purple rain." Hansen looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, ha ha ha. This rare beast soul. I guess there aren't a few of them in the entire first shelter. It's really developed now. Soon when he came out of the shower, he noticed something unusual. The copper-toothed beast's body measurements changed. Unexpectedly, the bronze-toothed beast had truly evolved into a godblood creature. This crystal is a real cow batch. A full 3 months, crystals can breed a godblood creature. It took more than 10 years for the strings and the Son of God. None of the God genes are full. At the current rate, I will be able to accomplish this goal in 5 years at most. Then enter the second theocratic sanctuary. This man is in order to improve the divine blood gene. Took out the dagger. Don't say a word. Cover the neck of the divine blood bronze-toothed beast and cut its throat directly. The divine blood-feeding plan cannot be delayed for a moment. Soon he had something. Tasted the flesh and blood of the god's blood bronze-toothed beast. A prompt pops up. Use flesh to gain 1 divine blood gene. After he had eaten all of the flesh, obtained a total of 7 god genes. Now there are a total of 25 god genes. Hansen wanted to get a beast soul sword, because I just saw it. This consumable is gone after 1 use. It's just too expensive. There should be some relevant information on the internet. But looking for it aimlessly is tantamount to looking for a needle in a haystack. He discovers an interesting place, the Dark Swamp. It is said to be a scary place. This post is the personal experience of a certain senior. I'm being chased by mutated creatures I've never seen before. Escape to the detachment armor shelter. Hundreds of miles away. I found out later. It's the Dark Swamp that people talk about. There are so many strange beasts in here. It took me half my life. Killed only 1 black titler as well. Luckily, I got his beast soul. A poisonous flying sword beast soul. When I'm leaving this hellish place, a mutated black needle struck suddenly. If I run for my life is a step slower. It's sure to be a meal on their plate. Hansen suddenly became excited. If only you could get the beast soul of the mutated black needle. I'm the sword god. But Tetsuko didn't specify the location of the forest. It's dangerous to go to the Dark Swamp to find it. It also takes time. Hansen's head was big. Don't think about that yet. Do what you can do right now. The screen turns. Hansen, find this boss who sold his most newly built again. The boss spoke gloomily about young people. I didn't expect you to use up the sword so quickly. Since it's a repeat customer, I'll give you something better this time. He handed out a short pen with a 5% Vajra content. This 300,000. Hansen immediately inspected the goods. The price is the same as the previous sword, but the diamond content has increased a lot. I bought it, and Hansen looked around curiously. Boss, you're full of weapons here. There was only 1 knife on this wall. This knife is kept in a separate place. It must be special. What is the Tao? The corners of the boss's mouth rose slightly. Up to 75% goodies. Take 1, and I'll sell it to you as soon as I come. Of course, Hansen didn't believe in bragging. How is it possible to have a weapon with a maximum content of 75%? The boss was annoyed. Directly pushed him out of the door. Let's go. You can't afford this kind of thing. It is not possible with the current technology of mankind. It is simply not possible to practice alloys with a maximum content of more than 5%. But what the hell is that knife? That's when it happened. A phone call suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Tomorrow, at 4 p.m., I'll show you something at dusk. Crazy man, what's so mysterious? Can't you watch it on video? The other party insisted on how to do that. You have to see it with your own eyes to count. See you tomorrow. For the first time, the man called his cousin Sengo. Hansen thought it was strange that you were here. Why did this kid suddenly call me brother? The madman stretched out his palm. Seems to want to show you something. Subsequently, he summoned a tiger-shaped beast soul in his hand. Then the beast soul dissipated and turned into an adversary. How about old Han? I'm a mutant beast soul. Han's son was not stunned. The power of this beast soul weapon is definitely not small. The madman opened the box, and I had a sword to learn the tiger. I didn't use the knives I bought before. Old Han, don't dislike it. Use it. Hansen recognized this as a steel chopping knife. It's certainly not cheap. I can't take it from a madman. But the madman was very enthusiastic about us two brothers. You're welcome. I'm also holding it redundantly. Hansen secretly said that the madman is really righteous enough. I'm going to find a chance to repay it in the future. Last time I chopped the steel knife because of the test. The Z steel sword is worn. What a wonderful gift. And Han Hao on the side was thinking, I also need to have a good relationship with Han's son, although it was a bit embarrassing for him to eat soft rice at Qin Xian's place. But as long as you can get me into the steel-clad regiment, who cares so much? But just as he rubbed his hands and was about to take a good step towards Han's son, Han Hao's mother burst in angrily. I asked you to go to Mr. Hu's banquet. You say you have something important to do. Just fool around here. Then he dragged Han Hao out and pulled him out. Mr. Hu invited his son and a group of friends to dinner. They are all elites of the younger generation of Luo Jiasen. You should make friends with them. At the banquet, there was also the monk and the eldest prince of the wilderness. North Wind is also said to be in the Steel Armor Sanctuary. You hurry up and get acquainted. Han Hao suddenly woke up. Mori Heavy Mining, that deep-pocketed nouveau riche. If only you could hook up with Lin Beifong. What else do I want Hansen to do? Hansen pondered for a moment. Lin Beifong seems to have heard the name somewhere. The screen turns. In the banquet hall of the Lo Ka Hin Twilight Pillar, the two men were talking about Lin Beifong behind their backs. Their family estimates that their ancestors have accumulated virtue. That's so good luck. Who's to say it isn't? Buy a garbage planet to find rare mines. A small company has been transformed, become a huge interstellar mineral group. At this time, Han Hao's mother and son rushed to the banquet hall to say hello. The mother and son wanted to curry favor with Lin Xiao. A lot of good things were said. Lin Xiao, I'm very familiar with shelters. If there is anything you need help with, just ask. Lin Beifong was quite speechless. It just so happened that I was just trying to inquire about someone. That's when it happened. The madman was passing by the banquet hall with Han's son. Was discovered by Han Hao's mother. He grabbed Han's son and dragged him out. You'd better get out of here immediately. People's livelihood stinks. Don't affect my son's future. Where I am, what's your business? I don't have anything to do with you anymore. The two disagreed. An argument broke out in the banquet hall on the spot. Immediately attracted Lin Beifong's attention. He recognized the quarrel. That person was Han's son. Lin Beifong didn't say a word. Directly gave Han, son, a brother Xiong son. I've found you. Little brother wants to kill you. My savior. It's so hard for my little brother to find you. I'm here after I knew you were in the steel armor shelter. Hear that? Everyone was shocked that they actually saved Lin Xiao. The ancestral grave is smoking, isn't it? Directly soared. Han Hao's mother and son were also shocked. Han's son was actually Lin Xiao's life-saving benefactor. Hansen coughed twice. Lin Xiao. I'm sorry. This kind of occasion is not quite for me. Let's talk about it later. Lin Beifong is extremely enthusiastic, Brother Sin. Where are you going? My flying machine is right outside. I'll send you. In the end, he watched Han's son leave Brother Sun. We'll get to the common ones later. The little brother will be mixed with you in the future. This scene stunned everyone present. What did that man come from? Lin Xiao's attitude towards him was so respectful. At this time, Han Hao's mother and son were even more angry. I thought he was a waste who relied on women for food. Now there's one more thigh. I'm really... Suddenly, there was an explosion in a corner of the city. The system immediately pops up a prompt that an unknown object has broken in. Just when everyone was running for their lives, a man ran desperately towards the explosion. If I'm not mistaken, the fireball was a sphere flying machine. This shape of a flying machine is only available to the Shura clan. Shura. It is the only enemy of humanity in the interstellar age. Humans and the Shura race in the starry sky. It has been fought for hundreds of years. They bear a partial resemblance to humans. Masks and unicorns are their status symbols. Initially, because the flesh of the Shura tribe is very strong, humanity is retreating until nearly 200 years after the discovery of the world of God's sanctuary, only to gradually stabilize the position, waged a protracted war against Japan with the Shura group. Meanwhile, the city's power and defense systems were destroyed. Even communications are disrupted. Han Sun continued to run towards the building. Strange Luo Jiaxing is the big rear of the alliance. It is also business-oriented. Why did the Shura clan appear? Soon he came to the scene of the explosion. The building was hit the ground by a sphere flying machine. Hit a big crater. A little girl at this time. It was hung on the broken wall on the periphery of the building. Watch the little girl stagger. Han Sun was suddenly shocked. But at that moment, he noticed that the sphere seemed to be moving. Soon, the hatch of the sphere was kicked off. A Shura creature armed with a machete slowly stepped out of the aircraft. Han Sun recognized it as the Golden Horn. He is a nobleman among the Shura clan. But the little girl's cry. But it attracted the attention of this Golden Horn Shura. When the Golden Horn Shura was about to swing his knife and kick down, when killing a little girl, a golden shadow suddenly rose from the ground. Shoot out quickly. It turned out that Han Sun instantly used the Beast Soul transformation. Now he also has a pair of purple rain wings. A reporter not far away at this time. The camera is being used. Photograph the scene of the explosion in the building. I'm not mistaken. Is that Brother Bai? Han Sun took the lead, successfully rescued the little girl in front of the Golden Horn Shura, and with the palm of your hand, steadily blocked the machete of the Golden Horn Shura. But Han Sun did not have the slightest battle. Instead, he hugged the little girl. Flee the scene as fast as you can. His sword could cut through my god blood armor. There must be no war. But the Golden Horn Shura still refused to let him go. I saw him stride and immediately followed. He easily caught up with Han Sun, and he threw a knife down his back. It is imperative that the little girl be placed first. So Han Sun flew towards a building. He picked a random layer and crashed straight in. Han Sun said softly to find a table to hide. Don't make a sound. But when he inspected his surroundings, I was very surprised. How could there be so much here? I haven't had time to arrange everything yet. The Golden Horn Shura has already swung his sword and chased after him. But surprisingly, Han Sun actually silently endured this knife. The reporter was shocked. Wonder why the gods don't dodge this knife. With his skills, he should be able to dodge it. The fight is being webcast. Many viewers sent out barges. The strength of an adult Golden Horn Shura is equivalent to that of an evolutionary. Bissen is an evolutionary. If you continue to fight like this, you will die. At this time, the Golden Horn Shura was irritable with Han Sun, and Han Sun seemed to have some reason why he couldn't dodge. And the reporters who started the webcast began to worry. What if the scene of Bissen being killed is live? Is it right or wrong for me to start a live broadcast? At this point, Han Sun began to fight back with his elbows. Damn it, even death can't let Shura pass. But Han Sun's divine blood armor soon began to crack, and there was a lot of blood splashed. Han Sun realized that if he didn't fight, Wait until the golden horned Shura kills himself. The child will not have a chance to live. The reporter immediately went crazy. If you take another knife, your life will really be hard to save. Be sure to avoid attacks and avoid gods. And the audience watching the live broadcast is also praying. Get out of the way. You've done your best. No one will blame you. That's when it happened. After the golden horned Shura, Oga said, immediately slashed his last sword. Hansun decided to fight on his back. He was rightly timed, while the golden horned Shura's knife has not yet been chopped. So he threw himself at it. The two were entangled in the 100-meter-high building. Fell on the spot. Einhorn Shura didn't even have time to react. The balance is lost. His eyes were red. Asked the surprise that you were crazy. Hansun didn't respond. It was gritting his teeth and being determined to send him to hell. Soon a cloud of golden light wrapped around Hansun. Under his constant acceleration, the two fell as fast as meteorites. In the blink of an eye, it smashed straight to the ground, and there was an earth-shattering noise. Smoke suddenly rose all around. Gravel splashes. The reporter ran frantically with the camera. Although I want my own news fire, but I don't want to sacrifice a hero. Please, by God, don't get into trouble. As the smoke slowly cleared, a large pit was dented in the hard floor, and the surrounding rift extends to tens of meters away. And in the middle of the pit, you can only see the golden horned Shura Island in a pool of blood. His twisted stance. It is clear that there are no signs of life. The journalist was quite shocked. The golden horned Shura, whose strength was comparable to that of an evolutionary, actually died. Then he began to look around, but no trace of the gods was found. That's when it happened. Suddenly, the voice of a child came from upstairs. What to do if that big brother falls? After the reporter heard the voice, immediately held the camera up. After the screen is enlarged. It's on the floor just now. A large number of children appeared. The barrage popped up one after another. Is this the floor where Bijin was just now? My God does not dodge attacks. It's to protect them. Too kind. Is Bisen a real man? Where did Bisen go? The life and death of Bisen are uncertain. Hurry up and find someone. A man bandages his wounds. The Shura tribe is really strong. This time it was a fluke. Thankfully, the gene value has grown a lot lately. Only a minor injury, and that Shura was injured in the first place. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to get out of it. It is even more impossible to harvest this trophy. The techniques of the Shura tribe on alloys and cold weapons, far beyond humans. What's more, this is a nobleman among the Shura clan. The sword of the golden horned Shura is absolutely superb. The best in it, but this knife is too conspicuous. Those who have seen the video will surely recognize it at a glance. I've got to make some improvements. To change the scabbard, the color of the blade should also be changed. That's when it happened. Hansun accidentally pulled out a small piece of the battle knife. Unexpectedly inside the sword, there is actually a memory chip hidden. He quickly plugged into his computer. There's definitely something good in there. Let me see what. Soon a Shura clan appears on the screen. I'm practicing a move called Reverse Heart Slash. Hansun was surprised and delighted. It's actually the martial arts secret book of the Shura clan. Follow the instructions above. My physical fitness is completely learnable. He immediately found a wooden stake and practiced. I saw a few sword lights later. The stake was cut into sections on the spot. Is this a rebellious slash? It's really tough. I made a lot of money. That's when it happened. Lin Beifeng called brother's son. Why don't you go to the sanctuary world these days? Little brother is still waiting for you to take me to do big things. Excuse me. I've been a bit busy lately, but I do have a big thing planned for a long time. The screen turns. Several people were talking about the military academy that Hansun was about to go to. Hansun said with a face full of grievances at the Black Eagle Military Academy. I really don't want to go. I want to go to the Luoja Military Academy. As soon as this remark came out, Xingxuan and Yang Monli glanced at each other. Young Monley slapped Han's son on the table angrily. You're not stupid. Blackhawk Military Academy is in the top 50 of the league. The Luojia Military Academy can't even get into the top 1,000. What are you going to do in that kind of place? Qin Xian continued. The Luojia Military Academy is not a teacher or teaching equipment. None of them are as good as Blackhawk. You're there. Even the actual operation of the armor. And the chances of warships are neither. Even if you graduate there, the road in the army is not long. I recommend you to Blackhawk, plus your archery level. There is a high chance that it will be reused. Han Sen secretly said in his heart, yes, what he said, but the Blackhawk Military Academy no longer falls in Jiaxing. If I go somebody to take care of my mother in Yunyun, that's it. Yang Monley sighed. It was really muddy that couldn't support the wall. This kind of good opportunity is not available to everyone. Then he changed his style. Qin Xian's projection data analysis came out. After they turn on the video, it is a battle between the gods and the Shura clan. Han Sen secretly said in his heart, I knew it was this. I really want to catch the person who recorded the video. Beat me up. Qin Xian asked Monley lightly. Do you see something? Liang Monley replied bluntly to the stupid arm god. Han Sen suddenly felt embarrassed. This woman actually called me stupid. Is there any misunderstanding about how handsome he is about men? The strength and speed of the god of arms in the first sanctuary can be said to be top-notch. And with such wings, the best way to fight is a long-range shooter. Continuous output. But he fought hand-to-hand combat with the Shura clan throughout the whole process. Stupid. Please agree with him first. You are right. And this Shura looks wounded. Otherwise, the arm god would most likely be killed by him. Han Sen was immediately ashamed, worthy of being a woman from the military. 8 or 9 that have been analyzed are not far from 10. This is after him in the test hall. The second time he was knocked down, and this time there is an extra pair of wings. Who the hell is he? The corners of Qin Xian's mouth rose slightly. The armor and wings of the blue god. It seems to be the blood of the gods and the soul collectors. The point is that he never used a bow and arrow. Then he glanced back at Han Sen. No matter how you look at it, I don't know what I need to do. Men who grow up are different. Han Sen filial piety, haha. Of course. How can I compare to Bisan? You're good to go. Go back and think about Blackhawk. Don't let me down. Han Sen fell in a deep thought. Seemingly, Qin Xian had already regarded me as a key cultivation target. I'm not even 20 years old. Have to. If the age of military service is really sent to the Blackhawk, that should also be before leaving. Leave enough capital for mom and sister. Let them live a life without food and clothing. Come to think of it, he immediately called Lin Beifeng and Lin Xiao. Last time, I said that the Z Steel content is 5%. Trouble someone to send it over. Is Brother Sun really only 2? Our home and Z Steel producers. Xingyu Group has cooperation. This thing is the cost price. Take more. And yes, Brother Sun, don't you really think about taking me? I can definitely help. It's not going to be a hindrance. That place is dangerous. Your status is special, so don't risk it. When you see me, you want to. If you're lucky, bring you a mutant creature back. Let's take it as a thank you gift. The screen turns. After Han's son was ready. Walk out of the shelter with your backpack. Finally arrived at the dark swamp 2 days later. The senior's post mentions the place. This is it. The mutated creatures here are big and fierce. It's a pity that they can't all be hunted. You have to pick the right prey. Soon, a mutated ghost tooth snake king appeared in front of his eyes. And there are many small snakes that are swimming. Han's son immediately summoned the beast soul armor. There are only 2 sniper swords, so he tied a fishing line to the end of the sword to recover the sniper. As soon as the sword was shot, there was a cloud of energy. After a whale, a massive mutated ghost tooth snake king with swords. Shot through on the spot. And then, Hansen forcefully pulled back the fishing line tied to the sword ink. In the blink of an eye, the mutated ghost tooth snake king followed the swordsman straight. They were pulled up by him. The hunt was successful. Hunt the mutant ghost tooth snake king. Just keep it going like this. Before obtaining the beast's soul sword history, you can recycle the kill ship. Han's son began to hunt and kill the target. Put it on this school of fish. Soon, the body of the mutant blood giant fish was sniped. The killing ship penetrated on the spot. Even if he struggled desperately, it wouldn't help. Oh my prey, the more you struggle, the more excited I get. After Han, son dragged the mutant blood giant fish out of the water, then split it in two with a sword. Soon a pop-up prompt will pop up to hunt the mutant blood giant fish. Obtain the mutant beast soul. Ha, actually obtain the beast soul. The dark swamp is my dreamland. It's a kind of stomach that can be eaten. Increases the mutated gene for the meat mass. The man was nibbling on it, and the three-eyed cat on the side seems to be eating more deliciously. Soon, the system popped up prompts one after another. Use flesh to obtain mutated genes. At 1 o'clock, Han's son stroked the three-eyed cat Meow June. It's only been a few days since I arrived in the dark swamp. My mutated gene has grown to 31 points. Once done, summon a weapon beast spirit. It's a pity that the mutated and bloody beast soul is a gun, and not a sword, but just as. Caught before being snowed by the dragon geese. A severed bronze crescent spear. That's when it happened. Gusts of wind struck. Han's son immediately became vigilant about who it was. Soon, a large avian creature in half slowly descend in the air. Han's son immediately recalled the three-eyed cat. What a big flying creature. But alien creatures generally do not attack people. After this avian creature landed, suddenly a man jumped. I saw him throw out a piece of meat boy casually. The meat stewed in this pot is all yours. The master will change with you. Ancien decisively refusid. The secret path in my heart turned out to be a mount and a soul. I didn't expect it to be other than me. There are still people who dare to come to the dark swamp alone. But the man dared to drink the soup on the spot and tell you. It was the straight bone of the mutant poison claw. Don't be ignorant. A prompt pops up soon. Use flesh to obtain mutated genes. A little man immediately became excited. I actually got a mutated gene. Boy, could it be a whole mutant creature in it? The man immediately blocked Hansen's way. I advise you to exchange with me. Otherwise, you'll become my mutated iron red bird supper. Hansen glanced at him, and I said no. Don't you understand? Inner secrets. This kid is the same as the snow dragon goose last time. The arrogant and unreasonable look is really underwhelming. The man saw him toasting and not eating. In a fit of anger, he took out a steel chopping knife and slashed on the spot. It's surprising. The steel slasher couldn't even cut his armor through scratches. Hansen immediately summoned a spear-like beast soul. This kind of garbage like a steel chopping knife dares to be used against me. With a shot from him, it was easy to smash the man's steel chopping knife directly. Later, when attacking others, weigh your own strength first. Hansen began to strike at the man in quick combos. The man's strength is not weak, and he dodges it, despite his agility. But this handsome face was still scratched by Hansen. The man saw this, immediately jumped on the body of the iron-winged bird boy. Don't be arrogant. Look at the master and don't kill you. As soon as the words fell, he rode the iron-winged bird and flew quickly into the air. Believe that the opponent will lose all means of attack. At this time, Hansen immediately summoned his wings and roared angrily. You think you flew into the sky. I can't help it. The man was immediately embarrassed. How can they fly? It's still flying so fast. Could it be a godblood level beast soul? Hansen stretched out his spear and smiled a little and answered correctly. Reward you with a big chrysanthemum. As soon as the words fell, The spear stabbed him in the ass with incredible precision. And the man is also trying for the first time with no experience. I can only scream in panic. This man really has a special fetish. It's not enough to poke someone else's ass once. Actually, with a spear again, stab someone else's other side of the ass. Yu Weinan cried heartbreakingly, shouting that the hero spared his life. Don't poke it. You poke it again, my chrysanthemum. I apologize for not tying up. I review I'm sorry. Then he cheekily put his hands in the crotch of his pants, constantly tugging back and forth. Soon he lifted his white prison base into the air. Hero, I surrender. Spare me. Who doesn't know what to do? The screen turns. Han Sun was interrogating the kid in a loud voice. Now your life is in my hands. It's better to tell me a little bit of valuable clue. For example, where is there a mutant black? The fish-tailed man's eyes are mutated with black. That thing is dangerous. I don't dare go. Soon Lu Weinan was forced to lead the way. The two of them flew together towards the territory of the black title. Heroes, these are mutated black. The biggest one seems to be the queen bee. Do you really want to do it? But Han Sun said righteously, Lesbian Lu Wei, for your chrysanthemums, please follow the plan. I'll share some of your mutated flesh and blood when it's done. He had no choice but to nod silently. Then he asked the iron-winged bird to grab a boulder. What the hell is this fierce man? After I entered the shelter, always in the dark swamp, it's really unfortunate to meet a pervert. When you arrive at the designated place, he threw down the boulder according to Han Sen's instructions. In the blink of an eye, a boulder fell from the sky, straight into the depths of the jungle, and there was an earth-shattering noise. Many of the surrounding beehives were shattered on the spot. Suddenly, a large group of dense black Furtat emerged from the Qing dynasty. Frightened, the donkey-tailed man hurriedly fled the scene. In the distance, Han Sen saw an opportunity to come to the hall. It flew straight towards the hive. I saw him fighting with a sword. This huge queen bee, decapitated in an instant. Unexpectedly, I received a lunchbox on the spot in less than 3 seconds after appearing. The system immediately pops up to hunt the god. Riding Black did not obtain the beast's soul. Then, he slew another mutant Black Needle. However, he still did not obtain the mutant beast's soul. So he went on a hunting spree, constantly wielding a war knife back and forth within the hive. One by one, mutated Black. All were chopped into pieces. Along with the hunt hints keep popping up. He also finally got a mutated Black Needle. Blade's beast soul. Han Sen looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. Finally obtained the Black Titler beast soul. Now I also have a circulating beast soul general. After a few days of training in the dark swamp, Han Sun returned to the Steel Armor shelter. This trip brought his mutated gene to 47 points. And the god gene also successfully reached 29 points. Full-time evolution is just around the corner. That's when it happened. Shouts could be heard from the noisy crowd ahead. Hurry up, and the martial arts tournament is about to begin. The deadline for entries is today. Hurry up, this is all the shelter. The great event of the planet of the World Alliance. Hanmori is not because of the martial arts conference. Gone for a few days. I actually forgot about it. When entering the pre-war of the gods, you can get a random divine soul. This kind of good deed must be attended. This man is the 8,888th, a person who enters the Budokan Hall. This year, the Budokan is so popular. I don't know what kind of opponent I will encounter. The rules of the Budokan are the same as before. Each match has 100 participants. Everyone is fighting each other. The last one left to make the cut. This is the most standard one in 100. And now there are more than 50 groups. I should be in the 80-plus group. I'm seeing Matias. I shouldn't have been able to play today. So I decided to find a seat to sit and watch the game. But at this time, 2 men came up to them. The son of God teased the fart maniac. There's a kind of saying your number. See if it's in a group with me. Han Sun said that he disappointed you. I didn't plan to compete. Luo Tianyang, who heard this. I can't hold it back. The outbreak on the spot really didn't breed. How can there be such a superb as you in a man? Don't let me get my chance. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Fortunately, it was Qin Xian and Yang Monli who appeared in time. Ease the atmosphere. Before leaving, the son of God did not forget to play handsome to the goddess. It's time for me to play. Qin Xian must watch my game later. After he left, Qin Xian turned around and asked Han Sun, "Are you afraid of the son of God?" And Han Sun faintly replied yes. Qin Xian stared at him and could probably guess 9 times out of 10. But I still want to hear his explanation. But Han Sun casually said a few perfunctory words. Because he's strong. Is the son of Sinew Group again. Where can I afford to provoke a small role like mine? Young Monli raised the bar. But the last time you were in front of the son of God. Shoot sand with exquisiteness. The Tao is quite straightforward. The strings broke Han Sun with a word. You're protecting your family, right? Afraid of them because of your grudge with the son of God. Implicated. So try to avoid him. Han Sen's eyes are not due to the positive. He guessed it again. Is this woman a roundworm in my stomach? That's right. My mother and Yun Yun are my dearest relatives. They must be protected. The Lucky Group is also inseparable from his father's death. But with my current strength, it's not enough for a showdown. I'm more sure I'm guessing right. It seems that you are a dutiful son, since you care so much about your family. Then you have to take the Black Eagle Military Academy you talked about last time. After you join the military school, I'll put you in a special squad. The families of the members of the group are protected by the military. No one can hurt them, including the son of God, of course. Han Sun was curious. What the hell is this squad for? Sounds like a high level. But Qin Xian sold Guanzi. You'll know when you join. Han Sun left the arena as he thought about it. If the son of God is really because of himself, and to deal with Mom and Yin Yun's words, maybe go black. Eagle Academy is the right choice. After all, this matter is only good for yourself. Meanwhile, a large group of contestants are complaining that it is true. Who the hell is the last person? Why don't you come yet? I don't think I'll be scared away. 99 people were waiting for him. What a face. It's better to abstain. Otherwise, I'll be the first to blow him up. But at this moment, a voice from the crowd was embarrassed. I've been waiting for you. There were quite a few people present who recognized it. Isn't it the bull man who fought the Golden Horn Shura that day? This is the god of arms. The armed god has joined the war. The screen turns. Han Sun used his identity as an armed god to torture and kill in the arena. I saw him 3 or 2 times. You can beat all of these contestants. The contestants present add up. Can't beat any of him. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is abusing vegetables. Han Sun kept waving and shouting, "Is there anyone still going on? Just come." But the rest of the contestants all lost the battle. Before the fight began, they raised their hands and surrendered. Han Sun defeated one by one. Il easily won the game. This made the people who supported Bisen in the table even more excited. Bisen is invincible. There was no suspense at all. That's when it happened. The leaders of the tripartite forces extended an invitation to him. Can Bisen mind not talking? Qin Xian said Bisen. I would like to invite you to join my steel-clad regiment. You 3 bigwigs have formed a group to pull me in. It's a bit flattering. You robbed young Master Ben's divine blood creature twice. It's already very face-saving for young Master Ben to come to you. It's best to get acquainted. The entire steel armor shelter. The 3 of us are the most powerful. Also allies. No matter how good you are, they won't choose to be our enemies. Will not be your enemy, nor will they be your allies. I've always been alone. Please let me continue to be alone. After Han Sun finished speaking, he turned around and left. But he was blocked by a man. Slow illness god is unwilling. Intention to join us can. But you're so strong. Must have gotten a special divine blood creature. Please tell me the channel. Han Sun said secretly in his heart. Brother Quan is quite good at guessing, but it can't be said that crystals are cultivated. Han Sun replied perfunctorily, where is there any channel? It's just luck. But I still have dozens of mutated creatures on hand. Are you interested? Brother Quan suddenly became excited so much, you make a price. I want them all. But Qin Xian, who was the first in the shelter, of course refused. Furious on the spot. What do you call it all? You don't exist when I do. Not to be outdone. The Son of God is not to be outdone. More than money. Are you better than me? 1.5 million won. I want as much as I want. Hansen secretly said that it was so easy for allies to save the dispute. It's a plastic camaraderie. Unexpectedly, the mutated black needle crab meat brought back from the dark swamp. It's going to come in handy so soon. Hansen Kotswas, gesture to yourself. It's not that I want to trade these mutated creatures for money. I want to change the purchase qualification of the S area of the Tang dynasty. As soon as this statement came out, everyone was embarrassed. Do you want to buy the number of supernuclear genes in the S block? However, Area S has the highest level of control. Even if you have money, you can't necessarily buy it. God Tianzi bypasses the topic. Your condition is too difficult. How about I offer 2 million for one? But Han Sun immediately turned around and left. In addition to the purchase qualifications of the Xingtang S area, I don't want anything else. Think about it slowly. This one is a man and one woman. Sneak out of town to trade at night. Jean handed over a card first. I got the Xingtang S renewal card. Have you had enough of the mutant creature flesh I wanted? Han Sun filial piety Qin station master. You got it so quickly. Much more reliable than those two men. Then he opened the bag of marijuana. Here are 30 mutated black flesh. If you eat it all, variant genes can be increased quite a bit. By the way, shake the jerky on your hands. I've had a lot more to deal with. The jerky of the mutant bloodfish and the mutant ghost tooth snake king. If you want, just give me 3 million. But the strings don't care about money at all. I could take them all. But you must be judged to be a smart man. It should be understood. I'm doing business with you. It's not just about adding mutant genes. The screen turns. Hansen was sitting on the sofa at home, secretly happy. The calendar in the Tang S district went more smoothly than expected. Qin Xian is worthy of being a military boss. Queen of the Steel-Clad Regiment. But he traded with me. The main thing is to pull me in. If only he knew that I was the same person as Bisan. I guess I'll faint on the spot. Hansen didn't care so much. Start choosing a set of hypernuclear genomics right away. And a Templar card can only be exchanged for one set. I can't be with my mom and Yun all the time. If only they could learn the martial arts of the Templar. The strength will be significantly improved in a short period of time. In this way, there is no fear of the Son of God looking for trouble. Soon on the screen, a set of super genes called Holy Angel appeared. This saint, angels are of great help in genetic improvement throughout the body. The cultivation process is also gentle and peaceful, and the risk is extremely low. Judging by the description, Zheng Angel and I practiced the ice muscle jade bone technique very similarly. Let the cultivator become stronger imperceptibly. But they weren't so lucky. Martial arts in the Santang S district. It's not as good as the snow dragon noodle thing. What is the identity of this person? Hansen didn't think much of it. The next day, I came to Xinghua Primary School to help my sister ask for leave. Saw the Mr. Su. There's been something going on at home lately. There may be a delay. Teacher Su said in a critical tone. Your parents are very irresponsible. From Han Yan's enrollment to the present, I didn't come to a single parent-teacher conference. And this brother of yours came to see me for the first time. It's actually to ask for leave. Hansen said a few perfunctory words. He was really embarrassed. Too busy at home. It was our negligence. But the secret way of the heart can never tell you. I'm going to let Yun retreat learn to win the angel. Seeing this, the teacher became excited and told the truth. The qualifications of the salt are very good. But now he's using a normal nutrient solution. If you don't use advanced nutrient solution, he's going to be a big part of the crowd. I hope you will take it seriously. The higher the quality of the nutrient solution, the more you can quickly and comprehensively replenish nutrients to the human body. You don't want Yun Yun to lose at the starting line, right? Han Sen directly asked about the cost of the high-grade nutrient solution. Mr. Su said that the S level is 15 million a year. You said Han Yen here very slippery. Are you still reluctant to pay this money? Han Sen began to worry about money again. Now I don't have enough money. Of course, you can't ask your mother for it. The fastest way to do this is to use crystals. To breed mutated creatures. Take it and sell it again. This little girl. I'm learning the ultra magic and genetics on TV. Han Sen could tell at a glance that he had extremely high talent. He quickly mastered the cultivation method. He praised his sister without hesitation and told me to wait until my mother came back. You're going to be his teacher. Teach him to practice holy angels. Yun Yun asked unconfidently, really. May I? Han Sen said softly, of course. But you can't tell anyone about cultivating the holy angel. This is our family secret. Wait for the S-class nutrient solution to arrive. Your progress will be greater. The screen turns. The two were discussing secretly giving Han some medicine. It's been so long. The kid didn't even give me a definite reply. My heart is drained, and I also want to touch his bottom. Young Monley casually took out an immortal pill. Although I think this man, it's not worth fighting for at all. But since you insist, I don't question it either. Soon, Qin Xian called Han Sen to the fight. Scholars learn martial arts. Han Sen said secretly in his heart, this woman is in such a hurry to get me. Is it just for the sake of competition? But he was careless and ate Qin Xian's leg on the spot. Why is the offense so fierce? Could it be that he ate gunpowder? Qin Xian stared at this guy, who didn't want to be motivated. Speaking of progress during this period is too slow. It seems that I expected too much from you before. Then he handed Han Sen a bottle of water. Let's take a break with a sip of water. I will continue to practice later. Han Sen glanced back. Seeing that Qin Xian was desperately drinking water, he didn't think much about it. I saw him pour several mouthfuls of water. Suddenly his eyes opened. It seems that I saw something terrible. Qin Xian's face flushed. Even flirted coquettishly in front of himself. Am I good looking? That's when it happened. A surge of energy suddenly surged out of Han Sen's body. Ice muscles and jade bones have no flawless body. The method of punishing evil is not clear. Seeing this, Han Sen collapsed to the ground. The secret Tao ice muscle jade bone technique in his heart triggered by himself. There was hypnotic medicine in this bottle of water. What the hell did Qin Xian want to do? Qin Xian and Qi became delicate, and Han Sen. What do you think I look best on my body? What kind of sin do I rely on? But I can't let him see that I'm not blown out. Let's fool around first. Han Sen's eyes were half open and half closed. Hard big steam buns are the best looking. Big and round. Qin Xian gave him a fierce disdain. Stinky men are like this, but they still don't change their hearts. He was still not at ease. Tested it a little more. Then I'll let you give it a try now. So Han Sen slowly lifted the trembling Qin immortal. Immediately slapped his hand away. So obedient. It seems to have been completely hypnotized. Han Sen told me. Are you experiencing it or not? Han Sen's death-like countenance. There wasn't even a hint of fluctuation. He said softly and hard no. Qin Xian continued to ask. Why don't you want to go to the Black British Military Academy? Han Sen insisted because the Black Eagle Military Academy was far away from home. If I go, I can't take care of my mother and sister. I can't let them go. Sure enough, it's because of this. He really cares about his family. The man knew he was scared. Instead, it will be counted. The woman took advantage of his confusion and asked Han Sen, what kind of person am I in your heart? Han Sen bit the word intermittently. Qin Xian, you are me. You're the prettiest person I've ever met. The prettiest man in the entire steel-clad shelter. Hear that? Qin Xian's face suddenly flushed. Suddenly a slap in the face. Hansen was caught off guard and shouted on the spot. He covered half of his face and got up with the momentum. What have you done to me? I remember just drinking the water you gave me. The words were interrupted before they could finish their sentences. Qin Xian glanced back at him. Nothing. Just now we practiced martial arts and fought too intensely. You're tired and fainting. I just want you to sober up. But in my heart, I complained that I was too nervous. Obviously, you can continue to let him tell the truth. Hansen secretly said in his heart, it's a woman after all. I can't hold it if I flirt with it a little. After my wave of divine operations, he probably won't doubt me anymore. So I can use him as a cover. People thought I was getting stronger by hugging my thighs. But I'm actually in this smoke bomb. A little bit to show what you're capable of. Maybe one day you can completely put aside the identity of gold coins. It's night. Hansen made an appointment with Lin Beifeng to meet in the dense forest. And as agreed, the love that sent him the killing ship of the mutant creature ring. After Lin Beifeng opened the bag, it is two mutant cave fish. Brother Sin, you really believe in your word. It's so righteous. That's when it happened. Two rivals suddenly appeared. Isn't this Lin Xiao? How are you with this guy? Lin Beifeng wanted to come forward and reconcile the Son of God. It's such a coincidence. I might as well tell you that Brother Sun is my friend. Friend, I know there was some misunderstanding between you and him. You give me a face. That's it. But Luo Tianyang was angry on the spot, and it was impossible. That's it. The Son of God stopped him in time to go, let's go to the end of the world. Don't waste your time here. Your next game is against that damn gold. Let's prepare. Han Sun was not stunned. My second match was against Luo Tianyang. It's really a narrow road. The screen turns. Zhu Xiaoqiao cheered for Bishen on the field. But Lu Hongtao on the side didn't think so. Everything should be seen in its entirety. Behind Luo Tianyang is the Son of God. What is his ability to go with the Son of God? Su Xiaoqiao casually found a seat. But he soon noticed. He asked a few more words to the black-robed man on the side. I said, bro, isn't it hot for you to wear so much? Let's put this cosplay aside. But the black-robed man did not respond to him. At this time, Lu Hongtao suddenly spoke to avoid his mind. The divine blood creature that robbed the Son of God. I don't know if the Son of God will. Give his high-level B-soul to Luo Tianyang. Take the opportunity to take revenge. Su Xiaoqiao said disdainfully. Isn't it just a King Kong Hercules? There are also a lot of divine blood B-souls of the blue god. Luo Tianyang is a reckless man. I can't even look at it for 1 minute in front of Bishen. Of course Lu Hongtao is not convinced, so let's make a bet. If Luo Tianyang couldn't hold on for 1 minute, my variation is yours. Otherwise, your mutated Nightman will be mine. Su Xiaoqiao grinded and chirped, and it was not worth a word. You men are so boring. Obviously, this game has nothing to do with you, but you have to put your own good things into it. It's a match and match of enemies. Just when everyone is looking for the armed god, the black-robed man in the seat next to him suddenly stood up. This immediately attracted Su Xiaoqiao's attention, with the black robe slowly falling off. A pair of golden god's blood and armor appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Su Xiaoqiao helped down his glasses. Oh my god, he's sitting next to us. Even Yang Monli was shocked. This guy can't even be noticed by me. Su Xiaoqiao shouted for the gambling contract, my Bishen. You have to beat him within a minute. Please, Hansen said secretly in his heart. You Su Xiaoqiao. You're really going to find trouble for me. Luo Tianyang taught impatiently. What bullshit? Come and die. Hansen opened the panel and checked it. I'm in pretty good shape right now. Divine Blood Beast Soul. 3 Mutant Beast Souls. The 4 mutant 3-eyed cats are not useful for the time being. and Liu Wei's mutant black in the Southern Song dynasty. The Barracuda is an underwater mount. After Han's son finished the inspection, he walked onto the field unhurriedly, and Luo Tianyang took the lead in summoning the beast's soul to transform. He raised his hands in the air. Clouds of energy began to cover his body. Soon his eyes began to glow green, followed by the beast spirit of a chimpanzee emerges from its body. In the blink of an eye, it turned into one, King Kong with weapons and armor beast souls. Vigorously aided Lu Hongtao with a straight eye. Haha Luo Tianyang. Sure enough, he got the divine blood beast soul of the Son of God. Now I'm sure I've won. Su Xiaoqiao immediately went crazy. Armed God, you can't let him survive a minute. Otherwise, my mutated Euro will be gone. Unexpectedly, the Son of God, in order to defeat the blood capital of the armed God, one divine blood beast soul and two mutant beast souls. Armed God, I can't slaughter you with my own hands, my biggest regret. The humiliation you have made me suffer. I'll let you pay it back little by little today. But Han's son still didn't put him in his eyes. Luo Tianyang is what gives you courage. Dare to pretend in front of me. I saw him leap up, instantly transform into a bloody slaughterer, and summons a black beetle at the same time. Armor and blood gather in spears. Hansen took the lead in launching a rush attack. I saw him struggling to chop down, but he couldn't even fight the opponent's armor. Out scratches, and Luo Tianyang took the opportunity to punch with strength. Hansen's spear was interrupted on the spot. The mutant beast's soul really couldn't stand the toss. That's how the Son of God began to snicker. Tianyang killed him. Luo Tianyang, who had eaten a little sweet, became even more arrogant. Constant thumping in the chest. It's like a servant. Extremely inflated, he even began to take the initiative to run towards Han. I saw Han's son with his hands on his back, and at the same time sprinted at a great speed. The next moment, he swung his inner handle violently. The Shura, sword summoned from the void, and Luo Tianyang was defenseless. Took all the damage head-on. I saw that his eyes were straight. Suddenly loses consciousness after pausing in place for a few seconds. Fell to the ground motionless. It was as silent as death. This chimpanzee was actually hacked to death on the field. The audience in the seats was undoubtedly not shocked, and Lu Hongtao's support would to catch the snake. I can't even speak straight. Even Su Xiaoqiao and Yang Monli can't get along. One move directly kills Luo Tianyang in seconds, and it took less than 10 seconds to win. Ha 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 is worthy of being an armed god. The fastest man in the steel-clad shelter. God of heaven, two-eyed lion god. Keep thinking about it. My divine blood beast soul and mutant beast soul. Soon he began to scold Luo Tianyang. You useless shit. Stand up for me. Stand up at this time. Luo Tianyang, who was paralyzed on the ground. There are no signs of life altogether. His soul teaching also began to dissipate. It didn't take long. There was only one cold corpse left on the field. Hansen stared at the divine Son of heaven in the distance. It's a shame. This time it's not your God who is facing you. God gritted his teeth angrily and bastard things. I swear that you will not be able to live, but not to die. After the game, Su Xiaoqiao, the riding beast that is showing off his bet back everywhere. Han's son said secretly, although it was a mistake to get rid of Luo Tianyang. The sharpness of the Son of God. But the biggest winner is Su Xiaoqiao. I didn't have a soul to start with. This is Su Xiaoqiao teaching Brother Sun. Team leader Yang came to you just now, and it seems that there is something urgent. What is he going to do? I haven't done anything lately. Su Xiaoqiao said sneeringly. Do you want to use my riding beast? I'll take you to his office. Hansen's disdainful hard way is not used. Thank you. But I'm quite unhappy in my heart. Don't be complacent, kid. I'll have a soul mount soon, too. The screen turns. Hansen came to Yang Monli's office. The webmaster notified me. Let me train you in advance. You should know what to expect. Han Sen said secretly. Sure enough, after the last hypnotization of me, completely let down your guard. Then join the military with dignity. Start today. You have to go to the army of the teleportation station every day. Test hall. Station Master Qin attaches great importance to you. I hope you deserve it. Then he said in an intimate tone, of course. If you can't pass the test or feel that it's too hard, you can opt out at any time. After all, you're not a tough man. Soon, after Han Sen passed the special training in the Army test hall, he immediately asked Team Leader Yang, I've done all the basic tests. What do you think? Yang Monli stared at the screen. All the data is out of date. Worse than I expected. Just do a normal test. You're tired like this. Han Sen said a few perfunctory words. But I was very unhappy in my heart. My overall quality has long exceeded 10 points. If only I show my strength here. Can you still trust me? Deliberately hiding the strength test is the most tiring. Then Yang Monli took him, again to the Army test hall. Proceed to the next project. I'll just demonstrate it once. Don't say I didn't warn you. Han Sen stared at the screen, quite puzzled. What is this instrument that Team Leader Yang entered? In particular, he is just doing very regular martial arts decorations. It doesn't feel that difficult. The drunkard on the side suddenly spoke. You're thinking too simply. This thing is called a gravimeter. It will be equipped on interstellar and aircraft and warships. It is possible to adjust the gravity inside the battleship. Training with this stuff is known as Devil's Training. It was a game where the fitness was not up to 10 points. It is difficult to clear the test. After Yang Nali's demonstration, he ordered Han Sen. You go in now. Repeat all of what I just did. Report back to me when you're done. But I secretly rejoiced in my heart. There is no physical fitness of 10 points. I see what kind of bear you're going to be tired of. Listen to me in the future. And the drunkard on the side whispered brothers. Data set by Team Leader Yang. You're definitely not going to be able to pass your current abilities. Do you want me to tell you some tricks? Just need to bring me 2 packs of Black Forest next time. Han Sen glanced at him cheating. Are you reliable? Soon he entered the training room. Now the body is as bulky as an ox. Gravity is really not blown. However, the drunkard can secretly alter the data without being discovered. This guy used to cheat. I can't care so much about it. I'm going to take the opportunity to increase the data set by Yang Monli. Give full play to your strength. Let's see where my limits are. The gravimeter was modified after the Hansen case. Now he even throws a normal punch. Leg sweeps are also quite difficult, not to mention wielding a sword, and completed Yang Monli's set of actions. But after the special training, Yang Monli, when she saw his test scores, but he was furious. Han Sen, are you cheating? Be honest. Han Sen decisively denied cheating. I'm in Yang. Test to be completed at the request of the team leader. And there is video surveillance throughout the process. And background data monitoring can be proven. But he said secretly in his heart, although I did change the numerical values. But there is no cheating to make it easier. I would have disguised my results even worse if I had known about them. Of course, Yang Monli didn't believe it. There really isn't anything wrong with the data and monitoring. But with your physical fitness, how could it be done so quickly? Han Sen said righteously, maybe it's the interest that motivates my money. For this, I would like to thank Team Leader Yang for his hard work. As soon as this remark came out, Yang Monli blushed on the spot. It's quite sweet. Don't think I'm going to let you go. I will continue to strengthen your training in the future. Let's go out, Han Sen snickered. Ha! Yang Monli, a woman, eats soft but not hard. I'm holding it to death. On the second day, the streets and alleys were talking about this. Have you heard of the martial arts conference? Bishan's next battle against Qin Xian competed for the first place. Qin Xian was the person with the highest combat power in the steel armor shelter. The emperor is fine. I want to see Bishen fight with the son of God. They're going to fight to the end. It's a pity that the Son of God lost to Qin Xian and didn't advance. On the other side of the street at this time, Han Sun was giving gifts to drunkards. I brought what you wanted. Thank you for helping me with gravity. It's a trifle. The smell of this smoke is very pure. It is the authentic Black Forest. Unexpectedly, the Black Forest is your friend's property. It seems that there is no need to worry about not being able to smoke it in the future. Ha ha ha, in order to show sincerity. I'll show you a hand first. As soon as the words fell, the drunkard is lightning fast. Wave his pen hand at Han Sun. Han Sun couldn't dodge. On the spot, he was put on his neck. But soon, the drunkard made a tight gesture. The hand disappeared in an instant. Then he switched another gesture. The hand suddenly appeared again. How about I have a knife in my hand? Do you want to learn? A man to increase the dexterity of his fingers. The game was played. I didn't think of the secret of hiding a knife in the drunkard's hand. It turned out to be the hand of God. This game is really fun. This game is completely based on the muscles and joints of the arms. To design, only precision, dexterous use of every joint and every inch of muscle. The flesh can touch these light maps perfectly. This game is a great way to improve your arm dexterity and the brain's responsiveness. But it's so hard. My current success rate is not even 20%. That's when it happened. Qin Xian suddenly appeared. Han Sun was actually practicing the hand of God, although it is beginner difficulty. But if this thing starts from scratch, you can't master it in 7 or 8 years. And after the beginner difficulty, there are evolutionaries. Bayondalian, demigod with 3 difficulties. Each difficulty is also divided into 10 levels. It's too late for him to start learning at his age. But it doesn't matter. A little more power. It is easier to gain a foothold in the army. The screen turns. Finally, it was the day of the final of the martial arts tournament. The younger disciples of the Son of God gritted their teeth one after another. Finally waited for the steel armor shelter. This showdown of the battle is over. Station Master Qin will definitely be able to kill that gold coin in seconds. Avenge our brother Luo. Gold coins, you are not Qin Xian's opponent at all. If you are smart, you will admit defeat directly. Your dog's life can only be taken by me. At this time, Han Sun was the first to appear. The surface is calm and free, or even waved to greet the audience. But he was panicked in his heart. It's a bit stressful. On the other side is the Queen of the Steel family, and lately busy practicing the hand of God. Didn't prepare for the game. Now both hands are shaking. At this time, Qin Xian suddenly spoke to the Emperor God. Let's make a deal, Hao. If you lose, join my steel-clad regiment as a deputy commander. After I get promoted to the 2nd Sanctuary, you are the commander of the steel-clad regiment. As soon as this remark came out, Han Sun was stunned for several seconds on the spot, and the Son of God was even more dazed. Does Qin Xian mean that he is inviting gold coins? The little brother next to the Emperor also complained a few words. Gold coins are strong, though. But Qin Zhan is like this. It's too low to be a bit of a self-esteem. Yang Manli is not stunned. The steel-clad regiment represents the military and the Union. Qin Xian, are you serious? But the man in front of him gave an unexpected answer. I'm sorry for your kindness. I can't take it. Qin Xian didn't understand. Offering such a condition yourself will also be rejected. Han Sun pretended to hold up 2 fingers. There are 2 reasons for this. You can't beat me second. I will enter the sanctuary of the second god before you. Hear that? Qin Xian said something angrily on the spot. You're too blind, aren't you? At this moment, Han Sun was in a panic in his heart. What the hell am I pretending to be? Obviously, there is no 100% certainty that he can win him. But in order to refuse, he could only be arrogant. Yang Manli couldn't stand it anymore. This man has a tumor in his brain. Does he know what he's talking about? Su Xiaoqiao, who could be a loyal fan. I also praised it. Wealth cannot be won. mighty and unyielding. It's my armed god. Handsome, but the son of God in the viewing room was deeply enraged. Qin Xian shouldn't talk nonsense with him. Hurry up. This man is. A whispered and beautiful woman secretly makes a deal. If you win the game, I'll tell you who I really am. Otherwise, you will give me a Shengtang S-level purchase card. Qin Xian didn't even hesitate for a second. Soon, he condensed a beast-soul dagger from the palm of his hand. Han Sen recognized it as the divine blood one-hearted butterfly dagger. If you were stabbed by him, even his own divine blood armor is not guaranteed. But this wave of coercion has already been pretended. I can't care so much about it. So he immediately came out of the void, summons the sword of the Golden Horn Shira. Don't say a word. He went straight in the direction of Qin Xian. I personally learned your moves and moves, but at the moment, I am the god of Bai. It's really new to you. That's my strength. But in the face of Han Sen's fierce attack, Qin Xian still dodged easily and unhurriedly. I saw his light figure tumble in the air for a few meters and land gently, and took advantage of Han Sen's lack of time to put away the knife. He quickly walked around his side. Qin Xian chuckled softly and said that the knife is a good knife. It's just too bulky. But just when Qin Xian's dagger was about to stab at Han Sen, he suddenly showed a strange smile. Why didn't he dodge? Could it be that these were all expected by him? However, Han Sen not only did not dodge, instead followed the direction of the sword, swept towards Qin Xian. I see. He wanted to push back my attack with his attack. It's a good move. Qin Xian had no choice but to retreat and avoid God. I can't see that you're still a pretty ruthless man. I have God to right armor and body protection. Your dagger counts as a hit. I don't have to worry about my life. But you'll be split in half. As soon as the words fell, Han Sen continued to slash wildly. Don't even give the other party a chance to breathe. But Qin Xian's body technique is really good. Han Sen's next attack, it couldn't hurt him in the slightest. Qin Xian didn't forget to tease a few words. Your offensive is intimidating, but please show me how well you behave. Han Sen was quite helpless. I learned martial arts from the Shira people. The offensive against a new slash is tightly pressing. But he couldn't break Qin Xian's body. At this time, Su Xiaoqiao, who was sitting in the seat, suddenly spoke. Station Master Qin seems to have been bitten to death by Bisen. I didn't have a chance to fight back. But Yang Manli doesn't think so. You know a fart. Qin Xian was consuming Bai Shun's physical strength. Those who practice atomic fission. He plays the god of arms in the protracted war. Su Xiaoqiao looked at a loss. What is the atomic fission technique? Yang Manli explained atomic fission. One closest to a supercore. The advanced martial arts of the origin of genetics. This tree allows genes to produce similarities. It's the same as fusion. Energy doesn't just enhance physical fitness. It also retains strength for a long time. So Qin Xian wouldn't be tired at all. Qin Xian's goal is to be selected as one of the top 10 gods this year. Only those who get the first place in steel armor are eligible. So he had to win this game. And the god of heaven who watched the warriors. I also saw Qin Xian's tactics. That's it. Consume him. When he was as tired as a dog and lay down. Just give him a fatal blow. But at this moment, a man eating popcorn. There was a retort no. Bisen is not going to lose. Young Master Yuan, you are still young. If you don't understand this kind of thing, it's best not to guess. Shame on the province. Young Master Yuan immediately, ironically returned to his strength. How many good things Bisen has taken away from you? Didn't you count it in your heart? His deeds, legendary in the entire Steel Armor Sanctuary, since it is a legend. So, how did it fall here? The Son of God gritted his teeth angrily and wanted to refute on the spot. But he wanted to stop talking. At this time, Qin Xian, who was on the field, felt that the more he fought, the more strange it became. My body is running vertically because of atomic fission. So I won't get tired after playing for so long. But why didn't he look tired in the slightest? That's when it happened. Hansen seemed to have a good idea in his heart. I know you're wondering something. You guessed it right. I'm not tired at all now. To become the first in steel armor. A man who was selected as one of the 10 great sons of God. How can it not last? At least I won't fall before you. Hansen knew it very well in his heart. The number of ice muscles and jade bones lowered my body temperature. The corresponding energy consumption is also reduced, and it's trained to move by gravity. My physical fitness has improved a lot. Originally, I thought that the battle against Qin Xian would fall into the wind. I didn't expect it to feel pretty good in actual combat. Armed God. It seems that you have to use special tricks to deal with it. As soon as the words fell, I saw Qin Xian's hands begin to glow in a slight aperture. Then he let out a loud cry of beast soul fusion. The next moment was around Qin Xian's body. 2 streams of beast soul energy. Keep pulling in and wrapping him up. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a golden lion with teeth and claws. The Son of God is not happy. This is a God-blood level crystal spirit beast soul. Fusion with the mutated golden lion beast soul. And as the leader of the shrine group, Yang, it was the first time I had seen Qin Xian use this trick. Su Xiaoqiao also heard of it. Crystal spirit beast soul. It can counteract the opponent's attacks in the form of water. Now the god can be suspended. Qin Xian's beast soul fusion. The strength behind the toilet has more than doubled. Now Hansen's sword. Not even able to inflict effective damage on him. Soon the golden lion had already swooped down, and Hansen faded away at the speed of small steps, holding the energy glowing with golden light. The next moment, a pair of giant wings were instantly drawn on his back. This is Ziyu's exquisite divine blood beast soul. Hansen flew into the air in time at the last moment. The golden lion, who had lost his target, pounced on the spot. Su Xiaoqiao was immediately amazed that Bisen could fly, immediately dodged Qin Zhanchang's attack. The wing by Shun was handsome. Yang Monli grabbed him by the collar and went crazy on the spot. Su Xiaoqiao, I said, which side are you from? You like Bisen so much. Do you want me to fire you now? However, since Hansen summoned the wings, the golden lion looks like a dog being walked. No matter how much you pounce, you can't touch him. At this time, Qin Xian was already angry, you bastard. How dare you play me like that? Damn it. Even the audience couldn't help but complain. It's a bit too much. How can there be such a play? Yes, the strings have no way to deal with it. It is clear that he is bullying others. He used to rob the beast soul of the Son of God. And now she is teasing my goddess. It's really villainous. This golden lion can't fly. Each attack will be dodged by the opponent. Soon, Qin Xian, who had transformed into a beast soul, could no longer bear it. Bisen, what are you? If it's a man, come down and fight me in a dignified manner. Hansen saw through Qin Xian. You're a soldier. You should understand the truth that the winner is king. If you get the first place and enter the God War, meet opponents who also have the ability to fly. It's hard to ask for the other person too. Give up the ability to fly. Will they be delivered to you to die? As soon as this statement came out, Qin Xian suddenly woke up, speechless on the spot. Young Master Yuan agreed with the statement of avoiding gods. You can't ask for it. Everyone has the same ability. The winner is king. The loser is the loser. It's as simple as that. That's it. Young Master Yuan turned around and left. Qing's game is over. But the Son of God gritted his teeth angrily and agreed with a fart. This man is a scoundrel. Shameless. At this time, Qin Xian secretly said in his heart, now I can't touch him at all. Not to mention defeat him. The bastard Bisen is really unwilling. The next moment, the golden lion that Qin Xian incarnated began to slowly disperse. Bisen, I admit defeat. No need to go on. As soon as this remark came out, everyone was shocked. Just connect with the audience seated. There are constantly voices of controversy. Then the radio soon went on. The first place in this martial arts tournament was born. Congratulations on the gold coins. You will represent the steel-clad shelter. Participate in the God War after 10 days. At this time, Qin Xian slowly walked past him. If you want to buy a card for the S-class of the Tang Dynasty, come to the steel-clad regiment to find me. After the game, their names were engraved on the Budo Cup. Han Sun said secretly in his heart. Qin Xian was definitely not convinced if he didn't get the first place. The steel-clad regiment is his territory. If I rush over as a gold coin, I don't know if I'll fall into his trap. Forget it. Prepare for the God War in 10 days. If you have a chance to get a random Divine Sparrow Soul, much better than the St. Dawn S-level purchase card. Ever since Han Sun got the qualification for the Divine War, training has become harder. Su Xiaoqiao didn't understand Brother Sun very much. Your archery skills are already amazing. Why do you still practice so seriously? Team Leader Yang's task can be dealt with casually. Han Sun said, how could it be done? Men are not satisfied on the road to becoming stronger. Even the training room of the gravimeter. He can also be seen. The drunkard thought it was strange. The secret alteration of the data was not discovered. Han Sun should be able to do it easily. Why did the queue take so long to get in? It's hard to get addicted to playing. Han Sun secretly turned up the gravity shift data again. Today's difficulty can be described as very perverted. But fortunately, my body can still bear it. Those who participated in the War of the Gods. They're all the first places in each shelter. There will only be more people who are stronger than themselves, not less. It's night. The strings just passed by. It's been a few days since the martial arts tournament ended. The arms didn't come to me. Count him as acquaintances. If you really call the steel-clad regiment, you won't be able to get out. That's when it happened. A strange noise from the training room caught his attention. It's so late. Who's in the testing hall? This beauty happened to pass by the training room in the middle of the night. But I heard a strange noise. It was actually Han Sun practicing the Hand of God. The difficulty last time was beginners. Now let me see how much you've improved. But the scene in front of him surprised him. Current difficulty, Evolver level 3. It's only been a few days. He actually started from beginners. Upgraded to Evolver level 3. For the Evolver. It's almost impossible. Even me. When I first reached this difficulty, it also took several years. This guy's potential is terrifying. In the training room at this time, Han Sun was sweating profusely as he was practicing. Electrode ice. Chance ancient trees really strengthen muscles and joints. Flexibility. I should have done it sooner. But just after he cleared the customs, Qin Xian suddenly appeared and handed over a bottle of water again. Han Sun stared at the bottle of water with palpitations. I don't dare drink it. Last time because I drank your water. I'm a little delirious. But Qin Xian insisted on stuffing this bottle of water into his hand. Do you like to drink or not? After saying that, he left directly. Thankfully, he's my man. With his current abilities, it's already fully controllable remotely. Shoot weapons and armor too. Such potential talents. You have to grasp it. The day before the God War, Han Sun sat in front of the computer in a daze. Follow the current shortlist. The biggest threat to me is probably these two people. Tang Jinliu is the guy that the madman admires very much. Lin Feng didn't know much about the situation. But this name is just one word different from Lin Beifeng. It can't be relatives. It stands to reason that these two people. You can already enter the sanctuary of the second god. Why do you want to stay here to occupy the quota? It's weird. Let's not talk about their level of martial arts. High-level B souls alone are scary enough. Let's hope it doesn't happen so soon. Otherwise, even if you can win, it will definitely be a narrow victory. It is very unfavorable for the rest of the battle. That's when it happened. An unknown call came out of nowhere. As soon as the other party spoke, Han Sun guessed who it was. This guy is Xuexi's fourth brother Fang Pennant. At this time, he was in Tang Jinliu's villa. He was actually asking the drunkard to come to you. This matter has to do with tomorrow's God War. If you can come, my friend will be thanked. Hanmori is not because of fun. It's about how to find yourself. It's hard to do it. The identity of his own gold coin was found out. The screen turns. In the video, a man who looks like Tyrone is fighting. Fight despite the fact that the other side is outnumbered. But he still easily killed them all. Hansen asked, "You were looking for me. Is it just to see this thing? How about Tang Jun Luing Dao? Doesn't it feel familiar?" Hansen secretly said in his heart that he practiced with the hand of God. There is indeed a place for the same work. But he was noticeably more ruthless and decisive. And the knives are all deadly fast attacks. Hansen turned his head and asked who this person was. Tang Junlio said that he was a demigod-level powerhouse. The grandson of the counselor of the upper hospital. The grandson of the Low East Tomb counselor. What does this kind of person have to do with me? I don't want to provoke politicians. Tang Junlio prepared in advance for the divine war. I want Han Sun to imitate the demigods. And the move of the tomb of change. Hansen thought he had misheard. Obviously, this kind of clean-body fighting drunkard will be more skilled than me. If you want to spar, you should find him. But Tang Junlio was filial, and we did find an alcoholic. But he said your potential is limitless. Evolutionary level 3 test record. It was talked about by the whole team. Brother Han, as long as you accompany me to practice. If there is any request, just mention. Hansen pondered for a moment. After all, the other party is also a celebrity. Tang Junlio can really help if he can really help. He must be grateful to me. Come to think of it, Han Sun immediately raised a finger. I need a Shine S-Class purchase card. Maybe the conditions are lower. The two of them agreed without thinking about it for 1 second. Brother Han, then work hard for you to take the shadow of Idogi. Let's take it and study it. Tomorrow the war begins. It's definitely going to be an all-nighter tonight. It's been a long time. Tang Junlio glanced at the wall clock. Hours have passed. This Han brother has been too long. The pen and all went home to sleep. Lin Feng still calmly flipped through the book. It's useless if you're in a hurry. Over time, it has proved that he has studied well. That's when it happened. Han Lansen suddenly pushed the door in. I've almost figured out the moves of forcing Domu. Let's start practicing. Tang Junlio thinks he's bragging about you. The tone of this kid. Sounds like a lot of confidence. Hansen picked up the topic. Hasn't this dagger you given me cut yet? The weight is also very light. Tang Jun Lu Tiao cut a few words, which is quite disgusting. You don't really think you're better than Ito's tomb. Lin Feng explained a few words. Although I don't think you can hurt us. But it's better to be careful. After all, God wars are important. So to grieve you to use this dagger. Caution should indeed be exercised. As soon as the words fell, Hansen launched a surprise attack with lightning speed. Frightened, Tang Junlio's neck suddenly shrank and lay down. Haven't called the start yet. You kids sneak attack. Hansen didn't care so much. You think you're on the playing field. Will the Yidong tomb wait until you're ready? But Hansen seemed to know magic. The dagger in his hand suddenly disappeared. Tang Junlio was stunned on the spot. Compare where the hand is hidden. At this time, Hansen doubled his palm again. Suddenly, the hand reappeared on the back of the hand. And Tang Junlio couldn't dodge. The cheek was scratched by an enemy on the spot. In Lin Feng's opinion, playing without a cutting edge is the right choice. Tang Junlio quickly launched a counterattack. His fists were fast and hard. And with a burst of fists, Hansen dodged in time. But it also looks very embarrassing. Tang Junlio didn't even give him a chance to breathe. Immediately make up for it. Hansen didn't have time to dodge. I had to try to block the blow. However, the disparity in strength between the two sides is too great. Even if he blocked it completely, still being kicked a few meters away, Hansen secretly said that this force is so fierce. His physical fitness. It's definitely a big cut above mine. Tang Junlio saw that he had regained a little face. Took advantage of the situation to ridicule Brother Han. Don't get complacent. It was a battle of great disparity. If you fight hard, Han Sun was definitely not Tang Junliu's opponent. But promotion seems to be more advantageous. So he didn't say a word. Rushed straight towards Tang Junliu again. But in the face of such a simple offensive, Tang Junliu can easily dodge with just one sideways. And he slashed a palm as a counterattack. Boy, I'm a little more tender than you. But Han Sun suddenly asked, "Did you see my movements?" As soon as the words fell, Han Sun grabbed his wrist with great precision. Immediately after that, the other hand was holding a hand. At the same time, it quickly stretches out. I saw a stab straight at himself and a hand. Frightened, Tang Jima's neck shrank back suddenly. But because his wrist had already been tightly grasped by Han Sun, so there is no way to dodge. Tang Junliu does not speak in Chinese. The knife was clearly on his right hand. When did it switch to the left hand? Bai Tang's Ling Feng couldn't help but clap his hands and praise it for being good. Old Tang is looking for Brother Han today, which is the right person. Compared with the tomb, he is even better. The screen turns. Han Sun successfully won the Sanctuary S-Class purchase card. Anyway, although he was very happy to win Tang Junliu, but it was he who gave me a chance to get promoted. If it's a fair game, I'm afraid I won't win. And that Lin Feng didn't make a move. His strength will be like that. It is possible that Han Sun analyzed the video of the East Tomb of the Uprising. I have a knife in my hand, although flexible and changeable. Be good at taking advantage of the other person's blind spots. It can be compared to the erratic body of the East Tomb of the Uprising. My excitement was clearly not good enough. And it's in my public interest. The results of the training. Maybe I should use this card. Buy yourself a super sum genetics of its own law. Meanwhile, Tang Jun and Lu Jing sat on the ground beautifully. Grumbled. Fought with Han Sun's kid for hours. I didn't even take advantage of it. Lao Lin, you are right. That kid is indeed no worse than Idomu. Ling Feng said lightly. Idomu is nothing more than skillful. But Han Sun understood the true meaning of melee combat. Fickle if he had the birth of Iki. It should be more terrifying. Seeing Lin Feng give such a high evaluation. Tang Junliu made a joke. You really exalted him. Then in a few years he will surpass you. But Lin Feng raised his fingers and pretended to be a wave. In the first sanctuary, I'm invincible. Tang Junliu was speechless for a moment. I shouldn't have asked that. Finally, the day of the war has come. A large group of people were gathered outside the Xinghui 5 arena. Noisy. At this time, Han Sun was using the identity of experience. Go to the God Wars portal. There were also many supporters cheering him on along the way. So many people came to support me. It seems that the experience is still ruthless. But someday, I will use my true identity. Come and receive all this glory. Qin Xian really didn't come to see me off. I guess I'm still not convinced. But I'll show you the strength. I'm the one who can give the armor. The one who brings glory to the shelter. It's a boast of 100,000. The contestants' God Battle Arena. I can come here. They are the #1 shelters in the world. And the rules of this God War are one-on-one. The elimination of fingers. Han Sun stared at the battle list. I ponder my next opponent. I didn't expect Donkey to be in S. And he is in the W group. Follow this battle table. If neither of us are eliminated early, it's bound to happen within 10 rounds. In Tang Jun, Lu and Ling Feng are not allowed to enter the top 10. Otherwise, it is impossible to encounter it. But that's too dramatic. Tang Junliu was afraid of meeting Idomu. So come to me for practice. It turned out to be my fulfillment. I suddenly got a little excited. You don't want to get out early. After the start of the game, Tang Junliu won the first match quite lightly. The other party appeared in less than 3 seconds and received a boxed lunch on the spot. Han Sun was secretly observing. Tang Junliu's victory is no suspense. His sword skills are brutal and domineering. Don't give your opponent the respite. But on the other hand, Lin Feng is here. It seems to be very difficult to win. He was the second son of the previous term. And this person is called Zheng Yin. There's nothing brilliant about it at all. It's weird. Lin Feng can always give people a sense of unfathomability. It is completely different from Tang Jinliu's wall. Han Sen took advantage of the fact that his game had not yet arrived. I'm going to observe the strength of Ito's tomb. Coincidentally, in the aisle, just happened to meet Ling Feng head-on after the game. Ling Feng reported to his home and said, "Hello. You're supposed to be the gold of the armor sanctuary, right?" Han Sen shook his hand politely. In a few perfunctory sentences, "I'm just a small person. Nothing." Lin Feng was unexpectedly optimistic about him. Any strong man is before he becomes famous in the world. It's all small people. Then walked directly past him and leave a word to see you in the finals. This sentence attracted the attention of many people on the spot. What the second son of the last term, Lin Feng actually said to this person that he would see you in the final. I heard you right. What is the origin of this gold coin? Han's son glanced back at him. It was very difficult to win the tournament just now. Now you dare to meet me in the final. This man is not only unfathomable and very threatening. The screen turns. The race to Idomu has finally begun. He is against the Dragon Swordsman. He was the 10th son of God in the last session. But even if the other party is a famous swordsman, but Idomu still didn't put it in his eyes. And the two men sitting next to Hansen. It is also believed that this battle is difficult to distinguish between victory and defeat. It is estimated that it will be a long time. But in the next moment, this dragon swordsman has not yet had time to meet for the first time. Was cut on the spot. But that's not enough. Idomu saw a hint of breath on him. Don't forget to make up for it. Soon the system broadcast came. The K3363 match is over. Promoted by iDonkey. All at once, let the audience in the seats. There was an uproar. What is the situation? What just happened? This guy named iDongyu actually killed Miko in an instant. What a ruthless person. Luckily, I won't meet him in the next games for the time being. The man slit the other person's throat. I saw that he was not dead yet. Make up for it again. Han Sing in the audience couldn't help choking. In fact, the first knife cut the throat. The dragon swordsman is already certain to die. But Itogi just made up for it. This guy is enjoying the process of killing. Tang Junliu was even skeptical. The divine dragon swordsman was replaced by Mao Ming. No matter what, it's impossible to be killed by Itogi in seconds. Lin Feng was unmoved. This just proves that we are right to be wary of him in advance. Tang Junliu thinks. The rest of the game wasn't interesting. But just as he was about to leave, Lin Feng suddenly said no. There is one more game that cannot be missed. Meanwhile, the match between Gold and Reban has finally been announced. Leben took the lead in shooting 2 Beast Soul Swords. I heard this is your God War debut. I'm going to make it ugly for you to lose. Sure enough, there is not a single weak chicken here. These 2 Beast Soul Swords. It's the same as my Mutant Black. It's all poisonous stuff. The next moment, he immediately used the golden axe he had summoned. Sweep the sword stone away. But Radan didn't stop his attacks. The divine Blood Beast Soul Sword allows you to try it out. As soon as the words fell, the history of the divine Blood Beast Soul Sword passed by Han Sun. But here's the surprise. This sword can even track automatically. Face automatic tracking. And the history of the fast divine Blood Beast Soul Sword. Han Sen dodged in time, but it seems to be quite difficult. Tang Junliu looked at the head of Lao Lin. You said, is this the gold coin for the game that can't be missed? It's very passive. Even the audience began to talk about it. I specifically looked it up. He is known as the God of Bai. It is said to be a legend of the steel-clad sanctuary. Legendary fart. I think it's a bastard. Thankfully, God Warrior can't go live. If only the people in their shelter saw the game. I'm afraid I'm not going to die of shame. Soon Hansen finally couldn't hold back. opened the Bloody Slayer Soul Transformation. Won this game. Tang Jun Lu Xiaodao just dealt with a shooter. Don't use the blood of the gods to be transformed into souls. But I felt strange inside. This one called Bishen doesn't look very good. Why did Lin Feng care so much about him? 2 days later, Yang Monli saw the reporter's report on the internet. He knew the journalist. It was the original shooting of the Bishen against the Shura clan. Then he is the legend of the steel-clad sanctuary. Single-handedly take on the Shura clan. Immediately, Queen Qin Xian advanced to the Divine War. The Emperor God will definitely be able to win the God War Championship. Special correspondent Fang Mingquan and Qin Xian teased. The Emperor fought so ugly. This reporter's writing is too fake. It can't be his brain-dead fan. Open the comments, though. It's all an overwhelming amount of swearing. These keyboard warriors are also hard enough to hear. Yang Monli continued to flip through the battle report. It's not just Leben. Baishan has been stumbling in the past few days. His next opponent to advance to the top 10 is Tum Ito. Do you think you can win? Qin Xian said that he took my place. Whoever you are against has to win. Otherwise, he would not be a man. Yang Monli clicked on a video. This video is also very interesting. It is said to be the monitoring of the scene of the God War. Photographed Ling Feng, the second son of the last year, actually met Jin Bai in the final. It's a game by Gold versus Idongi's battle for the top 10 spots. Idomu has just come on, arrogantly pointed at the opponent's gold coins. I take your life. Hear that? Han Sun immediately took the Black Beetle and the blood, the Slayer's soul fusion, and summoned the Shura war knife and rushed forward on the spot. This shocked the audience. Gold coins, this is to promote the tomb of Ito. The brain is in the water. Higashiki is already good at close combat. Don't be so anxious if he wants to die. At this point, Itoki's palms began to flutter. The power of the beast's soul. I saw him sneer and sneer. The speed at which you sent your life. I like it very much. As soon as the words fell, a black mutant demon monkey. The beast's soul fused directly into his body. His strength and speed too. At the same time, it has been greatly raised. Tang Jinliu, who was watching the battle, questioned. The transformation of the gold coin is god blood. Why doesn't Idomu use a beast soul of the same level? Dealing with him, Ling Feng said lightly and stiffly, because it was inappropriate. Idomu specializes in close quarters and assassination, but he didn't have a humanoid crumb beast soul. So in order to play to your advantage, I'd rather choose a mutation-level demon monkey beast soul. He thought it would be a sure victory. Besides, the one in his hand is a dagger. Meanwhile, Li Dong stared at Han Sun, who was coming straight away. Even jumped up and launched the attack first. I saw him fall sharply from midair. God writes daggers. Shattered the floor in front of Han Sin's eyes on the spot. Thankfully, he was able to stop the pace of progress in time. Idogi twisted his body in quick succession and unleashed a roundabout blow. But Han Sun, who has the armor of divine blood, but he forcibly blocked it. Idomu, I know you all out. In my eyes, you're a thread that doesn't change. Puppets only. The next moment, Han Sun began to fight back. Raised the Shura battle knife and rushed straight up. And Idomu's mentality is inflated. I didn't put him in my eyes at all. This regular way of attacking. But that's not the end of the story. It was discovered that Han Sin's war knife was unpredictable. Constantly switch back and forth between your hands. It's like magic. This made Idomu lose his mind in an instant. He couldn't judge Han Sin's next move at all. At this time, Tang Jinliu asked uncertainly, "This technique is?" Ling Feng said that this was a change of the hand of God. The gold coins didn't disappoint me. The winner is decided. Meanwhile, Han Sin slashed against his heart. Chop Itogi to serious injuries. I saw a deep knife mark in his chest. A large amount of blood suddenly gushed out. But Han Sin didn't kill them all. Instead, he kicked Itogi straight out of the ring. His beast soul also gradually dissipated at this moment at the same time. Did the cut solve it so quickly? The legend of the steel-clad sanctuary now proves its strength. Itogi collapsed on the ground. It's even hard to get up. There was a stab in his chest that was deep into his bones. The arena was still dead silent. Suddenly there was a lot of noise. Itogi couldn't stand up. He was slashed by a gold coin. It seems that Ling Feng is not without reason to ask him to fight. Is this really happening? I'm not dreaming. Your internal organs are already badly damaged. No matter how strong your physical fitness is, you can't hold it for 5 minutes. If you want to save your life, go to treatment immediately. Lidamu breathed a sigh of relief. But still hard-mouthed next time. I'll definitely kill you next time. Soon remembered the system voice, C6058 field. The game is over. Gold for the winners. The next moment, the whole game scene was boiling in an instant. The excited cheers of the audience were constantly heard. In teleportation warfare, Qin Xian was browsing through the reports about Bisen. The reporter named Fong Mingquan became popular overnight. This article he wrote, the number of reads has exceeded 10 million. That Idumu is not a small character either. Gold. This time, it is indeed for our steel armor to protect the face of the chief. The gold coin is Bisen. I want to know more and more about his true identity. The screen turns. At the residence of Han's son, the steel armor shelter. He was frustrated with the question of his body. If I had improved earlier, you will be able to end Ito's tomb sooner. But there are too many good things in the Shengtangus area. It's all about choosing a hard time. That's when it happened. Fong Jingqi suddenly made a phone call. Is it another errand to be a sparring partner? After connecting, the other party took the lead in speaking Han's son. Your performance last time, Lao Tang and Lao Lin were very satisfied. So I'm going to introduce you to one more good errand. Han Sen readily agreed without much thought. And then he, decisive, chose this set of super force flow acceleration body method. The next day, Han Sen came to the gate of the shelter as promised. Sit tight. This is the steel armor shelter. Brother Quan, one of the 3 forces, walked over. Fong Laosi said that the whale assassination technique is the person. That's you. And there were dissatisfied voices from the younger brothers in the back. It's a but maniac. What about the pit daddy? Wouldn't it be an extra burden to treat him? Hansen said in one word. The fist group acted alone. I don't want to benefit from the son of God and Qin Xuanfen, right? Then, a fat man grabbed him by the collar and roared excitedly. Now that you know, then you should understand that we are not there to play. This hunt, it is related to whether Brother Quan's god Jin can be big, successfully promoted to the sanctuary of the second god. Then the fat man's painting style changed to Brother Quan. This guy can't be trusted. Let's look elsewhere. Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Brother Quan. Needless to say, he was recognized by Ling Feng and Tang Jinliu. I gave him a chance to act as I planned, but we don't guarantee your safety. After the deed is done, I'll give you a mutated mount as payment. Soon the two reached an agreement and immediately set off. After 3 days, they arrived at the distance from the steel-clad shelter. There are 7,000 kilometers of horseback riding, and keep going down the mountain wall. Soon they came to a large cave. They lit torches and went deeper into the cave. Along, Hansen noticed that there were a lot of blood stains left on the rock wall. Is this the last time you caught it? Fat people are right. The shell of the god-blood creature was too hard. Roll fast. We suffered a big loss last time. Brother Quan said to Han's son, the god-blood creature dwells near the water's edge. Wait a minute, we'll distract him. You take the opportunity to dive underwater and wait. When he lets his guard down, he does it immediately. His abdomen is the only weakness. Must be killed with 1 hit. A god riding in bowling ball is bowing its head and drinking water. This guy is so big. It is estimated that his impact and defense are absolutely top. Han's son, who was at the level, suddenly talked about Brother Quan. Your plan is too risky. If the anti-bowling ball doesn't react the way you envisioned, then I'm going to be out of luck. So give me the Beast Soul mount first. This made Brother Quan's younger brothers complain one after another. Dude, is it appropriate to talk about the conditions at this time? Can't give it to him first. What if he runs away? However, Brother Quan still insisted on receiving the soul mount on the ground. If he did run away, the notoriety of this as maniac can't be washed away. Take it. They follow Brother Quan's plan and have a colorful three-way index finger. The middle finger and ring finger are three people on the side to attract fire. Han Sen and Little Thumb stayed where they were, always ready to dive in. At last, by Brother Quan and Thumb in the front Yang Palace. Lure this anti-bowling team to the designated place. After everything is ready, Brother Quan took the lead in smashing down the boulder and announced the start of the operation. It's embarrassing. The boulder in their hands smashed on the spirit armor of the anti-bowling ball. It was as if a small stone crab was smashed on a hard shield, without the slightest blow. However, it also managed to arouse hatred against the bowling ball. I saw him open his bloody mouth, and with a deafening roar, the next second it quickly curled up into a ball, roll straight in the direction of the boxer. Meanwhile, Han Sen was hurrying to install oxygen cylinders. He must sneak into the water to lay an ambush while he is not paying attention. On Brother Quan's side, the situation is not good. This immortal reverse spirit ball rolls extremely fast and hit the surrounding rock walls all the way. Thumbs Up even feared that the cave would collapse. At this time, it is relayed by three people on the rock wall. Stone throwing again. Lure him to the designated place. And Han Sen also successfully ambushed at the designated position. It's been so long. It seems that the plan should have succeeded. It's up to me next. Soon this anti-bowling team will bring the group of outsiders. After all evictions, come back again and drink water. I saw him bow his head and gurgle a big gulp of water, completely oblivious to the crisis underwater. And Han Sen had already been attacking underwater for a long time. He stared at the only soft part of his body, then quickly summoned in the palm of your hand a mutated black needle, Blade's Beast Soul. The swordsman didn't say a word, aimed directly at the softest part of the ball. Stabbed in. The sudden stinging pain made the anti-bowling ball look up to the sky and wail. Then he quickly turned, pierced the sharp tail directly into the water. Han Sen, who was in the water, had nowhere to hide. Scratched on the spot. At this moment, this anti-bowling ball is like a frightened bird. Just want to get out of the cave quickly. Brother Quan, hidden on the side, immediately took the lead in catching up. Hurry up and get on, everyone. Han Sen stared at the bloody chest, but he was unwilling. This is a big loss. And on Brother Quan's side, he is chased out of the hole. The younger brothers were even skeptical. Han Sen didn't stab the vital part at all. Han Sen gritted his teeth and followed. It was impossible. My poison arrow had pierced his abdomen. Unless he is invincible. Otherwise, you will not die or be disabled. A man followed the large group, chasing a wounded god's blood and creature. But suddenly the system interface appeared in my mind. Hunt the Divine Blood Rebellion Orb. Obtain the Divine Blood Beast Soul. This made Han Sen's eyes suddenly sick, directly stunned in place. Brother Quan noticed that he suddenly stopped. What happened to you? Han Sen said lightly that Li Lingxiu was dead. That's when it happened. Not far away, a strange monster cry emanates from the cliff face. And the little brothers who ran ahead directly collapsed on the ground. Bite the word intermittently. What is this? It's so big. At this time, Han Sen had just run over. I was also shocked by the scene in front of me. A giant white liar is abusing the rich businessman and fleeing against the bowling. Then his eyes suddenly reddened. Staring at Han Sen's group, the group roared. The group of strong men scattered and fled. Everyone runs separately. It's gone for 8 lifetimes. How did you come across such a creature? But Han Sun was stunned and motionless. Let the giant white bird fly closer and closer. Han Sun thought fearlessly. This white giant bird is undoubtedly a godblood creature. This place is supposed to be his territory. Brother Quan, it is impossible for them to run away. Come to think of it, he decisively filled the soul of doom. Silly bird came to see here. But the speed of the white giant bird is too fast. Han Sun had no choice but to jump to the side in time to continue, desperately running towards the narrow rock crevice. And the white giant bird, due to size problems, it was also delayed for a while by the rocks on both sides. Thumbs up in disbelief. The butt maniac actually lured the giant bird away alone. Isn't he afraid of death? Brother Quan also deeply admires this guy. There is such guts. But maniac, this time our brother owes you. I'll admit you're a man. At this time, Han Sun, who had already run quite far, directly summons the armor. This stupid bird went on a rampage and didn't give him a way to live. But you can't afford to eat Grandpa's meat. Soon an underground river appeared in front of his eyes. This avian creature would never dive. Now he is saved. But he didn't say a word. When jumping directly into an underground river, suddenly a huge bird will pierce the armor on his back. Chi Hong's blood suddenly gushed out. Han Sun was not frightened. He can even scratch the scales of an anti-bowling ball. If I didn't have the armor of divine blood, I guess it's going to run on my back. Han Sun endured the pain. Summons the mutation of the Southern Song dynasty from the last time. Fly to the soul of the beast. Unexpectedly, I once thought it was a useless water beast soul mount. This is where it comes in handy. Meanwhile, in the residence of Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng, who had always been silent, suddenly burst out laughing. Immediately attracted Tang Jinliu's attention. What are you looking at so funny? Like a fool. Lin Feng put the book away. Because there's something I'm looking forward to. So it's more fun. Tang Jinliu is not happy. What to expect? Could it be a duel with gold coins in the God War ranking battle? God Wars is a points-based system. I'm not sure he'll get a first. But next year's book, there will definitely be a page of his strong color. Wake up. Can you hear me? A man covered in blood suddenly woke up from a coma. Aunt Lee smiled and woke up fine. My herbs still work. Han Sun asked, covering his aching head. Excuse me, where is this? This is a man named Su Xianqian. This is the forest outside the Glory Sanctuary. You fell to the river and almost died. It was we who saved you. After a short break, the three of them walked towards the Glory Sanctuary. And Su Xianqian said, Han Sun, we save your medical bills. There is also a total of 100,000 yuan for escorting your protection fee. Han Sun looked embarrassed. Brother Su, thank you so much for saving me. But I don't have any money. Su Xianqian turned his head and glanced at him for a second. So remember it first. When you go back to the Alliance and get the money, you will transfer it to me. Aunt Lee complained a few words about Brother Su. You're guessing too much, aren't you? Shouldn't it be a good thing to help others? But Su Xianqian said, sister-in-law, let's go hunting this time. The harvest was only the primordial creature from last night. The original genes have gone up too little. Now that you have the opportunity to make more money, don't lose yourself. Han Sun said secretly in his heart. Both men were dressed and equipped in a mediocre manner. The original genes are still being pursued. It doesn't seem to be a famous kid. I'm lucky to have them this time. But at this moment, Aunt Lee suddenly pointed to the dense forest under the hillside. Something terrible seems to have been discovered. This is a mutant black-tailed poisonous monkey. I'm out with a bunch of baby monkeys. Because there are so many of them. Su Xianqian didn't dare to stay longer, pulled Aunt Lee and fled in a hurry. Han Sun, on the other hand, said calmly, if I can give you a few more mutant genes, can you not pay back the 100,000 yuan? As soon as this remark came out, Su Xianqian, no, I was stunned, I heard it right. At this time, Han Sun had already filled the soul of doom. Let's face the wind. As soon as the words fell, a mutant beast soul soared historian with the sound of air currents. Walk through the grass. The two of them were suddenly shocked. They recognized it as the mutant beast soul sword, but in the face of a sudden cold arrow. This mutant black-tailed poisonous monkey. But he was still pounding his chest arrogantly. Constant demonstrations. Frightened, Su Xiangqian hurriedly restrained him. The fur of the mutant blacktail poisoned throat is very thick. Don't be a hero. But Han Sen's face was still full of confidence. Don't worry. It was solved at first sight. And this beast soul sword. It didn't shoot head-on at the black-tailed monkey with electric wings. Instead, it made a sharp detour, and it shot in from his ear, straight to the head. I saw that his eyes suddenly lost their brightness. Soon this electrically winged, black-tailed, poisonous monkey fell in blood on the spot, and the head has been split in half. However, Han Sen withdrew the beast soul sword, but it is easy to solve it as if nothing happened. Su Xiangqian was surprised and liking. Who the hell are you? And Aunt Li suddenly became a little fan sister in seconds. Brother Han is too handsome. It turned out that we saved an ace shooter. This man seems to be from the countryside. The first time I entered the city, the Glory Shelter was so prosperous. Han Sen said secretly in his heart. Speaking of which, Lin Beifeng and that snow dragon Yin are both from here. Su Xiangqian glanced at Han Sen. You don't have to give us money. Let's settle it. Han Sen filial piety. With this mutant black-tailed poisonous monkey, and a few primitive black-tailed poisonous monkeys. Your mutated genes, and the original genes should be able to increase quite a bit. Aunt Li was very excited, yes. That's a lot more useful than 100,000 yuan. Thank you, Brother Han. Su Xiangqian reminded that this is the teleportation station. You can go back to the Union from here. However, access to the shelter is specific. You leave the Sanctuary of Glory. The next time I enter, it's still a glory sanctuary. Han Sen probably understood, so I'm going back to the Steel Armor Sanctuary. You can only return from the Sanctuary of Glory. But in his heart, he secretly said that this was miserable. It seems that it can't catch up with the God War ranking tournament. But even if I didn't participate, I was 10th at worst. You can still get a random divine Sparrow Soul Grant. Meanwhile, the system voice sounded in the God War arena. The first godson of this year's God War, Lin Feng. At this time, the audience in the seats seemed to be a little dissatisfied, saying, that gold coin didn't come to participate in the ranking match. Didn't Lin Feng make an appointment with him before? It must be scared. This kind of person really meets a strong opponent. It's a turtle with a shrunken head. At this time, Lin Feng was in the ring, was stopped by a group of reporters. Lin Feng, do you think Bis Hen didn't come to the competition? Is it because I'm afraid of you? Lin Feng said filial piety. I believe he won't. Just like I don't fear any opponent. And this one was photographed. Journalist of Shura and the Gold Coin War. Asked Lin Feng, if you really fight against Bis Hen, who do you think will win? Lin Feng didn't answer him directly. The premise of this question is that gold coins are used to participate. Otherwise, there is no point. Tang Jinliu on the side almost died of anger. Anyway, I won second this year. Interview me a little bit too. Gold, no matter what the reason for not coming this time. I'm just looking forward to fighting you next time. The screen turns. I just returned to the Luo Jiaxing teleportation station. Han Sen's phone suddenly rang. Fang Jinqi. Please talk to Brother Quan. The beast soul mount he gave me. I'll give it back to him at the next meeting. But Fang Jinqi said that there was no need. The anti-bowling ball was partially eaten by the big white bird. But Brother Quan, they picked up the rest. Now Brother Quan's divine gene has been fully consummated. Prepare to enter the second divine sanctuary. He also asked me to bring you a sentence. Thanks to you this time. He was grateful. Han Sen was cheeky and pretended to be a wave. If only I had a god-level beast soul bow and arrow. That giant white bird was definitely shot by me. Fang Jing's filial piety is so coincidental. Brother Quan has a crab-level beast soul bow and arrow, but he didn't need it himself. I gave a thumbs up 2 days ago. Han's son immediately became excited. Is that thumb willing to sell? Han's son, you give me an explanation. Have you gotten the beast soul of the bowling ball? Hansen answered truthfully, and he did get it. It is a hard shield beast soul. There are also many spikes on it. Fong Jing's filial piety is too good. A thumb needs this just like this. You put away the beast soul. I'll let you know when I'm ready. That's when it happened. Qin Xian's shout suddenly came from behind him. Hansen suddenly hurt me to go. Why did Qin Xian come? I just came back with such bad luck. Qin Xian rebuked him a few words. Where have you been these days? Admissions exams for Black Hawk Military Academy. There are 3 more days to start. Hansen wanted to explain, but he couldn't speak. Qin Xian handed over a travel card. I've always said hello to the school. You go on a military starship ride 3 days later. There is a direct access to the Black Hawk Military Academy. But in the next second, Qin Xian suddenly went berserk. Qiu stuck to Hansen's collar. Roar, if you dare to flee like a gold coin. See that I don't abolish you. Hansen suddenly sweated. The Queen of Steel Armor was so angry because of this. Actually, I don't want to. Who knows one? The river can wash me to the sanctuary of glory. The screen turns. Hansen was discussing with his family about joining the army. After I became a member of parliament in the military. You can also be protected by the military. Yun Yun asked anxiously, is that brother leaving? I haven't been back for a long time. Hansen gently touched his head, said that the military academy is very strict. After the official enrollment, you can only come back during the holidays. Yun Yun must remember to practice the holy angel well. And the mother on the side was already full of tears. Komori, you can have such a good future. Trust that your father's spirit in heaven will also rest in peace. Soon 3 days later, inside the starport of Logastar, Hansen swiped the travel card that Qin Xian had given him and passed the pass smoothly. For the first time in my life, I boarded a military spaceship. It's a little exciting to think about. Soon a huge spaceship appeared in front of him. Really? The Sea of Stars is the final destination of hot-blooded men. Hansen found his seat after boarding the boat. I found the girl on the other side, playing the game with full attention. Hansen glanced at it a few times. Found on him, he was wearing what he looked like was the uniform of the Black Hawk Military Academy. And he played, it seems to be a new hand of God Battle version. That hand is the other player's operation. Hansen said secretly in his heart, I used to practice the standalone version. PvP hasn't been tried yet. Soon, the girl on the other side raised her hands and cheered. 110 consecutive wins, and the achievement was so easy to get your hands on. The opponents are so weak. But when the girl came back to her senses, only to find that there was a man on the other side staring at him. This gentleman. It's rude for you to stare at a girl like that. Hansen was embarrassed by his hard words. I just watched you play the game and watched it too much. I didn't come back to my senses for a while. This versus version has been very popular lately. You're having a pretty good time? The girl secretly said in her heart, obviously staring at me. Actually used the game as an excuse. This kind of boy is really annoying. Hansen changed his words and called Sister Sheng. You're a student at Black Hawk. I'm going to take the Black Hawk exam this time. I didn't expect to meet my seniors on the spaceship. Senior sister was a little surprised. What are we alumni after that? This junior is too arrogant. Dared to say, in front of the senior sister, that the exam was too easy. Ji Yanran, who was angry, went crazy on the spot. This prospective junior is so confident. Do you want a senior sister to give you a lesson? Hansen wondered. Why does it feel like he's angry? Ji Yanran took out her mobile phone and fought against the hand of God. If you win, I'll be your girlfriend. But Hansen said yes. I used to play solo by myself. The battle version does it. Before he finished talking, he was beaten by Ji Yanran. I can accompany you to practice 5 rounds and then park. The people in the Dubbing Military Academy are all one in a million. Even unfamiliar machines and warframes. Try it 3 times, and you can become proficient. Not to mention a game. Hansen secretly said in his heart that his competitive spirit was so strong. He looked like he wanted to teach me a lesson. But where the hell did I provoke him? Isn't it good? Interesting. Hansen confidently said that there is no need for sparring. I still know how to play. As a member of the future of Blackhawk, you can't stretch your hips too much. Then, Hansen swiped quickly a few times across the screen. Let me familiarize myself with the interface first. Give me 1 minute. Are you sure there was some surprise? Don't say I'll win when the time comes. Hansen buried his head in fiddling with the interface and explained, the focus of this game is all about reflexes and speed. Nothing else matters. He also named your girlfriend, by the way. Both Yanran is quite unhappy. You didn't mean to take that name. Hansen didn't look innocent. You said you were going to be my girlfriend. Do you think you can win me? I'm the president of the Black Eagle Hand of God Society. Add friends now. Build a room with my communicator. PvP hard mode. A hint pops up along with the start of the game. In the center of the screen, 3 points of light immediately appeared. Hansen took the lead and posed his orchid finger. Clicked on a few clicks on the screen, then a belated hand. Only then did he stretch out with a slight tremble. See, the junior on the opposite side actually led him by 3 points. Ji Yanran felt it for the first time. An unprecedented sense of oppression. But in the few seconds when he lost his mind, Hansen once again scored 2 points smoothly. Ji Yanran, who has always been proud, comforted herself. It must be a coincidence. The point of light was closer to his hand, but he was beaten in the next second. The face of Hansen was 4 fingers this time, and scored 4 points. Ji Yanran began to panic. I was proud of my hand speed, not even reacted yet. Soon, he found that there were 4 points of light that were closer to him. This is the opportunity. But the next second, Hansen actually walked directly through his screen, robbed him of his light. Since I really don't understand, why are you grabbing my points? Obviously, the other 3 were closer to him. He couldn't hold back any longer. Ask aloud if you are provoking me. Hansen ignored him. Instead, it speeded up the hand, even if it is a Black Eagle, the elite of the Hand of God Society. There are also few that make it in hard mode. Snatch my points. This hateful man must have used a plug-in. It's too scheming. Just as he continued to stretch out his slightly trembling hand, found that the other party was taking the lead again. Snatched his point of light. Soon the game was over. Hansen won 100-100. Hansen loosened his knuckles, but arrogantly said that it was over. It seems that whoever gets 100 points first will win. Overall, it's simpler than the standalone version. This beautiful woman in uniform is going berserk. Just because I lost the game, I want to be my junior's girlfriend. Hansen was speechless for a moment. Senior sister, calm down. Ji Yanran accused loudly and told the truth. Did you cheat by opening a plugin? Hansen suddenly pinched his sweat. How could it be? I played this version of the game for the first time today. How can there be a plugin? But Yanran still does not stick to the blood map. Such outrageous results. Definitely not going to happen to me. You must have cheated. Hansen swore in desperation. Really not. If I lied to you. Oh my God, genes are zeroed. But Ji Yanran said that he wanted to be innocent. Unless we use the Black Hawk's professional machines. Again, Hansen readily agreed and waited for me to enter. After learning, I will accompany you at any time. Yanran turned and left. You can get admitted first. Black Hawk doesn't take liars. Hansen was very annoyed. Am I too ignorant of pity and cherishing Jade? Play and get on top. There should be some water. The screen turns. Hansen successfully arrived at the recruitment center of the Black Eagle Military Academy. He came to the chief examiner and said hello. At this time, Sitayu glanced at him. Are you the person recommended by the station master Qin? Since there is Qin Xian as a guarantee. We won't be too harsh and contemptuous of you. Just go through the motions. But you're a special student in the Department of Swordsmanship. The sword test must be passed. Han Sen immediately took a military posture, but his heart was at peace. It's easy to have a backstage. Isn't it just a matter of having hands in the sword test? The military school is really strict. Even the atmosphere is so serious. It made me a little nervous. Soon Han Sen came to the full enrollment of the swordsmanship specialty. Rest archery range. The bows and arrows here are machine armor. Of course, Han Sen from the countryside didn't use it either. Now it's time to have a good time. The target here can also be moved in all directions. Just let me try it. Training accelerated by Superlightens. After the end of the achievement exam, Han Sen wandered around. I thought that the official enrollment would be 3 months later. There was plenty of time. Before that, returning to the steel-clad sanctuary shouldn't be a problem. That's when it happened. 2 girls suddenly ran past him. Those 2 are hot. A girl in a miniskirt. This is not the campus of my dreams. Life comes to mind. Han Sen's face couldn't help but flush a little. Meanwhile, Chief Examiner Situ, looking at Han Sen's results in disbelief. Such an achievement. No matter how many times you watch it, it feels incredible. On this side of the teleporter, Qin Xian just finished answering Situ's call. This good-looking Chief Examiner. I would actually call to thank you in person. A bit of a surprise. Really? It was the right decision to send Han Sen to the Black British Military Academy. At this time, Yang Monli suddenly remembered that this was the case. I'll go to his house now. Let's apply for a military family certificate. And that, he's now. Is it already qualified to join the squad? Xingxuan is right. Wait until the time comes. I will assign him special tasks. On the outskirts of the Glory Sanctuary a few days later, after Han Sen successfully arranged the admission procedures, he immediately set off for the Steel Armor Sanctuary. He summoned the mutant beast soul mount given by Brother Quan. And go back. The fastest route is through the Dark Swamp. He knew the place well. After returning to the steel-clad shelter, Han Sen lay on the bed and slept soundly. Suddenly, there was a loud noise from the hall. Han Sen forcefully opened his half-open, half-box eyes. It's so noisy. What kind of sound is this? The movement did not stop, but grew louder and louder. No way. He had to endure the dizziness and slowly get up. But at this moment, Han Sen's eyes suddenly flared. I guess it's an earthquake. He immediately ran towards the door in good spirits. But when he opened the door, I was instantly shocked by the scene in front of me. The last time I bought it back, successfully evolved into a godblood creature, and frantically slammed into the deformed cage. Han Sen was not shocked, and was afraid that I would come back from the Glory Sanctuary. I haven't had much rest for more than 10 days in a row. Yesterday I got home and fell asleep. Thankfully, it didn't break out of the cage. Otherwise, I'll die in my dreams, and I'll be hungry. The first big meal you come back from must be made up. He pulled out the beast soul sword of the mutated flying needle. Kill him. Hunt successfully hunts divine blood and Luo beast. The screen turns. In a large hot pot, there are a lot of remnants of the flesh and bones of the divine blood snail beast. And Han Sen on the side was holding his belly that was about to give birth. Sit under the stove and think about people. Half a year to be born. I reached 1/3 of 34 in my god genes. Last time I ate mutation with Su Xianxian. After the flying tail poison throat. There are also 52 mutant genes. He stared at the out-of-the-box crystal. Next, what kind of creatures are going to buy and feed them? If luck is on the spot. If you cultivate the soul of a divine blood beast. It's bloody. Divine blood, beast soul, and so on. Looks like I haven't gotten my God of War reward yet. Thereupon, Han Sen ran to the Starlight 5 dojo overnight to look around. I don't think anyone will come in the middle of the night. He slowly walked towards the teleportation of the God War battlefield. Even if you're last in the rankings. But you can also get random divine blood beast souls. However, this time after taking the reward, we have to wait for the next one. In order to enter the battlefield of God War again. Suddenly, the beast's soul in the palm of his hand made a woman's voice. Master. Soon a man dressed in blood red appeared in front of him. Woman in armor. His figure gradually became clearer. But in the next second, he instantly turned into a burst of energy. Madness poured into Han Sen's forehead. Then the system voice pops up. Obtain the divine blood beast soul fairy girl. At this time, Han Sen's entire body was suspended in midair, silently accepting the power he bestowed. Soon, after the fusion, the power not only skyrocketed, and there is also a very harmonious sense of balance, although in strength and defense. Probably not as good as the divine blood flying beetle, armor and bloody slayer. But his eyes seem to be able to see far away. Even the details can be seen clearly. Animals in motion. It was as if his movements had been slowed down. Now I can use Han Sen's identity. Use the Fairy Empress to grant souls. That cunning experience. It is impossible to expose what they have gained. Soul granting. This man. On the first day, I came to the school dormitory. Just push the door and enter. But surprisingly, these roommates all showed fierce eyes. It's as if there's some deep hatred. Frightened, Han Sen immediately took a chrysanthemum scene. What the hell is wrong with you guys? But in the next second, a stout arm directly pulled Han Sen into the small black room, accompanied by the violent closing of the dormitory door. Han Sen's ghostly wolf howl came from inside. What do you want to do? Don't take a turn of the picture. This sparkling brooch. It's the president's badge of their 304 dormitory. A strong man named Shi Jikong volunteered. Choosing a dormitory manager is very important. This represents the image and spirit of our 304. Older people have a lot of experience. I'm sure it's okay to be the head of the dormitory. The four-eyed boy named Lu Ming on the side was not happy. People with high IQ are qualified to do management. My IQ test was 167, and this irascible Zhang Yang said that he was new. What do you think you should choose? How about using force? Han Sen could only force a smile. It's up to you to decide. It doesn't matter, but I complain crazy in my heart. I thought these three men had some kind of revenge for killing their father. The hatred of taking his wife. It's really boring to think about it. Or maybe not. We're all from the swordsmanship department. It's up to archery to decide. 100 arrows who shoot more red stars. Whoever owns the brooch of the head of the dormitory. The two thought for a few seconds. This option was also endorsed. Han Sen, who was not interested in choosing a dormitory manager at all, also casually echoed a few flamboyances. Throw off your outfit and head to the training ground. The teenagers competed for the head of the dormitory. This made Shi Jikong very unhappy. We'll let you go ahead. Let's make us like your little brother. Lu Ming even persuaded a few words. He's such an easy person to laugh at himself. How I feel about living with them. There will be no peace in the days to come. In the blink of an eye, the battle for the head of the 304 dormitory came to an end. This muscular, brawny man burst headache and cried, "Why did I get the worst grades?" Zhang Yang, who was promoted to the head of the 304 dormitory, comforted a few words. Fourth, you still have room to rise. Spend more time training. And Lu Ming, who claims to have an IQ of 167, can't accept that he is the second child. Staring at his hands from the sidelines, he lost his mind. This is unwilling to be the second child. Han Sen, who didn't want to be a junior brother, suddenly spoke. Just a game. You're the oldest. Still our big brother. These words instantly moved Shi Jikong. I saw him say affectionately, "It's still interesting enough for the third child. If you have anything in the future, tell your brother. Brother covers you." All this was expected by Han Sen. Publicized level of achievement. Indeed above the other two. People also seem more cheerful and enthusiastic. The head of the dormitory is such a troublesome thing. Let him do it. That's when it happened. Zhang Yang seemed to have discovered something interesting. It turned out to be not far away. Societies with the hand of God are recruiting. And the girl on the poster is so familiar. A club is recruiting stars. And the girl on the poster is the president of the club. Hansen stared at the girl on this poster. It feels very familiar, but I can't remember it. At this time, Shi Zhikong suddenly spoke. It is the Society of the Hand of God that beckons stars. There's also a poster of Ji Yinran. Hear that? Hansen suddenly remembered. Ji Yinran. It's the girl who lost the game on the spaceship. Then he turned his head and asked, "This is called Ji Yinran. Is it famous in school?" As soon as this remark came out, Shi Zhikong's eyes almost fell to the ground in fright. Don't you know what the third child is? Ji Yinran is the president of the Hand of God Society. It is also the school flower of our school. Goddess-level character. Illustrious family background. Wisdom and beauty go hand in hand. It is said that the person who has been chasing her so far. He doesn't look down on any of them. Lu Meng on the side lifted his glasses to persuade the fourth child. You wipe your saliva first. Ji Yinran will never take a fancy to you. It is recommended that you spend more time practicing archery. This is Zhang Yang's serious teaching by rolling up his sleeves. Brothers, let's sign up for the Hand of God Society. I'm going to defeat that I'm going to become the new president. As the younger brother, Shi Zhikong secretly said in his heart. That's what you're trying to do. A hot-blooded straight man who can't be saved. At this time, Lu Meng, the sober second child in the world, pulled the two of them back. Wake up, don't be ashamed. With such a long line, are you going to wait until tomorrow? Besides, we are building a department. What is it to go to a game club? Han's son glanced back. It seems that Yin Ran is also a popular figure in school. Let's keep the defeat of him a secret for the time being. In a few days, the teacher in the classroom is explaining human civilization, the process of development to genetic evolution. Han's son said secretly in his heart, these basics, although I studied it in a school of integrated education, but also take this opportunity to check and fill in the gaps. And the practical class also made Hansen feel refreshed. I have to say that the Black Hawk Military Academy is really wealthy. You can also try this equipment yourself. To mecha hands-on training. Instructors teach. Let's take on the Battle Mech Entity operation. The name came over quickly. Han's son, who was sitting in the mecha operation room, was quite excited. I'm not dreaming. I actually touched the mech. Will I be able to drive this through the universe in the future? It was late at night. Everyone had fallen asleep. But Hansen's bed was empty. This week's class is quite heavy. Barely able to keep up. Next week's assignment will be doubled. If you don't prepare, you'll definitely fall behind. That's when it happened. The phone on silent vibrates on the desktop. Han's son pinched his sweat. It was actually Fong Jin. Flags came to my God. So many people answering the phone. The screen turns. In the woods outside the steel-clad shelter. The thumbs are angry. Fong Jinchi said that he couldn't contact you. What's going on? The divine blood beast soul skill is still missing. Hansen cited his busy studies as an excuse. I apologized. Thumbs up for a moment. I heard that you were admitted to the Black Hawk Military Academy. The future is limitless. Then a lump of things came out of his palm. You saved us last time. It's really righteous. This is a foot-grinding snake skill. It should be worthy of you, the future military. Marksman. This is a god-level foot-grinding snake skill. The thumb is going to be exchanged for it. Hansen also summoned the divine blood genie he needed. Litten gave a few kind words in passing. After the end of education, Hansen secretly said in his heart that he had this divine blood beast soul skill. I've taken another big step on the road to becoming stronger. The screen turns. In the men's dormitory building number 9. Han's son had just returned to the door of the dormitory. I heard the scolding. Do you think you're awesome? Isn't it just a thigh pull to get revenge? Then came a girl's voice. If you have the ability, you can also go to the great god. It's a pity you're a big boss. Hansen outside the door was not stunned. How could there be a girl's voice in the dormitory? At this time, Shi Jikong was angry. His face was red, and his ears were red. Then continued to scold Ding Ding Monster at the screen. What's so proud? People like you will only corrupt the game. At this time, Hansen walked over and asked the fourth, "Who are you talking to? Such a big fire." Shi Jikong is like a younger brother who wants to sue. Will you play the third hand of God versus the battle board? Help me teach this dog man and woman a lesson. Hansen glanced at him expressionlessly. Hand of God. I'll be fine. This is a girl named Little Bird. Taunted. The big guy is the big guy. Rough who are the dogmen and women? If you want to find a girl, no one will pay attention to you. And the boy who called the god also scolded and said, "Oh, hey, do you want someone to help with the garbage?" The helpers of garbage are just as garbage. Hansen retorted a few words. The game is just a game. Speaking so stinky, this is a character problem. The man and the god went back. He also woke up the beggars. Don't you dare to enter the game and play it. Your father taught you how to be a man. Shi Jikong said. Fourth, I'll add your friend first, and you pull me into the room. Hansen asked curiously. Optimus Prime is your Edaman. It's really a good fit for you. Shi Jikong's filial piety is the best for me. You connect the school's battle net first. Then sign up for an account, and you're good to go. Hansen considered that it was too troublesome to reconnect the battle network. Decide to sign up for another account. Soon my girlfriend, Deeds Yinran, and Optimus Prime joined the room. Was immediately ridiculed by the birds. My girlfriend is very good. Ha, where did the dick come from? Laughing to death. The gods followed, scolding brother, I'm so convinced. If I were to lose the face of your ancestors. Shi Jikong also pinched the third sweater. It's not you who came up with this ID. Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by all the boys in the school? And Hansen, is cold vagina to play or not? I only have half an hour. I'll have to review it later. God is done. Lao Tzu is not only going to abuse you and let you call daddy. The little bird added a sentence according to the person. Then let the whole school know. You Toad wants to eat swan meat. A battalion of school flowers. A prompt pops up along with the start of the game. Hansen immediately used the speed of being single for decades. Took the lead by 3 points. Shi Jikong was suddenly shocked. I didn't even see the speed of my hand. The next 4 points, 5 points, 6 points. The 7-point system keeps popping up extra point prompts. People and gods think that they have hit the evil spirit. That's impossible. I didn't even grab a point. The little bird began to be anxious about Brother Long. What's the matter with you? Grab it. Oops, slow death. Why didn't you grab the stupid? Dead there. You're stupid there. If there is a point of entry, why not hurry up first? Wasn't it very fast when you were with me? The human god couldn't help but scold whether he could avoid it. In the end, the couple ended up arguing with each other. This man is on campus. Defeated the backbone of the community in the battle net. It was spread throughout the school. Have you heard? Wang Lung was destroyed by a new man. He's the backbone of the hand of God's society. The newcomer's ID is extremely arrogant. Actually called My Girlfriend Century Yinran. Do you know who he is? I heard that Wang Lung also brought Lu Ku and Li Zhe later. As a result, the newcomer was ashamed of a score of 100 to 80. Insulted. Everyone was charged with 80 points. No more, no less, really tough. The boy next door said incredulously. They were the last one. 11th and 7th in the hand of God Masters. How so? The screen turns. A girl named Mary Lily. I ran over with a heavy burden. Yin, turned her head and asked Lily. What happened to you? Hurried and desirable. Lily asked an awkward question as soon as she came up. You tell the truth. Who is the boyfriend? Neither Yin ran nor, because of pleasure. When did I get a boyfriend? What are you talking nonsense? Sue Lily immediately took out her mobile phone and didn't admit it. Laugh. The internet has exploded. You can see for yourself. Ji Yinran was furious on the spot. What the hell? I don't know this person at all. Of course, Su Lily doesn't believe it. Hey, don't pretend. He can defeat Lu Ku and Li Zhe. It's a great explanation. Tell me about it someday. I don't want to explain more. Stuff the phone back. Turn around and go. You don't mess around with those people on the internet. I said no, just no, not at the same time. The four people in Han Sen's dormitory were joking. I can't imagine that the third child is still a hidden master. This time, you're going to have a meal for the whole school. Filial piety. If it weren't for the third child, he wouldn't let him say it. I had to go to the school website and start a post. The number of clicks is definitely exploding. On the side, Yumming thought that the third child's approach was very wise. Great seclusion in the world. Hidden Gong and Ming. Save yourself the hassle. That's when it happened. Ji Yanran and Han Sun. At the same time, I met unexpectedly in the aisles of the campus. But they didn't meet each other because of this. Ji Yanran mourned in her heart and was known to me. I had to wake him up. It's so hateful. In the blink of an eye, in the Logger Star teleportation station a few days later. Qin first assigned Han Sun a special task. This trip, it's your first mission in the squad. Do it nicely. I've taken a leave of absence from school. Han Sun asked Station Master Qin curiously. You haven't told me what the squad does. What am I going to do? Qin Xian's expression moved slightly. The corners of her mouth slowly spit out two words, nanny. Han Sun was so frightened that he was not lightly nanny. I'm a man. Qin Xian interrupted him in a hurry to explain. We're in charge of protect children with special identities or backgrounds. For example, Yuan Shao and Qin Shao, you know. These are our conservation goals. Take care of them. We can get a very rare newspaper on the market. The reward is like an S-Class temper card. Han Sun heard that there was a church card. Immediately stand on the platform's interest. Is the mission location in the White Devil, Great Gobi? Here's a copy. Specially encrypted protected lists. Han Sun complained a few words about whether there was a mistake. Take this kind of girl to the Great Gobi with a white membrane. I can't guarantee that he'll come back alive. Qin Xian said that if he couldn't complete the task, not to mention S-Class temper cards, you will be kicked out of the squad. I, the webmaster, will also be punished. Soon it was the day of the mission. At the Great Gobi of the Tunica Albigans, a girl asked, putting her arm around Han Sun. Senor Han Sin, please, which department of our school are you from? Please ask the station master to only send you over for protection. You must be very good. This made Han Sun a little uncomfortable. I'm from the swordsmanship department. You can just call me Han Sun. He looked at the girl. This mutant armor and weapon. Even Lin Beifeng may not have it. His identity. It should be a celebrity or an upper-class person like an aristocrat. Otherwise, this mission will not let Su Xiaoqiao and the drunkard come over to help. There are many susceptibles here. Let's hope there aren't any surprises. Otherwise, the Tang S card will be in the soup. The gap between people is huge. A commoner like me wants to be a celebrity aristocrat. It is only possible to obtain advanced genes by taking your life. But someday, I would also make my mother and sister noble. That's when it happened. The drunkard suddenly pointed in horror and looked ahead. It's a mutated creature. At this time, a mutated unicorn sand lake. Staring straight at them from the hills. There was also a green glow behind him. And Wang Mingming didn't say a word. Picked up his hand and rushed straight up. I'm going to do this trial myself. You are not allowed to do so. Frightened, Han Sun immediately followed and instructed the drunkard and Su Xiaoqiao. Colorful left and right two ways to protect Wang Mingming. When the two heard this, they also hurriedly followed. Wang Mingming's tentative mutant beast on the handle. The soul was thrown out of his hand, and the one-horned sand lake faced this simple throwing attack. It's easy to dodge just by gently turning sideways. Damn, this guy reacts so fast. Wang Mingming had no choice but to take back the mutant beast's soul dagger first. But the one-horned sand fox turned around and left. There is not the slightest hint of nostalgia. Wang Mingming saw this. Immediately summons a polar bear with white velvet. Dabai, chase me. Don't let the little fox run away. Su Xiaoqiao thought he was dazzled. Is that a god riding a beast's soul? The drunkard immediately gave a definite answer. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that body shape and shiny coat color. Soon Wang Mingming was already riding this big white. Chased him out regardless of it. And Han Sun was running at the same time. Everyone, summon your mounts. Don't let him run out of our sight. As soon as the words fell, Han Sun hurriedly summoned the mutant beast soul mount, chased after it, and Su Xiaoqiao and the drunkard also followed, kept shouting for the eldest lady. Don't chase alone. Beware of danger. After chasing for a long time, the unicorn sand lake in front of him suddenly stopped. Wang Mingming thought he couldn't run. He teased a few words about whether the little fox was tired. Surrender obediently. I'd be grateful that you added mutant rage to me. But the one-horned sand fox gritted his teeth. Keep growling. Something terrible seems to be being sent. This mutant unicorn fox has too high an IQ. Actually deliberately seduced. Stalkers enter their territory. This made Wang Mingming break out in a cold sweat. Could it be this mutant unicorn shark? The fox deliberately lured me into the trap. It's too cunning. How can I deal with him with such a large amount? So he didn't say a word, just turned around and ran. Dabai hurriedly ran back. And this group of unicorns. Of course, the fox will not let him go easily. I saw them following closely. The difference is only a small distance. Soon a unicorn fox flew up, bites Dabai's hind legs. Sudden pain. Dabai can't help but look up to the sky and wail. And he lost the ability to escape. Can only endure the pain against this group of unicorn sharks. Wang Mingming could only lean on Dabai's back. Constant screaming. But the good times didn't last long. With the increasing number of one-horned sand foxes, finally flew towards Wang Mingming. Just at the last moment, suddenly, several ordinary ships shot quickly. Instantly ran through these few flies. The unicorn shark fox that pounced. It turned out that Han Sun rushed in time, when he hurriedly ordered Su Xiaoqiao, help shoot these sand foxes, and let the drunkard take Wang Mingming away. Zhu Xiaoqiao complained a few words. I said, eldest lady, you're going to kill us. The drunkard has broken through to the past, and told Wang Mingming to come over quickly. Wang Mingming rode Dabai and fled back, and ashamedly said that the senior was sorry. You shouldn't be chasing it alone. Han Sun said that now was not the time to say this. Escape is at this time. Su Xiaoqiao found that the ground behind him began to bulge. Soon, a giant rock with its mouth wide opened to kill insects. Suddenly, it rose from the ground. Han Sen's face suddenly pale. This is a rock insecticide. Now it's a problem, so they didn't dare to delay a second longer. Immediately summon the mount and quickly flee the scene. And this rock insecticide is bulky though, but in this kind of terrain, it is their favorite. It's like a whale in the water. Han Sen suddenly remembered, if I remembered correctly. This creature seems to live in groups. Wang Mingming was not stunned for anything. Just in the next second, suddenly, there was a loud bang in the direction they were heading. The ground quickly uplifted and shook violently. Damn, your crow's mouth is really bright. Poking the fox's nest is not enough. Also poked a nest of bugs. At this time, Han Sen stretched out his hand to teach Wang Mingming. Take back your beast soul mount. Sit down behind me. Although Wang Ming was afraid that he would be a burden, but Han Sen still insisted on pulling him over. Because that's what works. Reduce their attack targets. Then Han Sen turned his head and asked, Drunkard, are you okay? In a nutshell, but let the drunkard immediately take a moment. A filial brother who has a tacit understanding of alcoholics. Thank you for trusting me so much. Leave it all to me. I saw him shout, hiding a knife in his hand. This will be followed by a one-horned fox. It's hard to clear a bloody path. Han Sen and the others immediately followed the drunkard. On the side of the Unicorn Sand Lake is the weakest. One rushed out. If you fall behind now, what awaits them will be death. This girl is, because of her own impulsiveness, put everyone in danger. But Han Sen said that it was our task to protect you. If you get hurt, it only shows that we are not capable. A flush appeared on Wang Mingming's face. It's comforting to me at times like this. It's nice to be a senior. Han Sen stared at the drunkard who was opening the way. The drunkard's close-quarters assassination is no worse than mine. But there are too many Hu Kun. It didn't last long at all, and my swordsmen have run out. Only the mutated black needle-wind beast soul sword remained. That's when it happened. This mutated one-horned fox howls at the sky. The crisp scream. In the whole white devil gobi, he kept answering. The next second, Han Sen was directly stunned. That's damn it. A divine blood fox king. Calmly walked slowly from the lake. I saw his face twisted. The whole body is covered in green light. The drunkard who was opening the way in front of him suddenly stopped. I didn't expect the divine blood fox king to come too. I also brought a group of younger brothers. It's so hilarious. This made Wang Mingming even more guilty. Leave me behind and run. Leave me alone. You will bear the consequences of your own mistakes. Let them come and eat me. Run. But Han Sen calmly hugged Wang Mingming. It's too early to give up. Give me your pair of twin knives. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Have you ever played with a doll? The rest can be exciting. Then Han Sen didn't say a word. Take off the belt from your pants in public. The next moment, he tied Wang Mingming tightly with himself and summons the Fairy Empress's divine blood armor. If afraid, close your eyes. Drunkard, you protect me. I'll open the way. Su Xiaoqiao continued to bow and arrow to cover. As soon as the words fell, Han Sen unfolded his hand and rushed forward. And instantly the sand that stands in front of you cut the pot in half. Soon, the corpse of a whole clay pot was left in midair. Keep speeding? It's too slow. It's too slow. With the blessing of the Fairy Queen's soul. These fox-killing actions. It's like a slow-motion movie. But the duration of the Fairy Queen's soul granting armor. Only 10 minutes at most. You must rush out before the beast's soul is lifted. And Wang Mingming is more and more appreciative of this man. I keep mourning in my heart. The senior is really manly, even if the battle below is very tragic. But King who continued to howl. It's as if you're directing a battle. The drunkard also discovered that King, who had an extremely high IQ, actually let the mutant-level one-horned sand fox retreat first. Preserve strength. Then let the original, the first-level one-horned sand fox to drain their stamina. And Su Xiaoqiao can't bear it. What should I do? I'm running out of swords. The rock insecticides in the back are also about to catch up. Han Sen was helpless. I had to summon and sell the soul sword. This beast Huang has an extremely high IQ. If we go down, we will be dead. You have to get rid of him first. But Wang Mingming said, Senior, can you shoot it all this far? That's hundreds of meters away. Take a gamble. Capture the thief and capture the king first. A sword is the answer. A mutant beast soul sword, ingested at a distance of several hundred meters towards the Hu group. However, the corners of this divine blood fox king's mouth rose slightly. A contemptuous smile was revealed. Su Xiaoqiao asked him in surprise how he sat still. The drunkard glanced back. This beast is too evil. He must have been taunting Han Sen for not shooting. At this time, the divine blood fox king kept coming out of his body. The breath of the oncoming archers. Don't even bother to dodge. Han Sen stared at the front and did not speak. And Wang Mingming behind him. It's the nervous hug that gets tighter and tighter. Say it all the time, that's fast. This mutant beast soul sword actually surpassed you. The effective range stabbed the divine blood fox king. This scene surprised everyone. Damn, you're a bit outrageous. The frightened Blood Fox King turned around and ran. Hu Kun lost his coach and immediately messed up. Su Xiaoqiao found. The rocks behind me are like killing insects, too. Stopped. Han Sen took advantage of Hu Kun's collapse and broke through. And Su Xiaoqiao and the drunkard also followed. I saw that the Hu Kun who blocked the road was almost cleaned up. Han Sen asked Wang Mingming to summon the divine blood mount. It's not long-lived. Just after they successfully broke through the lake. However, not far ahead, he noticed something strange on the ground. Soon a huge golden rock insecticide from ground breaks out and blocked their way. Even stranger, this golden rock insecticidal head. There was actually the divine Blood Fox King who had fled from the desert just now. I saw him gritting his teeth, and it exudes endless hatred. Su Xiaoqiao began to panic. What kind of monster is this Fox King? It can also control rocks to kill insects. The drunkard hurriedly took a sip of old wine to suppress the shock. Golden Rock Insect Killer is another set of sacred crabs. There was no way, and this time I had to flee separately. The drunkard and Su Xiaoqiao walked east, and Han Sen took Wang Mingming to the west. But the purpose of the divine Blood Fox King is very clear. Chased Han Sen all the way. It's to avenge an arrow. That's when it happened. A coral that happened to be around flew over. Han Sen reacted immediately. Wang Mingming's body pressed down. Soon, the unicorn shark fox was pierced by the beast's soul sword on the spot and lost the breath of life. The hunt was successful. Hunt mutant unicorn and kill foxes. Obtain the mutant beast soul. Han Sen's expression moved slightly. God helped me. He turned back and sneered a few words by the way. Keep chasing me. I wouldn't mind taking a few more beast souls. As soon as this remark came out, the divine Blood Fox King's face became even more distorted. At this time, Wang Mingming began to worry. Dabai's physical strength was too much to consume. I'm afraid it won't be long before I'm caught up. Han Sen said hard, so we have to go to a more extreme level. Then he pointed ahead. Teach Dabai to run to the edge of the cliff. This surprised Wang Mingming, Sr. Do you want to jump over it? Dabai definitely can't jump. But Han Sen was very confident and believed in me. It's going to be fine. Do as I say. Soon a large white bear, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds. Jump on the cliff floor. A large white bear weighing nearly 1,000 pounds. Forced to jump on the cliff wall. Han Sen on the bear's back at this time. Quickly fill up the foot mill snake attack. And shouted Wang Mingming. Now take the big white bear back. As soon as the words fell. This mutant beast. The soul sword was ingested in the direction of the divine Blood Fox King again. The divine Blood Fox King, who had suffered losses, did not dare to underestimate the enemy. Instead, he naturally hid to the side. But this time Han Sen didn't shoot him. It's the gold rock that kills insects. Nigh granular-sized eyes. The gold rock that suddenly loses its vision kills insects. It's like I'm crazy, scurrying around, constantly writhing his body and hitting the Juyin around him. And the two who were falling off the cliff at this time. Suddenly, his body was covered in a blinding light. After a scream, Wang Mingming stared at the shadow on the ground. Isn't it because this shadow is a wing? I've heard of people who possess this kind of beast soul. It seems to be that famous gold coin. At this time, Han Sen covered Wang Mingming's eyes. I'm afraid that he will see that he is a gold coin. The secret of identity. After the two landed safely, Wang Mingming asked tentatively, What about your wings? I saw it just now. But Han Sen pretended to be confused. You say it's the reflection when we fly down. I just felt like wings. In fact, it is a cloud that drifts by. Such a far-fetched explanation. Of course, Wang Mingming didn't believe it. But just when he was about to continue, cliff faces, the blind golden rock sandworm, suddenly stumbled and fell off the cliff. Han Sen hurriedly helped Wang Mingming behind him. Said that he was probably blind. Rampage, I stumbled and fell. Then he smiled and said, Wang Mingming, it's okay, you're fine. We turned back to find Su Xiaoqiao and the drunkard. This place is too dangerous. That's the end of the experience. Soon a voice sounded in his head. Hunt the golden sandworm king of God's blood. Obtain the divine blood beast soul. Han Sun said secretly in his heart. I didn't expect this trip to the white devil Gobi. Obtained a mutant beast soul and a divine blood beast soul. It's a worthwhile trip. The screen turns. At the Black Hawk Military Academy, a man named Ouyang Xiaoyu was practicing boxing. Provoked a little fangirl to commit a nymphomaniac. Ouyang Xiaoyu is really handsome. He has been a man of the year since he entered the school. I'd love to go up and have a bite, and the girl with the hot body on the side. But he dragged it out helplessly. Big steam buns, you think too much. I suspect he's not interested in women. Otherwise, they won't even look at us. Sisters, isn't this face fragrant? That's when it happened. A man with a grim face suddenly appeared behind him. Get out of the way of the ugly girl. Hear that? The hot girl is getting ready. Went scolding back. But I was covered by a classmate on the side. I'm sorry. Let's go. Li Yufeng is Yanran's #1 suitor. Hand of God is the #1 master in the school. It is rumored that Ouyang Xiaoyu's strength is stronger than him. Just because I didn't participate in the whole school competition. So there is no ranking. Did he come to Ouyang Xiaoyu to fight alone? Li Yufeng asked. My girlfriend is Ji Yanran. Is this ID yours? Ouyang Xiaoyu fainted. I'm not as boring as you are. Jealousy for a woman. Since it's not you, then we don't have much to talk about. That kind of ID is an insult to Ji Yanran. I'll let that bastard know. What is self-inflicted humiliation? This man, it's just because I messed up a name in the game, was written by the senior who ranked first in the school. Lu Ming added. Exactly. It's a war letter with my girlfriend Century Yanran. Zhang Yang took out his mobile phone, Li Yufeng. The whole school knows about chasing Ji Yanran. Your emperor is in trouble. Look at the posts on the Laughing Network. It's all swiped. The good guys are all scolding me. It's unbearable. Both Yanran suitors ranked first in the whole school. Interesting. So Han Sun set the decisive battle for 10:30 tonight. I need to prove it. Ji Yanran's boyfriend is very strong. Go take a shower first. Fuck him at night. The mission of the White Devil Great Gobi is shocking. Done without risk. But the S and the Templar Tower were not available. Qin Xian's words don't count. Han Sun Wang Ming Ming is very satisfied with your performance this time. However, the S-rank Templar card cannot be given to you for the time being. Next, you will be his protector in the steel-clad sanctuary. Wait for him to have 3 genes other than the God gene. After all, white can give you an S-class Templar card. Fortunately, 2 B souls were unexpectedly harvested this time. Otherwise, it will really become a great injustice. I didn't have time to check what kind of beast soul it was last time. Soon the system voice appeared in the head. Mutated unicorn kills fox beast souls. It's not bad to ride the beast soul, although I already have the mutant 3-eyed beast. But it can only be sold for money. The most important thing now is the divine blood beast soul. It's really exciting. The next second, the system voice deprives the god of blood golden rocks. Insect King beast soul. Pet type beast souls. Han Sen's fist couldn't help but clench and lie down. This daddy is him. Staring at this embarrassed beast soul, his face was full of contention. The divine blood beast soul is actually a pet type. It's as useless as Miao Jun. Escaping death is such a thing. This is a big loss. It seems that Li Yufeng will have to take that later. Then a bit. Transfer is okay. Soon it was evening, and the duel shocked the whole school. The network was affected due to the large number of people. Many people even went to the open place to watch. Meanwhile, even Yanran was quite nervous in the dormitory. Su Lily teased Yanran. Li Yufeng and your boyfriend one who wins. Said disdainfully. I said it wasn't my boyfriend. It doesn't matter to me who either wins. I just want to know who this bastard is sooner. At this time, It was on Li Yufeng's side. The fat man in the back said, "It was only a minute before the appointed time. This guy shouldn't be afraid to come." The thin man said that it needs to be said. "This product is definitely afraid of our brother foam." Li Yufeng smiled and said that if he knew the difficulty, he would retreat. Take the initiative to apologize to Yanran. Naturally, I would give him a little bit of manly dignity. As soon as the words fell, the system pops up to prompt my girlfriend's deeds. Yanran entered the room. At this time, a campus reporter was broadcasting live. It is also quite admirable. He came in. I didn't expect this guy to dare to come. This is a game by Li Yufeng, who is ranked first in the whole school. A duel with a boyfriend who claims to be Ji Yanran. After the start of the game, Li Yufeng took the lead towards Ing. The three lights on the screen tapped over. Hansen took a sip of the drink first without hurrying, and let him go crazy to grab points. Li Yufeng smiled and said that he was indeed a rookie. I still dare to take this ID arrogantly. Look, I'm not going to draw you today. Makes you unable to hold your head up in school. Students watching the battle at this time, it was boiling. Li Yufeng is already ahead by more than 40 points. And this guy is still 0 points. I suggested that he just drop out. The old face is gone. Even the host is directly one-sided, I dare to say. It's a game that doesn't look good. The opponent simply did not have a chance to shoot. It's not a competition. This is naked humiliation. At this time, Chu Lily seemed to be very disappointed. Your boyfriend seems to be scared silly. It's so useless. White looked forward to it. And Ji Yanran felt very strange. This bastard has shot a few times before. I've researched it. Supposedly, the level shouldn't be so bad. Even Hansen's roommates were not calm. What's the matter with you? You won't be really stupid. It's over, it's over. The third child has been demonized. Hansen's eyes suddenly sharpened. It's too slow. It's time to show you guys real speed. Soon, Li Yufeng hit 6 points of light again. And the score also came to 80-0. That's when it happened. My girlfriend sent a message, sorry. I just went to the bathroom. I'm going to start now. This made the students in the seat laugh at it. I'm afraid I can't stand such an ugly situation. I deliberately made up such a bad reason. And Hansen finally started to act at this moment. I saw his fingers keep sliding back and forth. And only the afterimage of him can be seen on the screen. In the blink of an eye, it was easy to get 9 points. The host was stunned on the spot. 9 points with both hands. What kind of fairy hand speed is this? This scene also deeply shocked Li Yufeng at the same time. How can it be? But the host said righteously, this is a sneak attack. This is definitely a deliberate message to interfere with Li Yufeng. The great god actually let him mix up 9 points. The words have just been finished. But I felt that something was wrong. This is not a sneak attack. This message is sent on the game's public screen. Li Yufeng, who was competing, couldn't see it at all. Other words, these 9 points were completely grabbed by strength. And it is the speed that makes the opponent unable to grab a single point. Crush next. There was constant cursing from the audience. Li Yufeng's point was robbed again. What's going on? I can't even see it with my eyes. This guy opened a plugin. What's going on? How this guy is like a different person. This hand speed is connected. Li Yufeng, who ranked first in the school, can also be crushed. Meanwhile, the corners of Hansen's mouth rose slightly for this time. God writes about the growth of genes. It makes my physical fitness stronger and stronger. The opponent's hand speed. It's like slow motion to my eyes. Surely you are a suitor. Let's chase the ball. My girlfriend is Ji Yanran, with a score of 100-80. Defeated Li Yufeng, who was ranked first in the school. This scene deeply shocked everyone present. The spectators who were still boiling just now immediately quieted down. Even Ji Yanran was taken aback. 100-80. Li Yufeng was even more crazy on the spot. When pigs fly. How could I possibly say? The screen turns. There are 4 people in the dormitory of Halimsa Temple in the cafeteria. A celebration feast was set up. Shi Kong became excited. Now the whole school is talking about Li Yufeng losing by 20 points. Even a thing that is written says he's too embarrassed. I don't deserve to be at the top of the standings. There are still many fans who are disappointed in him. What the first master? It's a fart in front of our third child. Lu Meng saw it clearly. Third, they don't want us to tell who he is. I am willing to treat you. This is called hush money. In essence, Kong Xiaodao takes people's hands softly and eats people's mouths short. Don't worry, the third child. I'll keep it a secret for you, and I'll look for you when I'm hungry. Han Sen showed a little helplessness. I seriously suspect that you were trying to rely on me. That's when it happened. Behind him suddenly came a pair of long legs. Senor Han Sen, is it really you? Wang Mingming took her two younger sisters. The sub suddenly appeared. I didn't expect us to meet a senior when we came to have supper. What a coincidence. Shi Kong saw the girl and immediately went crazy. You give me an honest account. When did you meet these beautiful schoolgirls? It's not what happened behind our backs. Zhang Yang followed and coaxed a lot. The legendary master of time management, Lu Meng, actually believed in Li Laosan's strength. It's not impossible to hook up with 3 girls at the same time. Han Sen, who was allowed to be strangled by his neck, desperately explained. It doesn't help. Then, Wang Mingming suddenly spoke since he met all the seniors. I happen to have something I want you to help me with. Shi Kong immediately showed off his deltoid muscles and red biceps. Sister, even if you open your mouth, we will do our best. Wang Mingming filial piety. Our club is currently short of manpower. If the seniors don't join the club, can you come to our heavy warframe society? As soon as this remark came out, 3 people at the same time shocked what happened. You 3 soft and cute schoolgirls. They all joined the heavy warframe society. The next day, 4 people followed Wang Mingming to the War Armor Club to sign up, but was disliked. President Lu Fatsi said that the swordsmanship department is a special enrollment. The physical fitness requirements are lower than the average student. The member beast monkey on the side complained. It's not that we're picky. It's impossible to do it without a physical fit of 11. Wang Mingming doesn't care so much. Hug Han's son. Go straight to the training ground, the president, and you don't have to worry. Senior Han's son, they will definitely not disappoint. Several of them came to Warehouse 7. I can't help but admire the groove. I don't have any eyes. Is this an illusion? Heavy armor shooting is too good, isn't it? Actually trained with a real heavy mecha. Wang Mingming said. These 3 are all training machines for our community. Rhino T Porter RS as well as builders. They're in 2. The builder is a multifunctional building machine. The heavy warframe is the most difficult of the 3. It's best not to choose for beginners. There is also a virtual warframe practice room in the adjacent room. You can come and train at any time. This is 1. A multifunctional heavy warframe for building and manufacturing. It's also quite difficult to manipulate. The 3 of them were amazed. It's the first time I've seen such a cool armor. These 3 warframes, more upscale than the school's training machine. After that, we came to train every day. It won't bore you. Wang Mingming stuck out her little tongue and said hard, of course she wouldn't. Later also, there will be a warframe tournament held by the Alliance. Hear that? Han's son was overjoyed. There is also a queue when you go to school for training. It's a waste of time. Here you can practice as much as you want. It's a great way to join the heavy warframe society. The screen turns. Luo Xiangyang is complaining to the principal. How can you put? Warehouse 7 is a training ground for those little kids. And those 3 heavy armors. Can the average student handle it? The principal was unimpressed. They are all excellent students. Is there anything wrong with the school providing them with a place? Character and learning are excellent for it. I think it's because of the strong family background. The school treats them too preferentially. Anyway, I can give them to Warehouse 7. But those 3 heavy armors, can't let them spoil it. At this time, Luo Xiangyang was pushing open the door of warehouse number 7. The mouth is still mourning the Nuyu monument. It's going to start soon. Training time is tight. The task is heavy again. This is really a time when armor is missing. These 3 heavy armors must be taken with them today, even if it offends the parents of those wealthy children. I don't care anymore. But unexpectedly, he had just entered the door when he saw someone driving. Builders, could it be that the new coach of the heavy armor shooter? Look at his operation, it's quite skillful. To reach this level is at least an evolutionary. Then he jumped on without saying a word. That's the case in the Porter RS Warframe. I'll meet you. Let's see if you're worthy of this armor. And at this time, Hansen played in the builder's armor with a shock. This humanoid mecha is really cool. I practiced for several days and finally mastered the essentials. But at this moment, the system suddenly sends out a warning signal. Hansen couldn't help but get nervous. It was a sneak attack on Warehouse 7. When will someone else come? Porter RS continues to punch hard. 2 warframes collided together. There was a loud bang. Luo Xiangyang's filial piety reaction was not bad. Can use heavy armor as a combat armor ring. It can also block my attacks. The strength of this new coach. It's finally a little stronger than the previous ones. It seems that the Warframe Society is finally in shape. Let me get to the bottom of you. The Porter RS is not a combat warframe, but the other party operated so cleverly. Could it be the fat president or the beast monkey? But are they so strong? This is the Porter RS on the arm. Quickly reach out with a sharp chainsaw. Obviously, the other party is moving. Frightened, Hansen's face instantly pale. It's just a matter of learning. You need to play with your life, brother. As soon as the words fell, the other party's sharp chainsaw had already slashed over. Instantly cut the steel rod in his hand into 2 sections. What a domineering force. If you don't dodge, the fuselage will definitely be cut off. Next, Porter RS constantly waved the chainsaw in his hand, and the builder manipulated by Hansen can only retreat again and again. Keep dodging. See Xiangyang, but he is getting more and more excited. It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight. I really miss the eventful times of the past. Let me see all of your strength. This is a warframe that is not a combat type in the first place. But in an instant, he was fully armed. Hansen really couldn't figure it out. Everyone is obviously innocent and innocent. There's no need to play with your life. Who the hell is it? It doesn't matter, as long as the hand speed is fast enough. The builder can react. I'm not a man to be slaughtered. I saw him facing the screen after a ferry operation. The builder he was manipulating immediately headed for this one. Porter RS rushed over. In the blink of an eye, the 2 fighters scuffled, and the Porter RS, heavily armed, 2, restrained to death. At this time, Luo Xiangyang, who operated the Porter RS, was also deeply admired. This new coach is a ruthless man. This extreme operation is too unexpected. No, such talents stay in heavy armor shooting. It's just a waste. I'm going to find a way to get him out of this misery. That's when it happened. The builders manipulated by Hansen found the flaw and kicked him. The Porter RS body suddenly trembled slightly. This made Luo Xiangyang in the cockpit not stunned. The moment I hesitated, I was countered, and Hansen couldn't help but open the cockpit. My hands are numb. Operate heavy warframe battles. It's more physically demanding than you think. And Luo Xiangyang fell into deep thought. This new coach is not particularly strong, but in the battle just now, he actually became more and more courageous. This comprehension ability is also amazing. I'm going to talk to him about this kind of talent. There's no future in the heavy warframes. But when he came back to his senses, he was surprised that it was the school uniform. Are you a student? Hansen said secretly in his heart. The people who manipulate are not fat presidents and skinny monkeys. I'll just say they're not that awesome. Luo Xiangyang cautiously asked again, Are you really a student? Hansen raised his hand in a friendly manner and made a gesture. Luo Xianyang even suspected that he was coming from a foreign school to investigate. Listen to the information of the game. Spy. Because if such strength is your own school, how could it not be known? So he asked tentatively, "You've piloted a heavy warframe before, or is it professionally trained?" Han Sun answered truthfully, "No. I used to just practice on the school machine. I have such a good opportunity after joining the club." He continued to ask with a blank face, "Which department are you from?" Han Sun said hard, "I am from the swordsmanship department." As soon as this remark came out, Luo Xianyang was terrified. It turned out to be really this year's freshman. "I'm a genius." Just as he was thinking, Han Sun suddenly waved his hand away. "Senior, wait for the club meeting. I'll go first. Next time I have a chance to make a few more moves." Luo Xianyang was determined to poach him. A student of the Department of Swordsmanship. There is such physical fitness, such talents. I can't let him stay in a heavy armor. The club is wasted. The screen turns. The Heavy Warframe Society is in a meeting. The New Wu Monument will begin in a few days. Let's take a look at what we report. Our heavy armor is set on the combat event. There is no advantage. Or choose to load or carry this kind of competition. You have a better chance of winning. Han Sun asked about the rewards of the competition. Wang Mingming is hard as long as it is the top 3. You can get a prize. There are new warframes from the new B series and the new Emperor series. It's worth millions or even tens of millions on the market. This new student who has just entered the club is rewarded. I want to report all the competitions. Was immediately questioned by others. Even if you have the strength. But it's also outrageous. After all, this is a competition for the community as a whole. The president said bitterly. The ranking can be less. But the reputation of the community cannot be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be a joke for the whole school. Han Sun disagreed. I just want to add to our community. The odds of winning only. In this way, we can better establish the image of the community. The president said, staring at the form. But even if we sign up for all the programs, there is a time overlap for one project. It is not possible to participate in all of them. That's when it happened. Luo Xianyang actually found the door. Disturbed the students. I have something to tell Han Sun. Immediately frightened the 2 girls into thinking wildly. Isn't this Luo Xianyang, the coach of the Battle Armor Society? It won't be for those 3. Heavy armor is here to teach us a lesson. The conversation between the girls made Han Sun stunned on the spot. He's actually the coach of the Warframe Society. So I was just playing against the coach. After Luo Xianyang shook hands, he went straight to the topic. Han Sun, your Warframe is very good at handling. I would like to invite you to join us in the Warframe Society. As soon as this remark came out, was so frightened that the roommates immediately gathered around to eat melons. I heard that he is demanding. We never recruit members easily. What happened between them? Of course, Wang Mingming refused to be senior Han Sun. It was not easy for us to recruit them back. I can't go to your Warframe. Luo Xianyang is filial piety, and Han Sun is a good seedling. Go to Warframe for more professional training. Will be more promising. He's too big to be too big here. And the president on the side looked at this scene. It's also quite helpless. After all, the whole school. Not many people can get an invitation from Coach Luo. Han Sun would definitely agree. Han Sun responded very decisively, embarrassed. Coach Luo, I'm a member of the Heavy Warframe Society. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not going to join Warframe. These words, it instantly shocked all the club members present. Even Luo Xianyang couldn't figure out why. With your talent, I promise you to get the army in a short time. Varsity League champion. The goal of our club is to be a champion. Han Sun, on the other hand, had an indifferent attitude. I don't want to win anything. The current Heavy Warframe Society is more suitable for me. These words made Luo Xianyang unable to hold back. You can win the league championship. Great benefit for your graduation grade. The higher the rating, the higher your position and rank will be when you enlist in the army. But Han Sun is extremely stubborn, I know this. But not what I wanted. Seeing this, Luo Xiangyang didn't linger much. Don't say it too soon. You may not yet know what you'll face when you enlist. When you figure it out, feel free to come to the Warframe Society and find me. This wave of operations. Directly let the members of the club make him an idol. Sure enough, it's a real man. Even if the conditions for winning the championship are offered. Nor can it make you succumb. Han Sun is filial. I won't go to the Battle Armor Society anyway. Let's hurry up and train. But he had other ideas in his mind. Even without Luo Xiangyang's help, I was able to get an S-grade graduation on my own. My goal is to evolve with the divine blood gene. Become a god-blood nobleman. Nothing else matters. The man and the woman grabbed a Coke at the same time, and they met again in the school cafeteria. Ji Yanran recognized him at a glance. It's you, the guy who cheated on the spaceship. How did you end up in our school? Han Sun was quite unhappy that I was admitted. I guess I told you about it at the time. That's when it happened. His suitor Li Yufeng suddenly walked over. Who is he? Is it pestering you? Yin Ran deliberately raised the volume. No one. It's just a junior brother. It's none of your business. Han Sun hurriedly added a sentence of senior sister. It's the younger brother who won over you. These words made Li Yufeng instantly full of hostility towards his junior brother. It's best to weigh yourself before you speak. By the way, take a look in the mirror to see what kind of bird you are. Han Sun was not angry. Instead, he smiled slightly. I heard about Li Yufeng. The senior is the first of the hand of God Society. That should be amazing. Do you want to play a game with my junior? But in his heart, he frantically complained about the handicapped children. I've even beaten you. The movement of the three of them soon attracted a lot of melon-eating people to come to watch. And more people think. This newcomer who doesn't know the height of the sky. The brain is in, but Han Sun didn't care so much. I saw him pick up a ball of paper. Said senior, don't blink. It would be humiliating to lose in front of so many classmates. Soon he was in full view. Place the paper balls in a cup at will. And quickly scramble the desktop. Sort on these 3 cups. Li Yufeng looked disdainful of this kind of trick. And dare to sell Sprite in front of me. If you lose, don't pester Yinran any more in the future. Otherwise, it will be difficult to mix in school. Ji Yinran suddenly spoke. Why are you threatening others? How many times have I said that I don't have to worry about my business? Then he turned his head and taught Han Sun a lesson. And your kind of games to coax children. Are you serious? It's naive. Han Sun asked seniors cheekily. I won, can you date me? This special request made Ji Yinran's face full of embarrassment. And Li Yufeng, who has always been calm. I almost couldn't hold it anymore. Sister-in-law, don't take an inch. Meanwhile, Han Sun had also scrambled the cup and dragged his hands away. Senior, guess which cup the paper ball was in? Li Yifeng is very decisive. The 2 most marginal cups are pushed down directly. Neither of these cups is in it. And then, he said confidently, pointing to the cup in the middle. So the paper ball is here. But surprisingly, he opened the middle cup in public and found it. Paper balls. This scene amazed everyone present. Even Ji Yinran felt incredible. How can it be? I was staring at him all the time. Does this guy do tricks? At this time, Han Sun didn't know where to get a paper ball. Smiled slightly, senior. It looks like your eyes aren't very good. I scratched the ball of paper away, and you didn't even notice. Then Ji Yinran, you're going to date me. Lin Beifoam took Han Sun with him. Go for it. Find a nest of mutated creatures that no one has found yet. And Han Sun just planned to come out to avoid the limelight for a few days. After all, I wanted to go on a date with Ji Yinran a few days ago. Was slapped in the face. The 2 soon came to a cliff edge. Lin Beifoam hurriedly towards the cracked crack in the mountain wall. The following points to the past. This one is only full of aquamarine. A giant ant with a body like a puppy. It's going in and out of that crack. The 2 of them planned to find a hidden location. then shoot with a bow and arrow. After all, the false warp of the ghost spirit instrument is quite hard. There was no need to go to war at all. Thereupon, they found a relatively safe location. Spy on the spot. Because there are so many of them, caution must be taken. If you find out, you're in trouble. But at this moment, a cold arrow suddenly shot at the ghost manager's carapace and alarmed a crowd. Han Sen is not happy. I didn't expect anything but myself. There are others who have found here. At this time, there is still a history of swordsmanship towards Group B, and these ghost managers are all looking around for traces of the enemy. Soon, several men appeared on another hillside. They ran all the way to the edge of the cliff, while arrogantly shooting arrows. Finally, he hit on the cliff wall, non-stop firing of the stars and golden swords in your hands, and the distance between them by a river. Even the ghosts can't attack them. The north wind is extremely windy. Those bastards. I found out here and grabbed the baby with us. Han Sen calmly said goodbye. They don't know we exist yet. Give them some stimulation. Then he quickly filled the divine blood bow and arrows. It's your bad luck to blame. Monsters are my forte. Soon a beast. The soul sword slammed directly through the rocks behind them, and it cracks quickly. They didn't even notice anything unusual. The next moment they were on that small piece of ground, began to collapse rapidly. The three people immediately panicked. How did the ground, which was fine just now, suddenly collapse? Lin Beifong called it awesome. This is not a help for these ghosts. Soon where they fell, immediately attracted the attention of Group B. In an instant, all the ghost managers gathered around. They didn't even have time to check the injuries. A little brother only. I was holding my injured ass and trying my best to escape. Because if you stop, you will die. But unexpectedly, the group of ghost spirits chased after a certain distance. They all stopped consciously. Han Sen was surprised. Why didn't Ghost Genie chase those 3 sand sculptures? No matter how much it is, you have to hunt like this now. Soon a beast. The soul sword is incomparable. Shot through the ghost elixir's smirk. In the gap, I saw his body tremble slightly. Suddenly lost its vitality. Han Sen uses a pre-tied fishing line. Pulled the ghost spirit back entirely. And on the side, Lin Beifong was even more praised. Brother Sun is really smart. The armor of the mutant ghost manager is hard though. But if you hit a gap in your armor, you can kill with one hit. Hunt down the mutant ghost manager to obtain the mutant beast soul. Han Sen suddenly smiled. One shot into the soul. Although it is so easy to obtain the mutant beast soul. Lin Beifong was even more surprised when he heard it, Brother Sun. Sell me the mutant beast soul. Don't worry, maybe we'll have it later. Let's get the Real thing done first. 2 men sit in a mountain of ants. Their flesh was feasted on by the corpses. Soon I remembered the system voice one after another. Use the mutant ghost essence flesh. Get a little mutant gene. Han Sen was overjoyed. Now I've got 64 mutations. It doesn't take long to get full. That's when it happened. The 2 discovered a giant ghost spirit. It just got stuck in a crevice in the rock, unable to move, and the surrounding group of bee kept gnawing on the rocks. It seems to want to widen the crack. The 2 finally understood why. These groups will give up chasing the 3 sand sculptures. It turned out to be to get the ant queen out of trouble as soon as possible. Han Sen took advantage of the fact that the ant king was temporarily unable to move. Without saying a word, the foot-grinding snake attack was pulled to the limit and aimed at him, but unexpectedly, the mutant was shot at the ant king's head by a soul arrow. Didn't do the slightest harm. Not even a single bullet point scratch remained. But the Ant King, who was attacked, seems to be quite vindictive. After he got out of trouble, he actually went crazy, rushing straight in the direction of the 2 of them. Immediately frightened, Lin Beifong took a few steps back. Brother Sun, what should I do if he finds out about us? This Godblood Ant King is not only false, but also harder. And the IQ is also higher. But Hansen jumped with a foot-grinding snake attack. Lin Xiao, you go first. Hide in a safe place. He left me to deal with it. Lin Beifeng, who doesn't want to be a thunderbolt. I can only look back while running, and constantly told Han Sen to pay attention to safety. I practiced the acceleration of the super particle stream, make Han Sen's actions more agile. I saw that he didn't retreat from the mirror, all the way in the direction of the Ant King, and summoned the Fairy Empress armor at the same time, finally in the position of being extremely close to this Ant King. Take a leap. Han Sen was only in a moment, locked his bloody mouth. It's all so slow. Such an action is in my eyes. It's like a movie playing stitch by stitch. The next moment, a mutant beast soul sword, directly through the body of the Ant King. The entire sword history instantly disappeared into the giant mouth inside, and his mournful wail, constantly reverberating in the valley. Hunt the divine blood ghost spirit. Obtain the divine blood beast soul. Draw a reversal. Lin Beifeng was trying to buy the divine blood beast soul, and in public, she sprinkled coquettishly. But Han Sen's attitude was still resolute. Seeing this, Lin Beifeng's face suddenly sank. I'll trade it for you with a super creature armor. Definitely great value for money. Han Sen was not stunned. Super creature warframe. Lin Beifeng hurriedly explained. It is developed with the latest warframe technology. At the moment, only the laboratories of the military have a few finished machines. Our company supplies special metals to the military. That's why I had the opportunity to find a testing machine. Hansen heard that it was a testing machine. I thought it was a semi-finished product. Lin Beifeng is extremely windy, no. The reason why it is called a testing machine, because it is not equipped with weapon systems. Other features, definitely more than the average creature warframe. Super creature warframe, except that it cannot be used in shelters. There are almost no drawbacks. It is manufactured by particle biological recombinant technology. The fuselage is miniature in a suitcase. Turn it on and wear it. The test machine did not have a weapon system, though, but the power is super. Throw off the Sinew Group's new Emperor series of fuse streets. Han Sen immediately took out 2 mutant beast souls. I'm sorry, Lin Xiao. I also need the divine blood beast soul, if you don't dislike it. Both of these mutant beast souls are given to you. A mount-type mutant unicorn shark. Fox and armor-type mutated ghost manager beast soul. Lin Beifeng readily agreed. The 2 mutant beast souls are worth it when they think about it. I'll give you the super creature warframe when I get back. Hansen stared at the remaining corpses with a little annoyance. Because they've eaten a lot of mutated flesh. Eating it again will not increase the mutated gene. So I shook it off. Immediately summon one from your hand. Blood level bugs. Tamsin was eating crab meat, while secretly saying, "It's a pity that you can't summon Meow out to eat. This thing is closed by the love fairy. In case it is exposed, it will be troublesome. Let's bring some jerky back to him. Now my nerves are 45 points." A man took advantage of the midnight watch. The suitcase was opened in the mountain behind the school. Soon, a beam of light swept in the face. And in front of you, it is a mass of biological particles like Chinese New Year's Eve. System voice. Scan completes analysis progress at 100%. Super creature warframe silver kill activated. The next second, these are mercury-like bioparticles. Towards Han Sen cover the past, and it continues to grow and integrate. He suddenly felt his whole body filled with strength. It is even endowed with infinite motivation. Soon after the end of the bioparticle fusion, Han Sen's entire body, it was as if it was wrapped in a layer of silver armor. He began to run around aimlessly. Feel this super creature. Super strength brought by Warframe. Power this silver killer. Although it is an unarmed test subject, but the power is definitely stronger than that of the builders. On more than 10 times. Now there's this armor. In the future, You will be able to practice your martial arts skills well. The screen turns. In the media reception room of the Black Hawk Military Academy, two journalists are preparing for the Star Cup. The garrison analyzes the traditional advantages of the Black Hawk Military Academy. The La Xingyu Cup, Ouyang Xiao Umbrella of Xian Valley, took the third place in the league finals. None of the other projects seem to be very impressive. The Hand of God can only be considered at an average level. The league is barely around 20. Fong Mingquan suddenly remembered an interesting thing. It is said that the strongest Li Yufeng, not so long ago, was also won by Ji Yinran's boyfriend by 20 points. But this mysterious boyfriend is just a netizen. To this day, no one knows who he really is. Then he stared at the form, very surprised. Black Hawk's swordsmanship competition actually came to the bottom. The assistant hurriedly explained, after all, swordsmanship was too unpopular. The game is also slow to heat up. Audiences love to see flying machines, exciting matches, or live-action martial arts in the battle armor category. And this time, Ouyang Xiaoyu's new grain competition. We're definitely going to broadcast the middle, plus the Hand of God game. The beauties will also play at that time. The ratings are an absolute explosion now. Because it was too late, the two decided to go to the dark first. Grab a bite to eat at the Eagle Cafeteria. Come back and sort out the contestants' information. The screen turns. The two came to the cafeteria, but skillfully ran into Han's son who was eating. But Han's son didn't know him. It's hard to work until now to eat. Fong Mingquan was quite unhappy in his heart. Our Mingquan has written so many reports about Bisan. The number of clicks is hundreds of millions of dollars. After all, he is a well-known reporter. He didn't even know me. So he asked a few words curiously. What did you go to train when you ate so late? So hard. Han's son responded casually. It's just general physical training. But I secretly rejoiced in my heart. How could I possibly tell someone? I'm practicing silver killing. Fong Mingquan wanted to know more. Trained so late. It's to prepare for the Xingyu Cup. What is your name? Which department is it? What are you going to apply for? Han Sun briefly introduced himself and claimed to have applied for all the armor projects this time, just because there is a project time overlap. That's why I didn't report it. The two of them immediately joked with shame. It's all physically demanding. It's not like you're trying to fish in troubled waters. The assistant then said filial piety, if you were a warframe. There may still be hope, but the heavy warframe society still doesn't talk big. I suggest you take part in a simpler project, like swordsmanship or the Hand of God. And Han's son disdained the vagina. Swordsmanship was too unchallenging for me. The Hand of God is also boring. I can win 20 points at will the strongest person. The assistant was very annoyed and bragged about this person. Are the current students so immodest? And Fong Ming's fist knife read 20 points. At 20 minutes, suddenly a smart spirit immediately exploded. He stared at the departing student. After a few seconds, he said Xiao Lu in horror. You remember the one you mentioned earlier? Ji Yinran's boyfriend. This man cheekily made a move to the schoolgirl. Hyuk didn't pay attention to the school flower. Instead, he walked straight in front of his eyes. It's really bad luck. Why it's this guy again? Seeing this, Han's son grabbed his wrist's senior sister. Why is it so rude? I slapped me last time and still haven't apologized. Ji Yinran suddenly panicked. I want to do my hands and feet. Certainly not a good man. Then he retorted with confidence. Isn't it just some tricks to fool people? The last time you said that dating was on your own initiative. I didn't say yes. Don't mess with me in the future. That's no trick. I'm not just in the Star Cup. On to prove their strength. You admit to being my girlfriend. And by the way, give me a kiss of love. You think the Xingyu Cup. It's you who will be a little miscellaneous. Is it a game that can be fooled? If you can get 5 firsts in the race, I can agree to your conditions. Otherwise, you will be a cow and a horse for me. It's all right. An impossible condition was released. I thought to myself, this guy would never dare to agree. However, This time Hansen was a lot smarter. There is no evidence. What if you regret it again? The next moment, Ji Yinran opened a contract. This is a legally binding contract. Same. Just sweep up the code of our respective communicators. To take effect, Hansen swept over without saying a word. Ji Yinran was very happy in her heart. I see how you're still playing tricks this time. And Ji Yinran also has a ghost in her heart at the moment. One for the Evolver wants to take the heart and the cup. How is it possible to have 5 lows? Wait for me to be a cow and a horse. Soon it was the day of the Xingyu Cup competition, and the much-anticipated Warframe match is about to begin. At this time, the man with the camera asked curiously, Fong Anchor, you said that Han Sun who met in the cafeteria before. It could be the season, Yinran's boyfriend, and we're here to broadcast the battle match for him. It's a bit too sloppy. Fong Mingquan thought. Ji Yinran's boyfriend won Li Yifeng by 20 points. This just coincides with Han Sen's statement. If he can shine in the Warframe game, may prove that he is both Yinran's boyfriend. Then his own show will definitely explode. Soon he appeared on the big screen. But this made everyone very puzzled. A well-known Fangdao reporter actually went to broadcast the Battle Armor game live. It is not the powerful Ouyang Xiao umbrella. It's not the schoolgirl Ji Yinran. What's so good about this kind of competition? At this time, Fong Mingquan deprived the main points of the game. This year, there will be one at the Black Hawk Military Academy. Throughout the Cadet League, the most dominant player, and he competed in all the events of the battle class. However, there was one project that could not be participated in due to overlapping time. But many people are talking behind their backs. How could there be such a figure at the Black Eagle Military Academy? I used to be from Warframe. The level is not as high as the top few in the Bandit League. Last time, the finals of the God War tournament and the Earth God Alliance didn't come. This time, the reporter will definitely slap his face again. At this time, Li Yufeng, who was in the lounge, cursed. What nonsense is this journalist talking about? That's not what you want to do to deceive attention. It's a show. The 10,000-meter sprint race organized by the Military Academy Alliance. And this one has long since been discontinued. It was once a luxury hit, worth tens of millions and highly collectible. Even Li Yufeng couldn't help but admire. That's what the reporter said. The most dominant player. Then he said to Ji Yinran, you can also take a look. The pilot of this destroyer. I bet he doesn't have that strength. But Ji Yinran was not interested at all. After the official start of the competition, the destroyer was almost at the start. It's far ahead of the others. It's not long-lived. He was so stupid that he tripped over the track. It became everyone's joke in an instant. When he got up again to race, it is already a large distance behind all the competitors. This made Li Yufeng in the lounge snicker. What the most dominant player? It's just a joke. Others even believe that Fong reporters have collected black money. I didn't expect the clown to be himself. Both Yinran was also taken aback. Fell in front of the Cadet League and the media. It's a shame, isn't it? At this time, Wang Mingming, who manipulated the destroyer, kept apologizing. I'm sorry, everyone. The destroyer is too difficult to operate. I should have given it to someone else. And Han Sun, who was far ahead, certainly wouldn't blame him. And let him quit this game early. Go and prepare for the next game. This competition, even a president and show who did not want to participate. Ho is also enthusiastic and threatened to snatch Han Sen's first place. At this time, Han Sen manipulated the silver killing machine. It's been thrown away from it. All the competitors are a long distance away. Fong reporters continued to broadcast the battle situation. Then we got to the final lap. The current leader is the number 69 Warframe Silver Killer. Whether he can win this Xingyu Cup, the first winner of the first month of the competition. At this time, the two people in front of the screen were also dumbfounded. Li Yufeng recognized. This Silver Chicken Killer is not Xingyu Group. R&D products. And both Yinran also said that he had not seen it on the market. But in terms of performance, it is definitely a cutting-edge product. Who's driving it? Soon again, the announcement of the champion was announced. Let's congratulate Warframe 69 on the silver kill. The driver is a member from the Heavy Warframe Society. Hansen is one of the most dominant fighters. At this time, the two people in front of the screen broke out in a cold sweat. And then Yin ran more. It was the memory of the contract signed with him. When the reporter was also amazed. Hans Senni really didn't say anything big. Are you a boyfriend? After the game, several men gathered around. Downgrade the silver killer just now. At this time, Coach Luo walked over. And educate them. There is no point in belittling opponents. Let's get ready for the next game. In his heart, he secretly said, Hans' son, compare yourself to that. My team is just too mediocre. But if you can teach them a lesson, it's not in vain that I think so highly of you. Soon, the second round obstacle course is about to begin. And Ji Yanran in front of the screen was uncertain. The battle assumption is so strong. There's no reason why Hans' son can still win. It's a show. Warframe ring organized by the Military Academy Alliance. Obstacle course racing. But the silver killer was about to run in front of the obstacles. But there was no slowdown. Li Yufeng thought that he was addicted to pretending to be forced. No matter how good the Warframe is, it also takes time to slow down at close range. This obstacle is definitely insurmountable. In the next moment, this powerful silver killer, it actually smashed the obstacle directly. It turned out that he had no intention of stepping over. This scene, it was simply a slap in the face of Li Yufeng. It's a 1 meter thick concrete wall. It was said that if it was broken, it would be broken. Li Yufeng gritted his teeth and cursed Hans' son. Bluntly said that he had a problem with his brain. There are so many obstacles in obstacle course. I don't believe he can keep banging. At this time, she stared at the screen tightly. Sick and lost. The heart is constant, thinking about the contract he signed with Hans' son. Meanwhile, the silver killing machine manipulated by Hans' son. Still not the slightest hint of slowing down. In the most domineering way, destroyed all obstacles. Soon came the broadcast champion of the reporter. Let's congratulate Silver Killer Chicken, Hans' son. This made Li Yufeng, who was constantly slapped in the face. I trembled with anger on the spot. At this time, Ji Yanran suddenly scolded. So many experienced old students. It's no better than a freshman. A bunch of waste. These people simply quit the competition and quit the company. This made the people behind him look confused. Then he inexplicably lost his temper with all the members. Don't even look at it. We're going to have to compete ourselves. Hurry up and follow me to the ring. And after the end of Hansen's game, all the members of the club gathered around. The mouth is full of praise. Hansen secretly said in his heart, the 5 firsts are just around the corner. The contracts are all signed. You can't run away now. The screen turns. Luo Xiangyang is losing his temper. Warframe match against the guard. It has always been a projection competition for scanning bodies. This is the protection of the participants. You're now going to change the rules. In Zhao Nengtian, the head of the organizer Xingyu Group, the existence of this kind of battle armor of K Xiao Dao silver killing machine. You feel like it's fair to the other players. But Luo Xiangyang still refused to fight with a real battle armor. After all, no one can afford to be responsible if their lives are in danger. But Zhao Nengtian didn't let him worry. Claimed that Xingyu Group is capable of dealing with any situation. Soon after, the rules of the Battle A competition were announced. Changed from virtual image armor to physical armor. And the competition adopts a free elimination round. All 50 armors entered the arena together. The winner wins the championship. Immediately caused the audience to complain. The whole chaos is fighting. This rule is clearly aimed at the Silver Killer. Except for the people of their community. Everyone else must have been the first to catch fire. To his heart, and the group is despicable enough. Silver Killer Chicken is not their product. So in the way of changing the rules, to limit him from reaching the final, Fong Mingquan, who is broadcasting the game live. I never expected it. Xingyu Group will come up with this kind of trick for me. Such a small role. It actually caused such a big reaction from Xingyu Group. I'm a little flattered, but I'm not worthy of them. Silver Killer Chicken is not that easy to deal with. This man has an IQ of 167. A detailed tactical analysis table is being drawn. My boss and the third one have the best level of operation. So you have to cover us and rush into the opposing camp. Sacrifice yourself to escort us if necessary. And the three of you girls are in charge of the fire suppression. After everything is arranged, everyone folded their hands and cheered. Let's play a beautiful battle together. Blind everyone's eyes. The screen turns. In the Warframe Tournament arena. Sure enough, except for the members of the Warframe Society, there are other individuals, contestants, also unexpectedly united to surround them. Hansen didn't talk much nonsense either. Just a reminder to everyone to keep in mind the battle plan. Immediately issued the order to attack. In the next moment, the Silver Chicken Killer, manipulated by Han's son, led everyone. Rushed towards the enemy's weakest point, and behind them were a few girls. At the same time, the heaviest fire is turned on as cover. Meanwhile, the enemy's Warframe quickly locks onto the Silver Killer and concentrate all the firepower on it. I saw that Hansen's body was as light as a swallow. Just one serpentine move can be easily dodged. Then he hurriedly ordered his teammates to disperse. Let the other players on the field be your own shield. Soon, Hansen moved with coquettishness. Deliberately go around to the enemy's side, and smoothly, with the help of enemy fire, destroyed a lot of their armor. Then, Lu Meng suddenly spoke. They were too numerous. Let's cover the third child, and you rush out together. My boss and I were in charge of the left side. The Fat President and the Beast Marquis are in charge of the right side. For the rest, it's up to you to perform by yourself. At this time, Hansen seized the opportunity to summon the Fairy Empress. Beast soul armor, suddenly around the body of the silver killing machine, shines brightly. Immediately after that, his hands instantly switched to thickening the barrel. The energy that comes out of it, the sound of a rushing electric current, is constantly emitted. With a loud bang, all enemy armor in front of you. In an instant, all of them lost their ability to fight. This scene made Fong Ming sigh. Han's son is indeed smart. The enemy is not a professional soldier, but a plate of loose sand. The best way to turn the tide is to be proactive. Kill caught off guard. And Zhao Neng, who was in the VIP room at this time. The weather had to pound the table constantly. Just shoot with heavy armor. These few people, it's definitely not enough to carry so much armor. Kill Me Silver Kill game continues. At this time, Han's son was facing a hail of bullets from the enemy. Still and scrupulously went straight away. Now the purpose of having the Fairy Empress allows him to easily dodge any attack. The next moment, Hansen quickly swept through the crowd and stupid them. Take the firepower with you. Follow and shoot indiscriminately at your teammates. Soon, a shocking explosion occurred at the scene after a few seconds of broadcasting. In a sea of red fire, screams of pain echoed constantly. Fong Mingqiuan's excited broadcast of the battle situation was too exciting. The heavy armor shot a successful counterattack, completely mastered the situation on the field. This Han's son not only know how to take advantage of blind spots, it will also lure the opponent's firepower to contain their fight. That's the real tactic. This man, just because I took a military strategy class seriously, and on the field of play, the four sides are killed. Enemy, but secretly sent two armors that could stealth functions. Go and sneak up on his teammates. Soon it was covered by enemy fire. His teammates are undoubtedly reluctant, all knocked to the ground, incapacitated. At this time, Hansen ran wildly with a big sword in his hand. Thank you. Of help, I will bring your glory. Unleash the fiercest thunderous blow. Soon, The Silver Killer shuttled between the two warframes. I saw him spin back and forth and wave the big sword in his hand. Destroy all enemy armor in an instant. This battle match has finally come to an end, and the organizer Zhao Nungtian gritted his teeth. A bunch of waste. Don't try to get any sponsorship from me in the future. The Silver Killer. Which company's product the exactly? T for me to thoroughly investigate. Soon the results were reported on the field. It was a great victory. Please let us remember the name. Silver Killer and his driver Han Sun. It's all over. The members of the club surrounded him one after another, constantly sharing the joy of victory. However, on Ji Yinran's side, Lily sensed that he seemed to be preoccupied all the time. Even the Hand of God game, just now. They're also very substandard. That's when it happened. A couple of boys happened to be passing by and talked about Han Sun. That guy named Han Sun won several firsts. It's a real hunk. If I were a girl, I would definitely fall in love with him. Who doesn't love the strong? But these words reached the ears of Ji Yinran. But it's quite harsh. I saw that his face sank. Suddenly, inexplicably, he threw a punch at the wall. Frightened, Chu Lily hurriedly asked about the situation. You're not quite right today. Who the hell provoked you? Is both Yinran, but the smile is more and more gloomy and beautiful. I didn't go to dinner beforehand. I am hungry. The next day, inside the office of the military factory, two men were playing it back. Clip of the star and the silver killing of the chicken on the cup. They recognized this armor. It's the liquor testing machine in the laboratory. A man named Tang Mingxiu said. The man who piloted this testing machine is a freshman at the Black Hawk Military Academy. Call Han Sun an evolutionary. He's in this Warframe match. Almost all the first projects. Lu Changming's expression moved slightly. Can an unevolved person operate such a Warframe? You can also get the first place. It's also incredible. Tang Mingxiu replied, although we were also surprised. But this is a fact that many people can see. And he was a member of Qin Xian's special security team. So we decided to let him do the replacement for Solid. The face of the product. Help us promote it. The screen turns. Bo Sneaky appeared at the school food. The entrance of the church. The coat on his body is tightly wrapped. It seems that he is afraid of being recognized. Just a few hours ago, he had just finished taking a shower when he received a call from Han Sun. Let him be at the door of the cafeteria at 12 o'clock. Because the previous bet was lost. He can only fulfill his promises. But why at the door of the cafeteria? There must have been a lot of people eating late-night snacks at that time. Before he could finish his sentence, the other party hung up the phone directly. This school flower is in order to honor the gambling contract. In the middle of the night, I made an appointment with my junior. Braised noodles in front of the school cafeteria. And his timid look. The junior couldn't help but tease. Senior sister Ji Yinran, you came so early. Can't wait to offer a fragrant kiss? Was immediately frightened, and Ji Yinran pounced on the spot. He covered Han Sen's mouth vigorously and said, Shut up. I'll tear your mouth apart if you talk nonsense. Then he changed his style. Do you have an account on the school website? What is the ID? Han Sen answered truthfully, Of course. My girlfriend's deeds are mine. Is it really you? I should have thought of it a long time ago. Who else dares to marry this kind of ID? Han Sen couldn't wait to take a few steps forward. It's time for you to deliver on your promises. A hint of flushing instantly appeared on her face. I thought I just had to touch this stinky man. The lower lip immediately ran away. Then he closed his eyes in cooperation. Wait quietly. Wait for this stinky man to take the initiative to kiss him. But what I didn't expect was that. His pink-red lips, haven't left Han Sen's lips yet, was tightly hugged by Han Sen's hands. His slender waist, Ji Yinran's body, stiffened suddenly. Then an indescribable sound sounded with a whining. It's a coincidence. At this time, Su Lily happened to take two sisters into the shares. I said, 2 classmates, you are so. There is simply Lu Xiaofeng. You can't just find a grove to do. Soon after they left, Han Sen forcibly pressed him against the wall. Senpai, one of them seems to be a good friend of yours. Would you like to come over and say hello? But Ji Yanran covered her hot face. I never dared to look up at him. Finally, a few seconds passed. Ji Yanran had a blushing face. Running in the direction of the dormitory. The screen turns. Hansen returned to the world of the Steel Armor Sanctuary once again. But just as he opened the door, before his eyes, a black hair with shiny black hair appeared. There is also a black jade on his forehead. Guy with vertical eyes. Hansen didn't dare to imagine it at all. This guy. It turned out to be a change from a good-for-nothing Meow King. When he checked Meow Quinn's profile, I found an amazing change. Three-eyed cat. Pet-type hyper-evolved complete battle body. I guess it's because I ate a lot of mutant ghosts. Manager Sake. Some people do research in order to do research. Feed a lot of pet beast spirits. Some have been upgraded from normal to primitive. Hyper-evolution. It feels like it's more cost-effective than going hunting a creature. And I still have a divine snow-gathering beast soul in my hand. Golden Pest King. I don't know what he's going to become. Soon Hansen entered the white devil Gobi again. Now the super-evolved Meow June is okay when used as a mount, and it's faster than the mutant mount. In order to test Meow June's combat effectiveness, Hansen found a primitive, random one. Kill the snake as a test subject. In the next second, Meow June directly bit him to death on the spot. Hunt the origin and kill the snake to obtain the origin beast soul. Hansen happily picked up the Meow army. Sure enough, you can take the initiative to attack your prey. This is equivalent to an extra combat power. Let's go find the god's blood from last time. The Fox King takes revenge. Let him know that sooner or later he will have to pay it back. A pile of rock-killing corpse stumps, thrown to the ground. It looks very messy. Hansen looked around. Rock finds on the ground to kill insects. The whole head was hammered to pieces. I don't know what blow it suffered. Hansen immediately took the Meow army back. You're too big to be noticed. I'm going to take a secret look at it. Hansen followed the bloodstains all the way. I couldn't help but speed up the pace. Soon, there was a wail of a one-horned fox killer ahead. Sound at this time, the Son of God brought a group of younger brothers. Is abusing the one-horned fox. Those little brothers were basically all seen by Hansen. But there's a big guy among them. But I have never seen it. The man was extremely strong, wearing half-length armor. Hammer it down. Directly smash the head of the one-horned fox. This hammer is probably a god's blood and soul weapon. The Son of God actually flattered a few kind words, big brother. With you I can rest easy. Brother Goo's modest, hard-hitting son of heaven has won the prize. I was just a fluke. Got such a divine blood beast soul sledgehammer. Only today, is it? At this time, the divine blood fox king had been poisoned in the corner. And the people of the Son of God were surrounded by the outside. Real. Hansen remembered that this divine blood fox king had an extremely high IQ. And very cunning. Deliberately running to such a dead end must be a deception. That's when it happened. The divine blood fox king suddenly slammed into the mountain wall. I want to put a big stone next to a millstone. Soon, there was a hole the size of a bucket. Divine blood fox king. With the only remaining foxes, he quickly got in. Only then did the Son of God react. I saw him raise his sword and angrily congratulate them that he couldn't let them run. The divine blood fox king caught me alive. Hansen also hurriedly followed to watch the play. With his knowledge of King Hu, he was sure, you don't come here just to escape. There must be something greasy. Sure enough, just as they were halfway through the chase, the whole valley shook violently suddenly. The Son of God shouted loudly to retreat. Hurry up and get out of the valley. But it's already too late. Clusters of golden sand. It's like water oozing out of a sponge. Crazy stretched towards them. Hansen was secretly filial to fools. That's not sand at all. It's an all-encompassing golden ornament ant. Son of God, you may become their delicacy. At this time, the Son of God gritted his teeth and ran out desperately. And a lot of unresponsive little brothers, instantly reduced to a delicacy of gold ornaments. Then, the big guy volunteered to rush to the front, make a way for them. I saw him constantly wielding the divine blood sledgehammer in his hand. Instantly we'll be in front of the sand. The soil and patches of insects were scattered in all directions. Forced him to kill a way out. Han Sen was extremely shocked. This hunk is like a robot. So much gold. The vision couldn't even get close to him. Soon the group evacuated the valley safely. The Son of God immediately walked in front of the big man and said a lot of compliments. But just when the big guy gets carried away, the younger brothers in the back directly took the dagger, stabbed him in the back. This big guy is a brother to everyone, was stabbed in the back. Then several men twisted his arms together and pressed it hard on the ground. He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Han Sen was dumbfounded. Just now they were brothers who experienced life and death together. In the blink of an eye, he was crushed to the ground like a dead dog. At this time, the Son of God smiled coldly and said, "Brother Wu, for your sake, for my sake, hand over your divine blood beast soul hammer. I can spare your life." Brother Wu roared and farted. "You villain! Lao Tzu will not give it to you even if he dies." The Son of God immediately slapped him in the face. Toast without eating and eating penalty wine. Someone came and gave me his hand to be wasted. The movements of the younger brothers are very skillful. They pressed one of Brother Gu's hands to the ground, pierced the back of his hand directly with his nose and hand. Immediately the whole hand was pinned to the ground. Han Sen, who was hiding on the side, also gritted his teeth when he saw it. These brutes are so cruel. I've got to find a way to save this big guy. That's when it happened. The Son of God seems to have noticed something unusual. Look around. At this time, a god writes about the three-eyed cat, skimming over the mountain wall not far away. The Son of God immediately ordered the two younger brothers to stay, guarding Big Brother Gu. Then he rushed up. These two ungrateful little brothers stepped on the Big Brother Gu, who fell in the blood wave. He didn't even forget to laugh at him. "Aren't you as strong as an ox? It looks weak." That's when it happened. Han Sen used the Beast Soul Fusion transformation, straight from the sky. "What kind of man is your grace going to take revenge?" And the man's voice just fell. 10 meters away in the blink of an eye, Han Sen swung the Shura battle knife and swept over on the spot. One of the younger brothers was killed instantly. The other immediately collapsed on the ground, constantly shouting God. Han Sen didn't have time to chase and kill. Instead, he immediately floated aside, a dying hunk. At this time, the Son of God heard the cry for help. "I'm rushing back. Even if you have wings, you can't carry shares." The cow flew too far. But Han Sen said, "Who said I'm going to fly with him? Do you think I'm a fool?" Soon the three-eyed cat was back at his side. Han Sen cautiously took Gu Ming, placed it on the back of a three-eyed cat, and commanded to the good boy, "He'll ask you." Everyone stopped, apparently a little blindsided. It turned out that it was not a god-blood creature at all. It's the blood and pets that have been cultivated. The souls haven't waited for them to come back to their senses. Han Sen and the three-eyed cat had already disappeared. "It's night." Gu Ming breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "Why did you save me?" But Han Sen said, "I'm not a good person." Gu Ming instantly understood what he meant, asked rhetorically, "Do you want my divine blood beast soul hammer too?" Han Sen's filial piety doesn't have to be this. "But I saved you. Don't risk it for nothing. How much to pay for protection? I promise to return you safely to the shelter." In desperation, Gu Ming took out 2 mutant beast souls. "I know that you and the Son of God are enemies. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. One just thanked you for saving me. The other is as a reward for escorting me back." Han Sen smiled. Reaching out and taking the 2 mutant beast souls, the deal was made. This cadet, He was selected as the spokesperson by the three major military-industrial groups of the alliance. But it's too troublesome. Yang Monli seemed a little annoyed. D Gang was really blind. Fancy you this wonder. You're from such a background. Originally, I couldn't even get into the Black Hawk Military Academy. Seeing this, Xingxian immediately stopped him from continuing. Then he said Han Sun in a superior tone. You'd better figure it out. We're not asking for your opinion. It's giving you a task. Become the spokesperson of Emperor Gang for our Special Operations Group. It's an honor. Then he pushed a document over. Take a good look at the information. The conditions they offered were lucrative. Be prepared. Han Sun looked at the information, while admiring the good pay. Then he asked cheekily, may I mention one condition? Xingxian didn't want to push him too hard. What conditions do you want to mention? Such. Yang Monli on the side was mad on the spot. You stinky boy. He still dared to put forward conditions. Han Sun said with a shocked expression, my silver chicken is also from Jagaka's lab. I hope they will equip me with weapon systems. Xingxian thought it was an excessive condition. I had to be speechless. I will pass it on to the person in charge of Digong. The screen turns. In the classroom of a research professor, Zhang Yang said, today's new inspirational lesson. There will be 2 heavyweight guests to give teaching demonstrations. The 2nd Divine Son Tang Jinlu and the 6th Divine Son Yu Mingming. Only then did Han Sun remember. No wonder Zhang Yang was so excited. He is a fan of Tang Jinliu, but Tang Jinliu hasn't seen him for a long time. At this time, the surrounding students became very enthusiastic. Sinew on his back. You're our swordsmanship. Fiercely fought for a breath. Han Sun Galaxy smiled, but I secretly rejoiced in my heart. The great god is much more pleasing to the ear than the TP madman. My counterattack has officially begun. Soon it was time for class. Professor Lin took Tang Jin, Lu, and Yu Mingming, walked into the classroom. Students, we are very honored today. 2 Miko were invited as guest teachers. The essence of Kim encouragement is the end. Beauty harnesses its own power. In real combat, in addition to strength, psychological factors are also important. For example, black and white boxing pays attention to the use of the power of virtual and real. This is also a manifestation of psychological games. Professor Lin said, let the 2 gods demonstrate to you. Black and white boxing can be wise, but he found an excuse. In order to let the students feel the essence. Why don't you ask 2 classmates to come up? Respectively, I and Tang Jinliu sparred. What do you think? Tang Jinliu smiled slightly. I thought that this fisherman was really scheming. I was tortured by me in the Divine War. Don't dare to fight me now. I'm afraid of losing face in front of my classmates. Even the professor thinks the idea is feasible. It's a rare opportunity to be able to learn from Miko. Which student would like to come up? As soon as the words fell, almost all of the students scrambled to raise their hands. Kume. Han Sun secretly said in his heart, I won't make up for this kind of excitement. Whoever loves to go will go. In the midst of the crowd, Han Sun, who didn't raise his hand, seemed to be particularly conspicuous. This made Tang Jinliu focus on him at a glance. Then kindly reminded Yu Ming, I know the strength of this kid Han Sun. I advise you not to choose him. Otherwise, he will be interrupted before he finishes speaking. I don't see that this classmate raised his hand. Isn't it that I'm not interested in black and white boxing? Come up. I'll teach you black and white boxing myself. Very interesting. This student did not actively raise his hand in class. Instead, he was called to the podium. Because Han Sun's grades are too good, it immediately caused a lot of students to heckle. As a guest, Yu Mingji was also happy. I chose a popular king. Wait and win him. It can show the majesty of his 6th godson. But Tang Jinliu on the side began to snicker. I'll see how you kill yourself. Professor Rin began to explain the rules. Black and white boxing sparring. It is a kind of judgment exercise of vain profit and strength. One person attacks and one person defends. the person who attacked had. There are two ways to exert force, black fist and white fist. Black fist is strength. White fist is a vain prophet. And the defenders. It is necessary to judge and react accurately. Black fist should be dodged in time. The white fist should be blocked or held still. At this time, Yu Zhizhi put on a driving position and said Han's son, "Here we go. You punch first. The one who punches has the advantage. Don't say I'm not going to let her rope." As soon as the words fell, Hansen quietly threw a punch in his chest. Yu Zhizhi couldn't even react, was repelled on the spot. Mi Ziyuan saw that his face turned blue, covering his chest and coughing constantly. This scene shocked the students even more. Lion Groove deserves to be a great god. The punch was too fast for me to even see. At this time, Professor Yin explained with a serious face. Han's son did a very good job. Standard psychological game application. Shoot when the other person is distracted. But this punch should hit the point. For example, the nose or the eyes. This makes it easier for the opponent to lose the ability to fight. I saw Professor Yin say so. Yu Mingji had no choice but to force a smile. Suppress your anger. And Tang Jinliu is about to have fun. You're really dead. God can't save you, unlucky bastard. This time, Hansen jumped forward with a smile on his face. I saw him swing a heavy fist. Exudes an infinite fist wind. You wisely raised an arm aggressively. The acting is really pompous. It's clear that there's not a bit of momentum. This is simply a white fist without strength. When I was in kindergarten, it's already at this level. But unexpectedly, there is a one-handed parry with him. Hansen's black fist slammed. The palm of his hand was suddenly pushed into his face. Before he could catch his breath, Han's son then threw another punch. The wind that wants to step on my head to show you're son of God. How could I possibly let you get your wish? Don had trouble smiling. He guessed again that Han's son was a white fist. But this time it's with his arms crossed in front of him. Go block the punch. After a loud bang, Lemingzi's face was as pale as earth. It took several steps back to stabilize himself. Suddenly, under the podium, there was a lot of student discussion. Y's arm shook slightly, and classmate Han's son, "Looks like I'm underestimating you. But now it's time for me to attack." Just when everyone thought that Yu Zhizhi was angry. Will definitely give black power when the time, but he just gave white power. I thought that when the time came, I would not only win this game, he can also show his own broad-mindedness. Somehow save some face. This man is the sixth son of God. Thought the other party would dodge, and he just hit a white punch. But surprisingly, Han's son didn't dodge. Instead, he raised one hand and held his fist firmly. A white fist with no strength and no oppressive power. I've seen through your mind for a long time. Even Professor Lien was not stunned. Hansen's psychological quality. It's really not something that the average student can achieve. Many students followed the coaxing, and they deserve to be gods. It is so determined that it is a white fist and does not flinch at all. 3 punches to destroy the Son of God. There is no one else who has this self-confidence. The screen turns. For example, it is facing Ji Yinran. It tells the story of Han's son Leah's 6th divine son. Ji Yinran didn't care on the surface. What's there to see? Men who like to pretend to be forced are not good things. But in his heart, he cursed Han's son a stinky man frantically. After taking away my fragrant kiss last time, it's completely gone. Didn't come to me once. Dead scumbag at the same time. Hansen also came to the cafeteria. With his present reputation as a great god, everywhere you go, it has attracted a lot of attention. But at this moment, Hansen's gaze suddenly swept towards Ji Yinran. Li Yinran also glanced at him. The stinky man actually met here. It's bad luck. At this time, Zhang Yang greeted enthusiastically. Han's son, on the other hand, took the opportunity to ask the 2 senior sisters, "Can we sit here, please?" Oh, Lily hurriedly got up and answered, of course. Okami, Please be seated. This junior is also welcome. This wave of operations. It immediately caused the surrounding classmates to discuss. The great god took the initiative to sit with Ji Yinran. There won't be anything between them. At this time, Lily took the initiative to shake hands with Han Sun. After introducing himself, he also introduced Ji Yinran. He's the school flower of Blackhawk. You should know about him. Han Sun is friendly and filial piety. Hello. My name is Han Sun. Tree building. I am Ji Yinran's boyfriend. As soon as the words fell, Ji Yinran drank. The juice in the mouth squirted out at once. Go to Lily and be stunned instantly. You are Yinran's boyfriend. How? I don't know. There was an uproar all around. Did you hear that? The great god said that he was both Yinran's boyfriend. Confidentiality is also too good. At this time, Li Yufeng suddenly appeared. I want to be Yinran's boyfriend. You have to win me. Han Sun glanced at him and won the hand of your god. Li Yufeng, you have already lost a lot. Li Yufeng was suddenly furious. Lifted Han Sun's collar on the spot. If you don't dare to compare, just say it directly. What to pack here? Han Sun laughed and lost by 20 points. What else can compare to me? The defeated General Li Yufeng gritted his teeth angrily. But he couldn't speak. Hear that? Su Lily was suddenly shocked. Could it be that you are my girlfriend Century Yinran? The classmates also suddenly remembered the ID on the laughing net. The mysterious man who abused Li Yufeng. The Warframe god who swept the stars and the cup. The master of the black and white boxing king who abused the sixth god's son. I didn't expect it to be the same person. I saw that the atmosphere in the cafeteria was about to get out of control. So he grabbed Han Sun's mobile phone. Chong Chong walked to the door. This schoolgirl is afraid that the matter of the two will be revealed. As soon as he grabbed the man, he turned around and fled. But he was stopped by his best friend on the spot. Great God Han Sun, how do I feel where I have seen you? It's not the star and the monument. It's not the school cafeteria. Ji Yinran blushed and immediately interrupted Lily. You remember wrong. Su Lily suddenly became clever. It seems that I remembered something. It was outside the cafeteria. That hungry little couple. It's the one that doesn't even look for a grove. Then he asked softly in Ji Yinran's ear, be honest. When did you get along with the great god? I always said I didn't have a boyfriend. It's very deep. Didn't wait for Ji Yinran to explain clearly. Han Sun immediately hugged him into his arms. There is nothing that cannot be said. Yu Ji Yinran is my Han Sun's girlfriend. This is an ironclad fact. And Ji Yinran is half pushed, half let go. Everybody is watching. Soon inside the cafeteria, the voices of classmates were constantly discussed. The school flower is matched with a great god. A natural pair. It's a match made in heaven. The third child did a good job. Heroes with beauties. I'm sticking with you. Fairy love. I really want to meet my true love. The screen turns. The three of them were looking at the screen angrily. Sinyu Group has gone too far. Actually, disqualified from the competition after the third child. It is a violation to say that silver kills chickens. Warframes, but they didn't give accurate data. To put it bluntly, I am afraid that the third child will continue to win, stealing the limelight from their armor. I really didn't have Han Sun, who just came out of the shower. It's a look of indifference. I've got enough of the championship anyway. Besides, Xingyu Group is the organizer. You can do whatever you want. But Lu Meng disagreed. The 10th of next month is the Star Cup Finals. If you don't go, many people on the internet also followed the trend and clamored not to watch the game. Of course, there are also many people who support Xingyu Group. Han Sun said that he no longer cared about the Star Cup. There are more interesting things waiting for you. The screen turns. In the local dedicated film and television base. The place-name woman is extremely inconsistent with the arrangement of her superiors. I'm confident to finish. Filming assignment as the protagonist of a promotional video. Why should I play a vase? Let an ordinary student be the protagonist of the promotional video. Could you please give me an explanation? Liu Changming patiently explained Chihiro. You are the heroine. Han Sun is the male protagonist. You are all the protagonists. There is no difference. With Chihiro, she claims that she has already read the script. This shooting, I didn't have a shot of driving the armor at all. What kind of protagonist is this? Liu Changming sighed and drew a big pie Chihiro. You are not only a military man, and also a star. You should believe in your acting skills. A character who can control everything. But what else did you, Chihiro, want to say? Was interrupted by Liu Changming. But this is an order. Chihiro bit her lip, reluctantly turned away. I wanted to see. What kind of person exactly? You can snatch the protagonist's position from me. Soon it was the day of the shoot. Liu Changming took the staff and Han Sun. Introduce each other. Han Sun secretly listened to Qin Xian in his heart. Liu Changming is not only the general manager of Emperor Gang, or the rank of Major General. He's a great character. Liu Changming pointed to Tixiang and explained. This brand new Silver Sand TF. It's the product you're endorsing this time. We have done accurate debugging in all aspects. You can go to the training room now and feel it. This is a super creature with the model Silver Sands TS. Warframe turn on. Bioparticles are swift. Speed fuse with Han Sen's body. And the fusion process seems to be more comfortable. The sense of power is also significantly reduced. The cockpit is very ergonomic. The operating system is also more comfortable. But just when Han Sun was about to test the performance. But there was a slight error in judgment. And almost crashed. Fortunately, Han Sun stopped in time. Accustomed to the high-performance combat of the Silver Kill. The downward adjustment of data awareness is not yet adaptable. But at this moment, your flying shadow is suddenly never far away. Quickly struck towards Han Sun. I saw this Silver Sand TS in front of me, pointing at him and cursing. Is someone like you worthy of driving a Silver Sand TS? Either show me proof of your true strength, or get the hell out of here. It was the first time I drove the Silver Sands TS. Han Sun was stunned for a moment. Is this person mentally ill? I don't play Legends again. Why cut me as soon as you come up? At this time, Liu Changming, who was in the monitoring room, just happened to find his subordinates. Said immediately, that Silver Sand TS is driven by Michihiro. It's such nonsense. I'm going to stop him now. But Liu Changming gave up too late. Then this girl's temperament. If he doesn't compare the highs and lows, he won't be convinced. His subordinates were not very reassured. After all, the Michihiro family has been playing armor for generations. But Han Sun and Liu Changming interrupted him. This just gives us a look at Han Sen's level, whether it is worthy of the identity of spokesperson. And at this time in the training room, Yu Qian Sun drew his pulse sword and rushed towards Han Sun. Han Sun remembered the situation of fighting against Coach Luo this time. Same, but it doesn't matter who you are. You provoke me first. On the other side with the help of high speed. The impact is generated under the power of the force. Han Sun still swung his pulse sword intending to block it. But at this moment, under the battle of two pulse swords, Han Sun actually turned off the pulse sword. Yu Qinshuan was suddenly shocked. He had never seen such a sassy operation, due to Han Sen's pulse sword suddenly disappearing. Tamakiro is because of inertia. Rush forward. Meanwhile, Han Sun also smoothly circled to his side. At this time of electric fire, Han Sun manipulated the Silver Sand TS. One leg is on the back of the opponent's TS, coupled with the impact of Michihiro moving forward at full speed. Kick the Silver Sand manipulated by Michihiro with one kick. Quick Fly crashed into the wall. When you meet Chihiro, you naturally lose not enough fun. After all, it was the other party's strategy that was lost. Seeing that he did not continue the operation, Han Sun immediately stretched out his pulse sword and shouted, "You lost. Come out quickly." And the two people in the monitoring room were also quite shocked. Han Sun, he actually won so easily. Chihiro is the man of the year in the battle armor tournament. It is indeed very strong for the Evolver to have such an operation. Soon Chihiro's cab opens. One was dressed in white. The beauty of the military uniform slowly from the inside walked out. A beautiful woman in a white military uniform slowly stepped out of the super creature warframe. Hansen suddenly became ill. I just fought with myself. She is the only girl among the 10 gods. The fourth god's son, Big Star, Ikian Hero. Ichinshuan asked Hansen uncertainly, "Are you really just an unevolved?" Hansen touched the back of his head. "Shy, hard-tracked, I am indeed an unevolved. I was offended just now." So he pressed on. "Then how do you practice your warframe operation skills?" Hansen didn't know how to answer. I had to say a few perfunctory sentences, just practice a lot. Summarize more. In short, it is 99% genius plus 1% affection. After listening to Tamakiro, immediately frowned. "You said you were wrong. It should be 99% affection plus 1% genius." Hansen had no choice but to force a smile, embarrassed to say the opposite. "It looks like I'm going to make up for my culture class." Thought. This woman's background in the military is no worse than in the piano circle. Or try not to provoke it. Yuchihiro turned around and left 99% of the geniuses, right? Okay, I remember your strength. I approved of the filming of the promotional video. Hope we have a happy cooperation. Only then did Hansen realize. It turned out that I robbed him of his main role. It's no wonder that the anger is so big. But no one told me. I'm going to shoot a promotional video with him. Soon after a few days, Liu Chaming followed Hansen's request. Equip Silver Killer with a weapon system. Concentration is also done in volume. Hansen kills the silver after the reduction in size. The machine is very satisfied and promised to cherish it. Liu Changmin said, "The filming has been going very well these days. Even the director thinks he's a good match for Chihiro." To show our appreciation, it was also decided to give each of them a silver sand TN. Then he turned on the screen. "This is a special edition made just for you. Your body is blue. The first one to look for is the red one. And the body is also engraved with the badge of the ground tank. You can enjoy free after-sales service for life." Hansen was quite excited on the surface. There were also a lot of compliments. But in my heart, I complained wildly. "Is this a couple machine? If you were seen by Yenran, you must not be hysterical. This shoot was meant to be a confidential mission. I didn't explain it to him properly. I'm a little upset." At this time, Jade Chihiro on the side. "But I really like this couple machine. Luzwa seems to have improved a lot in research and development. Liu Chaming's filial piety technology has been improving. The body we normally exit is still silver." At this time, Yuchinshuan suddenly set his eyes on Hansen. "After the shooting is done today, let's use this machine to fight a good time." Hansen suddenly embarrassed. Senior sister didn't want it. I thought to myself that this woman was so cruel. I got to find a way to slip away early. Thankfully, it was the staff who came over and interrupted them. "We're ready to move on to location shooting. Prepare yourself." At this time, Liu Changming stared straight at the backs of the two leaving. I can't help but admire Good, talented and beautiful. I'm starting to look forward to the press conference on September 1st. It will definitely amaze the audience. This is a ground steel star-shaped creature Warframe Silver Sand TS. The beginning of the press conference and the promotional video is a beautiful schoolgirl. Sit on a seat next to the tree seal. Quietly look at the book. A fresh breeze blows. Silky flowing hair flutters slightly. It's so beautiful that you can barely take a big breath. But at this moment, a dark shadow suddenly appeared in the sky. The schoolgirl stood up in horror. He recognized it as the armor of the Shuras. Soon an ugly face appeared in front of him. A giant sword smashed the ground into a large crater in an instant. Soon smoke was everywhere. The students kept running and shouting. The whole school instantly became a purgatory on earth. At this critical juncture, The pretty schoolgirl seems to be tripping over something. The delicate body suddenly fell to the ground. This is Ashura armor with a twisted face. Swing your great sword at him. And the schoolgirl who fell to the ground. I could only watch the giant sword fall. But at this moment, a silver box smashed into Nashura, the hands of the warframe, and smashed the great sword to the side. At this time, the silver box was smashed past, was catapulted back, and the two letters on the box are clearly visible. Soon a mass of bioparticles resembled a liquid, crazy towards one dressed the same. Boys in school uniforms rushed over. Students in the school at this time. Looking at the male student in front of the screen, it was a little familiar. But all of a sudden, I couldn't remember who it was. Soon a silver armor appeared in front of the screen. The crowd rang out. This is not Han Sun at the Xingyu Cup Battle Armor Competition. Great gods! How could it be that he appeared with Michihiro? In the next moment, the silver warframe struggled to slash out the pulse sword. This ugly Shura armor in front of you. It was split in two in an instant. Rescued schoolgirls at this time, looking up at this silver sand with affection. Experience. Thank you for saving me. Who are you, please? But it didn't make him linger for a moment more. This Insha TS turned around decisively. Soon switched to a particle blaster on him. And in an instant, the front was full fire. A rapid roar suddenly resounded through the sky. At this time, the Shura armor came like a tide. He was only one man, not our opponents. Kill him, who said I was only one person, and the voice just fell. Behind this silver sand TS, suddenly jets of light erupted. Soon, each of the students was armed with silver armor. Comrades in arms, everyone goes up together. Human civilization is guarded by us. The camera turned, a fierce battle between the Shura and the humans. Finally, it begins. The camera keeps wandering around the battlefield. This promotional video, it's even more enjoyable than watching an intergalactic blockbuster. Soon came the end of the credits. All of the Shura armor was also wiped out. And everywhere, there are broken corpses and stumps of the Shuras. Until the end of the trailer. All the reporters in the audience went crazy. Asked Liu Changming all kinds of questions. Liu Changming's heart was overjoyed, and it was really the same as I thought. The combination of Han Sun and Yu Chihiro. It really amazed the audience. In school, rumors are circulating everywhere that the school flowers are green. The girlfriend whispered in his ear and asked Yin Ran, "What the hell is going on with you and the great gods?" There is so much gossip. But Yin Ran couldn't hold back after all. Started a tantrum in public. That bastard hadn't contacted me in 2 weeks. 80% of them are dead. Han Sun, you'd better come and see me as soon as you get back to school. Otherwise, I'll have to tear you apart. A day later, the two met in the grove. Yin Ran's words were reluctant to come back with a thorn. Is my big Korean star peach blossom lucky? You and Yukian Hero have become national CPs. There are dozens of fan bases. Hansen tried to explain that the shoot was really a mission, because there is a non-disclosure agreement, so I can't tell you in advance. Yin Ran pointed to a green grassland overhead. I'm still making up this kind of broken excuse. Love is already a light in my head. What kind of girlfriend am I? I don't want to lose face. We're the most talked about couple in the whole school. Besides, can Yukian Hero's posture compare to you? But Yin Ran didn't care about that. Drag him and shake you dead, scumbag, desperately. Let me die of disgrace. I'm going to break up with you right now. Han Sun immediately rushed to the whirlwind to save his life. Domestic violence soon in the next second. Han Sun kissed him directly regardless of it, and Ji Yin Ran also settled down instantly. After a few seconds, Ji Yin Ran blushed, constantly beating Han Sun's chest. Another sneak attack. You bastard. Han Sun smiled and promised to wait for the end of the contract period. I won't be working with Digong anymore. Soon after a few days, Han Sun found Qin Xian and rejected the follow-up cooperation with D-Gang. Alto di Gang? It can indeed bring great wealth to yourself. But Hansen didn't want to be a big star. Opposite, it takes up a lot of your time because of these things. Now, all the effort should be put into the genes. Seeing him so motivated, the strings agreed. After all this time, sales volume of Insha TS has surpassed the new Emperor Series battle armor of Xingyu Group. But it made him more interested. It was Hansen's next move. Hansen planned to take Wang Mingming with him. Go to the White Devil Gobi again. Because the task of protecting him has not yet been completed. His mutated genes are a little worse. The screen turns. Hansen took Wang Mingming again. Entered the White Devil Gobi. I heard that it was particularly safe some time ago. The other members of the group also take you through how to get attached. Instead, they hunted many primitive creatures. But there are very few mutated creatures. Hopefully I'll encounter more mutated creatures this time. It is better to have God to write. That's when it happened. A large group of alien creatures suddenly flew through the sky. The two hurriedly looked up to observe. Hansen recognized it as the Black and the Beast. They look like monkeys, but it has a pair of black wings. Is a primitive level creature. Oddly enough, the Black Beast hovered in the air and disappeared. Having an offense is more like a sentry. His thoughts were quickly interrupted by Wang Mingming. There seemed to be the sound of fighting in the desert ahead. This group of people is subjected to the siege of darkness and beasts, and there were many corpses of the Black and Beast left on the ground. There are also a few sentences of human corpses interspersed. At this time, Wang Mingming, who was hiding on the side, was a little surprised. Isn't this the Emperor's parallel? How could he be here? Hansen was slightly stunned. Do you know him? Wang Mingming explained. The royal house has a lot of business dealings with our family. Sister Tingqin is 2 years older than me. Hansen said that it didn't sound like a best friend. Case. We'd better watch the game first. The reason why these blacks and beasts did not attack us. It's because I'm not sure if we're in this group. If you help, it's bound to make you suspicious. The others who lead the way mistakenly think that we are going to rob the blame. As soon as the words fell, one of the men suddenly summoned a pair of beast soul wings, rush into the sky and kill, like an angel who kills like crazy. A large area of the black universe fell in an instant, but Hansen thought it was compared to this man. The beauty named Pingqing seems to be even more powerful. Wang Mingming was very puzzled what to say. Hansen explained, you look at his archery posture. Not only standard, and it's full of power. Most importantly, his goals are all promotions. The Black and the Beast are in the soul. Quite decisive. Wang Mingming also agreed with his statement after careful observation. Huang Fu's family can be said to be carefully cultivated for the plot. He carries with him many useful souls at all times. Mutant Black and Beast will not be in the eyes. That's when it happened. In the distant sky, suddenly, there was a strange cry that seemed to be the original cry. Moment. The darkness and the beasts in the sky quickly fled. The two didn't think much of it. Maybe these creatures can't be beaten when they see it. Just retreat. It wasn't long before the Black and the Beast left. Huang Fu suddenly spoke to the person who was hiding over there. Come out. Soon Wang Mingming walked out with an embarrassed face. Excuse me, Sister Pingqin, because I'm afraid you'll misunderstand us for robbing monsters. So there was no shot. Hansen was a little surprised. I thought to myself that this woman could really pretend. We were discovered a long time ago. Wang Fu Pingqin was not angry when he saw that it was Wang Mingming. It's okay. We can deal with these black beasts. Then he glanced at the man next to him. Aren't you the spokesperson of Silver Sands TS? The explosive military academy rookie Hansen. Hansen's filial piety will be fortunate. I'm here to protect the cute experience this time. Wang Fu Pingqin's eyes sharpened. Rumors call you a god-level mission. Can be a cute bodyguard. It seems that the rumors are true. Ideas that don't help. It should have been proposed by Miss Han. I'm also thinking about Meng Ming's safety. With the skills of Miss Huang Fu, nature is at ease. Han Sen felt a chill down his spine and his heart. The woman seemed kind and polite, but the words are sharp and elusive. Looks like we have to stay away from him. After some conversation between the two, it turned out to be the Emperor. The Heiqin room sometimes went to the steel armor shelter, so he killed all the way from the Mad Faith shelter. And hopefully, they will lead the way. Just when Wang Mingming was about to agree, Han Sen suddenly interrupted Miss Huang Fu. It's a short walk from the steel-clad shelter. You can follow the map. And Ming Ming has to continue to experience. We won't be going back for a while. The man refused to lead the way and took out the map in public. We won't go back for the time being. You can follow the map. This made the royal commentators very surprised. A well-alert man. Do you want to drive me away? It's not that easy. Then he was filial. Actually, we're not in a hurry. Or we will stay and experience it together. I haven't seen Ming Ming for a long time. It's just time to reminisce about the past. After Wang Mingming heard it, excited, he immediately pounced. Hold the hand of the royal court. Han Sen on the side really couldn't figure it out. What the hell does this woman want to do if she doesn't leave? They continued to walk forward. At this time, Huang Fuping asked tentatively, I heard about Han Xiao's swordsmanship and battle armor. The operation technology is first class. Presumably, the achievements of Xinchi are also outstanding. Han Sen responded perfunctorily, my level in this area is average. Nothing. But he was very vigilant in his heart. This woman has been probing me. It's a bit of a bad feeling. At this time, Wang Donglin seemed a little unhappy. There is no one who is proficient in everything. Pingqing, you also think too highly of this brother. To say that the heart of the Black Hawk inspires the strong. There is a man named Ouyang Xiaoyu, who seems to be quite famous. That's when it happened. Han Sen suddenly stopped. He said with a solemn expression, we'd better not go any further. At this time, everyone looked up. There is a group of black beasts ahead, hovering in midair. But Wang Donglin is quite inflated. What is there to be afraid of? We just killed them without a single piece of armor. Han Sen didn't have time to explain to Wang Donglin. Instead, he repeatedly urged Wang Mingming to hurry back. Wang Mingming hurriedly turned her head and shouted Sister Pingqing, Brother Wang, let's go. Saw Huang Fu Pingqing follow. Wang Donglin had no choice but to follow. But his mouth was scolding. It didn't take long. Wang Mingming looked at the sky again. But I was surprised to find out. I couldn't see the sun in broad daylight. It was the royal palace that began to panic. It turned out that Han Xiao told us to run back with this meaning. It's a shame that you have that opinion. Soon a large herd of dense black beasts. It's like a swarm of bats that cover the sky. Row upon row. They rushed straight towards Han Sen and the others. At this time, Wang Donglin was still self-righteous. These brutes still have the courage to take revenge. I'll kill as many as I come. But Han Sen's expression was quite nervous. Don't be stupid. There are hundreds of these black beasts. And there is a very special one among them. That's the Divine Sparrow Black and the Beastmaster. He stood out among the many blacks and beasts. The size is unusually large, and his complexion is blood red. At this time, Wang Donglin couldn't hold back. Summoned the Beast Soul armor and Beast Soul wings. I saw that he was holding a pair of Beast Soul knives. Rushed straight towards the black and the beasts. Huang Fu shouted loudly at Wang Donglin. Come back quickly. You're no match for him. Han Sen glanced back. I want to be a hero at this critical juncture. It's stupid. Han Sen summoned the Demon Tongue twisting skill and the mutant black Titler sword, and he commanded the king to run to the broken eye on the south side. The next moment, the mutant beast soul sword on the string was about to explode. The two nearest black and beast. I was the first to receive a box lunch. All these royal comments are in the eyes. Kill two birds with one stone. He was able to do so in such a sudden situation. Shoot so precisely. and his decision-making skills are outstanding. Now you have to run away. This man is definitely not simple. On the occasion of the escape, the royal palace evaluation with a very high level of swordsmanship. I turn around by the way too. Shot a blackened beast. Then he shouted Wang Donglin loudly. If you don't want to die, come back quickly. Otherwise, we won't leave you alone. And Wang Donglin was already red-eyed at this time. Not only did it not have the slightest intention of retreating, on the contrary, it is getting deeper and deeper, because there are so many black beasts. Soon, a black beast began to sneak up on his back. A claw finally cut through his armor. Suddenly blood was like an arrow. Wounded, he finally stopped being strong. So he immediately turned around and fled into the distance. But the hordes of black and beasts behind them are in hot pursuit. Not much. The Long Dark Universe group had already surrounded him and frantically gnawed at his flesh. A terrible scream suddenly resounded throughout the area. At this time, the three of them had successfully escaped to the side of the broken rock. Hansen motioned for everyone to stop. The Black Universe beast flew too fast. We can't escape. Here, there is only less danger of the juniors being attacked. Soon Han Sun summoned a stalk, a mutant chopping knife given by shareholders. Miss Royalty, now we better fight together. You don't mind. The Imperial Palace put on a fighting posture in parallel. Hard Road certainly doesn't mind. At this time, Han Sun congratulated. Chopping knife, immediately enveloped in a thick mass of knives. And in the next moment, this array of knives was released in an instant. Suddenly, it turned into a beam of light. Guide the celestial dome. Many of the surrounding black universes were killed on the spot. And the royal palace on the side commented. There were still some doubts about Han Sun, but I also have to admit that he is really strong. And in this situation, uncooperation is a dead end. Accompanied by blood scattered and splattered. A large number of black and beast corpses. Soon, and dyed the ground around him blood red. But the black and the beasts, and did not stop attacking them because of this. That's when it happened. A loud bang instantly caught the attention of the two. An object suddenly goes off from midair, straight to the ground. Take a closer look. A living person in a posing position. The headless corpse, which could not be twisted, fell in front of everyone's eyes, although the whole body is blurred with flesh and blood. But at a glance, you can tell that this is Wang Donglin. As a new Wang Mengmeng, she was stupid on the spot. Brother Wang, who was talking and laughing just now. It turned out to be a headless corpse. The two stared at the corpse with a look of horror. Huang Pu Pingqin even said that this is Wang Donglin. In the sky at this time, this ugly-looking sparrow, the Black Universe Beast King, was grabbing Wang Donglin's head. He also gave them a provocative smile. Sound. A god writes black, and the Beastmaster is clutching a human head and laughing. And on the ground, the black and the beast that they have slain are already there. Mountain, I'm afraid it's going to be difficult to even move like this. At this time, Han Sen's sudden speech was really tricky. I didn't expect to be pushed to this point. These words, let the royal palace that fell into despair not be right. That's when it happened. A golden light suddenly flashed in Han Sen's hand. A golden sandworm king, summoned from the void. This is my god's blood pet beast soul. Let him have a big meal, just to help us clear the battlefield. Soon ahead, the golden sandworm king who walks freely on the sand. Gulped. These black and beast minions, completely unable to build on his hard shell, into any harm, but due to the infinite number of black and beast, Han Sun decided to lure away the black and beast herd alone. Let Wang Mengmeng and them flee first. Then, he pushed a ball of blue light in his hand towards Wang Mengmeng, a piece of god-blooded ghost essence armor with a terrifying body, instantly wrapped around Wang Mengmeng's body. The Imperial Mansion was very puzzled. He was actually willing to write an urgent armor for the cute god. If you want to fight, He himself obviously needs to guess correctly. Then Han's son directly filled up the grinding foot snake attack. Shot out with a sword at the god Blood Black and the Beastmaster. Soon the sword was sealed with a black needle. With Wang's fame, it quickly ejaculated. Meanwhile, Han's son, who summoned the goblin and the yellow armor, grasped the thin thread tied to the end of the sword, also flew through the air. At this time, Han's son held the thin wire in one hand. With one hand, he held the mutant beast soul given by the ancient people. But whoever pounces on him is the Black Beast. He cut his throat directly. Wampoa Parallel only then knew. He also has other beast soul armor. But even so, get closer this way and hunt the god Blood Black and the Beastmaster. It's even more stupid than Wang Donglin. In the blink of an eye, Hansen shook his hand and looked towards God. Blood Black stabbed the Beastmaster, and the god Blood Black and the Beastmaster can't dodge. I had to grab his hand. At this time, Hansen swept the dagger into the air, successfully broke free from the control of the god Blood Black and the Beastmaster. Immediately after that, one rolled over and quickly circled behind him. The whole person is like a python. Wrap it tightly around it. I didn't expect to be haunted by evil spirits. Would use such an ugly monster. This operation was instantly stunned. Yellow Axis Parallel. In the face of divine blood and creatures, he also dares to enter the Zen path in this way. It's just too dangerous. At this time, Han's son was like a retro body. Dead on him. Let the god Blood Black struggle with the Beastmaster. Couldn't shake him off either. Soon there were blacks and beasts in all directions. They all flew back towards the divine Blood Black and the Beastmaster. Seeing this, Wang Mingming immediately turned around and left. Sister Pingxing, let's leave now. Huangfu Pingxing was slightly stunned. Don't wait for him. Wang Mingming did not hesitate. Got on the back of a big white bear. Senior Han, son, must have no problem. I'm only going to be a burden to him if I stay here. Wait until I'm safe. Naturally, he will come back. Huangfu Pingxing had no choice but to hold a half-believing attitude. Follow him away, and saw that they were gone. Hansen no longer had any scruples. Immediately summons the black beetle armor of the god, and the throat of the god Blood Black and the Beastmaster. It's already quite uncomfortable. This man in golden armor. It's tightly locking the blood of gods and the throats of creatures. Then, he punched and smashed into the divine blood, Black and the Beastmaster above the back of his head. Hansen smashed him with more than a dozen punches in a row, failed to smash his skull, and only the blood of God can be heard. The constant wailing of the Black and the Beastmaster is nothing more. A moment later, the divine Blood Black and the Beastmaster saw that they couldn't earn it. Disengaged, he actually took Han's son and slammed headlong into the ground. Hansen took a closer look, only to find out that this guy was aiming at the sand dunes. Soon, the two fell like meteorites. An earth-shattering bang suddenly resounded throughout the world. At this time, Han's son slowly stood up. Fortunately, he was protected by the armor of divine blood. And divine Blood Black and the Beastmaster took most of the impact. He looked around in pain. I didn't expect there to be a cave under the sand dunes. Perhaps the divine Blood Black and the Beastmaster had planned it a long time ago. Escape death. At this time, Hansen walked slowly, and the seriously injured god Blood Black and the Beastmaster, desperately dragging his body forward and getting up. That's when it happened. Suddenly, a bunch of blue dots of light scattered across the mountain. Take a closer look. These lights, the dots turn out to be palm-sized butterflies. Hansen saw that these butterflies were about to land on his body. Immediately waved the dagger in his hand. Cut the blue butterfly in half. Hunt the primordial ghost goose butterfly to obtain the primordial beast soul. Hansen felt rather weird. Why is it that flesh and blood cannot be eaten? Just when he was wondering, the ghost goose butterfly that was cut in half just now turns into a blue flame, falling on the god Sparrow Black and the Beastmaster. Ignite a raging flame in no time. Suddenly it was so hot that he screamed. Soon a flock of ghost geese and butterflies collided with them. There were blue feasts with flat tires everywhere all around. This high temperature, even Han Sen's divine blood armor couldn't resist it. Take advantage of his hurry. Divine Blood Black and the Beastmaster. I crashed headlong into the underground river. Han's son immediately came back to his senses. He is full of foot-grinding snake skills. Quickly shoot an arrow at the Divine Blood Black and the Beastmaster, and grab the utensils that had long been tied to the mustard. Machinery at this time. Han Sen's entire body followed him. Crash into the dark river. This immortal is not faster than the Beast King swims faster than a fish. It was originally a turbulent river, but he is faster than the water. Could it be that he is an amphibian? Soon, Han Sen followed him for a long time under the water. It's already starting to be breathless, despite oneself water-based again. Well, you can't breathe underwater. Han's son was unhappy in his heart, but he could only give up the pursuit. He immediately loosened the thin line and swam towards the water. He gasped for air as he burst out of the water. If you don't come up again, you'll be dragged to death under the water. He was resting against the rock wall, and took out the beast soul obtained from hunting the ghost goose disc just now. There are not only flying beast souls. There is also a one-time hidden weapon type beast soul. No wonder the flesh and blood of the ghost goose saucer are inedible. It turns out that this beast soul is a disposable. Han's son immediately threw the dart. Maybe it's because of the styling. The darts draw an eerie arc in the air. In the end, it hit the rock wall directly, and there was an explosion. A blue flame ignited the area in an instant. Han's son was surprised and delighted. Primordial level beast souls actually have this kind of power. What if it was a mutant level beast soul? A large area of dense ghost goose butterflies slowly scattered. Han's son trembled slightly. It is estimated that the explosion just now alarmed them. But I'm also worried. It's a pity that the one-time beast soul is used up to blame. It needs to be properly restocked. So he quickly swung his sword. Instantly kill all the surrounding ghost geese and butterflies. Although let the divine Sparrow, Black Beast King, run away. But he also brought himself to this treasure land. After this mess of killing, the beast souls of the original set also got dozens of them, to say the least. And there are more than a dozen mutant beast souls. But the flames of the onion butterfly are too hot. The immortal black beetle armor is also approaching its limit. If you don't take back the void repair, the gains will outweigh the losses. Thereupon, Han Sen planned to kill this last batch of ghost goose butterflies. With the rapid fall of the horse chopping knife, a voice suddenly sounded in my head. Hunt the divine blood ghost goose butterfly to obtain the divine blood beast soul. Directly stunned him in place. I heard you right. Just the moment he was stunned, a burst of blue. The flame of color suddenly burned in his hand. The hot Han Sen suddenly screamed. However, you can get the soul of the divine blood collection ghost butterfly. Even if you are burned into a pig's head, you will stop. So he no longer has nostalgia. Directly turn around and jump into the underground river. Ride yourself by water mouths. As long as you follow the river, you will definitely be able to get out. The screen turns. Han's son returned to the Black Hawk Military Academy. He stared at the butterfly label in his hand and fell into deep thought. Start with the alloys made by these blacksmiths. Butterfly stickers to practice. Only in actual combat can you play while the ghost flames spy beast. The power of the soul dart. This is a classmate named Su Qian. I disturbed the great god if he could discuss something with you. My name is Su Qian. He is a member of the Xingu 5 Society. We sign up for a black and white boxing on Skynet. Team competitions. Now we are missing one of the 4. Can you join us as a team? Han Sen was a little curious. Why look for me? I'm an accomplisher. Su Qian replied truthfully. The whole school knows about the last time you fought with Yu Ming. Your black and white punch is definitely not simple. This tournament is very important. Our opponent in the first round was Sidley. You can't lose no matter what. That's why I want to ask God for your help. As a freshman, Han Sun looked dazed. What happened to Sidley? Su Qian's hands explained. Holiness is compared with our Black Hawk and Black and White Dogs. It's a sworn rival in the game. We've lost 3 years in a row. Now, they are still hacking us online. It's so infuriating. Han Sun was also a little overwhelmed when he heard this. When is the race? Su Qian was excited to arrive on October 6th. It doesn't matter what the other shows are on Sunday. All the great god needs to do is come to the game against Shitoku. Seeing Han Sun, he readily agreed. Su Qian immediately pushed the registration form up. Trouble the god to fill in. Han Sun stared at the registration form. Suddenly I had a headache. Why do you want to start Eddie again? It's nerve-wracking. A moment later, Han Sun was not in a hurry in the ID. A name was written, the Black Fist Emperor. This freshman, entering the physical fitness testing center on campus for the first time. He had just sit on the instrument, after the regular data of the test. Then he began to test his strength, speed, and agility. After some tossing, finally, all the test items were successfully completed. Han Sun was also a little surprised when he looked at his score. The average score is actually close to 16. In God genes and mutated genes, there is no Dzogchen. There are really not many people who can reach 15 in physical fitness. Ranson is quite happy with his physical fitness. Sure enough, it was after cultivating the ice muscle jade bone technique. The physical fitness is also getting better and better. Go on like this. Wait until all your genes are fully consummated. It is estimated that it is not impossible to break the 20th mark. Just when he was self-absorbed, Ouyang Xiaoyu suddenly appeared. He also reported his name. Then he suddenly spoke. I heard that you agreed to participate in the competition with the holy virtue. Han Sun stretched out his palm in a friendly way. Yes. You should have participated in it. I hope we have a happy cooperation. But Ouyang Xiaoyu's eyes were a little indifferent. I didn't participate in this contest. Han Sun asked with a slightly surprised tone. Why did Ouyang Xiaoyu look to the side? I know I can't win. Why waste time? Han Sun finally understood. No wonder Su Qian came to invite him. It turned out to be because of Ouyang Xiaoyu. I don't even have the courage to lose. Ouyang Xiaoyu smiled at Han Sun. I've seen you and Yu Mingming compare. The foundation is good. Do you want to join the encouragement club? Han Sun's filial piety is okay. If you can beat me in black and white. I promise you. So what's the matter? Ouyang Xiao Umbrella is a celebrity of the Black Hawk Military Academy's New Inspiration Society. He is also the first person in black and white boxing in the school. Participated in the League Black and White Boxing. The tournament made it to the top 20. And that's already Black Hawk ever. Best grades. Ouyang Xiaoyu also became famous in that battle. Han Sun said, how about 5 wins in 9 rounds? Do you dare to fall harder than Ouyang Xiaoyu? If it were someone else, I would definitely refuse. If it were you, I would be with you to the end. Seeing this, Han Sun happily tossed the coin into the air. They decided to flip a coin to decide the order of attack. And Ouyang Xiaoyu decisively chose this side of the flower. Han Sun unveiled his hand and said that Ouyang's classmates were lucky. You can ask for it first. As soon as the words fell, Ouyang Xiaoyu didn't hesitate to punch at all. Called. This punch is fast and ruthless, and it has a faint full edge. Han Sun secretly made a capable move in his heart. It's not muddy at all, with a powerful fist in the middle of the force. But such power is not murderous. Looks like I'm being underestimated. Ouyang Xiaoyu saw that he not only did not block. Don't even blink an eye. I couldn't help but admire. Han Sun filial piety. Ouyang's first punch chose white boxing. It seems that he wants to salute first and then soldier. Ouyang Xiaoyu said with an expression on his face. To lose is to lose. There's not so much reason to switch you to attack. I thought to myself, dealing with you with black punches is a loss of identity. You're just lucky in this game. Han-Sen asked, do you know what my match ID is called? Ouyang Xiaoyu's disdainful hard way has nothing to do with me. This man claimed to be the emperor of the Black Fist. He threw a black punch at the opponent. Of course, Ouyang Xiaoyu didn't believe it. Use less words to confuse me. I trust only my own judgment. Bluffing is the best disguise to cover up your energy buildup. You have been exposed. But the voice just fell. Ouyang Xiaoyu was hit by Han-Sen's black fist. Nosebleed sprayed wildly on the spot. He clutched his bleeding nose hard. Even involuntarily took a few steps back. I can't believe that the other party is actually using a black fist. Han-Sen handed it over. The tissue said, I told you to block it. Why not listen to it? But his pride didn't allow him to take the tissue. I saw him slap Han-Sen's hand away and come back. I thought I was careless. But there aren't many people who can make themselves serious. Let's have fun. Soon, Han-Sen struck a punch again. I've got 2 points. You'd better not be too confident. At this time, Ouyang Xiaoyu carefully analyzed whoever it was. Just hit the black punch. It will definitely attack with real strength. It also pulls muscle movement. But the muscles of the arms and fists did not rise or fall in the slightest. I can't even feel the murderous aura. According to my judgment, this punch must be a white punch, but despite the judgment. But I can't make a fool of myself like I did anymore. Ultimately, Ouyang Xiaoyu still chose to cross his hands in front of his chest. Makes a parry pose. Soon Han-Sen's fist came in an instant. Ouyang Xiaoyu's body just shook and didn't back down. Han-Sen said in surprise, you weren't even repelled by me. Looks like you're at least 13 physically. These words made the self-proclaimed black and white fist. Ouyang Xiaoyu, the first person, suddenly exploded. Don't continue with nonsense. Han-Sen touched the back of his head. Asked, are you sure you want to continue? Don't you take a break? The screen turns. Ouyang Xiaoyu was beaten back again and again by Han-Sen. I thought to myself, how could someone put the fate of the virtual and the real? It's so superb. There is no flaw. And the way he exerts his power is nowhere to be found. It cannot be judged by experience and common sense. Han-Sen said he had scored 5 points. As previously agreed, you're going to a black and white boxing match. But Ouyang Xiaoyu did not relent and came again. Since my judgment is contrary to your strength, then I'll do the opposite. It was the first time for Han-Sen to feel so helpless. You really think black and white boxing is just that simple? Stuff, then you're very wrong. The voice did not fall. Han-Sen threw a heavy punch suddenly. The whirlwind rushed straight away like a bamboo. At this time, Ouyang Xiaoyu frowned. Such a strong, explosive power. Isn't it possible that you want to confuse my judgment again? Since I've been guessing white boxing just now. Guess the black fist now. The punch had to be dodged. But just after he dodged, Han-Sen's fist suddenly stopped. Ouyang Xiaoyu's expression instantly froze. It's actually a white fist. Such an imposing way of power. How could it be an instant thanksgiving? Both in strength and in heart. I couldn't even beat him. This man is the #1 black and white man in the whole school. Was beaten by a freshman. And as a freshman, Han-Sen. But he patiently explained. The realm of black and white is divided into 3 classes. The first class looks at people. The second level is to look at the heart. The third class looks at the body, although you have a lot of practical experience. But it is still in the realm of looking at the body. And I can barely read the heart. Before Ouyang Xiaoyu could react, Han-Sen has already turned around and left. I'll go first. Don't forget to sign up. But I secretly rejoiced in my heart. I can see new things. It's all about the ancient art of ice machines. But how to confuse the opponent. How to use power. I know better than you do. At this time, Xin Valley. The coach of the martial arts house is positive, staring at the roster with a sad face. Although Han-Sen joined, But the comprehensive strength of the club is still a little worse. You have to convince Ouyang to compete. Or at this moment, Ouyang Xiaoyu suddenly walked in from the door. The crowd looked horrified. Didn't you say he didn't participate in the competition camp? Why did it come all of a sudden? Ouyang Xiaoyu ignored the others. Instead, he walked straight to Coach Shenlin and coldly said to me the registration form. I'm going to compete with Sidley. The screen turns. Han Sun had just come out of the physical fitness testing center. Was shouted out. But when he turned his head to look, this plump and round sexy beauty in front of you. It turned out to be the last time in the Buffy film. The great Gobi was born and died in the royal palace. Han Sen-hong's little face was dark. Last time, I just wanted to watch out for him. Didn't even notice how big he was. The imperial court stood up. I came to Black Hawk as an exchange student. We'll stay here for the next 2 years. So from now on, you're going to call me senior sister. Han Sen's well-behaved baby sister is good. Then, the imperial court suddenly leaned over to him. What's wrong? You don't seem to welcome me as a senior sister. Han Sen looked at his slightly leaning forward posture. His face unconsciously became hot. I thought that this woman shouldn't be called the royal palace to judge the court. It should be called the royal milk bottle. Han Sen didn't dare to take another look. Immediately turned around and coughed twice. That one. Senior sister Huang Fu, do you have a big deal looking for me? The royal palace smiled peacefully. The junior is the man of the year in Black Hawk. Of course, there is something important going on with you. Then he got serious. After 2 days, I'm going to the Steel Armor Sanctuary to auction souls. I know you're going to be interested, Junior. Han Sen asked in surprise. Auction beast souls. Really? What kind of beast souls are there? Etc. Why did such a good thing think of me? Huang Fuping handed over the list of auction items. You can get the blood of the gods from the White Devil Gobi. Black and the Beastmaster escaped. I think you've got what it takes. And I like to make friends with people who have the ability. It's that simple. Han Sen stared at the list and muttered. So many mutant beast souls. There are also god blood level ones. Senior sister is really generous. The Holy Light Divine Bird Divine Dust and the Flying Beast Soul are really cool. It's a grade higher than my delicate wings. But compared to the Holy Light Divine Bird, I need this weapon even more. Silver Dust, Three-Edged Fork, Divine Chips, and Weapon Beast Soul. This is a handful of gods worth 230 million. Blood level weapons. Beast Soul. Han Sen's jaw dropped directly when he learned of this price. I can't even make up the money if I sell it, okay? Huang Fu gently put his hand on his shoulder. I have one without money. You can get the weight of this beast soul. Join our company, God of War Budok. We are one of the best martial arts halls in the entire alliance. Steel pipes can be found all over the planet. Han Sen gently pulled his arm away with his fingertips. I appreciate the kindness of my senior sister. I won't join. I know it very well. Definitely all kinds of contracts will be signed. It's more troublesome than the local spokesperson. I'm not going. Huang Fuping was diligent and strong, and immediately hugged his arm. And with the upper body, all the weight was weighed down. Light in his ears. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I can give you extra perks. Han Sen choked nervously. This woman is not drunk, and she doesn't mean to drink. That's when it happened. A fist suddenly rushed in, and he refused. Don't you understand human speech? Ji Yin ran through a punch between the two. Frightened, the royal palace hurriedly leaned back. Han Sen was more like he had been caught raping. The word yin ran slowly spit out in his mouth. Ji Yinran immediately pulled Han Sen up. You're staring at it, aren't you? Give me up. Huang Fuping teased lightly. It turned out to be a laughing flower. I heard that the girlfriend of the Hansen Jr. is gentle and cute. I didn't expect it to be so barbaric. It's really disappointing. Gritted his teeth angrily. This big sister. Seducing someone else's boyfriend at school in broad daylight. It's too shameful. These words immediately stimulated Huang Fu's feelings. Don't say what you say so badly. I'm talking to Brother Han-sen about work. Soon the two women quarreled. It attracted the attention of all the students. All of a sudden, there were even a lot of envious voices around. There are more and more people eating melons around. Han-sen suddenly had a sense of foreboding. At this time, both Yinran's face was bruised. My boyfriend is capable and capable. His work doesn't have to worry about you. Huangfu Pingqin did not back down in the slightest. Then you will most likely delay his future. Han-sen, who was laughing at the flowers, could only play with his ears. Said weakly. I said, can you two stop arguing? Everybody is watching. So Huangfu Pingqin stopped and forgot about it. Don't worry about your little sister. Junior Han-sen. Let's move on next time. I fainted and wanted to have a next time. No door, and then stared at Han-sen and scolded. Last time, I was on the move. This time it's the Imperial Palace. Han-sen. You can't fix your troubles, can you? Seeing this, Han-sen immediately turned around and ran. No, Yinran, listen to my explanation. It's not what you think. I didn't listen to the explanation. Dead scumbag stopped me. The screen turns. A female reporter was complaining about Fong Mingquan. The big reporter actually asked me to interview Black Hawk. This kind of low-ranking school. Go without saying. I will definitely be beaten by the holy virtue. I didn't even see the interview island at that time. But it's okay. The game is played with a holographic device connected to Skynet. There is no need to go to the site, so much trouble. The female reporter stared at the contestants as they walked by. The hands all look rather mediocre. But for professional reasons. I went up and interviewed it. The Black and White All-Round Project is the traditional strength of the Shangda Military Academy. Do you have any countermeasures? As a coach, Chun Ling was unexpectedly confident. No countermeasures are needed. This is a game that our Black Eagles must win. When Xiuxiu's expression collapsed instantly, I thought that Black Hawk had lost for 3 years in a row, even if there is Ouyang Umbrella this time. Nor can it be One Holiness. Then, he pointed the microphone at Ouyang Xiaoyu. You are seated as the Black Hawks. Excuse me, what do you say about the #1 player in Shangda, Nalan? What do you think about the promise? Ouyang Xiaoyu said coldly, I don't know him. All I knew we were going to win. When Xiuxiu's face began to distort, I complained frantically in my heart, who are these people? It's too dragged. Be careful how I write you then. He ended up interviewing Han-sen. This classmate is a newcomer. What percentage do you think the Black Hawk will win? Han-sen touched the back of his head and said victory. It's hard to say. After all, I'm just a temporary player. Then he gave him a look. I think, though, what Coach Chin and Ouyang said is very reasonable. And at this time, in front of the big screen of the Shangda Military Academy, the members of the Shangda Military Academy are watching. League standings period. Lu Yun and Ma Chongkong of the 15th laughed. These people are afraid. I haven't woken up yet. He actually said that he could win us. And Wang Yongjun, who is ranked 12th in the league, laughed by the comments on the internet. Everyone is saying that Black Hawk is not self-sufficient. It seems that the eyes of the masses are still bright. Then, he put his hand on the second-place basket in the league. Commitment on the shoulders. The little no-no game is about to begin. You're still eating jelly. But that basket promised not to care about the game in the slightest. It is not even known who the opponent is. Wang Yongjun said with a smile. Even if you're the second-best player in the Black and White Boxing League, people are good and bad and typical of the game. That's when it happened. Shangda coach Su Yundi suddenly spoke. Play against a team of the Black Hawks caliber. It wasn't worth Nellen's concern at all. The coach has just arrived. All members scrambled to ask. Ask about the order of appearance. They all think that the starting Nellen promises to be able to override the Black. This bunch of scum. But the coach had already arranged it. The format is a wheel war. So it is enough to give the starter to Li Yu. Soon shunned. The starting list of military schools is announced on the screen. Kizan was dumbfounded. This stormer had never heard of it. Could it be that he is a master of the hidden virtues of holiness? At this time, Black Eagle coach Chen Lin introduced. The name of the wind and rain is Li Yu. Less than a month after joining the Saint Tak team, he is a newcomer with good potential, but his level, the most mediocre in the whole team. Su Qian was a little surprised. That's too much to look down on us. The starters actually sent newcomers. Ouyang Xiaoyu said that he was arrogant, defiant. That's how Sidley works. This is the coach's expression moved slightly, since this is the case. Then my troop formation can't be mediocre. Soon, the roster for the 2 rounds was announced on the screen. The name of the Black Fist Emperor immediately caused the audience to complain. Which sand sculpture would dare to marry someone like this ID2 Black Hawk? If you really know how to blow it, I think it's almost like beating the Emperor. Wait for the wind and rain to be crushed. The Black Hawk Military Academy, which lost the game for 3 years in a row. There are still team members who dare to call themselves the Emperor of Black Boxing. That's when reporters began to reveal the news. The Black Fist Emperor is a substitute for Team Black Hawk. His name is Hansen, aged 18. It is a freshman in the swordsmanship department for several years. As for the previous black and white boxing record, the record is 0. There is no racing experience. As soon as this remark came out, provoked the members of the Shangda Military Academy. They all laughed. They all think that the Black Hawk Military Academy is no one. That's why I found people from the vertical system to fill the number. This made Nellen Promise even more disappointed. Looks like I don't need to play. Only you is enough. Soon came the first round of black and white boxing. The competition is based on a wheel battle format. The first person to score 3 points wins. And the winner will continue the game until they are defeated. The system will randomly select the attacker and the defender. Professional scanning equipment. Players will be judged based on how hard they hit. After the start of the game, Han Sen, who had obtained the qualification to attack, rushed forward directly. At this time, Liu stared at him directly. According to his movements, judge it immediately. This is a carefully disguised white dog. But unexpectedly, Han Sen's heavy punch slammed into Liu's arm. Make a loud noise. Liu also shook backwards because of this. Soon, the system judged that this punch was a black fist. Liu, who saw the result, was stunned on the spot. How could it be? And Wang Yangjun in front of the screen is not because of the positive. It's weird. This kind of soft is actually a black fist. Soon in the next game, Liu lost another point. And this time he was beaten off the spot by Hansen. A mouthful of old blood spurted out immediately. This scene, it instantly shook all the Sidley contestants. Is the system malfunctioning? These 2 punches were powerless. It doesn't look like a black fist at all. At this time, the coach could no longer calm Liu. You have to be calm. Don't be fooled by your opponent's tricks. At this time, Liu only knew. What kind of number 1 person is he facing? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Lightly and hardly said that I knew the coach. At this time, Han Sen, who was breaking his fingers, teased. It is said that your level is at the bottom of the team. Then you're out of luck. Before he could figure out the details of his opponent, he rushed into battle. You've already lost strategically. Liu's face was a little ugly. Don't talk nonsense. You don't want to mess with my judgment. I will never be fooled by you. Soon, Han Sen continued to swing his fists. Then you have to see it clearly. Is my punch black or white? Watching Han Sen's fist hit him head-on. But Liu's heart is quite entangled. Black fist is completely murderous. Can't you feel the slightest momentum of the white fist? Just 2 black punches. Whether it's a black fist or a white fist this time. He couldn't judge at all, so he could only freeze in place. Withstood Han Sen's black punch head-on. Liu's nosebleed squirted wildly. Or even fly backwards. For a moment, everyone present was stunned. Liu didn't get a single point. We lost 3-0 to Black Hawks in the first round. A female journalist is broadcasting the first round. The results of the black and white boxing match. But because his words were more inclined towards holiness, this made Chu Lily, who was watching the live broadcast, stunned. Angry and then angry, but very calm. This journalist is nothing more than a snob. Wait, Han Sen will win. It didn't take long. Su Lily was immediately amused by the online comments. These people are really wall-to-wall. Now he began to support Han Sen again. Unexpected. The Black Fist Emperor actually won 3 o'clock against the Wind and Rainer. Do you see it clearly? His black and white is magical. It is all wrong to judge by common sense. And at this time, when preparing for war, the coach nervously ordered Wang Yangjun. Don't underestimate the enemy. You have to look closely. Observe your opponent's movements. After playing, Wang Yangjun gritted his teeth. Now for you to see what you know. The true strength of my holiness. What the Black Fist Emperor beat you into a Black Fist eunuch. Then he was filial. Parables don't show your true power. That's because he is a kid with little experience and narrow knowledge. Let me send you away. Han Sen smiled slightly. There is a price to be paid for talking big. As soon as the words fell, Han Sen threw an explosive punch at Wang Yangjun. And the punch looks quite threatening. At this time, Wang Yangjun quickly analyzed. This man once defeated Li Yu with 3 seasons of blackboxing. And his name is the Black Fist Emperor. This punch is overbearing and savage. Even with a hint of it, the fist is bound to be a black fist. Just dodge this punch and win the first game. So Wang Yangjun didn't care. Straight back a step, dodged Han Sen's punch. But surprisingly, the system actually judged it to be a white fist. Wang Yangjun couldn't believe that all this was actually a white fist. No way. How could such a domineering offensive be instantaneous? Then, Han Sen also deliberately teased him, and the teacher said, "From my point of view, you are on the same level as the Stormer. Nothing special. How many points do you think I'm going to beat you?" As soon as this remark came out, as a veteran, Wang Yangjun panicked, "Don't you? Don't get too happy." Seeing this, the coach immediately reassured Wang Yangjun and ignored him. Don't mess around. Trust your own judgment. Next, Han Sen used the same force as before. A second punch was thrown at Wang Yangjun. And Wang Yangjun's mentality has collapsed little by little. This guy sucks with a smile all the time. And it is simply impossible to judge by power. Is it black power or white power? Ouyang Xiaoyu, watching the battle, said expressionlessly, "The scariest thing about this guy is the power control. You're in the middle of a psychological war." His heart was suppressed. The mentality will gradually crumble. Finally, the ability to judge is lost. Soon, the system judged that Han Sen's second punch was a black punch. And Wang Yangjun, who did not dodge, "I was also hit red-handed." Then the third punch is also a black punch. Wang Yangjun in the air. Xin Fei didn't know how many 360 degrees. In the end, he fell to the ground hard. At this time, the female reporter began to deprive the results of the war again. It's incredible. The Black Fist Emperor won the second round 3-0. This man who calls himself the Emperor of the Black Fist beat the test all the way. Alone. Almost all the contestants of Showed were defeated. And the coach of the Holy Virtue can only be angry on the sidelines. What are you doing? Was actually abused by Black Hawk substitute. Do you still wear it in the ranks of sanctity? And as Han Sen's teammates, they don't have to play at all. Black Hawk only needs him. Won 4 rounds with ease. At this time, he was his girlfriend Ji Yanran. It also showed a childlike smile. He's the man I fancied. Definitely won't let me down. Even the comments on the internet exploded. The Black Fist Emperor overturned the Holy Virtue in one go. The 4 masters are estimated to be canonized. Meanwhile, the 4 people who were overturned by Shengda were all dejected. It's as if dignity has been lost. The coach didn't make it difficult for them. Just let them go back and have a good review. Lessons learned. Then the coach turned to look at Naylan. Promise you to be the last trump card of our sanctity. You should know how to do it. This white-haired guy. It was the second place in the last league. Naylan promised. And he was slowly walking towards Han Sen step by step. And the atmosphere around him suddenly became tense. The female reporter cleared her throat. Unexpectedly, The former Black Eagles lost to Shangda for 3 consecutive years. This year, however, witnessed a miracle. Meanwhile, another planet in the universe. It's going live. Race. A middle-aged man stared at the screen in disbelief. Unexpectedly, I can see such a high quality of play. This person's name is Bai Yushan. Is a Templar professor and elder emeritus. He is also a transcendent. He thinks Nellen promises to be clear-eyed. The mind is calm and pure. It is the best candidate to cultivate the great yin-yang magnetic cannon. And this set of ultra-harmony gene surgery he has studied for more than 10 years. One yuan is similar to black and white. That is the power in the yin and yang sides. Soft and rigid and timely. He also selected 2 volunteers from the military to practice. But the result was unsatisfactory. 1 dead and 1 wounded. Originally, they had already taken a fancy to the Blue Promise. But unexpectedly, a dark horse ran out. At this time, the 2 shook hands with each other before the game. Han Sen even said cheekily, "If you think my name is too long, you can just call me Emperor." Naylan's promised face. But it was as cold as ever. The name doesn't matter. I can't remember anyway. Han Sen couldn't help but admire in his heart. His eyes were as clear as spring water. It seems to be able to see through people's hearts. Then he put on an incomparable look. A punching stance of anger. The coach, who was staring at the screen at this time, said to himself, "Naylan has been practicing ultra and genetic techniques since he was a child. The immovable king of the Ming dynasty is as prosperous as a mirror. Zhao Wu Xianxin can respond to it in his heart at all. Insight into the world. Desires and distractions in anyone's heart. He can see it all. But why? Why this time in this person's face? There is not a hint of desire to be seen. I can't see what he's thinking. But even if you can't see through his heart, the punch didn't change the shape of his muscles. The whirlwind intensifies. The frequency of the vibrations of the air has not changed." Soon Naylan promised to determine that it was a white dog. But he still raised his arms to parry. It's not that you don't have confidence in yourself. It's because the other party is a respectable opponent. This white-haired guy, who was ranked number 2 in the league, was actually a black punch by a substitute player on the other side. Knocked back a few meters. His face was extremely ugly, and it was actually a black fist. My judgment is wrong. The team members on the side were even more shocked. Except for that monster at the Central Military Academy. They never saw it. The blue promised to lose points in the black and white fist. That blue promised to quickly return to flat. I agree with your strength. And so it goes. It's no surprise that you can beat my teammates. Han Sen accepted his compliment calmly and continued to swing the fist pose. There was no trace of panic in Naylan's promised eyes. He had insight into Han Sen's punching style. The corners of the person's mouth will rise slightly when they punch. And the magnitude of the radian will also vary. At the current arc, it represents an extremely confident and relaxed state of mind. So this punch is a white punch. But the results were not satisfactory. The system judged it to be a black fist. And Nellen promised not to block because of overconfidence. Knocked away by a punch and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Han Sen scored 2 points in a row. Not only did it make the teammates cheer, even the comments on the internet boiled instantly. If Lei Yin eliminated Shengdelen Peak, this league championship is a certainty. And in front of the screen in the mountain of white clothes, I was also amazed at the moment. He savored the showdown carefully. An angel of judgment in heaven, and another, but like a wicked devil crawling out of hell. Soon the third black punch fell. Han Sen finally defeated Naylan Promise 3-0. It is impossible to imagine that the Black Eagle, who had lost to Saint Tak for 3 years in a row, this time, a substitute can be sealed. All members of the Sacred Virtue team. It directly ended the black and white fist of Shangda, the strongest era. Bai Yishan's eyes gradually became hot. It was also finally determined that Han Sen was the big shade, the best candidate for a magnetic cannon. The screen turns. The 2 of them ran to the grove in the middle of the night, going to do something shameful. The love was on Han Sen's lips. When I just touched Ji Yanran's milk powder mouth. Communicator in your trouser pocket. But he didn't think about it. The two were even more shocked when they turned on the communicator. At this time, the Yellow Mansion was parallel. Masa soaked naked in the bathtub. I'm sorry to bother you. I just want to tell Senior Brother Hansen. My auction is in 3 days' time. Nursing home held. When the time comes, remember to come and hear this. Han Sen suddenly felt a hint of coolness coming from behind him. Soon after hanging up the communication, both Yanran and finally broke out. See if I don't hit you until you can't take care of yourself. Bastard bastard. No, Yanran, this is really a misunderstanding. Murder of my husband. At this time, Huang Fu stared at the communicator and smiled slightly. This time it didn't happen to be called. I have a lot of eyeliner in Black Hawk. Han Sen, Sprite, you can't escape from the palm of my hand. 3 days later, Han Sen did as agreed. Come to the auction in Huangfu Pingxin. But what gave him a headache was the prices of these auction items all start at hundreds of millions. Born in Pingding, he couldn't afford it at all. And Lin Beifeng is 100 million 7, the price of 8 million. Take a picture of these divine blood holy lights. The wings of a sacred bird. The man was sold for a whopping price of 230 million by a handful of divine blood and weapon beast souls. This made Han Sen, who was originally coming for him, be downhearted. This kind of rich people's occasion should not come. And Huang Fu stared at his departing back, but he smiled slightly. It all seemed like he did it on purpose. But just when Han Sen walked out of the auction, the sky was cloudless. Suddenly, dark clouds were gathered. He followed the direction pointed by passers-by. Nor is it due to positive. It seems to see something terrible. A glittering island suddenly appeared in the sky above, and everyone around recognizes it. This is an island of divine encounters that cannot be found. It is called the Island of Divine Encounters. It is a hanging island that suddenly floats from the sky. Each of the islands of the divine domain is guarded by godblood creatures. Reputedly, as long as you kill the godblood creatures on God's domain island, it is inevitable. An extremely rare divine blood beast soul can be obtained. Han Sen immediately ran towards the hidden place. After all, ordinary people want to climb to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Not an easy task. The minimum requirement is to have God-level wings. And the shelter is current. A known God-blood level flying beast soul. There are only 2 of them. Han Sen's purple rain is exquisite. And the holy light divine bird that Lin Beifeng had just photographed. If the royal palace is calm until now, the auction will not begin. The price of those God-riding wings must be doubled. And the Son of God also slapped the silver-blooded 3-edged fork. I didn't flap my wings either. Han Sen snickered, while summoning the divine blood black beetle armor and purple rain wings. The next moment, Han Sen turned into an arm god. Fly towards the island of Kamigo in the sky. But before I was halfway there, I found a person. He was faster than Han Sen recognized. This is Lin. The north wind had just slapped the wings of the holy light divine bird. He intends to cooperate with Lin Beifeng. After all, the creatures of the gods on the island of God's domain. It's definitely not easy. But when he got closer, he found out. The man in front of him who has the wings of the holy light divine bird. It turned out to be the scumbag of the Son of God. At this time, the Son of God also discovered him. Don't think about the idea of fighting the blood creatures. I'll kill you now. But because of the sharpness of the sky, the Son of God who is only wearing half-body armor, it was so cold that I shivered. And Han Sen cultivated the weapon Imperial Valley technique. It is very hardy. There was also the armor of the black beetle of the blood of the gods on the sand. It's not a bit of a striker at all. Han Sen rushed straight away with the Shura war sword in his hand. Now the Son of God is alone. It's a good chance to kill him. But at this moment, Han Sen noticed. There's a figure flying this way. If you look closely, it turns out to be a thumbs up. Finger flapping a pair of giant bat wings. hurriedly flew up. Seeing this, the Son of God immediately encouraged Thumbs to form a team. He promised to kill the gold coins. The armor he wanted would help get it. Thumbs up shouting sorry. Avoid God, although I have no grievance with you. But the Son of God gave too much. If you leave now, I will not stop you. With monk filial piety, I understand your kindness. But the blood creatures of the gods on the island of God's palace. I will not back down. I secretly looked at it in my heart. This god blood shield is what I exchanged with you. Naturally, they know how strong he is. Two men in God's blood armor collided with each other, and there was an earth-shattering bang. Even though the genes of the Son of God are close to the great perfection, but it was still repulsed about 10 meters away. That's when it happened. Thumbs suddenly stabbed a sword from behind him. However, Han Sen's reaction was too fast. The sword of the thumb hadn't stabbed Han Sen yet. Was by his Shura sword. Slashed directly at the divine blood shield. Under Han Sen's huge impact. The thumb is even with his shield. Flew out. Han Sen stared at his arm in disbelief. I can't think of an ancient tree. It has not yet reached the peak of the realm. It's already so terrifying. Meanwhile, the two of them are colorful, left and right. Each other forms a horn trend. Launched a flanking attack on Han Sen. But Han Sen was still comfortable facing the two at the same time. With a counter-heart slash, the two of them retreated one after another. And Qin Xian was watching the battle with a telescope at the moment. It's only been a while. The eyebrow sword arm god has become so strong. Meanwhile, a woman with wings. Suddenly, he rushed towards Brother Sky. I'm here to help you. The royal palace flapped its wings in parallel. Wielding a pair of short swords, he killed. Han Sen knew. The parallel of the imperial palace is obviously called the Son of God. But neither can the two. It's going to be brother and sister. But just when Han Sen was distracted, the three of them were in 3 different directions at the same time. Straight towards him. But even under the siege of the trio, Han Sen relied on a Shura battle knife to block left and right. For a while, the competition was inseparable, and Qin Xian and the others who were watching the battle. I was even more amazed. It's only been a few months since that divine war. The strength of the gold coin has indeed improved greatly. But 2 fists are hard to beat 4 hands after all. Han Sen immediately hit by the thumb's blood shield. Just when Han Sen's body was slightly pulped, the Son of God swung his blood-colored sword and stabbed it directly. Han Sen subconsciously raised the Shura battle knife to resist. But unexpectedly, the Shura sword made a sound of metal shattering, and in the next moment, directly reduced to a cloud of metal fragments. Sprinkle slowly. Face a god-blood-level soul-granting weapon. After all, the Shura sword is still slightly inferior. At this time, Qin Xian's gaze began to become melancholy. Lost weapons. No matter how strong the Earth God is, he can't return to the sky. He has defeated me, but I didn't want him to be killed. But young Master Qing was not worried about him at all. There will be a way. Don't worry about it. The Son of God saw that the sword in Han Sen's hand was shattered. Immediately waved the blood-colored sword in his hand and slashed over. That's when it happened. Han Sen suddenly let out a loud shout. His eyes immediately erupted with a golden light. Before the great sword of the Son of God was chopped, Han Sen was instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterer and smashed the Son of God away with one punch. Seeing this, Wang Fu Ping immediately rushed forward. Han Sen recognized the words. The one in his hand is a silver 3-bladed sword taken by the Son of God. It turns out that the auction is simply a facade, and Lin Beifeng's photographed Holy Light Divine Bird. It must have been recycled at a high price. The 2 siblings were auctioned and sold one by one. There is no difference at all from left-handed to right-handed. Han Sen decided not to fight anymore. He flapped his wings and immediately soared into the air. Fly straight into the sky. This is a God's Domain island floating at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Ordinary people simply can't get on board. And under a big tree in the middle of God's domain island, there was a Dispertomy aperture standing overhead. The wings are white, and the treasure horse in his hand. It is constantly flashing with dazzling light. Hansen didn't dare to act rashly. But all humanoid crumbs are extremely powerful. The strength of this strange beast. I'm afraid that it is no less than a bloody slaughterer. So he hid in the grass somewhere nearby. After all, there are 3 people on the side of the Son of God. If you're at war with a godblood creature, that's embattled. Soon, the Son of God and the others also successfully landed on the divine Imperial Island. They found this pop blood creature. But there was no rash action. The Son of God knew that he could rely on the strength of the 3 of himself. There was no way to deal with this godblood creature. So he shouted in midair for gold coins. I know you want to take advantage of the fisherman, but I'm not going to let you get away with it easily. You come out and we can make a deal. Otherwise, we'll just waste it. Wait for the gods and the island to return to the void. No one will benefit, as long as we cooperate. Kill this godblood creature together. I promise you 50 million. But the soul of the beast must be mine. Soon came Hansen's response. I want a divine blood beast soul. Otherwise, don't talk about it. These words made the Son of God grit his teeth angrily on the spot. And Huang Fu, Ping Qin tried to raise the price to 100 million. But in the distance, words full of disdain were heard. How precious are archetypal godblood creatures. I'll talk about it. If it's not appropriate, let's just consume it. The royal palace doesn't talk much nonsense when it sees this. Directly in the direction of the sound. Shoot 7 swordsmen in a row. I have to say that the swordsmanship of the imperial court is very good. Hansen's eyes were on this path. Just fly straight into the sky. You say yes now. It's still too late to give me the divine blood beast soul, or you'll regret it. Shen Tianzi and others chased after him. If I can't get rid of you today, that's what I regret the most. Hansen smiled slightly. It seems that he already has an idea in his mind. Then you continue to regret it. As soon as the words fell, Hansen, towards the god and the human form on the island. The direction of the godblood creature rushed over. I was stunned for a moment. The 3 people who were chasing after me felt that it was a gas knock, but still followed. However, Hansen didn't seem to have the slightest intention of slowing down. He even rushed towards the godblood creatures. Just as Hansen was still 100 meters away from him, the armored angel suddenly opened his eyes. Then he used his white wings for a while. Pull up the big sword stuck in the rock. The next moment, the armored angel was holding a great sword. Fly in the direction of Hansen. Bursts of golden lightning also burst out of the air. But at this moment, Hansen actually forced a turn, immediately turned back in the direction of the Son of God and the others. At this moment, the 3 of them finally understood. Hansen, this is to force them to go to war with godblood creatures. It's too late to run away now. Godblood creatures fly much faster than we do. There's no escape. This armored angel with a great sword. It's just too fast. Even if you have the wings of the divine blood beast soul, nor can they escape safely. Seeing that the great sword of the angel of armor is about to attack, Hansen had no choice but to summon the mutant blood-gathering spear. Resist. But unexpectedly, his mutant blood-gathering spear couldn't even resist the sword, and was directly beheaded into 2 catastrophes. Unexpectedly, the mutant beast soul weapon is not even worthy of resisting. Hansen knew that he couldn't drag it out any longer. Otherwise, it will be difficult to save your life. So he summoned a mutant slasher again, and quickly flee. But just when he was about to get close to the Son of God and the others, the armor in the back, the angel threw a sword down on him again, and Hansen's mutant slashing knife, also broken on the spot again. He didn't stay long. Instead, he hurriedly ran past the Son of God and the others. And at the moment, the angel of imperial armor did not deliberately chase after Hansen. Rather, it is direct. Attacked the thumb closest to him. Thumbs up the blood shield. forcibly blocked this sword. After a loud bang, thumbs with shields, directly tumbling in the air dozens of meters away, to stabilize his body. Then he rushed straight up. In an instant, he used the beast soul fusion to turn into a hugging bear. Brothers, if you're willing to join forces, there's still a chance of a fight. Otherwise, no one would want to leave alive today. At this time, Han Sen flew towards the ground and went to the ground. No one in the air is his opponent. So the Son of God and the Emperor Fu evacuated first. And the thumb is with a god's blood shield, barely able to resist the great sword of this armored angel. The Son of God pretended to say that after the gold coin was completed, your benefits are indispensable. But in his heart, he thought about it after killing the god blood creatures, and immediately get rid of him. Soon after everyone landed, Han Sen immediately suggested that it was best to use the transformation form. After all, the opponent is a god blood creature that only attacks and defends. The Son of Death also did not hesitate to transform into a giant corpse beast. And the Emperor is parallel but does not transform, because the transformation will hold him back. Long-range archery is his best form of attack. Meanwhile, the thumb's divine blood shield was extremely hard, though, but because he was cut down by the madness of the big sword. It's also full of scratches. Sir, you see the right moment to attack from behind. As soon as the words fell, Thumb struggled to swing the broadsword, and Han Sen, it is to take advantage of the overwhelmed angels of the armor, sneaked around behind him and sneaked up, but unexpectedly, even if you sneak up on the other side from behind. But his mutations and weapons, not even a scratch can be made. At this time, the giant corpse beast incarnated by the Son of God also flew and pounced. But since the transformation is not humanoid, and weapons cannot be used, therefore, there is no advantage. He was thrown away by the Imperial Armor Heavenly Master casually. The Son of God kept complaining about Luo Tianyang in his heart. That game with gold coins. If not, the beast soul of King Kong Power Garden was lent to Luo Tianyang. You won't be killed by gold, and his own strength is far more than that. Just wait. I'll calculate the salaries together. Who of you would mind giving me the fairy weapon? Transformations are all time limited. There can be no further delay. Give you fairy weapons. It's not something you can just say yes to. I don't have any extra immortal weapons. I only have this big round gold coin. Don't take us for fools. Want fairy weapons? You have to come up with the corresponding things as collateral. Case. Then dissolve on the spot. This God-written creature is a treasure and a beast soul. None of us want to take it with us. Han Sen didn't say much more. Anyway, there is not much time left for his transformation. He immediately flew out towards the outside of Kamiyu Island. The Son of God saw this, also faded away the beast soul and transformed into this miscellaneous piece. It will only waste more of our time. Huangpu asked what to do. Now there is one less person, and it is even more impossible to beat. The thumb also lifted the beast soul transformation. He found, as long as you keep a certain distance from the god blood creatures, he won't take the initiative to attack. Due to insufficient combat power, the three of them decided to retreat temporarily. We must do it again before the gods and the island are gone. Soon it was night. It's not time to return to the void yet. At this time, Han Sen secretly returned to the island again. The divine whip would never have dreamed of it. He dared to return to the island alone. If you can't kill this god blood creature this time, his Shura sword and other beasts. And the soul was destroyed in vain. Now he only has one left. Gods and demons feast farewell darts. And it's also a one-time hidden weapon type beast soul. If it fails, he was in the absence of anyone to cover. The question of whether you can escape the city. Then he summoned the divine blood elf Empress armor. Then fill the bow with the blood of the gods. It's okay to be accurate. The point is to restrain the murderous aura and aura. But at this moment, this armored angel, I still felt Han Sen's murderous aura. He immediately raised his sword in the air, sucked towards Han Sen. I didn't expect him to be more vigilant at night. Han Sen could no longer afford to lose his mutant weapon. He could only grit his teeth and take back the mutated Black Blade Beast Soul Sword. Say the stones in the stone pool. The great sword of the Angel of Armor has been slashed down, and Han Sen, because of the Fairy Empress's purpose, plus the body method of accelerating the flow of superparticles, easily dodged the blow. But Han Sen didn't retract the mirror, even dared to take the initiative to close the distance with the Godblood creatures. Soon in his hands, a strange blood-ghosted goose butterfly dart appeared, and in the next moment, Han Sen threw the dart. In an instant, a line formed in the air, beautiful and eerie arcs. At this time, there is a big bend in the onion butterfly dart hall. Finally, it flew towards the head of the Angel of Armor. Even if the Angel of the Royal Armor mentioned the Great Sword Pavilion Island in time, but the flight trajectory of the ghost goose butterfly is unpredictable. Changes are made depending on the surrounding environment. Soon after hitting the greatsword, immediately went around his face. The next moment, the ghost swallow butterfly exploded on the spot. Clusters of blue ghost swallows burns violently on the Angel of Armor. It's as if it's about to melt everything away. Soon the angel's face became distorted. Even if you burn yourself, still raised his big sword and stabbed at Han Sen. This is an angel whose whole body was burned by a ghost swallow. I saw him swing his great sword and stab forward. But in the next moment, the blue ghost goose burned everything to the ground. The angel's body was reduced to ashes. This horrific scene in front of me directly stunned Han Sen in place. He even lost his mind for a while. Soon a voice was heard. Hunt the angels of the divine blood holy war. Obtain the divine blood beast soul. Flesh and blood are not edible. This made Han Sen unable to even speak straight. If you can't eat it, forget it. This and this beast soul have changed too much. Not even the angel wings and angel rings are gone. Base. I can't see that this is the fierce saint. War angel. It's exactly a cute human being of 13 or 14 years old. The little girl came from all at once. The fierce royal sister has become a cute little Lori. Fortunately, Han Sen also received a divine treasure greatsword. Otherwise, Han Sen would really be from the divine Imperial Island. Just jump off. Han Sen waved his hand a few times. This great sword, although it can only be used in the sanctuary world, nor can it be entered into the void, but the destructive power is off the charts. Even the divine blood shield of the thumb can be slashed. The shape is God, the Son of Heaven. They have all seen it. It seems that it can only be in the future. I used it as a gold coin. The screen turns. Han Sen yawned on his way back to the dormitory, because he was tired from last night's battle. But at this moment, his communicator rang suddenly. How is it Huang Fuping again? Last time, I was ashamed to do something with Yanran in the grove. It's all mixed up by him. It's infuriating to think about. But when he connects, the royal palace is actually taking a bath. Senior brother Han Sen didn't bother you. Han Sen was really speechless. I said, could you please pick a normal time? Show me another video. Huang Fu parallel blew into the bubbles. Senior sister must have confirmed it when she came to you. The Steel Armor Sanctuary appeared. Have you heard of Kamigashima? Han Sen's face didn't fluctuate in the slightest. I've heard about this, but I don't have the blood of God, and I fly again. Don't go up. Huang Fu Pingqin leaned on the edge of the bath and said, I can give you the wings of divine blood for you to go up. You can also tell me what you need. But you have to help the Son of God and them get the soul grant. Han Sen pretended to be embarrassed. I'm just a student. I'm really not qualified to cooperate with the two bigwigs. But the royal palace commented that it was not so. Your swordsmanship is above mine. You're the best person I can think of. Han Sen immediately fell into deep thought. The angels of jihad have long since been killed by me, and they don't know who I am. It's better to take the opportunity to make him owe me a favor. Blackmail him again. Han Sen flattered a few kind words, and then got to the point. I've been really wanting a soldier for a God-written collection lately. Blade pollination, I don't know if you still have it there, senior sister. The imperial court hesitated for a moment. He knew that Han Sen wanted this silver-blooded three-edged fork, but it could only be sold to him for 150 million. Otherwise, it can't be explained on the company's side. Han Sen immediately thought about it. The price is already quite good, and he currently has 60 million. If you sell Silver Sands TS, plus the beast soul wings of the mutant Black and Beast, barely scraping together 150 million should be fine. Then he readily agreed that it would be no problem. Deal. The Son of God was about Han Sen grabbing Sand and Ling Long. Still clung to the bosom. He just scolded Han Sen. If it weren't for my cousin, I would highly recommend it. I will never use you. Han Sen entered the play in a second. You can rest assured that you can smile hard. I promised my senior sister that I would do it. At this time, the thumb suddenly had a bad premonition. It's been a while since we've been away from hell. Will there be any variables on it? After all, gold coins are not simple. But the Son of God is bound to win. This God-blood creature. It's not something he can handle alone. I also deliberately asked Qin Xian this time. Borrow a humanoid god's blood and be sold. So they stopped talking nonsense. While the divine imperial island has not yet returned to the void, he immediately rushed forward. At this time, Han Sen was secretly happy in his heart. This time he was well prepared. I'm really looking forward to his disappointed expression. Soon the three of them had already flown to the outskirts of Kamiyu Island. The Son of God also cautiously allocated tactics in advance, and claimed, I've figured out the fighting side of that creature. But thumbs up for safety. It was decided to look through a telescope first. Observe the movements of the God-blood creatures. Choose an excellent timing, but unexpectedly. Thumbs up and look around. No trace of the God-blood creature was found. The Son of God was a little panicked. Immediately snatched the telescope from his hand. What nonsense! How can it be? He looked under the big tree in the middle of the island. I really couldn't find the God-blood creature. The face of the Son of God instantly collapsed. He must still be around. It should have been temporarily gone. Hurry up and go down and find out. But even if, reluctantly, they turned around the top of the mountain several times. But still nothing was found. And God-blood creatures. In the absence of an outsider invasion, he will never leave God's domain island. This is Han Sen asked hypocritically. I heard you mention gold coins. Could it be that he has also been to Kamigashima? Thumbs up, he must have taken advantage of us to leave. Then he killed the God-blood creature alone. God gritted his teeth angrily. Look at the entire shelter. And only he has this strength. I can't think of a second person but him. Then he looked up to the sky and roared at the gold coins. Gold coins, gold coins. I, the Son of God, do not share heaven with you. The next time you see each other will be your dead date. The screen turns. Han Sen. He was staring at the handful of silver dust in his hand with a black face. Three-edged stubble. Although the Emperor was angry after learning the news. But fortunately, he still keeps his word. Sold to me. With this divine blood, gathering soul weapon. Next time, I'll meet King Hu and the Black Beast King. It won't escape the palm of my hand anymore. That's when it happened. Han Sen's communicator suddenly remembered. How could it be Qin Xian? Could it be the Special Security Operations Group? Is there a new mission? Soon he came to Qin Xian's office and refused on the spot. Go and work as an assistant to Professor Baishan and Saint Tang. Although Shangtang and Digong are both subordinate to the military, but it's not the same level. The Templar focuses on the study of hypernuclear genomics, and Professor Bai is a respected elder of the Templar. Han Sen thought it was strange. I have nothing to do with the Templars. And I don't know Professor Bai. Why do you have to look for me? Qin Xian explained calmly. That black and white match you promised with Nellen. Let Professor Bai identify you. This man. Be invited to a place where you are better treated. But he cared very much about the captain's thoughts. The strings looked slightly moved. Speechless for the first time. After a moment, he finally spoke. The treatment of the Tang dynasty. It's certainly much better than our special operation pair. Following Professor Bai is equivalent to rising to the top. And there is also a chance to get in touch with more advanced ultragenetics. Hansen didn't listen at all. Interrupted him directly. You can't be trying to drive me away. The strings immediately became excited. No. Although I shouldn't delay your future. But I hope you stay. No surprises. In a few months, I will be promoted to Evolver and enter the world of the sanctuary of the second god. When the time comes, you will take my place. Become the captain of the Einsatzgruppen. Hansen also simply agreed to stay. But he had other thoughts in his heart. I learned the ice-based jade ancient tree by myself. Maybe you'll be discovered by those experts. Qin Xian was quite satisfied with his answer. Not tempted by current interests. He's a very nice man. It's just a pity that he's younger than me. It's not my cup of tea. Soon. I also received the news from Professor Bayeshin's side. Hansen actually refused. What an accident. Such a good seedling cannot be wasted. Since official channels don't work, then I'll do it my own way. He had to practice my great yin and yang magnetic run. The screen turns. Yin Ran is playing with the hand of God, but was ruthlessly destroyed by his opponent. Then, Hansen knocked on this beauty twice outside the window. It's all out of class. Don't go to eat. Ji Yanran pouted and said, face is gone. What else to eat? Hurry up and help me get rid of this bastard. Hansen immediately jumped in from the window with a stride. In our school, can anyone else beat you? Ji Yanran hurriedly pulled him over. The battle net of the school is not interesting. This person is what I met on Skynet. Won me several times in a row. Hurry up and play with my account. Don't take him offline. No problem watching me perform. Hansen had just sat down. Pulled Ji Yanran back. Ji Yanran suddenly sat on Hansen's legs. Hansen hugged him tightly. That's how you can see it closely. Ji Yanran blushed and struggled casually twice. Rogue will affect your play. The two were very close. Hansen also said softly, it doesn't matter. This is the evolutionary zone. I can win anywhere. Let's send a battle invitation to your opponent first. But the other party sent a voice. You are Ji Yanran of the Black Eagle Military Academy. The two of them looked shocked. Do you know this man? This 80 is even more arrogant than I am. Ji Yanran said she didn't know it. Randomly matched. I've never seen this 80. The other party continued to send voices. The three heavenly kings of the Central Military Academy's God's Head Society. Lu Buotao has heard of it. How about making a friend? He is said to be a military school. The league can be ranked in the top 10 players. What's this guy about? You found my account. It must be thinking of you. Then inquire about it through various channels. But it doesn't matter who it is. Dare to hit my girlfriend doctrine will definitely not end well. Even if he is in the top 10 of the Cadet League. This man at the top of the Military Academy League. Digging the foot of the wall. That's when his teammates walked over. I said, what are you giggling at there alone? Lu Buotao held up his mobile phone. You see who I met in the hand of God. Liang Yiming said in surprise. This is both the lover of your dreams. Last time you saw him in a Black Hawk promo. Then the whole person fell. People are also girls. Don't be too aggressive. Be a gentleman. Lu Buotao is filial. Of course I understand. Soon after the start of the game, dots immediately appeared on the screen. Lu Buotao smiled evilly. I want all 4 points of light. But in the next moment, the other party actually took the lead in grabbing 4 points of light. It's so fast. It seems that Jida Beauty is serious. Lu Buotao also began to get serious. And tell yourself that you can't be careless anymore. Even if you want to concede. You have to talk about it after you get your own points. But his fingers hadn't hit the spot yet. But he was hit by the other party with a difference of pride. Directly smashed the point of light. Liang Yiming thought he was still conceding points. I said, Taozi, you let it go on like this. Beautiful women will think you're very vegetable. But at this time, Lu Buotao was already anxious. His hand speed was completely out of pace. I can't even get 1 point. The slot was robbed again. This speed is even at the Central Military Academy. Few people can reach it. Is he really both, Yanran? It was only when Liang Amin realized the seriousness of the matter. The level of the knife. It is not the top among the main forces of the military academy, but also definitely above the entire Black Hawk Military Academy. There is no one who crushes him. Soon the game is over. However, Lu Buotao's score has remained at 0. Lu Buotao was already sweating profusely. It was also the first time he felt self. Zun was trampled on by the other party. The screen turns. Take the profit in the Chauha Genomics shop. Some can't make up their minds. You say it's better for me to buy whichever one? Ji Yanran thinks. It is better to choose according to your physique and strengths. And Han Sen agreed. Hyperharmony Genomics is best suited for you. A higher fit will be more effective. That's when it happened. Professor Bai Yishan suddenly spoke to this classmate. Maybe you can try kinetic acceleration and wind rush. Thorn Su Lily turned her head and asked, how did you analyze that I fit these 2 books? Bai Yi continued. You should be cultivating the power of the original samurai. Focus on physical toughness and explosiveness. Chu Lily was a little surprised. You can tell it at a glance. Could it be that you are a teacher of inspirational opera? The white shirt did not identify itself. Instead, he said to himself, I think your straight-line acceleration should be close to 13 points. And the muscle toughness also reached about 12.5. Cultivating these 2 books should allow you to get twice the result with half the effort. Su Lily suddenly smiled at the teacher. Your eyesight is better than a fitness tester. It's amazing. Thereupon, Lily hurriedly ran to the self-service machine and swiped the card. I'll buy kinetic acceleration and wind sprint. This classmate, I see that your bones are strange. I have a C-level martial arts book here, which is very suitable for you. Hansen shook his head. No need, teacher. C-level martial arts are of little use to me at the moment. But he had something else in mind. I learned the ice base of the Tang dynasty. The flow of jade trees and super chestnuts accelerates. This kind of martial arts in school is useless to me at all. But Bai Yishan insisted on convincing him. Although this is a C-level new martial arts, but there are high-level supercores inside. The basic essentials of genomics. If you can be good cultivation. In the future, even if you are promoted to an evolutionary or even a transcendent, it will also be of great help to your future cultivation. Even Chu Lily on the side is desperately recommending. Han Sen had no choice but to tell the truth. I don't have any money in my card. I think it's better to forget it. They don't know. Han Sen made 3 errands in order to buy silver chips. Has emptied the family. Now even if you want to buy it, you don't have the money. This is both. Yanran took the initiative to take out his card. As long as it can help you improve. It's not impossible to let my sister take care of you. Seeing this, Han Sen couldn't excuse himself again. Next time, I will buy you a special gift in return. But when he saw this C-level martial arts, it also felt very strange. Why is the content so complex? Actually, with the super chestnut flow, the difficulty of acceleration is almost the same. He had a sudden premonition. This bottle of C-class martial arts gene liquid, although it looks ordinary, but once, the effect of cultivation will be very different. But he was not in a hurry to cultivate. Instead, I plan to take advantage of my free time. Go to the sanctuary and hunt one more creature. At this time, Baishan was sitting in the monitoring room drinking tea. Fortunately, he and the principal of Black Hawk are good, able to come and go freely in and out of the school. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so easy to fool him. Go and cultivate the great yin and yang magnetic cannon. But he had to be fast. Because of this new martial arts, it may be listed as a competitive recycling. As long as he can complete his cultivation, it's proof that my research has broken new ground. Can be when he is from the surveillance. When he saw that Han Sen's complexion did not change in the slightest, immediately realized that something big was wrong. If Han Sen went to the shelter, it's too late for the event. At this time, Hansen had just walked to the teleportation station. Was called to Hansen. Wait a minute, Hansen asked in surprise. Are you the teacher who recommended hypernuclear genomics? The white-clothed shirt slowed down Hansen. Why didn't you cultivate that electromagnetic cannon right away? Hansen Xiao is sorry, teacher. I've been a bit busy lately. Let's talk about cultivation later. It's not okay for the white clothes to become serious. You have to practice in these 2 days. Otherwise, it will be recovered by the Templar and everything will be lost. These words made Hansen stunned on the spot. Templar teacher. Who exactly are you? Seeing this, Baishan no longer concealed it. I am a Templar professor. Bai Mountain Sea-Level Martial Arts. Actually, it's my latest research on supernuclei. The number of genes is large, and the yin and yang magnetic cannon. And you are the most suitable person I have ever met to cultivate him. There is no danger in this martial arts. It's just that some notes are missing. But it is unfortunately taboo by the Templar. Recycling time is running out. I hope you don't waste my efforts. Hansen's gaze was calm, thinking about this white shirt. It should be Professor Bai mentioned by Qin Xian last time. I didn't expect him to use it this way. Let me practice his new martial arts. Professor Bai, your number of supernuclear genes is so strong. Why not just go to the evolutionary, or the cultivation of the transcendent? Big Yin-Yang magnetic cannon. It is based on the ancient martial arts remnants of the Yin-Yang Demon Sutra. Transformed. Cultivators must be young people under the age of 20. Otherwise, the progress of cultivation will be very slow, and there is not much room for improvement. Originally, the person I set was the Nailon Promise. But after I watched that fight you had with him, be more sure you're the right person. Hansen planned to take the opportunity to blackmail him. After all, the other party is Elder Shangtang. He politely asked if I promised to cultivate. What good can you give me? As soon as this remark came out, the white-clothed shirt suddenly became sick in his heart. I couldn't react for a while. Hansen then said shyly, although you say there is no danger, but there must be a reason for being taboo by the Templars. I'll take the risk of cultivating for you. Isn't it appropriate to get paid? Bai has never seen such a young man. Everyone else is begging. I want to learn the new martial arts he has researched. His tone was a little unhappy. As long as you can complete your cultivation. How much money do you want to ask? Hansen directly raised a finger and said money. I don't want me to ask for 100 S-Class Templar cards. Hear that? Bai Shan couldn't hold back any longer. Stared at him like a madman. Do you know what you're talking about yourself? Then he regained control of his emotions. Shintek has a confidentiality agreement. Even I can't get 100 as many copies. Even if you can get it. It is also futile to not have a dedicated gene fluid. When Hansen heard this, he immediately turned around. I'm sorry about that. This won't help you. Please be smart. He secretly said in his heart, saying goodbye, 100 is really an exaggeration. But I say this to make you bargain. The face of the white shirt is very ugly. You wait a minute. Shangtang will give me 2S collector card places every year. I use some. Now there are 5 left. You can give it all to you. How about including the corresponding gene fluid? Hansen also responded to the deal happily. Just to be on the safe side. Let's sign the contract. I'm not going to cheat. The screen turns. Hansen had just returned to his room in the shelter. Found themselves with crystal-fed creatures. It has evolved into a godblood level small chameleon. The beast soul is fusion. The effect is that the owner can be invisible at any time. And the blood of God is urgent. May be used in sports. It's not easy to see. So he pulled out his dagger. Constantly pray to the gods and Buddhas for their blessings. This is the best beast soul for assassination. Bless me for a while. Accompanied by blood like arrows. Hanseng's mind immediately deprived the system of sounds. Hunt the little chameleon of the divine blood. Obtain the divine blood beast soul, heaven help me too. Now my assassination ability has become even stronger. And my God gene is already 50 points. He couldn't wait to use the beast soul of the little chameleon. Become one with yourself. found as long as it stands still. Immediately it blends in with its surroundings. And the average person relies on the naked eye alone. It's almost impossible to tell. This man who often skips classes. I'm about to forget what a counselor looks like. I haven't stepped into this classroom a few times in most of the past 6 months. And today is the half-year book of their establishment department. But even so, his fame in school, it still attracted the attention of many students. Even the invigilator was very envious. Hansen deserves to be the man of the year in our swordsmanship department. Is it quite popular? But the counselor was not impressed. What's the use of being popular? Being able to get good grades in the exam is the key. Not only does this guy have poor attendance, and I don't usually participate in training. What advertising endorsements are you going to take? Don't let me catch you later. There is one test that is the first. Otherwise, you will wait to be expelled from school. I will never allow swordsmanship to be a bastard. Soon it was time for Hansen's first test. I saw his face and face shoot out the sword history. And the history of the sword is also an incomparably accurate shot at the red star. The invigilator thinks. Talents like Hansen must be cultivated well. It can't be let out. But Situ Xiang was vague. It's just fixed. Let's draw conclusions after reading it. But then it's moving. It's not a problem to misplace or to connect with the chain. Hansen is even more similar. Professional grade military-like precision and speed. The invigilator said excitedly. All grades are S grades. You should evaluate him objectively. Situ on the side was dumbfounded. This guy has that kind of strength. But he didn't take the initiative to join the swordsmanship club's nuclear school team. Obviously, you can become the main member of the corps. But he never took the honor of this play in his eyes. Soon after the end of the half-year strategy, Situ Xiang called his father to ask for help. His father served as a swordsmanship instructor in the army. I must be able to teach this Hansen a lesson. Meanwhile, the 3 dormitories of 4 people are preparing for a smooth passage through the year-end. Celebrate with a big strategy. Shi Zhikong made a joke. I thought, the counselor can take this opportunity to teach you a lesson. As a result, you all got an S grade rating. Hansen's perfunctory filial piety. I was just lucky. Nothing special. That's when it happened. Hansen's communicator suddenly sounded. The two read the news intermittently. Classmate Hansen. Between your excellent performance in the year-end booklet. The Academic Affairs Office agreed. You are hereby invited to participate by Situ Qing. Special training organized by instructors. I've just read this. Was immediately interrupted by 2 roommates opposite. Situ Qing. Is that Situ Qing? This Situ Qing is nicknamed Yama. He served as a swordsmanship instructor in the army. He is also the honorary principal of Black Hawk. Yuming's face is very heavy. I advise you not to go. No one can call him a special training. It is said that the trainees who participated in his special training, it's all gone. There are even some people who can't hold on. Wrote a blood letter to complain to the school. Through him, it was as if life and death were parting. Hug Hansen tightly. The 3rd child, you must be lucky this time. It's time to eat, drink. I'm in for a treat. At the address given by the registrar's office, Hansen quickly found the special training hall. But how could the huge special training hall be empty? Could it be that I came too early? That's when it happened. Situ Xiang took a wrinkled face. The tattooed middle-aged man walked over. Hansen didn't need to panic. This special training. You are the only one who has this qualification. Then I will briefly introduce Instructor Situ Qing. He will give you a term. A month of devil's training. I hope you don't disappoint me. Hansen shook hands with the instructor in a friendly manner and introduced himself. But there is an ominous premonition in my heart. Both of them have the same surname as Situ. It probably doesn't matter. Situ Xiang turned and left. There was a little joy on his face, and there was a good show to watch. It doesn't take a few days. You will cry and beg me to take you away. Situ Qing took out a spherical Z steel alloy. As a meeting. Hansen, you are the star of hope in the Black Hawk swordsmanship department. I promised to take it myself. Everything known is the sword. The technical knowledge and experience are passed on to you. Hansen had seen it on Skynet. This is an alloy palm that can only be cultivated by evolutionaries. Take advantage of the number of supernuclear genes to change the structure of their own life particles. Turns the flesh hand into an alloy state. I still have a long way to go. Hansen accepted the gift and thanked him. And the heart is very clear, more than it is a gift. It's not so much a demonstration. Soon after the special training began, Situ Ching asked him to tie up the horse for 3 hours first. But the witty Hansen said, Instructor Situ, my only hobby is black and white boxing. Can you wait until the training is over? Situ Ching interrupted him directly. I heard about the black and white boxing match. You have been canonized directly. Why wait until the end of the training? Play both hands now. As soon as the words fell, Situ Ching had already swung his fist and rushed straight towards Hansen. But Hansen could see through it at a glance that it was a black fist. Situ Ching immediately became interested in him. Looks like we've got something to play today. In fact, Hansen came prepared. I did my homework online early. Situ Ching has been obsessed with black and white dogs since he was young. I like to play with the masters. Next, it was Hansen's turn to be the attacker. It seems that the key to breaking the game in this devil's special training is black and white dogs are too easy to take the bait. Just as Hansen was about to swing his fist, Situ Ching stood motionless. Your punch. There is no murderous atmosphere. There wasn't even the slightest desire to win on his face. Of course, the vernacular is not finished. Was hit head-on by Hansen's black fist. Situ Ching was unblocked. Spit out a mouthful of old blood directly. How could it be a black fist? Just as he covered the painful half of his face, Situ Xiang, who was behind the door, couldn't hold back any longer. Dad is not Coach Situ. How can this be? He immediately ran over to help his father up. Instructor Sito, how can you be knocked to the ground? Situ pro-filial piety fuss something. Isn't it just a matter of learning from each other? Situ Zhan showed appreciation. Your black and white fist is not simple. How, exactly? Hansen filial piety. I'm just more focused on hiding the way I get power. It's not as powerful as you say. The student was pretending to be in front of the instructor. Black and white boxing is the use of profit and strength. The muscles contract differently depending on the force. Therefore, not letting the other person see the state of the muscles is the point. Situ Ching immediately hugged him. Let's have a good chat. Hansen was a little surprised. Aren't we supposed to have a special training for the devil? I also want to practice archery. Situ Ching said that he was still a fart. Your year-end exam results are so good. Walk around and turn back when the time comes. I will spend my life again. All the experience and swordsmanship are passed on to you. Situ Xiang on the side was even more angry. Instructor Situ did just that. Completely against the rules of the school. What the rules do not prescribe. I'm the honorary headmaster of Black Hawk. Isn't there something wrong with you? Hurry up and get busy with you. Situ was speechless. Dad was poured ecstasy soup by him? It's so easy to get done. Soon after 10 days, Situ Xiang had no choice but to do so. Ended Hansen's special training early, and will recommend him to join the swordsmanship team. At that time, they will participate in the sword fighting tournament. But Hansen was troublesome. After all, he hadn't completed the task Qin Xian had yet to complete. Counselor, please, when is the league? You still have a few months to prepare. And the cycle of the Sword League will not be long. It will not be held until the end of the semester. Hansen had just walked out of the counselor's office. I found that the communicator was full of parallel information from the palace. It turned out to be in the Sand Valley of the Great Gobi of the White Devil. I found a godblood creature. The screen turns. Hansen followed the Imperial Mansion in parallel. Run in the direction of the Sand Valley of the White Devil Great Gobi. The Royal Palace parallel is speculated empirically. It was an inedible godblood creature. His body was as hard as Eugen rock. It looks a bit like a small humanoid warframe, and he also has a sledgehammer in his hand. After they came to the Valley of the Sand, one holds a sledgehammer in both hands. Of humanoid warframes, motionless in the middle of the quicksand. At this time, Huang Fuping pointed ahead and said, "Not only is he extremely fast, and neurohematopathy, the courtyard couldn't leave a scratch on him. At the beginning, 2 of his subordinates. Unfortunately, he was hit by his sledgehammer, only to end up with 1 dead and 1 seriously injured. There are quicksand bunkers all around. If you are not careful, you will be buried immediately. It's a real headache to have no god's blood wings." The poor divine blood wings of Huangpu just didn't bring it. I had no choice but to take out a divine blood beast soul sword for him. But he was rejected by Han Sen. "I'll figure out how to deal with him myself. What if you get the beast soul? The beast soul and the treasure horse must be given to me. What you want in return, just ask. I absolutely satisfy you. But you're sure you want to use these originals? Black and the wings of the beast." The voice did not fall. Han Sen had already spread his wings and flew out. After the deed is done, a big meal is indispensable. Just figure out how to repay me. He flew less than 100 meters before he had a headache. This primitive. The wings are slow and sluggish. If it weren't for the quicksand pit, I'd rather not have it. The observation of this god-blood creature. It's so sharp. Although Han Sen slowly approached silently, but still he was found. Suddenly, the god-blood creature leaped to its feet. Swing a sledgehammer with both hands. It smashed directly towards Han Sen's position. Fortunately, Han Sen reacted in time to dodge the attack. Meanwhile, Han Sen also summoned the divine blood ghost lean armor. But because his wings were too slow, and fell into a bitter battle, the Imperial Mansion appraisal also saw Han Sen's embarrassment. If only he was killed. I'm going to be sad. So he quickly filled his bow with arrows, intended to cover Han Sen's retreat. I don't want to lose you. Hurry up and find a chance to return it. No, I have a way to deal with him. After Han Sen refused to retreat, he actually put away the wings of the beast soul. I saw him shoot a golden light towards the ground with one hand. And before the toes fall on the quicksand, a large golden sandworm king. Suddenly, it burst from under his feet. Since the golden sandworm king was originally in the sand creature, these quicksands were even smoother for his movements. Under the full-scale explosion of Han Sen's superparticle acceleration, gold, the pest king not only managed to dodge the opponent's hammer blows, it also went around his back smoothly. Han Sen seized the opportunity and jumped forward, struggled to drape the silver shavings in his hand. Juxtaposed, and he that is alive will be like him. Eugindin's neck was cut off directly. The royal palace on the side and his subordinates, all of them were shocked. Then, Han Sen picked up the divine blood sledgehammer and turned around and left. He paid no attention to the headless corpse behind him. Soon the body was buried by quicksand. And this sledgehammer, it's much heavier than the original golden axe. After a long time, Han Sen also felt quite struggling. In addition, the primitive level wings originally flew slowly. He had to slowly drag the sledgehammer up the cliff. Han Sen threw the sledgehammer in front of Huang Fuping Qin. Such a heavy baojun is not used by ordinary people. If you bring it back and keep it conservative, you can only sell it for a few million. Junior brother, I really admire you. I have so many people in my whole team. None of them could hunt him down. But you've got to tell me if you got the beast soul. Tamsin slumped his hands. I reluctantly said that I regretted that I didn't get the beast soul. And that one. The flesh of the god-blood creature was also swallowed up in the bunker. I thought that I really didn't get the beast soul. But I don't know if he will doubt himself. But Huang Fuping not only did not doubt it. I also got up. You have proven your worth to me once again. Senior sister will definitely repay you well. In the lobby of the steel-clad regiment 2 days later, unexpectedly, all the members of the squad were gathered. The line is anxious to explain in another month. I'm going to finish my first sharp argument, and went to the second mental asylum group. So I'm going up. Recommended Manly to take over as the head of the steel-clad regiment, responsible for the affairs of the group. But as for the post of captain of the Einsatzgruppen, I decided to recommend Hans Sand to take over. As soon as this remark came out, young Manly is not due to positive. Although the head of the regiment sounds bigger, but it's really just a civil society. It is not part of the official establishment of the military. Therefore, the people around are also against Han. Sen's strength is full of doubts. This man, confused, became the captain of the Einsatzgruppen. As a veteran, young Manly certainly refused. But Qin Xian used it as an excuse for not being suitable. Rejected him on the spot. Hans Sand thought that the two of them had a deep sisterhood. We'll go through a back door or something. I didn't expect Qin Xian to be so distinct. Wait until you become the captain yourself. Not to enjoy purchasing from within. The right to good things. But young Manly still persevered. Since you think he is more suitable than me, then let him compare himself with me. If I lose, I won't say a word again. Qin Xian covered his forehead and sighed. Manly's temperament is really strong. Hansen took off the challenge with a blank face. In addition to having children, let me be better than anything else. These words made young Manly even more unhappy. It seems that he can give birth to children in addition to that. It's like there's no advantage. The screen turns. 3 people came to the holographic equipment hall. Qin Xian in order not to affect the prestige of the two, and did not make the contempt public. The 2 of you each log in to your account. Then use the holographic device to enter the virtual world. Take the test. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqiao just finished training. Walked out of the holographic device. He found it at the camera. There were 3 people gathered around. I don't know what to do. Qin Xian began to introduce the virtual venue that he despised this time. This is a classic training map. It's called the Night Whitebird Forest. After entering, it is a forest pass with a total length of 2 kilometers. And on top of the trees on either side of the passage, there will be 2 types of birds, black and white, at random. Shoot the white bird and go straight out. Victory or defeat is determined by the number of blackbirds shot. The one with the shortest number of shots wins. After the introduction of the rules, the 2 walked directly into the holographic device without talking nonsense. At this time, Su Xiaoqiao, who was hiding on the side, saw everything. It turned out to be them. It's because of today's meeting. So he secretly paid to watch the game on the device. There is no suspense about team leader Yang's strength. But Brother Sun didn't know if there would be any surprises. At this time, Hansen was trying to shoot the blackbird. The thought that the opponent was young Manly was particularly energetic. This is the perfect time to prove what I'm capable of. I have to make him never dare to look down on me again. Although there are a large number of birds in it to disturb the view. But Hansen could shoot an arc with ease. Insight into the trajectory of movement. Quantity is only one of the criteria. Now it must be in the shortest possible time. Go shoot more blackbirds. At this time, Su Xiaoqiao, who was watching the battle, was even more dumbfounded. I know Brother San is amazing, but I didn't know he was so powerful. Even Qin Xian felt incredible. Hansen, you've surprised me so much. Also thought of this mode of competition. At least you won't have it easy. Although Qin Xian was not good at swordsmanship, but he could clearly distinguish Hansen's ability to predict eyesight and reaction speed. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Manly. Your opponent is not an ordinary person. Success or failure depends on your own achievements. After 10 minutes, young Manly walked out of the holographic equipment room with great satisfaction. His result was the best of all time. It also broke the record for that instrument. Then he glanced at Hansen. How did this guy come out before me? Could it be that he was kicked out early? The love line reads out young Manly's grades and ratings. Hunted 964 blackbirds. You've really made a lot of progress. It's a pity, though. His eyes turned regretful. Then he pointed to Hansen and said that he had one. Young Manly couldn't believe how this was possible. Hansen showed off his scorecard. It shows an S-rated rating, Sorry, team leader Yang. I'm a little better. Hansen didn't just hunt 1,000 blackbirds, and it's 10 minutes shorter than yours. Yang Manli couldn't help but feel the same after hearing about it. Say that this guy has grown to this extent. Please turn around and leave. The winner has been divided, and this is the end of the matter. You will be assigned your tasks shortly. Please do your part. Hansen also hurriedly ran away. I thought to myself, this woman's face was wrenched. It is a precursor to preparing for an outbreak. Wait a minute, maybe beat me up. That's when it happened. Yang Manli suddenly spoke, and this time I lost. But if there is a next time, no matter what, I will never lose. And Su Xiaoqiao, who was hiding aside. He even paid to copy the video. Such a strong strength. I'm sorry for myself if I don't send it out. But you have to make a mosaic of Sinj's face. Otherwise, it won't be good to get him in trouble. S-Class Dark Night Bird Forest. High-energy, unlimited shots throughout the process. The click-through rate of this video is an absolute explosion. Soon, this training video became a hit on the streets overnight. No doubt no more. Yang Manli recognized this as Han Seon at a glance. No wonder I lost. It turns out that you have this talent. Almost made for archery. The screen turns. Hansen returns to the varsity team's training ground. Discover the dormitory in addition. 3 roommates were also summoned. Situ Xiang played a video of the competition on the podium. This year this man will be your opponent. The army is the captain of the school team of the Central Military Academy. In the past 3 years, he has made achievements in the team. Warframe Team Inspiration Team, God's Head's team members, and other identities. Participated in most of the leagues classified by military schools. And swept all the projects with an undefeated record. And also because of his existence. The Cadet League had to change its rules. Now, contestants can only participate in one other competition. And this year he chose the competition of the sword fighting department. Losing to anyone loses. It's better to lose to the strongest thorns. You can also grow a little face when you say it. Introduced here. Situ Xiang asked Hansen about the thorns by the way. The view of things. Hansen had no fear on his face. Of course, you don't know until you win or lose. As soon as this remark came out, some veterans of the swordsmanship department. He stared at him with a strange expression. This newcomer is so angry. What's the use of war? Lost without a fight. Hansen glanced at them but didn't refute. After all, it is useless to say more. The stronger the opponent, the faster you can improve yourself. It was an overnight hit. Training video of the net. Due to the fact that the face is not clear in the video. And caused discussion. Is this man a thorny thing? But this reaction speed and anticipation ability. It's not like an unevolved, right? Han San in the audience complained wildly in his heart. It's not my mom. Was actually secretly photographed again, at this moment. Situ Xiang suddenly came over to Han San. Do you think this person is better than you? Han San is not on par with each other. Apparently the classmates didn't pay attention to his words. Instead, he cheered up with Situ Xiang. Our goal this year is to bring down the Central Military Academy. After the meeting, Han San and the others were on their way back to the dormitory. Met Huang Fuping. Shi Zhikang's eyes widened even more, and he shouted Ruru. God's palace. The verdict didn't mind. Instead, he asked politely. Last time, Senior Brother Han helped me hunt the divine blood creatures. I haven't repaid him yet. Can you lend him to me? The roommates immediately pushed Hansen out. They also discussed it face to face. There is a great beauty in front of the third child. Now even the new Ru god has hooked up. Too envious. Soon it was evening. Huangfu Parallel. Take Hansen to an alliance. Certified 3-star restaurant. In front of them. It has a visible glass arm guard. Look down from above. It's a huge fighting arena. Huangfu introduced it in parallel. This is the business of our god of war martial arts hall. That's why there will be a pavilion every day. Students perform here. Then he handed him a glass of red wine. Ask what you plan to do after graduation. Han Sen casually said that he should graduate from the military academy. Enlistment, of course. If the junior wants to fight hard in the army, why don't you join us in the God of War Martial Arts Hall? Many people in the army have practiced in the museum. It will also help you then. But don't rush to give me an answer. After all, you still have years to graduate. You can think about it slowly. That's when it happened. Place names host. Handheld microphone. Said excitedly. Then came the most exciting moments. Please, our Empress. As soon as the words fell, the tall, grassy woman stepped out. Because I can't see what I look like even when I'm wearing a mask. But on the body of this woman, there is a murderous aura that will explode at any time. Could it be that this is the temperament of an evolutionary? At this moment, the Empress raised her finger and pointed it at the sky. The atmosphere of the martial arts arena was also instantly filled. The shouts of the audience were constantly heard. Queen. Soon the Empress's challenger also appeared. Is an evolutionary from the Iron Fist Budokan Gym. Su Jiqiang and Han San recognized. This pair of metal-painted hands. It should be the most advanced version of Alloy Fist. Chogokin Fist. It is an S-class belonging to the Evolver section of the Sanctuary. After the start of the new martial arts written exam, Su Jiqiang took the lead in throwing a punch. This punch couldn't even see Han Sen's purpose clearly. But soon Han Sen found out. It's not his fists that he's really good at. It's the pace of the feet. But why would the Empress stand there motionless? This is... The royal palace on the sofa suddenly spoke. The Empress won't lose. Sure enough, Su Jiqiang's Chao and Jinquan smash on the Empress's temple. It didn't hurt at all. The Empress even tilted her head slightly. The woman's head was harder than steel. After withstanding the Chogokin punch, he just deviated his head. Then he quickly put his 4 fingers together. Instantly turned into an extremely sharp hand knife. Han Song on the side looked in a cold sweat. Daesung's Chogokin fist smashed into his temple. This woman was unscathed. Seeing that the Empress had raised her sword, the man was so frightened that he hurriedly summoned the beast spirit. A sword, half-body armor, and a long sword appeared in an instant. But the Empress's eyes were still cold. I saw him wielding his hand knife casually. The man was overwhelmed and fell directly to the ground. The palace said 1,000 duels proudly. 1,000 from different. Budokan's Evolver challenge. But no one could defeat him. He's the Empress here. It's our God of War Martial Arts Hall. A disciple who has been carefully cultivated. Then the Empress pointed to the sky again. And the cheers in the martial arts arena were even more boiling. Han Sen couldn't help but fall into deep thought. There are not many evolutionaries I've seen on Skynet. But there is not a single existence that is so strong. Maybe that's what an evolutionary should be. Wang Fu Pingqin gently put his hand on his shoulder. If only you want it. You can enjoy the same treatment as the Empress. With your talent. It may be stronger in the future. Han Sen asked unconfidently. This Empress shouldn't be an ordinary disciple. His voice became ambiguous. Of course not. But if you want to, you can stop being ordinary. I married my sister and I became a son-in-law in the palace. After Han Sen heard about it, I squirted out all the red wine in my mouth. The screen turns. Han Sen walked towards the gate of the shelter. While thinking, the Empress can reach this level of strength. It shouldn't all be cultivated by the God of War Martial Arts Hall. Outcome. That murderous aura that was cold to the bone. It's unforgettable. Han Sen then came to the dark swamp, according to the code. Lu Weinan beckoned to teach the eldest brother. You are here. I'm going to kill you after the last goodbye. Han Sen went straight to the point. You're sure you're in the dark swamp? Did there be humanoid blood creatures? Lu Weinan said hard, of course. I really can't fix him. So I thought of you. The guy was covered in fake wrinkles all over his body, holding a spear and riding a unicorn. The weirdest thing is to run fast on the swamp, and it doesn't sink any further. Han Sen dragged his chin and thought about the spear. There are mounts. It can't be a person. Have you fought each other? The fishtail man's weak hard way. If I hadn't run away in time, the timber bird had run away. I was in isolation. Lead the way. Han Sen walked directly into the depths. Seeing this, the fishtail man also followed, and the eldest brother said okay first. Soul granting is still the old rule. Whoever gets it belongs to whomever it gets. As for the rest, soon the two entered the depths of the dark swamp. A mutant centipede several meters long suddenly launched a sneak attack on them. Han Sen immediately swung the big sword behind his back, split it in half. Under the great sword of the Angels of Jihad, any hard false warp will appear vulnerable. Lu Weinan, who led the way ahead, directly scared into a cold sweat. Fortunately, the eldest brother reacted quickly. I'm going to call the police on this thigh. After killing the mutant centipede, the two of them handed over a small stove. Yu Weinan stared at the big sword. This is the blood of the gods on the island of the gods. A treasure produced by living beings. Drama it. Han Sen responded perfunctorily, you know a lot about the drama. But it's a pity that I didn't get the soul grant. The man simply didn't know whether he was alive or dead. Dared to take advantage of the little black cat's cooking. Reached out and touched it. In the next moment, aiming at the king, he felt violated and took him away on the spot. Instantly transformed into a ferocious tiger. Immediately frightened, the donkey-tailed man retreated again and again. Big brother, you have a mutated pet. It's even super evolutionary. This is equivalent to an extra god-level combat power. That's not bad, isn't it? It's time to get down to business. Han Sen packed up everything and walked towards the depths. Soon they came to a swamp overgrown with aquatic weeds. The two of them were hiding inside and secretly observing. The armor on this god-blood creature was integrated. There are no seams at all. It's like it's on your body. The last time you were able to escape, it was definitely luck. This refers to the terrifying humanoid god-blood creatures. And how could a god-blood creature have a mount? This kind of strange thing is simply unheard of. Yu Weinan thought he was going to give up. Big brother, try it. Han Sen wasn't about to give up. But the distribution method was proposed. Yu Weinan, in order to get good things. Even if you suffer a loss, you have to agree. Divide it however you want. That's when it happened. The god-blood creature turned its head suddenly. It seems that they have been found hiding in the grass. He was armed with a gun. Riding a unicorn rushed straight over. Han Sen and the donkey-tailed man shouted in unison. Was discovered. The voice of the front withdrawal just fell. A spear like black lightning stabbed at Han Sen's chest, and Han Sen immediately pulled out the great sword of the Holy War Angel. Knock it down. Despite the use of the reverse slash, he is still at a disadvantage. His marksmanship was fast and fierce. Estimated first sanity. The shelter couldn't find a few people who could match it. All of a sudden, Han Sen was beaten and retreated. And Lu Weinan, who was sitting on the back of the Iron Forest bird, also urged to the big brother. The idea of running fast is too hard. His marksmanship is simple, though, but neither a stab nor a sweep, all with a strong rotational force. It also greatly enhances the penetration. It can even unload the strength of my attacks. Even so, Han Sen still intends to test his bottom line. Immediately summoned Miao Jun from the side to attack. But unexpectedly, a unicorn of a god-blood creature suddenly kicked forward. Kicked the Miao army that flies directly into the air. Seeing this, Han Sen no longer fell in love with the war. Directly summoned the blood wings to fly into the sky. In the end, the Miao army was easily recalled. The two were talking about their mothers in the air. How could there be such a terrifying god-blood creature? Didn't know that he was staring at them at this time. After escaping for some distance, Han Sen checked Miao Jun's injuries. And say actually, the unicorn was also an independent godblood creature. So we're dealing with two godblood creatures. Only then did Yu Weinan understand. Just now, Han Sen was alone and faced the two. The godblood creature is still hairy. Han Sen fell into deep thought. If you also learn to ride the Miao army to fight, not only can you use the Bloody Deer Slayer transformation, Superparticle acceleration is also not available. It seems that you still have to rely on yourself. Come to think of it, Han Sen turned around and walked directly towards the swamp. Let's meet him again when you've rested enough. These two men, voyeuring a god-riding creature taking a bath. How can anyone wear armor and ride a horse to bathe? Han Sen thought that the other party was taking a bath. Immediately transform into a bloody slaughterer. Take the opportunity to kill the past. Unfortunately, the attack did not work. A retrograde slash was easily blocked by the opponent. Even stranger, no matter where Han Sen was preparing to attack, this godblood creature, it seems that they can predict the direction of his move. It didn't take long. Han Sen had already been swept head-on by the tip of his spear. A mouthful of old blood spurted out on the spot. The donkey-tailed man on the side was dumbfounded. Even the arm god was no match for him. It's ridiculously strong. Han Sen accepted it when he saw it. Immediately summoned the divine blood wings and fly directly into the sky. If you can't do it once, you'll come 10 times. If it doesn't work 10 times, 100 times, it's always going to kill you. And so it went on for days. The donkey-tailed man can't stand the big brother either. It's been so many days. You always go and harass him every once in a while. It's not an option. Why don't you find a helper? Han Sen, who was covered in pain, refused. I'll try again. I've figured out some of his marksmanship. It turns out that this guy's marksmanship does not only spin. It is also divided into 2 directions. Positive rotation will rebound force. The whirlwind pulls the power in his direction. But none of that is a big deal. The biggest question is, he can predict how I attack. After so many days, there hasn't been a single mistake. It was the first time for Han Sen to feel so helpless. It's like the other person will read a new book. Normal ways of attacking are completely useless. Soon in half a month, Han Sen took advantage of these days. I've been running in the cultivation of the great Inyang Temple. Just when he thought he was the beginning of Shi, the green-tailed man has long since disappeared. But with their current strength, it is not available on weapons for the time being. Use the great yin and yang magnetism to run. Therefore, more care must be taken in close combat. This time I'm going to beat you with my bare hands. The same punch. Whether it is a lunar calendar or a solar calendar, the effect is also completely different. Therefore, even if the other party could see through Han Sen's thoughts, it would be useless. Soon under Han Sen's punch, the body of this god-written creature is not bound by a paddle. Due to the risk of close combat, Han Sen immediately moved back a short distance. It's a pity that it didn't sit on your face. That punch just now is a lunar calendar. The effect of the lens is attached. I guess it's a little bit of a good idea. A moment later, God writes in the mouth of the creature. I couldn't help but spurt out a mouthful of blood. Han Sen was overjoyed. This spring lunar calendar directly penetrates the thyroid shape. It is estimated that it hurt his internal organs. That's when it happened. The godblood creature suddenly went berserk. The irascible shot and killed. The speed and power seemed to be more intense. Seeing this, Han Sen didn't dare to go up with his bare hands again. Instead, he quickly drew his great sword and blocked the blow. After fending off 2 shots, Han Sen hurriedly summoned the divine blood wings. At the same time, the Miao army was released to buy him time to escape. Han Sen thought he was evacuated safely. Then he recalled the Miao army. Unexpectedly, a chill suddenly hit. Soon there was a lightning-fast gunfire. Ran through Han Sen's wings and scratched his arm. Han Sen's divine blood and exquisite wings was pierced by a gunshot gas on the spot. Thankfully, it's the wings that run through it, not the body. Otherwise, it will be explained directly. It must take advantage of the wounds of the god-blood creature. Take him down as soon as possible. But the next day, Han Sen discovered. This god-blood creature behaved very strangely. I have to take a shower after being so badly injured. What's going on? But take a closer look. This guy seems to be in even better shape than Han Sen. Damage to all internal organs. I recovered overnight. Could it be that there is some secret under this water? Another 2 months passed. Han Sen kept looking in the air. But there was nothing at the bottom of the lake but aquatic plants and the mutated creatures that are caught and fed at home. It is estimated that it has almost evolved to the god blood level. It can't be put off any longer. So Han Sen tried to soak himself in the lake. But I don't feel anything special. In the end, I had to dive to the bottom of the lake. After all, assassination was his forte. As long as the aura and murderous aura are reined in. Soon the unicorn let out a terrible scream. I saw that his abdomen had been cut open by Han Sen on the spot. The wound is bottomless. It was as if he was going to cut open his stomach entirely. Seeing this god blood creature, even a human generation, yards fade together. Han Sen immediately summoned the divine blood ghost. Sharpen your armor and leap out of the water. He quickly approached the god blood creature and dodge all attacks. Previously you had a unicorn. I can't get into you. But you're done now. Just as Han Sen jumped up and stabbed the silver-blooded, three-edged fork in his hand. He even changed the position of the spear abruptly to block the blow. The next moment, the god blood creature forcibly swept it with its spear. Han Sen was instantly shaken a few meters away and jumped into the lake. After taking a breath, Han Sen dodged his spear again and charged straight up. But after this promotion, he punched out. Han Sen's punch was a yang mirror. The strength of the body is condensed at a point. Plus the opponent's backspin force pulls. The power has become faster and more ferocious. Seeing the blood creature being knocked to the surface of the water, Han Sen took the opportunity to wield the silver-blooded three-edged fork and to strike the final blow, accompanied by a silver-blooded three-edged fork. The fall of this god blood creature was moments later, lost its vitality. Hunt the divine blood heavy armored knight to obtain the divine blood beast soul. Flesh is inedible. Hunt the divine blood demon horned beast to obtain the beast soul. This time it was a good harvest. Kill 2 god blood creatures. Got a beast soul and a flesh and blood. The screen turns. Han Sen handed over a small bar. And take the flesh of the devil horn. Some were also given to the angels of jihad. I don't know if it's a hallucination. Han Sen felt that the chest of the holy war angel seemed to grow. Eat meat and grow breasts. Isn't this envy of how many women have died? But what exactly is this stand-in beast soul? The summon can't be summoned. Han Sen returned to the shelter room. The little cloud beast that was raised was slaughtered. It's a pity that he didn't get the soul. He decided to keep another one. In the surveillance room of the Black Hawk Military Academy, Situ Xiang is going crazy these days. The Kendo League is about to start. As soon as Han Sen left, he was still negative for 3 months. This new student is 3 months away from school. Almost missed the varsity league. Counselor Situ Xiang thought that his swordsmanship was unfamiliar. Insisted on taking him to a closed training camp. Han Sen felt that it would be good for him to train with the team. But Situ Xiang didn't think so. Let's practice the activity. If you can win, I don't have to close the training camp. Han Sen asked tentatively. You are an evolutionary. I am better than me in all aspects of my body. If I win against you, wouldn't you be shameless? You're going to play in a league. I'll be happier if you can win me. But winning against me is no easy task. Han Sen's filial piety is an instructor. You won't know until you've fought to win or lose. An active target is a target that appears randomly. The first shot to hit a valid position is scored. The target is only divided into effective or ineffective areas. Are you ready? Han Sen secretly rejoiced. Although he is an evolutionary, but the 7.0 practice line is the same. Strength is not the key. Soon a humanoid target suddenly crawled up. And the sword history of both of them shot almost at the same time, because Situ Xiang's sword hit the target first. So the score also came to 1 o'clock. Situ Xiang was very proud. It seemed that the ginger was still old and spicy. Han Si also pretended to echo a few words. Worthy of an evolutionary. The reaction time is quite fast. It was Situ Xiang who gave up the next 9 swords. After all, his swordsmanship was not the slightest rusty. The purpose of the test was also achieved. But Han Sen was not happy. I want to give you a sword. You want to run when you win. Situ Xiang thought he had lost and was not convinced. Had to reluctantly agree to continue to despise. Soon a fox-shaped target crawled out. The two also shot arrows almost at the same time. Situ Xiang secretly said to Han Sen in his heart, "You're still a little slower." But unexpectedly, Han Sen's sword actually smashed directly into his sword. Situ Xiang has never seen this situation because he was stunned. Could it be a matter of luck? Maybe. It's because the two of them shoot at the same target at the same time. But this probability is too small. In the blink of an eye, the score came to 1-3. Han Sen scored 3 points in a row. Situ Xiang couldn't hold his breath anymore. You hit my sword 3 times in a row. And also hit the target. Definitely on purpose. Han Sen replied truthfully. You are an evolutionary. Reacts faster than me. That's the only way to win you. Situ Xiang asked curiously, how did you do it? Because we're aiming for the same target. So the trajectory of the sword is fixed. And my sword will be a little better than yours. So it's not hard to do it. Situ Xiang stared at the man's departing back. Admiration came naturally. I really underestimated you. Maybe Black Hawk will really come out with a thorn-like one. A monster like Thorn Mist. The screen turns. Han Sen came to Qin Xin's office. It's a whole bunch of handover files that are about to be processed. Qin Xin opened. Information that ordinary people cannot find on Skynet. The captain has a lot of responsibilities, but also enjoys more benefits. Each task completed by a squad member. The captain will be rewarded with points. Now they've done everything they do. You'll get 9 points. Han Sen only knew now. The captain was treated so well. No wonder young Monli has such a big reaction. The 2S and church cards also only cost 30 points. Qin Xin also said something before leaving. Vice Captain Yang didn't have a bad heart. And the ability to work is also outstanding. It's just a little bit of pride. Han Sen pondered carefully. Maybe young Monli should be made to suffer a little. So half an hour later, Han Sen took a large pile of papers. Went to his office. Manly, take a look. Is there anyone in our squad who can complete this task? This task cannot be done. With the current strength of the squad. Can't kill that godblood creature. And please don't call me Manly. You can call me young Monli by my full name. Okay, Manly. Who's the captain now, please? Young Monli was helpless. Han Sen stared at him and said that it would be fine. Pack up and go. Just after Han Sen turned around, young Monli said in an unconvinced tone, You haven't even surveyed it yourself? The squad is required to take on this kind of mission. It is irresponsible. Han Sen turned around coldly and asked, I heard Captain Qin say, You come from a military family. Please answer me, what is the vocation of a soldier? Young Monli gritted her teeth angrily. But he can only answer weakly and obey. Case. Then hurry up and notify Yuan Shao to come over. Let him lead us to the godblood creature. The screen turns. Yuan Shao also brought a friend over to join in the fun. Young Monli thinks no. It's better to bring irrelevant people with you. After all, it was a godblood creature that was going to be faced. But Han Sen didn't think so. Let's go together. Qing Shao immediately turned his head and grimaced. It's still Sengo atmospheric. Beautiful assistant, learn more. Under the guidance of Yuan Shao. Soon the crowd arrived at their destination. Han Sen asked the young masters to wait in place. I'll get rid of the godblood creatures and let them come over. Young Monli found that the woods were too lush. Bows and arrows do not come in handy. At this time, Han Sen came up with a solution. Monli, you go in first and lure out the godblood creatures. I'll cover you from behind. Young Monli immediately became excited when she heard this. You actually asked me to be the bait. If you asked the captain to bring it, he would never agree to take the risk. But Han Sen is extremely stubborn, and I am now the captain. You must follow my commands. Yang Monli gritted her teeth and said, "You are a communique for personal vendetta." Han Sen asked coldly again, "What is the vocation of a soldier? As long as you're still my team, you must obey my commands." Yang Monli was both angry and helpless. If I can get out alive this time, I'll definitely apply for the conditioning team. He took out his dagger and cautiously went deep into the woods. Qin Xian, you've chosen the wrong person after all. Before you leave him, you will declare your personal vendetta. Not even a measure of being a captain. That's when it happened. An alien creature resembling an ape in a tree suddenly pounced on Yang Monli's back. A woman exploring the woods alone, suddenly attacked by a beast. But by the time he turned around, it was too late. He held the side of the dagger. The hand has been firmly grasped by the beast. Yang Monli, who couldn't move. I had to wait for each other. The other paw came out. Just when he was desperate, Han Sen made a timely move. A furry palm. It was cut off on the spot by his silver shavings three-edged fork. Vice Captain Yang, is this your strength? The frightened Yang Monli questioned. Aren't you going to declare a personal vendetta? Why did you come to the rescue? Han Sen said hard, I said I would cover you. Then he reached out as a soldier. You should trust your comrades. But apparently you don't trust me. You did a terrible job today. With your abilities, you shouldn't be so embarrassed. I'm sorry. Yang Monli's expression is a little complicated. He has always been proud, and he has never said these three words. After returning to the captain's office at the steel-clad shelter, Han Sen was watching the news about the Military Academy League. At this time, Yang Monli walked in with a cup of tea in both hands. Han Sen casually asked Vice Captain Yang, is your transfer application ready? But Yang Monli answered the captain sincerely. I'm here to apologize to you. Captain Qin is right. You are far superior to me in both ability and heart. You're the one who has the power to lead the armor. Squad of people. Han Sen didn't blame him. That's all for today. No such thing will happen again. Liang Monli took a military posture at this time and promised not to be an example. The screen turns. Reporter Feng Mingquan is broadcasting live. If Nalan promises to be a wise man who knows everything, then the thorns are heaven and earth. The only hegemon in the entire cadet league, or even among the entire unevolved. It's hard to find a match for him. Let's wish Black Hawk Military Academy can get good grades. And Situ Xiang was about to die of sorrow, constantly complaining about his wrestlers. Even though I washed my hands, it was still so dark. Whoever is drawn is not good. I was drawn to the Central Military Academy. This news also reached Ji Yanran's side. You build the second round of the league. Will you encounter thorns? Han Sen's casual hard way should be. What's wrong? Last year, I led the team to participate in the Hand of God League. Almost made it to the round of 16. But halfway through, he was led by thorns. The Central Military Academy was nucleated that time. It was one of the best results in our school. This revenge must be avenged. If you win the thorns. Aegean 4 days, 3 nights deluxe presidential suite. Please tour for 2 people. I invite you to go. After Han Sen heard about it, it is estimated that the blood will clump at one point. 4 days, 3 nights presidential suite for a couple of people. And Ji Yanran's beautiful face. And a bumpy figure. It's night. Han Sen carefully studied the thorns. Lots of game footage. But not even a single flaw could be found. I have to admit that he is indeed very strong. Just when Han Sen had a headache, his communicator rang suddenly. Are you sure? Do you want to participate in a swordsmanship competition with the Central Military Academy? Han Sen behaved quite calmly, of course. After all, I'm from the swordsmanship department. Now he has joined the varsity team. Tang Zhenliu said. And Wu used to be in the same aristocratic school as Lin Feng. The strength is also equal. And his genes have been perfected. The reason why I didn't go to the second god to the sanctuary. It's for the next god war. Compete with Lin Feng. So you're not a little nervous right now? Han Sen's face was expressionless. I never thought I would lose. How can you be nervous? At this time, Lin Feng pulled Tang Zhenliu back. Don't be careless. The thorn is the most gifted I've ever seen. Also the most diligent people. After the communication is turned off, Han Sen fell into deep thought. Lin Feng is the first godson. What a terrible person to be. To make him say such things. Meanwhile, in the Central Military Academy, Thornfog is watching footage of the game. At this time, a man walked over to Ah Wu. What are you looking at? The thorn mist is cold. An image of Black Hawk Military Academy Han Sen. Form handed over a bottle of beer. He is said to have made a promise on the black and white spring. What do you think of this Han Sen strength? The thorn mist spits out a word strong. There was some surprise in the formation. Someone who can get the word out of your mouth. Not much. After a few sips of beer, I couldn't help but fall west. It's a pity that his teammates are too bad. The screen turns. The swordsmanship teams of the major military schools also came to the Gert Star. And a whole bunch of fans of Thorns. I blocked the door tightly. Qiu Mingmei from Shengwu Military Academy came. It's Qiu Mingmei. Han Sen. The shouts of his teammates immediately caught his attention. Qiu Mingmei hurriedly walked over and took out the notebook and the pen. Are you Han Sen? I really like that Insha TS promotional video you made. Can you sign me? Han Sen was a little puzzled that you were. At this time, Shi Zhikong came over to Qiu Mingmei. You are Qiu Mingmei, the most popular Qiu Mingmei of the Shangwu Military Academy. Han Sen was a little dazed. But I signed my name anyway. Qiu Mingmei hugged the book in her arms like a treasure. Thank you very much. Hopefully we will have a chance to play together. The girl just left. Shi Zhikong immediately strangled Han Sen's neck. That's Qiu Mingmei. In the first grade, he brought the Shangwu Military Academy to the top 4. San, what kind of shit are you? Soon they entered the gymnasium. Shi Zhikong pointed into the distance and took a quick look. It's the Fog of Thorns. Everyone looked at the past. At this point, the thorn mist was drawing its bow and shooting at a target. The arrow hit the bullseye directly from a distance of 100 meters. And so it is with every arrow. Did he shoot all these arrows? It's terrible stability. That's when it happened. A cold arrow suddenly shot from behind everyone. Just as the sword history is far away from Han Sen, there is still a short distance away. Han Sen immediately turned around and clamped Jian Shi firmly with 2 fingers. The rats dared to carry out a sneak attack on the training ground. Soon a tall man came to him. He asked provocatively, "Are you that Han Sen?" This man is also too cheap. In broad daylight, he dared to carry out a sneak attack. If it weren't for the 2 roommates holding on tightly, Shi Zhikong, who was covered in tendons, had already rushed forward. The man's tone was very arrogant. I'm Fang Wending from the Manse Military Academy. Your opponents in the first round are clear. Can be the opponent of the Central Military Academy. It's us at the Manse Military Academy. Han Sen was also a little angry, so you can remember it clearly. The Central Military Academy is the opponent I want to defeat. Fang Wending's face was quite ugly. After all, he never thought of aiming for the defeat of the Central Military Academy. That's when it happened. The thorny thing actually came. It seems that our Central Military Academy is very popular. He kindly stretched out his hand in front of Han Sen and self-reported his name. Thorn Mist Han Sen smiled and shook his hand. Han Sen Thorn Mist said, "Originally, I was going to do it after the official competition started. Introduce yourself again. But since we met, we can't be so rude. I'm looking forward to our game." Han Sen didn't sound like anything at all. But after listening to the contestants around me, I was amazed. The screen turns. When Xiao was thinking hard. Thorns are because they can't participate in black and white boxing at the same time. Only then did I choose swordsmanship. But with Han Sen's achievements in black and white boxing, why should you give up such an opportunity? And I chose swordsmanship. Just when he was at his wit's end, I suddenly remembered shooting on the training ground today. The video below. He had a flash of inspiration. I figured out how to explain Han Sen's actions. Even gave the video a title. The Fateful Pact Between the Monster and the Emperor. Soon, the video of the handshake quickly went viral on Skynet. Netizens speculated that the two chose the swordsmanship department at the same time. It turned out that there was an agreement a long time ago. The next day in the lounge at the Getstar Arena, Situ Xiang's voice of encouragement came from inside. The most important thing on the field is to be a winner. So that's why I'd rather choose you. These newcomers don't want to use the old players when they play. The difference in strength is not terrible. The terrible thing is that I lost my fighting spirit before I could fight. But even so, as Shi Zhikong, who participated in the league for the first time, still nervous. Hansen asked, "Are you nervous?" Mance only. Get ready to watch the show. Shi Zhikong is filial piety. There is a third child. At this time, when Xiao was broadcasting the game live, I also asked a well-known swordsmanship expert, as a commentary, "What does Mr. Feng think of this game?" Feng Zhulong replied decisively 46 Kaiba, when Xiao was a little surprised. "Does Mr. Wang think that Black Hawk only has a 6% chance of winning?" No. I think Mance has a 60% chance of winning. This year, Mance has received a lot of swordsmanship talents, and Feng Wending is one of the best. When Xiao deliberately mentioned the hot discussion on the Skynet, Han Sen and the Thorns have a fateful battle, Feng Zhiluan thinks that's just hype. Han Sen, both by himself and by the Black Eagle Military Academy. There is simply no strength to compete with the Central Military Academy. As soon as this remark came out, provoked the audience in the seats. You're the hype. Your whole family is hype. At this time, the current episode of Monogatari is dressed in disguise. Also sneaked into the audience to watch the game. This so-called expert. The strength of each team is being analyzed. Han Sen chose an 11.0 job, but as a member of the varsity team. Since you can't even control the 12.0 work, how can such strength win? Opposite. Feng Wending chose a 12.5 strength long-term worker. Compare it to Han Sen. His foundation and physical fitness are much better. When Xiao asked, "Teacher Feng means, is Feng Wending's swordsmanship level stronger than Han Sen's?" Feng Zhiluan did not answer positively. Anyone who knows about the game of fencing, I know it. The names of Feng Hua and Feng Yunmei. When Xiao said that she had heard about it too. Over them. Both of them are professional archers among the evolvers. Feng Zhiluan took the opportunity to continue. Feng Wending is their son. It's not just about family history. At the same time, he has a high level of talent. It is definitely a new youth among this year's military academy players. Then he said with great disgust, "An ordinary military cadet like Han Sen. It could never be his opponent." When Xiao couldn't stand it a little, "Teacher Feng, you're too arbitrary. The audience seems to be quite dissatisfied with your evaluation." But Feng Zhiluan still said to himself, "The truth is often in the hands of a few. I'm just stating an objective fact. The results will speak for themselves." These words made the examples in front of the screen instantly explode. Is the threshold for being an expert so low now? There is no professional quality at all. But there was no fluctuation on both Yanron's face. The results of the competition will indeed tell. But it was not what he wanted. At this time in the arena, as the captain, Su Tianhao commanded cautiously, "Let's take the high ground first. Look for another opportunity to fight back." But Han Sen didn't think so, and the captain was just Mance. "We can get them done in 5 minutes." After discussion, 5 people decided to attack with the whole army. Fly straight towards the opponent's area. There were no intentions at all to occupy a position of powerful fire. The host Wen Xiao was dumbfounded on the spot. Mance's players have already chosen their gravitational points. It can be said that it is very skillful. But on the other hand, on the Black Hawk side, Feng Zhiluan also put on an expression that he couldn't bear to look at directly. It seems that I still overestimated the Black Hawk. There were 5 people attacking together. It's just stupid. And the 2 who were secretly watching the battle were also whispering. There was some surprise in the formation. Black Hawk people will also choose to be positive and enlightened. Speak softly. Black Hawk didn't take Mance seriously at all. Back to this side of the arena. Fong Winding did not panic because of this. I'm afraid to keep the players secret. Occupy a powerful firing position and wait for the order to shoot. But one of the team members couldn't hold back the captain. They are already in my range. Do you want to shoot? Fong Winding decisively refused. Because of the whole team, only his 14.0 composite feature shot to. Then he stared at the Duanmu area in front of him. That's the range for all of us. Wait a minute. Soon, Han Sen and the others had all come to the front of the Duanmu area. Fong Winding smiled slightly, and everyone prepared. This is an unheard of combat tactic. 5 people rushed directly into the area covered by enemy fire. Even the audience couldn't help it. Sweated for them. What are they doing? Rush over and act as a torch. Situ Xiang seemed to have guessed Han Sen's intentions. Han Sen, they came into range of Mance. At the same time, it means, Mance's men also came into range of Hansen's shots. But what they don't know is, in front of the assassins who are best at concealment, all hiding will be in vain. At this time, Fong Winding's eyes were staring ahead. A moment later, the order to shoot was given directly. But at this moment, Han Sen actually took the lead. 5 archers were shot in an instant. It's just me going to be the game. Soon, 2 members of the Mance team who were hiding in the trees were taken as pawns. The field shot down in Fong Winding and the other 2, as a result of hiding back behind the obstacle in time, only to get away with it. At this time, Feng Jiluan's face was very ugly. How did Han Sen manage it in such a short time? 5 in a row. And how do you know where they are in Mance? At this point, the thorns are walking straight towards the exit. There is no need to look at it anymore. The itinerary couldn't help but sigh. Han Sen, you're a great opponent. I've been thinking about it just now. If the person on the field, it's me and I'm going to do it. But now it seems, a choice you make. It's exactly what I thought it would be. Both the speed and the route carried out, or the timing of the shot, and a judgment on where they are hiding. It's all exactly right. In the next 3 minutes, Han Sen was like turning on God's vision. So, Mance's players didn't get a chance to shoot at all. All of them were eliminated. And now Qin Sheng wanted to defeat Han Sen's mood. It seems to be more intense than gold-level things. He even hopes that his teammates can be stronger. That's how you can have a good fight. A moment later, the whole arena resounded with enthusiastic cheers. Emperor Han Sen. Emperor Han Sen. Soon this game was. The big news media have exaggerated the description. What the Emperor's wrath. What an eternal emperor. At this time in the rest area, Coach Situ Xiang said, the next opponent will be the Central Military Academy. Don't stress too much, everyone. As long as you can kill 2 or 3 people on the other side. It's pretty good. Han Sen seemed a little disappointed with the coach. What you expect from us? Is it just a matter of tackling 2 or 3 opponents? Lu Ming said intermittently. Han Sen is the Central Military Academy after all. Han Sen insisted that if you all think that this one will be lost, then it's really hopeless. Because the Sino-British Military Academy is different from the Mance Military Academy. They don't just have thorns. The strength of each of their players. All are far above us. Then he stared at the coach with burning eyes. What you said when you recruited me to the varsity team. Does it still count? You said you wanted the school team to win the league. Situ Xiang's cheeks flushed slightly. Shy hard way. Yes. Han Sen said word by word. Then please coach, you tell me how to win. Because I want to win. This man will be the key figure in the whole game. The coach's look became solemn. If you want to win, there is only one way to do it. It's all about you. Ranson, I've deduced it countless times. The possibility of winning the competition with the Central Military Academy. The results all ended in failure. On the strength of the players of the single. Every single one of them is above you. On the team's cooperation. Their level of understanding is not comparable to yours. But that doesn't mean you don't have a chance. Although the chances are slim, the failure rate is as high as more than 99%. Would you like to give it a try? I'm willing. I'm going to do that 1%. So coaching. Please tell us what to do. On this side of the auditorium, Tang Junliu asked Lao Lin, "Do you see if Hansen has a chance?" Lin Feng replied truthfully, "If you look at the strength of the whole team, Hansen didn't have any chances. But what Hansen is best at is the art of assassination. The second ghost is also take the head of one person. It doesn't have to be the end of the team." A moment later, Tang Junliu found something different. "What the hell is Black Hawk up to?" Ling Feng said. They went around to the rear of the Central Military Academy. It was to create an opportunity for Han Sen to assassinate. Just before the game, Situ Xiang analyzed the terrain. All teams will occupy one or two commanding heights in and out first. Even the Central Military Academy would do it. But there are also very few races. They will directly occupy the arena, the commanding heights of the Rocky Mountains in the central area. You ask how little of this is. I've watched all of their games over the years. There are only 3 times in total when you encounter a strong enemy. It's because of this tactic. Those who have been, the outside world believes that they can fight with them. They will all be defeated and crushed. So in the face of a strong opponent, they will choose aggressive tactics. Therefore, I want to take advantage of that 1% opportunity. It is to adopt more aggressive tactics than theirs. The faces of the people were very solemn, because it's a suicidal route, but they are also the only ones. Opportunities are critical. It's in that article about Han Sen and Jing, and the report of the battle. In addition, Han Sen is in the limelight. We have to take a gamble. Bet that they will be jealous of Han Sen. Bet that they will adopt special tactics. But if the Central Military Academy adopts the usual tactics, that Han Sen, they are tantamount to digging their own graves. Soon a miracle happened. The audience was talking. It's not going to be negotiable. The Central Military Academy does not know yet. The men of Black Hawk had already circled behind them. Thornfog at this time, and others have already preempted. The central area is rocky to the top. But I don't know. Han Sen and the others have successfully bypassed. In the forest of Stone Mountain, the backs of Kim Ji-woo and others, completely exposed to their sight with the shooting of the city. At this time, Han Sen's eyes were staring ahead, waiting for the best time to release the arrow. And in the whole plan of Situ Township, the first target is not the thorns, but Qinsheng. The players were confused. Why not a thorn thing? And what kind of character is this Qinsheng? Qinsheng is the number 2 person in the Central Military Academy, with an extraordinary big picture. About the ability to command becomes the second core. Therefore take the lead in getting rid of him. For the Black Hawk is of greater strategic significance, and the personal strength of the thorn thing is too strong. Sneak attacks may not be successful. That's when it happened. The thorns have sensed something unusual. Shout at Qinsheng to be careful about the itinerary. React quickly. I saw him grasping the bow in his hand. Eyes like arrows. 3 bows were fired in an instant, and the 3 arrows that shot from behind him, shoot them all down. Just when he was triumphant, suddenly, an afterimage flashed in his eyes. Before he could react, an arrow broke through the air. If there is a 1% chance of winning, then I'll be the 1%. Soon remembered the voice broadcast. The Central Military Academy Qinsheng is out. Hitter, Black Hawk Military Academy Han Sen. Situ Xiang secretly rejoiced in such a sword. In the entire sword fighting league, only Han Sen could shoot out. Qinsheng walked out of the arena in disappointment, and left a sentence to be careful of that Han Sen. He was even more terrifying than we thought. It turned out that the 3 swords were just a fatal blow from smoke bombs. The key is in Han Sen's sword, hidden behind other swords, until the sword in front was taken. It only became apparent after the shot was taken down. At this time, the transitive immediately ordered, "Let everyone rush down the stone mountain together, because there is no cover in this position." So Jing, Thorn Mist, and the others braved the rain of sword spirits and bullets to sprint wildly. He also kept shooting arrows as cover for fire. That's when it happened. An arrow makes a stroke, past Han Sen's cover, and changed direction. A scream suddenly came from behind him when Han Sen turned around, only to find that Shi Zhikong had fallen to the ground. Blood quickly stained his clothes red, too. Han Sen's face suddenly pale. The 16.0 longbow can still shoot so fast. A bow of this strength can also be pulled on its own, but it is absolutely impossible to shoot continuously. This guy is really strong. At this time, when Xiao also explained excitedly, thorns. Fog and the others were trapped on the bear halfway up the mountainside. There is no cover at all, so there are only two paths to take. Rush to the top of the mountain, or rush down the mountain. Han Sen, on his side, was desperately trying to stop them on the mountain. We now occupy a powerful terrain. Can't let them rush down. The game started with just under 20 points. The Central Military Academy has lost 3 team members. And Black Hawk, the military academy, only paid 1 team member for this. Even the instructors of the Central Military Academy were amazed. It's been a long time since we've experienced this. We chose the 11.0 offense as a team. It's all about the absolute rate of fire. Even if you're a thorny mist, it is also impossible not to drop water in the rain of swords. Sure enough, the last of Thorn Mist's teammates were also shot out of the game, even under such martyrs. Thorns rely on their own great strength. It turned out to be hard. The 2 Black Hawk players who were hiding alive. Instant elimination. Magical Black Hawk. Magical Han Sen. Powerful Central Military Academy. I've never been pushed to this point. It was a sword fighting tournament that would go down in history. Black Hawk were 1 step away from victory. But this step is as difficult as the sky. Han Sen and Lu Meng hid under cover. The time is near. The opponent has a 16.0 longbow. You can even shoot continuously. It's simply not human. Soon, the shocker is like a fierce explosion of hunting. I saw his figure quickly shuttling between the stone forests. Unexpectedly, he entered the stone forest. Nowadays we no longer have a terrain advantage. It's back to the same running line. Tangjin is full of flu. I didn't expect the Central Military Academy, which ranks first every year. It will be so embarrassing. Can you pull the thorns down from the altar? It's up to Han Sen. But Lin Feng said that Han Sen's bow was not good. An 11.0 bow is too weak. You can't shoot a waddle unless you're at an extreme distance. Thorns, but in a sword play. It is almost impossible to reach this distance. Again, thorns after getting rid of the terrain martyrs. The self has been completely freed, like a wild horse that has escaped its control. Then, Lu Meng whispered, "We can't stay here. The location must be transferred." Han Sen raised his index finger and shushed his career. Let him not make a sound. It was still too late, and a cold arrow suddenly broke through the air. Han Sen immediately yelled and dodged. At the last moment, Han Sen revealed his position and shoot an arrow in time. But unexpectedly, Han Sen's sword was actually directly knocked into the air, whereas the opponent's cold arrow was only slightly skewed. Choosing 11.0 was a tactical success, but when facing a strong opponent alone, instead, it will become an Achilles heel. Lu Meng, who was hit by the arrow, fell on the spot. I'll leave it to you. Soon remembered to broadcast the Black Eagle Military Academy. Lu Meng was out. The audience couldn't stand it anymore. Black Hawk is stupid. Didn't kill the thorns first during the previous sneak attack. As long as there are thorns, the Central Military Academy will not be defeated. At this time, the host also explained excitedly. The 2 were under no auxiliary equipment. All seemed to be completely. I have grasped the position and movement of the other party. He is worthy of being the top player in the sword fighting league. Every time, get out of the danger of being sniped 1 step earlier. Go and find it. Another powerful position to snipe at the opponent. It's a pity that Han Sen's attack is too weak. Every time, he seems very passive. If he chooses a 14.0 attack, he still has the power to fight. I really hope to see the 2 face off next year. But this year is already the last year of the thorns. There will be no more thorns in the future. Unfortunately, They met too early. Their stage should be to stay in the finals. The host couldn't help but sigh that creation makes people. Xiao Mingmei in the audience clenched her fists with both hands. I didn't expect my idol to be with Jing. The thorns are evenly divided. Soon half an hour passed. The two of them kept moving at high speed in the stone forest. But he didn't shoot an arrow. Han Sen knew that once he entered the Hongmu district, you will have to face the thorns head-on. Han Sen is good enough. He was just in the wrong time. Chose the wrong bow. This man is the captain. I'm crying about my incompetence. I don't want to lose again. Lu Ming comforted the captain. Next year us. The captain interrupted in frustration that there was no next year. I'm about to graduate. There is no chance. Even the coach couldn't stop being angry. It's all come to this. But what Han Sen is holding in his hand is an 11.0 job. A moment later, the captain finally looked up to the sky and roared, I want to win. Even if it costs me 10 years of life. So please give Han Sen a little miracle. And Han Sen was rapidly approaching the crossbar area at this moment. After walking some distance, he also stopped. There are no bunkers. There's no point in running any longer. Soon, the thorny thing also carried a bow and slowly walked into the crosswood area. You are strong. Unfortunately, I don't have the possibility of competing next time. It can only be concluded today. Han Sen looked up. There was not the slightest fear in his eyes. Let's end it this time. The two did not continue to speak. Instead, they tacitly drew the bow and arrows together. Under the brilliant spotlights of the zenith, the two of them were like two statues. Tang Zhenliu, who was watching the battle, pondered. Face off in such an open field. 11.0 offense and 16.0 offense. Han Sen didn't have any chances. It seems that the thorny fog is still up to you to defeat. Not necessarily. I didn't see the slightest waver in Han Sen's eyes. Maybe the strength of the power doesn't tell the whole story. The sword comes out of the hole. The two men were almost at the moment of shooting their swords. At the same time, the body was moved. But the sword of the thorn mist was noticeably faster than his. Fortunately, Han Sen floated slightly. A sword that dodged with the difference between pride and detachment. But the thorns didn't give him any chance to catch his breath. Swift movement is another jump. But no matter how fast the thorn's sword speed is, Han Sen relied on his agile body technique. Dodged them all. This made the members of the Central Military Academy feel strange. At a distance of 200 meters, he missed 3 arrows. In the end, it was a ghost bad luck. Or that guy's luck is too good. The itinerary is faint and hard, and it is not. It's that the guy's allure is too strong. The team members were a little dazed. He's not a beauty. Where does the allure come from? The itinerary explains. I speak of seduction. Yes. Han Sen had a lot of illusions mixed in his trajectory. Do you think he's casually rocking from side to side? Every step he took seemed to be going in one direction. I only found out after stepping out. He went in a very different direction. His movement is full of false temptations. Satoru's judgment was skewed. But Han Sen's skill was too weak. I can only desperately try to get close to the thorns. To be a threat to him. And the two are less than 200 meters apart. Qincheng thinks. As long as the distance between the two is shortened to within 100 meters. And he was doomed. The coach added a sentence of 100 to 50 meters. It was hell for Han Sen. With the strength of a go. At this distance, you can shoot at least 6 pieces. Victory is assured. Rush over. Han Sen had to rush to within 50 meters. Distances from 100 meters to 50 meters. It's hell for this man. The members of the Central Military Academy were puzzled. Why 50 meters to 100 meters? The itinerary explains. If it is not possible to solve him within 100 meters to 50 meters, that Han Sen is within 50 meters. It will also pose a threat to a go. Han Sen had already entered the range of 150 meters at this moment. Even if the opponent keeps shooting sharp swords, it also can affect his speed. Soon, Han Sen entered the range of 100 meters of the thorn mist. This is his 100-meter hell. This is the mist of thorns, and another arrow is being shot. Han Sen immediately jumped forward. In an instant, the three sword histories were filled together. This scene made everyone's jaws drop. I didn't expect him to launch a power attack here. When Xiao was also a little anxious about Han Sen Taiji. He should have gotten closer. This distance. His sword is easily dodged by the thorn mist. Tang Zhenliu stood up excitedly. What is the use of launching a power attack at such a distance? He didn't have much to use. If you finish shooting, you lose. Ling Feng said lightly. It wasn't that he was in too much of a hurry. Instead, he knew it was his last chance. Already extremely powerful, it was simply impossible for him to rush to 50 meters. So it has to be won here. However, the body of the transitive object is very elegant. In the emptiness of hiding from the history of construction, still able to utilize extremely unscientific posture to fight back. At this time, Han Sen was already approaching 75 meters. And at this distance, the history of the other party's sword. It almost flew away, grazing his cheeks. The strong wind that broke through the air hit him directly in the face. Han Sen. It is even more important to lose the center of gravity in order to dodge this arrow. But still before the body falls. 2 arrows were fired. After a hurry, he seized the opportunity to shoot another arrow. The feeling of pity for him in my heart is over. My respectable adversary. The next moment, a sharp sword shot at a rapid pace with the sound of air currents. Han Sen, who had lost his center of gravity, was also unavoidable. And Coach Situ was already full of tears. If you have a strong attack, there is a chance to be dignified with thorns. Maybe the ending will be different. When Xiao also said with a sigh, the Emperor failed to defeat the monster after all. Just when everyone felt sorry for him, Han Sen suddenly summoned sword history in his hand. In this situation where it is impossible to draw the bow, he actually chose to throw Jian Shi out directly. Soon 2 arrows collided. There was a sound of metal colliding. Then it was ingested in the direction of Jinzhou, but he just turned sideways and dodged it. Do you still have to struggle when it's like this? As soon as the words fell, a flash of colored rice flashed in Jin Jiwu's eyes. There was even an arrow. It couldn't have been knocked off by an arrow from me. How could it be here? Everyone was shocked at once. It was a mistake, and the itinerary widened my eyes. It's impossible for a Go to make a mistake, because the arrows are too close. At this distance, it is no longer possible to shoot the bow. So he planned to use Han Sen's method. Directly pinch the stern tightly. Never seen this man straight with such archery. Throw the saber tooth with your hand. But Han Sen smiled with relief. Finished up with my respectable opponent. This is me with that Chongjia. Night Wars 3 months. I learned it. I didn't expect it to come in handy here. Combined with the spiral marksmanship of the armored knight. And the spiral sword of the great Enyang magnetic cannon. The next moment, Han Sen's sword history seemed unstoppable. I actually passed by the inside of the thorns. Soon remembered the voice broadcast of the Central Military Academy. The thorns are out. Hitter, Black Hawk Military Academy Han Sen. This scene instantly shocked everyone present. Almost no one could react. Even when Xiao stopped to explain. The mouth intermittently said that the thorn missed heavy sword. A moment later, the 3 roommates rushed in the direction of the arena. Han Sen, he actually changed this arrow with his own hands. And the captain seems to be a little wrong. I didn't expect the wish I made to fold my life. It came true so quickly. And Tang Zhenliu was still a little puzzled. He asked Ling Feng just now, was it the mist of thorns? The strength of the already thorny fog will definitely not make a mistake. It's the problem of Han Seniai's sword. He himself avoided the sword of the thorn mist. Next, when Xiao shouted hoarsely, Han Sen worked a miracle. Undefeated monsters. And misleading. Under that miraculous sword. An era is over. A new king has been born. The Emperor crowned himself with that miraculous sword. My Emperor Hansen. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. At this time, a corner on the rooftop is filled with beer cans. Tang Jinlu. He asked the thorny fog that was worrying. What does it feel like to fail? The thorn mist showed a look of appreciation, which was really strong. That Han San was a little unexpected. It's me who lost. Tang Jinliu really couldn't figure it out. What the hell is going on with the last one? Thorn Mist turned the beer can in his hand and whispered that the sword was spinning. Hang Zhenliu didn't understand. The games are all played with special swords prescribed by the league. How could it be spinning? The Lingfeng hard track uses the hedging of airflow, causes the sword to change direction. It's not for nothing that there is a way to shoot a spiral sword. But as an evolutionary, it is impossible to do. Thorn Mist is a little sorry I don't know. It's my last year anyway. There's no more chance to fight him. Disappointed, he walked to the door. Goodbye. I hope to come back alive to meet you. Lin Feng anxiously asked what his plans were for the future. Jiwu turned his head and forgot what he meant. I wanted to wait until the league was over before going to the battlefield. It's over early. We're on the right track tonight. You haven't fought that person, have you? I'll wait for you to come back. Then Lin Feng was stunned for a moment before coming back to his senses. You just asked Hansen. A moment later, Tang Jinlu asked what he meant. Lin Feng took a few sips of beer. What he meant was that he didn't win against Hansen. I may not be able to win. Hear that? Tang Jinliu dragged his chin and fell into deep thought. A beautiful woman with a slender waist. Frolic in the water in a swimsuit. And her boyfriend was lying under a sun umbrella, staring at her hot body from afar. I can't help but sigh at the beauty of life. At this time, Ji Yinran put her sunglasses away. Taken off. Why don't you get into the water pills? Han Sen gently stroked his thin waist. Said I had to fight for the next 4 days and 3 nights. Save some energy. Then he pulled him into his arms. Why didn't you see anyone else? You're not going to have this beach in your hands. Ji Yinran's cheeks flushed slightly. This beach was originally a private property. How could there be anyone else? Hansen took a sip of beer. It turned out to be your family. Ji Yinran put her hand on his hard abdominal muscles and said that the beach is not my home, but this planet belongs to my second uncle's family. Hear that? Hansen immediately took the beer he had just drunk. All squirted out. Then he quickly pounced. The face is still rubbing against the big steamed bun. It's so good to follow the little rich woman in the future. In this life, I didn't run away from eating and drinking spicy food. Ji Yinran is going to die if you push it halfway. Just as they were playing. Suddenly, a familiar voice came from Yinran. You've remembered my third brother for so long. At this time, Ji Lingfeng walked over with a few bodyguards. Made new friends. Tell me about it, too. Ji Yinran immediately hugged his arm. I introduced the third brother. This is my boyfriend. Hansen also studied at the military academy together. Hansen also hurriedly stepped forward to say hello. The third brother is filial piety. You are in the sword. Defeat the amazing guy in the Magic League. Your news is making headlines. The screen turned. Hansen returned to his room in the shelter. His newly bred little cloud beast grew to the point of divine thanks. Level still needs another month. But Hansen couldn't wait. To improve faster than others, we have to think of something else. So he began to search the Jade-Dragon mountain range. It was a high-class creature colony. It is said to be bloody. Many of the blood creatures, such as the Confir, come from here. But it's also quite dangerous. There used to be a team of 30 people. Encounter a god-blood creature at the edge of a mountain range. In the end, only 2 people were left alive. Although the risk index is extremely high, but in order to become stronger as soon as possible, Hansen decided to explore anyway. Soon he was on the outskirts of the mountains. But strangely, the data clearly records that there are many god-blood creatures here. But now I haven't seen it. And he was ready for everything. Grass and water that can be exchanged with points. It should be possible to fool the sensitive sense of smell. A creature is at this moment. Suddenly, there was a violent tremor on the ground. There seems to be some plot of creatures is running in the mountains. With the sound getting closer and closer, Hansen had just turned around and went down on the spot, stunned in front of his eyes. It was a giant creature like a mammoth. It was as if an unstoppable chariot was rushing straight away. Hansen immediately ran to the side. Make way for him, an empty road. No wonder there are no other creatures here. I guess they were scared away by this guy. But as long as I follow him, none of the other creatures dared to approach me easily. Brother, wait for me. It's a head than a house, and a much bigger giant creature, available in the next moment, but was headed. The even larger golden lion was bitten to death. It was even dragged into the air. Hansen, who was following behind, suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What the hell is going on? A creature is bigger than the other, and that's when it's right. A large herd of mammons, crazy surfing like a tidal wave. I saw that they were lifted up like thunder. My whole valley trembled. Now, he was poisoned by a golden lion in front of Hansen, and in the rear, there are fierce beasts like a tide. The only way to survive is to climb the mountain wall and hide. So he summoned the beast soul of the Godblood chameleon beast. Soon, a wave of energy quickly enveloped him. He began to use the chameleon stealth abilities. Sneak up the mountain wall. For fear of being discovered, they moved very slowly. But when he crawled up several meters, suddenly, a large crowd flew into the sky. Huge black monster birds. A moment later, these black monsters. It swooped down in his direction quickly. Seeing this, Hansen had no choice but to jump off the mountain wall. The purpose of these birds is too strong. Even the change of color can't fool them. He didn't even hesitate after he landed. The first time in the direction of the golden lion. Rushed over. He was so big. Not necessarily able to notice yourself. So Hansen jumped up. Jumped straight on top of his hair. You're just like me, a flea. But don't find me. But even so, the heavenly flock, the black monsters still wouldn't let him go. They even chased after them. Right in the next moment, the golden lion seems to feel violated. Casually smashed a few black strange birds on the spot. Hansen finally breathed a sigh of relief. The rest of the black monster birds didn't dare to come any closer. Prove yourself to be right. But, because the range of movements of the golden lion is too large. If it weren't for the fact that he had learned the realizations of being haunted by evil spirits, you will definitely be thrown off on the spot. Meanwhile, the golden lion is slaughtering the herd of fierce horses. He almost slapped him down. Can shoot and kill several raptors at the same time. This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Ended such a huge herd of Majists. The golden lion kills them. It's as simple as stepping on an ant. A moment later, there is already a patch on the ground, dense carcasses of Majments, and the golden lion is gnawing on the shampoo, eating their flesh and blood. Hansen couldn't help but sigh. This J-Dragon mountain range is really terrifying. Even the black monster bird that has been hovering in the air. They have also landed. Nibble. Eat the golden lion and eat the rest of the flesh and blood of the Majest. God, why did I come to this place of the hell? How can that pile of broken information be reliable this time? Soon the flock of strange birds was back in the air. Hansen had a terrible headache. These strange birds don't go for a day. I didn't dare to leave the golden lion rashly. And so it went for a few days. Hansen couldn't hold his breath anymore. He summons a soul-receiving weapon. I'm going to break out in one go. But this idea was quickly dispelled. Calm must be at this time. There are so many flocks of birds. And there are at least 2 gods with blood disease. Now it will only be reduced to their food. A golden lion on the shore. I'm looking down and gurgling and drinking. That's when it happened. A dark shadow suddenly appeared under the water. There seems to be some behemoth hidden under the undercurrent. After a while, the scales of worry rose in the raging waves. A giant python leaped from the water. Han Sen's jaw dropped on the spot. Another one that is not comparable to the golden lion. Naka's giant creatures. But in the next moment, the golden lion swooped down. Strike it tightly and kill it, while the golden lion is gnawing the time of the flesh and blood of the anaconda. Han Sen tied it to the end of the key with a thin wire. Then a huge piece of minced meat was dragged back. Thankfully, there is such a self-defeating creature. Give me supplies. And the black strange bird that has been hovering in the sky. They are all scrambling to eat the rest of the flesh. Han Sen finally understood. It turned out to be a flock of strange birds. Just treat the golden lion as a long-term meal ticket. If you don't have to do anything, you will have endless meat. The next moment, a voice sounded in my head, and the nerve +1. Han Sen was a little surprised. This big dish is a python. It's actually a godblood creature. He was suddenly frightened again. What is the origin of the lion? A godblood creature is a matter of a claw. And this golden lion seems to have a purpose. A short walk along the shore. That's it. Han Sen was really like a flea on his body. Sojourn for a month. The golden lion seems to have a purpose on this day. Swam towards the middle of the water. And Han Sen was also surprised to find out. These black monster birds have been following for a month. But suddenly he was scattered. He stared at the departing backs of the black birds. Not sure if I'll ever come back again. And now it's even more of a headache. Han Sen couldn't figure out the direction at all. Leave hastily. It will only be bloody, and living things to be eaten as rations. So he lay down on the lion's back. Going out is also a dead end. Let me see where you can take me. A moment later, Han Sen was on the water in the distance. See a glittering island. Originally, the destination of the golden lion is this island. Soon the golden lion set foot on the land. Pink flowers all over the hills. Bloom all over the island. Is this his lair? There is no other creature around. Are they all scared of him and hide? At this time, the golden lion suddenly went in one direction. Accelerate and rush. Han Sen was also thrown out. A few days later, Han Sen observed for a long time in the nearby mountains. This guy has been here for days. It can't be dead. He's dead. Who's going to take me back? But, no matter how you look at it, this lion is also a godblood creature. Such a big lump of flesh and blood. If you eat it, you will definitely grow a lot of god genes. Wait until the great perfection of the divine gene to find a way to go back. It doesn't seem to be a loss. That's when it happened. The golden lion lying on the ground suddenly raised its head to the sky and wailed. And his cry is quite sharp. Han Sen's face suddenly sank. It seems that I have seen an amazing picture. Unexpectedly, this golden lion crossed mountains and rivers, crossed the sea, just to be on this deserted island. Lay offspring. The golden lion vomited a large amount of blood. There was also a golden crystal wrapped in the blood. Han Sen was a little surprised. This guy shouldn't be hurt. How to vomit blood suddenly? A large amount of blood quickly stained the entire land. And this golden crystal also dropped. After a few moments, the golden lion seemed to be freezing. And this golden crystal has an indescribable splendor. Miraculously, this is the cub of the golden lion. Walked over and licked it. It seems to be quite delicious. Han Sen was a little dazed. Is this thing edible? Soon, after the last mournful cry of the golden lion, it has finally lost its vitality, after not feeling the slightest breath. Only then did Han Sen slowly approach with a spiral gun in his hand. He stared at the cub, which had not yet opened its eyes. If not just born, it's just this body type. It's definitely a tough one. So Han Sen used a spiral gun to pry the shell, trying to put golden crystals pry out from under his body. But unexpectedly, this lion cub is just too heavy. Han Sen almost broke the spiral gun, but it was difficult to pry it. After a lot of effort, the golden crystal was still pried out by Han Sen and the cubs of this lion. It seems that efforts are also being made to learn the occupation. Hansen also deliberately laughed at him. I can't keep my eyes open. The claws are weak and weak. I can't even stand up. You want to fight with me too? He quickly pounced on the golden crystal. Icy cold. It feels like jade. Can this be eaten? Hansen glanced back. He wouldn't hurt his cubs. Since his cubs can eat, then I should be able to eat it too. So he licked it unceremoniously. Suddenly, I felt the part of my tongue that touched it melt directly. The taste is no different from sugar, except that it is not sweet. Hansen couldn't help but be smart. It feels like eating ginseng fruit. The pores of the whole body are opened in an instant. He continued to lick desperately. This stuff is even better than Viagra. I feel like I can hit 10 at a time. But when he was ecstatic, the little golden lion trembled. Trembling walked over. Hansen also sensed the movement. I thought you had lost a loved one when you were born. I don't want to kill you so soon. But you are stubborn and insist on death. Then I will fulfill you. After saying that, he flew directly into the air. Then a shot, piercing the head of the little golden lion. Unexpectedly, Hansen was actually bounced off the spot. This is the divine blood treasure giant spear of the false knight. Even one gang. The fur of the born cubs cannot be pierced. And at this moment, the little golden lion has been enraged. He began to open his red eyes and exudes a hideous countenance. The little golden lion roared milkily, but the momentum was fierce. It looks a little scary, and this time, Hansen decided to attack his vital creatures. The most vulnerable part of the body is the eyes. Match my spiral marksmanship. Definitely even your brain is coming out. The gunhead carries a strong rotational force. It's like a drill, pierced into the eyes of the little golden lion. This lion cub has just been born, was poked in the eye by a man with a spear. The sudden stinging pain made him roll on the spot. The mouth constantly wails of pain, but Hansen was a little surprised. It's strange how there can be no blood. A moment later, little golden lion. He stood up and scathed. His face became quite hideous. Hansen was immediately terrified. I can't think of such a fragile part as the eyes, nor can it cause harm. Next, he wields the spiral gun and the sword of the angels of jihad, respectively. There are also silver shavings, three-edged forks. I tried it all and couldn't hurt him. He even began to doubt. The divine blood treasures he got were all fake. I couldn't even pull out a single hair after a long day. Instead, this little golden lion. Gradually, I was able to stand firm. The strength is also slowly increasing. The movements are also becoming more and more sensitive. He even began to take the initiative to pounce on Hansen. Its ability to grow also had to make Hansen afraid. After all, it is a treasure at the bottom of the box. They are all reduced to toys. Now I can't do anything about him. He can't help me. There is no point in dwelling on this situation. That's when it happened. This golden crystal is due to the topography. Roll farther and farther into the distance. And they are 200 million people. At the same time, he threw himself at the crystal, because Hansen's speed is superior. So he quickly picked up the golden crystal and flew down the mountain. He lay on his stomach on the golden crystal and kept licking the stone. It's too big to fly far. While the lion hadn't come down yet, it must be eaten as soon as possible. A moment later, Hansen stroked the belly that was about to burst. You lean against the golden crystal and hiccup. Soon a voice sounded in my head. Use super god creatures. Golden Retriever's life gene essence. Super god gene. Good news. Hansen was not stunned. Word by word when it comes to super magic machines. He looks at his system's interface. But I was surprised and delighted. In the interface, there is actually an extra line of values for super god genes. Super god gene. It turns out that there is a super god gene on top of the god gene. It turns out that the god gene is not the end. And so it went for a few days. Hansen's mutated gene reached 86 points. And the super god gene also has 10 points. The god blood creature needs to eat it whole to obtain the full 10 genes. And now it's just eating the genetic essence of the golden retriever's roar. You can get 10 super god genes. Seemingly, super god creatures are not like any other creature. Hansen even began to be suspicious. The one from the black beetle. Black crystals taken out of the body. Will it be the life gene essence of the super god creature? But the golden retriever's genetic essence of life. It's a little bit to eat a little less. If black crystals are the genes of life, it stands to reason that it has already been eaten. Just as he was thinking, the little golden monkey in the mountains. A hoarse roar is constantly emitted. Hansen's heart trembled when he heard this. I haven't seen each other for a few days. This little golden retriever. It's grown to this point. I'm afraid it will be a few more days. You're coming to me for revenge, and you don't know how humans killed god-blood creatures in the first place. Hansen lost his bearings on the island. Now that he has left the island, he is absolutely dead. It's not okay to stay here. When the golden retriever grows up, he will definitely die. And so it went on for 2 days. He explored everywhere as usual, but he accidentally found a human ship. It is not difficult to see from the material. It is a high-tech synthetic material, but it seems to have been badly damaged. But if there is a ship, there must be someone. It is even possible that there is a sanctuary on that island. So he quickly flew towards the island. But when he landed, he was disappointed. There is not a single building nearby, not to mention shelters. And it doesn't look like someone lives. But just after he recalled the black beetle armor, suddenly, a woman's voice came from behind him. Who feeds? I'm here. It was a woman in the armor of the soul. He was waving excitedly towards Hansen. The woman approached slowly. Seeing Hansen seemed to be very pleasantly surprised. Thank God. It's finally here. Hansen was a little at a loss. Who are you? That's how the woman knew. It turned out that the man in front of him. It's not to save yourself. He asked, Are you from Gran Island? Soon, many people came from all directions. Hansen explained that it was a pity. I'm not from Gran Island. I'm from the Steel Armor Shelter. Because of the encounter with Hainer, he accidentally drifted here. What kind of place is this, please? Hear that? The crowd that had just gathered around scattered in all directions. White was happy. Don't wait. If you can't wait, prepare to die here. The woman also bowed her head and sighed. You are here to stay. It's like being sentenced to life imprisonment. There will be a lot of time for you to know later. After the woman finished speaking, she left without looking back. Even if Hansen shouted desperately, he ignored it. So Hansen walked into their cave. Accidentally kicked over a jar. Alarmed them. The woman kindly reminded her. These are used to hold fresh water. Hansen asked, staring at the crowd who were making the bonfire. You've lived here for a while. It was a strong man who opened his mouth in response. New arrival, if you want to stay here in the future, you have to follow the rules here. Otherwise, we will have no food for an idler. Hansen said lightly, I don't have to worry about the food. I've looked around. There are many doctors and goods on the sea and on the island. The strong man kindly reminded him. The island is in danger. You'd better not hide. Otherwise, if you lose your life, you can't blame others. Hansen was a little puzzled. What a dangerous little brother suddenly spoke. On this island, there are creatures of divine blood. Do you have the ability to hunt? Hansen's casual guidance. Divine blood creatures. I've hunted a few of them. The younger brother laughed on the spot, and the brother was angry. You have to look at the object if you brag. Do you know who we are? Have you heard of it from the Special Security Operations Group? I see. That's a coincidence. I'm also a member of the Special Security Operations Group. May I ask you which detachment you are from? The man identified himself as the Special Security Operations Group, captain of the steel-clad squad. But the people around me didn't believe it at all. I'm afraid you kid haven't even grown all your hair. How could the squad use your milky smell? A little furry boy who hasn't dried up. Then he pointed to a stout man and said, Stare your eyes wide to see clearly. This is the real Special Security Operations Group. Squad leader. He is also our boss, Captain Toyama. The woman suddenly spoke after halftime. You just said the Steel Armor Squad. Toyama was also a little confused. Obviously, the captain of the Steel Armor Squad is Qin Xian. The vice captain is Yang Monli. I've never heard of Han Sen's character at all. Han Sen said lightly, Vice Captain. I guess. You've been stuck here for at least half a year. Captain Qin has been promoted to the second consciousness shelter. Now the trusted captain of the Steel Armor team is me. Han Sen. Of course they didn't believe it. That's it. Take out your documents and look at them. Han Sen was very helpless. I really didn't have documents. But it won't do me any good if I lie to you. The woman walked over. Asked deliberately. According to you, you should be very familiar with Captain Qin. Han Sen answered truthfully, so he was familiar. The woman continued to ask. Then you must know. Qin Xian has something behind his left ear. Han Sen pondered seriously. If I'm not mistaken, there was nothing behind Captain Qin's left ear. But behind the right ear, there is a red birthmark the size of a hat. Woman, filial piety. Whether you are the captain or not, I'm not sure. But you do know Qin Xian very well. This is true behind his right ear. I usually use my hair to deliberately block it. The average person simply can't see it. Han Sen was a little surprised. Originally. Senior sister, are you also from the Special Security Operations Group? The woman said lightly. I'm Su Ruyan from Xingyu Group. He is the head of the Special Security Operation Team. As soon as this remark came out, Han Sen's face suddenly became quite penetrating. He thought to himself, isn't the son of God the crown prince of the Xingyu Group? The screen turns. The crowd gathered around the campfire and began to talk. We were in the middle of the voyage, attacked by a giant godblood creature. It's been about a year since I rafted. Han Sen secretly said in his heart, no wonder this group of people didn't know me. This half a year. Anyone who has a little way in the human world. It's impossible not to know my name. Then he pressed down and asked what the hell this was. The closest human settlement to here. In what direction? The little brother on the side of the ground said disdainfully. I'll tell you if it works. Even if you can fly, you can't fly. Han Sen was a little dazed, but when I came, no flying creatures have been found. Toyama explained. There really isn't a single flying creature here. But here's a huge sea beast that the divine snow gathering, and it is often seen in the nearby seas. So this 1 year, we can only live by eating wild vegetables and fruits. Han Sen was a little surprised, even if he couldn't go to the sea. There is also a creature on this island. I won't eat a vegetarian dish for 1 year. At this time, Su Ruyan suddenly spoke, but his voice trembled. Have you ever seen ghost eyelids? Han Sen was slightly stunned. It's a look. A three-eyed creature that looks like a giant male. They move quickly. Even on the mountain wall, you can walk on the ground. Negative Mountain said with a gloomy face, our team. It used to be the size of 30 people. Han Sen was a little surprised. There were more than a dozen people. At that time, it had just been settled here. We've tried to hunt ghost eyelids head-on. The end was very tragic. Because in the midst of them, there is a god and a ghost eyelid. Not only is he stronger, he's smarter. Even take advantage of the terrain. Command the other ghost eyelids to fight us. In that battle, more than a dozen of our comrades in arms died heroically. One of them was also a member of the squad. Only a few primordial ones were killed. And ghost eyelids. It doesn't even have a hint of influence on the ghost eyelid king. Han Sen finally understood what had happened. He stood up and said to Su Ruyan, so you're hiding here and getting jealous, aren't you? Is Mr. Su interested in making a deal with me? Su Ruyan was a little surprised. You called me Mr. Su. I didn't tell you. My identity in the Lucky Group. Actually, I guessed. Everyone here is in awe of you. It's not hard to see. You are their only hope of going back. So the identity must not be simple. Su Ruyan said, so what? Now it has been reduced to such a field. What capital is there to do business? Han Sen's filial piety is Sister Su. Don't you want to eat better? Su Ruyan's eyes lit up. Do you have food? Hansen's embarrassing hardware food I don't have. But aren't there a lot of them on the island? Su Ruyan's face instantly collapsed. You'd better give up. Someone else can kill those ghost eyelids. I don't want to see anyone die anymore. Hansen said with a smile, It seems that you will not do this deal. Then he turned his head and asked the vice captain, Are you interested? The little brother on the side smiled bitterly. Be a human being or be practical. You admit your mistake to the vice captain. There can still be an excuse for you to eat. But Toyama asked, Tell me. The little brother was a little dazed to the captain. Don't listen to him. This kid wants to kill our detachment. Hansen filial piety. Since everyone is from the Special Security Operations Group, then let's hunt the ghost eyelids together. The flesh of the god's blood's eyelids is mine. The other ghost eyelids and flesh are divided into 5 or 5. You see how it is? As soon as this remark came out, the little brother immediately went crazy. The kid is so arrogant. I've never seen a blood ghost eyelids. It's just a discussion about how to divide the meat. You also want us to die with you. You don't want Toyama's face to sink. I'm not going to risk my team's lives. After Hansen heard about it, without looking back, he walked out of the cave. You wait to eat the flesh of the devil's eyelids. Before I come back, Mr. Su, you might as well think about what price to offer. Su Ruyan sighed softly. Let's hope you don't die in the mountains. The screen turns. Hansen infiltrated the gathering place of the ghost eyelids. He finally understood. Why is there nothing the Grand Team can do? It turns out that the terrain here is too treacherous. That's when it happened. One face earns. The twisted ghost eyelids suddenly appeared in front of Hansen. Hansen jumped onto the side of the mountain wall, managed to dodge the attack of a ghost eyelid. He recognized the ghost eyelids as mutated and creature, so he quickly summoned the spiral gun and jumped up. A moment later, there was a bout. A terrible wail resounded throughout the valley. Toyama and others who were collecting wild vegetables and fruits. I couldn't help but look back and sigh. The kid really went. Su Ruyan sighed, and finally came to a living person. I have to go and die. Available in the next moment. 2 members of the squad quickly take on a fighting stance. Seems to have seen something terrible. Take a closer look. A huge ghost's eyelids and arms drooping. Move slowly in their direction. Just as the crowd was about to flee, Hansen suddenly waved his hand under the pitch-black fur. Everybody's here. Toyama was a little surprised. The world kid. I didn't think he was dead. Su Ruyan's face was full of incredulity. We used to be 30 people. The eyelids of these ghosts have suffered heavy losses. Here's how he did it. You can hunt alone. Kill a mutant eyelid. Hansen threw the corpse of the mutant ghost's eyelids away. A limpic body fell to the ground. This body is so heavy. Mr. Su, now are you interested in doing some business with me? Su Ruyan seemed to see hope. Immediately, there is a hard road. Of course, he did. But he had other plans in his heart. It must be in time before the people of the Xingyu group arrive. Get that thing. Wait for this guy to clean up the mutant eyelids. To the truth. Nothing can stand in the way of my destination. Then, the members of the Grand Squad moved forward one after another. After a year, we can finally open meat. So the two also talked about trading. Hansen asked him to follow the market price. Su Ruyan was a little excited. The flesh and blood of mutated creatures is probably 2 or 3 million. Hansen raised his index finger in a gesture of denial. Su Ruyan's eyes widened and he asked, 1 million or 10 million. Hansen, on the other hand, shook his index finger. No, not 100 million. The little brother on the side couldn't help but roar. The flesh of a mutated creature. Sell for 100 million. You might as well grab it. Su Ruyan changed his name and called Captain Dao Han. The flesh of a rare mutated creature. It's only 3 million on test drives. Even if I give you a 10-fold increase, it's only 30 million. Your awareness is not too much. Hansen is smiling and smiling. Naturally, the price is also different. Such a precipitous place is of course a good one. If you think I'm overbidding, I can keep it for myself. Su Ruyan suddenly had an idea. Vice Captain, they're your own people. Do you sell them a branch and 100 million? The Han monk broke through his tricks in one word. If I answer yes, it's inevitable that you'll think I'm unkind. If I answer no, I don't. Then you'll let Toyama buy at a low price. And then share some flesh and blood as an employer. Right. Su Ruyan saw that his trick did not succeed. Immediately speechless. Then the style of painting changed, but the vice captain. You should remember. I invited you to work with you, but you rejected it. It was you who gave up this opportunity on your own initiative. A dead corpse with mutant eyelids was actually sold by a man for 100 million. Su Ruyan deliberately provoked a sentence. Captain Han also fell so far. We should help each other. You're completely unfazed. Vice Captain, do they think they are their own people? Or are you impersonating it all? As soon as this remark came out, the members of the Grand Team gathered around. The Vice Captain is really suspicious of people. Why don't we take him down first and then try him out? Such threatening words. Han Sen remained unmoved. 2 fingers were raised on the spot. Said that it is now 200 million. But Toyama stopped the team. I can't tell. He is not a member of the Special Security Operations Group. But it doesn't matter if it's not. Today's events have nothing to do with us. He immediately turned around. The team on the side. Seeing this, the staff didn't want to ask any more questions. Han Sen smiled coldly. It seems that this business will not be able to be done today. Then I'll enjoy this ghost eyelid alone. It shouldn't be a problem to eat for 3 to 5 months. With the help of him, the corpse holding up the ghost's eyelids turned away. Everyone stared at him unwillingly. I've almost forgotten what meat tastes like. At this time, Su Ruyan immediately blocked in front of him. 100 million is 100 million. I bought this mutant eyelid. But Han Sen refused the previous price of 100 million. Now it's 200 million. Su Ruyan was speechless when she heard this. A few seconds later, he coldly replied that 200 million is 200 million. I didn't have that much money with me. I can write IOUs though. It is guaranteed to be redeemable when it returns to the Alliance. Borrow some money, our Xingyu group will not be on credit. But he had other ideas in his heart, and it didn't matter how much money he had. Anyway, wait until the rescuers of Xingyu group arrive. You and those IOUs. At that time, they will also be buried in the sea. Han Sen dropped his ghost eyelids and said sorry. I only accept cash. Or you can trade it with beast souls. Of course, I would reluctantly accept it. Su Ruyan asked, then how do you want to change? The market price of the divine crab beast soul is almost 1 or 200 million. Then a divine blood beast soul can be exchanged for a ghost eyelid. As soon as this remark came out, the team members on the side couldn't help but complain. This guy is crazy. Han Sen immediately retorted. If you have what it takes to hunt down the eyelids of mutants, you can also ask for a sky-high price. Su Ruyan was a little annoyed and angry. It seems that Captain Han, there is no intention of doing business with us sincerely. Han Sen smiled coldly. Doing business is naturally a sky-high price. Mr. Su thinks I'm overbidding. You can also make your own price to hear it. Soon passed by the wounds of the two. In the end, Su Ruyan took a mutated beast soul, changed the blood of a mutant ghost eyelids. Meet Su Ruyan asked angrily, Vice Captain, are you going to let that guy run wild? Can be rich. Shan motioned for him to come over and take a look at the ghost's eyes. Skin's corpse. This ghost eyelid. There was only one fatal wound on the whole body, apparently killed with a single sword. There was no resistance or struggle at all. He was able to single-handedly break into the gathering of ghost eyelids. The ground and Millie. Hair and scathed. Bring back a corpse with mutant eyelids. Such a person once we are enemies of him. There will be a terrible price to pay. A mutant beast soul. Flesh with a mutant ghost eyelids. Is this Su Ruyan really so generous? Han Sen thought he had another purpose. Maybe it's taking advantage of yourself. Remove all of these ghost eyelids. They don't look like they've been left on the island at all. It's more like coming to this island with a purpose. Su Ruyan's scheme. It is closely related to these ghost eyelids. Otherwise, how could you care so much about these ghost eyelids? So he immediately flew into the air. There's only one demon eye in the entire clan here. How could he spend a huge amount of money? Ask a whole squad to come to the island and hunt. A moment later, Han Sen's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems to be at high altitude. Among them, the secret of the Dead Seal Island was discovered. Mountains are cascading throughout the island. Looking down from above, it's like a giant lotus flower. The peaks are like petals. The area where the ghost eyelids are located. It is the center of the whole lotus. According to the information on Skynet, the entrance to the Lotus of Life. It is located in the center of the petal-shaped mountain city. But it stands to reason. A living thing is not directly from life. Lotus Mouth comes out here. Then he found an ancient well. Straight up and straight down the corpse cave. The surrounding stone surface is very smooth. The entrance is narrow enough to allow only one person to pass through. It was similar to what was described on Skynet, and he looked around. But there was no trace of the ghost's eyelids. It seems that they appeared nearby. It's not to guard the entrance. It's all just a coincidence. So Su Ruyan and others didn't expect it. Near this entrance lives ghost eyelids. And because of the attack of the divine blood sea beast, suffer heavy casualties in battle. Therefore, he was stopped by the ghost eyelids on the periphery. So without hesitation, he slipped into the cave. But I didn't expect it to be so deep underneath. He even hurt his ass on the spot. He remembered that the information said, the nests of a living creature are often hidden in thousands of meters, even tens of thousands of meters deep underground. And every once in a while, there will be a large number of creatures born from the nest. But a creature in the lair. It does not enter or exit from the mouth of the lotus flower of life. No one knows for sure what kind of way they are. It was carried out to every place in the sanctuary. This section of the practical passage is about more than 10,000 meters. It will go about 3 or 4 kilometers underground, and there will be a creature along the way. Apparently, this time, the information given by the Heavenly King did not trap him. But he still walked slowly and cautiously. But it's been a long way. But they couldn't even see the shadow of a creature. He cautiously changed into the ghost spirit wing armor. Came to a green the first Qing land. Just break this piece of itching land. To enter a mob's lair. He summoned the sword of the angels of holy war. But he didn't do it for a long time. Because as long as the I Ching is broken, a multitude of creatures inside can strike in an instant. It would even be God riding a creature. But now I've come this far. Even if there is a tiger's den in Longtan ahead, you have to bite the bullet and break through. So he swung the great sword in his hand suddenly. This man dare break into a creature's lair alone. But why is it so safe inside? It's not like a creature nest at all. What the cave should look like. But soon after he had gone some distance, he was deeply shocked by the scene in front of him. It's almost like a huge underground city shrouded in green light. The vast underground space is as far as the eye can see. And on the surrounding rock faces, everywhere there are I Ching eggs that glow green. If Han Sen flew directly to the highest point to observe, the whole creature nest would be unobstructed. But at the same time, his tracks will be exposed, under the gaze of all living beings. Therefore, this idea had to be dismissed. His hands clenched at the broadsword, began to tremble involuntarily. I prayed in my heart, don't come across any strange creatures of divine blood. After all, I just came here to get that thing. He cautiously passed by the many huge nests. Inner secrets. Just a few primitive creatures. The meaning is on the line. Can be fast. He found that many of the nests were empty. Could it be that all the creatures here have already gone out? He was puzzled. According to the information, each of them is a creature in its nest. They all have a very strange creature egg. As long as a living organism's egg is still there will be a steady stream of living things. And the entrance to the nest is closed. Prove that no one has ever come in. Then the eggs of a creature must still be there. How could it be so clean? So Han Sen continued to be vigilant. Walk slowly forward. But at this moment, a worried figure suddenly came at us. Fortunately, Han Sen used Jihad. The angel's sword held it off. He took a closer look. It was discovered that there was a humanoid creature in front of him. The whole is like white jade, whereas the body is made up entirely of bones. He knows. A creature that grows into a human form is generally not of a low level. It seems that today is in trouble. At this moment, the skeleton of the white jade skeleton began to writhe. The tilted skull stared at Han Sen. There was also the constant sound of bones twisting. A moment later, the white jade skeleton's pace became more and more urgent. In just a dozen steps, it is already like electricity. Raising the drum knife in his hand, he rushed straight over. Not to be outdone, Han Sen was not to be outdone. Immediately bring up the sword of the Holy War Angel. Split forward. You're a good pair of saws. I took it, but just when the big sword was about to slash it. When the white jade skeleton was born, his body turned out to be a living creature that couldn't. Twisted weird. Posture dodges the attack. Han Sen was not stunned for anything. How is it possible to dodge in this position? Meanwhile, the white jade skull's mending knife has been stabbed at Han Sen's eyebrows. Even on the ghost manager armor, a deep rift was left behind. Han Sen quickly summoned silver dust in the palm of his left hand. Three-edged fork forcefully swept the white jade skeleton's mending knife and kicked him away. But unexpectedly, the white jade skeleton was in a situation with its back to him. The arm twisted in the opposite direction and stabbed again. Han Sen was caught off guard. Complained on the spot, "This is okay." This white jade skeleton, strike a pose that a living person cannot twist, pounced. Han Sen dodged the attack with difficulty, but the ghost was amazed. The armor was still left a shallow mark by the ancient knife. Before he could catch his breath, white jade skeleton, another extremely unreasonable pose, stabbed. The rhythm of his attacks is all out of order. Han Sen, there was no way to predict what his next move would be. All of a sudden, as Han Sen, who is good at this kind of promotion broadbean, was beaten back again and again by the white jade skeleton. This feeling, it's like a person who is good at rhythm and rhythm. Listen to a song that is not in key at all. It's upsetting and irritable. Look at his incomparably strange body and knife skills. Han Sen had no choice but to take a picture of Miao Jun. The next moment, Miao Jun was like a black tiger, rushed towards the white jade skeleton from the side. And the white jade skeleton, but he dodged it in a very strange posture. The flutter even jumped several meters forward. Meanwhile, Han Sen, take advantage of the moment when Miao Jun is entangled with the white jade skeleton, immediately ran towards the exit, and Miao Jun also quickly took on an attacking posture. In front of the white jade skeleton, soon Han Sen crawled out. Once the illness is avoided, beckoning to recall the Miao army. But how could the white jade skeleton give up? I saw him take strange steps, rush towards a fine arm. Seeing this, Han Sen did not have the slightest fear. Instead, he scolded the bastard with a smile. If you have the ability, come along. Then the white jade skeleton also got into it. But because he was too tall, and it looks rather clumsy, Han Sen smiled. You pan very well, aren't you? I'll see how you hide in such a narrow space. As soon as the words fell, Han Sen summoned a spiral spear and stabbed forward. This one of his shots. It combines the power of the great yin-yang magnetic cannon. As long as the white jade skeleton is pushed outward, the more it is pushed, the more the gun drilled in. A white jade skeleton with nowhere to hide quickly raised the claw-like blade, steadily blocked this shot. What surprised Han Sen was skull shelf. It wasn't affected by the spiral force of the gun. It even glides backwards like a ghost. The velocity is faster than Hansen's superparticle flow. Accelerate your body faster. Forcefully dodge the shot. Han Sen had no choice but to admit that he was unlucky. Every day in this great lair, there is a godblood creature so powerful. You have to retreat to the ground before you think about how to solve it. After all, disappearing for too long will only make Su Ruyan suspicious. The screen turns. A puff of green smoke rose from the depths of the forest. Su Ruyan and others could smell it from a distance. Aromatic barbecue flavor. He hurriedly took Xiaofan's team members with him. After all, Han Sen was active in the flower stamen position every day. If you don't know these barbecue locations, you're confusing them. Just as Han Sen was about to take a big bite of meat, suddenly from behind the grove, there was a sneeze. Han Sen said lightly, "Sneaky thief." Hear that? The crowd came out one after another. "Captain Han, what are you baking? I can smell it from afar." Han Sen stared at the bare paw in his hand and smiled and said, "Do you want to eat it? If you want to eat, let Mr. Su buy it." Han Sen held up a huge bare paw. "Joke that you want to eat. If you want to eat, you can let Mr. Su buy it. Su Ruyan is deliberately good. Say we saw you disappear all day. I came to you out of kindness. It's really kind and not rewarded." Han Sen nibbled on the fragrant bare paw and said perfunctorily, "That's true. Thank you, Mr. Su, for caring so much about my safety." Su Ruyan leaned down. He said that he saw that Captain Han was fine. "I was relieved. Let's talk about it." "By the flesh and blood of the ghost eyelids," Han Sen said with a smile, "Mr. Su, it's not going to be easy. Only one primordial ghost eyelid can be hunted today. How much can you afford to pay for the primitive?" Su Ruyan asked directly. "Captain Han, let's talk about it first." Han Sen smiled unkindly at the old price. A mutant beast soul for a ghost eyelid flesh. Su Ruyan couldn't have imagined it. He still dared to open his breath. The squad and others opened their mouths to condemn. "You are taking our Mr. Su as the big wrong. The stinky boy has too much appetite. Be careful to die in one bite." At this time, Su Ruyan turned around and shouted Wang Junfeng, "You go." I saw the man arrogantly walking forward a few steps. "Captain Han bestows his soul here. Do you want to play?" Han Sen's expression was very indifferent. "How are you going to play empty-handed fighting? If you win, Captain Han, take this mutant beast soul away. Instead, you have to give me a ghost." The eyelids just fell. Han Sen directly grabbed his wrist, putting out cruel words in my dictionary. "Didn't lose the word. The winner lives and the loser dies. If you dare to play, come. If you don't dare to play, just roll back for me." Wang Junfeng screamed in pain, "Wow," softly. Su Ruyan saw this. Only then did he speak to ease the atmosphere. "Captain Han, just playing. There's no need to take it that seriously." Who came to Han Senjing did not show any affection. "I only play human life. If you dare to play, I'll be there for you." Su Ruyan, who was angry, turned pale. He secretly swore to Han Sen in his heart, "I will make this island your burial place." A moment later, Toyama walked over alone. He happily pulled out a mutant beast soul disease. "Say change a ghost eyelid." Han Sen glanced at it. After confirming that it was a mutant beast soul, he said to Vice Captain, "I'll send it to you early tomorrow morning." But Toyama didn't leave. Instead, "Sit with him," said calmly. "It doesn't matter if you're from the Special Operations Security Group or not. Just fall here. I want to go back alive. It must rely on the rescue of the Xingyu group. So you'd better not get too stiff with Su Ruyan." Han Sen fainted coldly. "I didn't do anything directly to Su Ruyan. For your sake. I'm afraid you won't be able to explain when you go back." Fu Shan was slightly stunned. "I know that your strength is amazing, but the squad represents. It is the highest combat power in the entire Grand Shelter. Are you sure you want to be our enemy?" Han Sen heard the meaning of the words. I asked, "It seems that I have a conflict with Su Ruyan. The vice captain will definitely be on his side." Fu Shan was blunt. "Brethren whom I brought out. It must be brought back intact, although one has been lost." Then he turned and walked towards the cave. "If you agree to negotiate peace, you can come to me anytime. Wait for the rescue team to come. I promise you'll leave with us." Han Sen not only did not compromise, The expression became more hideous. If you can't entertain Su Ruyan well, that's really sorry for the Son of God and the mental group. You've always taken care of me. This white jade skeleton stuck to the closed mouth of the first period for more than 3 months. He suddenly heard it at the other end of the entrance. There was a familiar sound of footsteps, approaching fast. This time Han Sen was different from usual. He clenched the silver shavings 3-edged fork in his hand. The pace is fast but not chaotic. There is no intention of backing down. After 3 months of fighting, Han Sen had already dealt with Bai Yu. The skeleton's body and knife skills are all too familiar. In fact, there is no need to be confused, and it is also a unique rhythm. Now he has finally figured out the rhythm. The white jade skeleton's every move. It's all under control. I've learned your rhythm. If you can't come up with any new moves, then it's time for me to end this boring fight. As soon as the words fell, the skull of a white jade skull. In an instant, he was split in half by Han Sen's sword. Hunting the divine blood necromantic skeletron did not obtain the beast's soul. Flesh and blood are not to be eaten. Han Sen didn't get it because he didn't get it. Beast souls and flesh and blood disappointed. He cares more. It's the pair of mending knives in the hands of Skeletron King. He picked it up and waved it a few times. It was found to be more comfortable than the 3-edged difference of silver chips. It's also suitable for a top assassin like himself. He cautiously walked deeper. In every living creature nest, there must be a very strange life material egg. And it's not dangerous. Soon he came to a nitrogen without any danger. Type of translucent crystals in front of it. In the center, the colorful light is even beating. This is what Su Ruyan really wants. Just smash it. You can get a great chance of obtaining the divine blood beast soul. However, there is also a very small chance that you will get an ordinary beast soul. He no longer hesitated. Wield the sword of the angels of holy war. Split it in half on the spot. The hunt was successful. Hunt the eggs of a living thing. Han Sen looked at the fluid that kept flowing out of the egg. Very curious, since the extracted beast soul is random. Is it possible to extract the soul of a super divine beast? So he fell to his knees. Spread out your arms and pray to the gods, God. It's second only to me, a super beast soul. This is perhaps the first in human history. Super divine beast soul. Soon the liquid flowed into the eggs of a living being. Began to condense a glimmer of aura. Han Sen kept mourning in his heart. Super divine beast soul. The next moment, the sound of the system sounded in his head, and the beast soul was extracted. Obtain the divine blood beast soul Qian commander. Now, Han Sen seemed to have been poured cold water on his face. My super beast soul. Although there was some disappointment. But the beast soul in his hand. It's also god blood level. You should check the beast soul type first. But the next moment, a ball of red flames erupted. Moment. Transform into a demon whose entire body is burned by red fire. It's as domineering as a grinding soldier. Han Sen no longer had a sad face. He was even a little excited. Because even if the mutation level aura is soul-bearing, it's also enough to sell for a sky-high price in the second god shelter. Not to mention the god blood level aura soul. At the moment, look at the entire steel armor shelter. There is only one mutant level aura beast soul. Su Zhengna of Sinew Group. I can't wait to see it. Your face when you learn all this. The team walked cautiously on the cliff wall. Toyama was puzzled. Why not wait for rescuers to come? Everyone has been waiting here for more than a year. Do you care about waiting a few more days and months? Su Ruyan seems to be very upset. You know what? It's because they're almost there. So I can't be a joke for the Star Universe group. And I'm not Gene Hansen. Did you go hunting ghost eyelids? There is him to attract the attention of the ghost's eyelids. You're still talking about something bad for the guards. There was a tone of dissatisfaction in his words. Oh yes. Swap 3 mutant beasts for 3 mutant eyelids. Xingyu Group is really generous. That's when it happened. Steep mountain faces. Suddenly, there was a roar of ghost eyelids. Everyone looked up. discover a large group. The ghost's eyelids have surrounded them. Luckily for you, these ghost eyelids are only of the original level. Then, Toyama only said to a relatively wide platform, "Let's jump to that place and defend it." This group of mutant ghost eyelids. There are not many left who have been killed by Hansen. They can no longer be too much of a threat. Toyama also gave special instructions to his brothers. Keep a few more corpses. We'll come up and have a good meal later. But at this time, the roar of a lifelong brother echoed through the valley. The crowd looked up. It's the cry of the Ghost Eyelid King, all on alert. And Hansen, who was hiding in the distance, was also very curious. The mutant eyelids are not much of a threat right now. What are they going to do with the blood demon eyelids? Su Ruyan scolded. It looks like this god blood ghost eyelids. I can't look down on Hansen's waist. Toyama hurriedly asked the team members to stand together. Then, the bloodthirsty eyelids were also heading in their direction. Rush down the hill. Hansen said disdainfully. This creature nest. It's not like you can just get in. But unexpectedly, Su Ruyan dared to take a few steps forward alone, and he seems to be gradually releasing the energy in his body. The next moment, Su Ruyan suddenly shouted. A 4-meter-tall giant crosses his fists, quickly towering in front of you. Then he punched towards the head of the bloody eyelids, like an oversized giant hammer. Hit it on the spot. Hansen was a little surprised. Worthy of the Star Universe collection. Mr. Su of the regiment really has some ability. But after that punch, he was like a deflated ball. I almost collapsed on the ground. The face is even more pale. I saw that the god-blooded ghost's eyelids were seriously injured. Hansen hurriedly summoned the demon horned snake gong and the black blade sword. Aim for it. And in the next moment, the black blade sword was like Lu Xingong quickly slashing across the sky. In full view of everyone. Shoot the badly injured, bloodthirsty, bloody eyelids. The hunt was successful. Hunt the eyelids of the gods. Obtain the divine blood beast soul. Hansen didn't forget to sneer a few words. Divine blood ghost eyelid beast soul. Mr. Su, your luck is really good. It's a pity that this beast soul is not yours.